Chapter 1. Becoming the Hokage in the pirate world. Do you desire my treasures? If so, you may have them all. Go and seek them out. I have placed all my riches there. In the year 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar, the pirate king, Jold Roger, who conquered the Grand Line and the seas, uttered these final words before his execution, heralding the dawn of the great pirate era. Thus, the world plunged into an unprecedented era of turmoil and chaos. The Great Pirate Era is rife with disorder, even with the existence of the Marines as a violent organization. They can only manage the first half of the Grand Line. The New World has become the haven for pirates, with the four seas being referred to as the Pirate's Paradise. In the year 1517 of the Sea Circle calendar, East Blue, long deemed the weakest sea, has nonetheless birthed formidable figures. Pirate King Roger, Marine hero Garp, the world's most notorious criminal, Revolutionary Dragon, Revolutionary Army's second-in-command Sabo, and the future Pirate King, Luffy. Why label is weak? The strongest in East Blue are not pirates but mountain bandits, led by the Mountain Bandit King, Roronoa, who wields a wine bottle against the four emperors and stand upon the future Pirate King. The seven warlords of the sea are treated with such disdain, it is truly terrifying. Moreover, there is the King of the Near Seas, who shows no respect even to the face of authority, seizing one of his claws and nearly ending the life of the future Pirate King, forcing Shanks to flee East Blue under the cover of night. Additionally, this is the hometown of Marine hero Garp, who frequently returns home for family visits. Whenever he encounters a pirate he disdains, he effortlessly eliminates them, leading to the downfall of rising stars in the pirate world before they can even shine. Thus, it is always humanity that brings down the stars, Rodney muttered to himself, glancing at the scar-faced brute on the deck who was feasting with his crew. With a cold laugh, he remarked, "Steel saw pirates, led by the scar-faced Locke, with a bounty of 45 million berries. Is 45 million still a class task? Yet, based on the level of danger, this fellow isn't particularly threatening. Today, I shall eliminate you all," Locke declared, lifting a half-man-high barrel of alcohol as he strode forward. "Oh, Jack, is the drink here?" The scar-faced man, known as Locke, the ruthless leader of the Steel Saw Pirates, had plundered a village just 2D here. A naval presence is firmly established, with the commanding officer hailing from the naval headquarters, exhibiting formidable strength and showing no mercy towards pirates, thereby safeguarding the local populace from their predations. Casual inquiries reveal that the newly appointed officer is a significant improvement over the previous one, who merely occupied his position while colluding with pirates. A ship emerges over the horizon, prompting the naval soldiers at the port to swiftly retrieve their telescopes should it be a pirate vessel. Immediate reports will be necessary, however. What greets their eyes is a familiar sight. The bow of the ship displays the lifeless body of a pirate, while behind the impeccably groomed man stands a group of quaking pirates. Despite his striking appearance, they are visibly terrified. It is Rodney. He has come again to claim the bounty. A naval soldier breathes a sigh of relief. Rodney is a recently ascendant bounty hunter known for routinely delivering entire crews of pirates. Immediately summon assistance to prepare for the reception of the pirates. Understood. Shortly thereafter, the ship belonging to the Steel Saw Pirates docks, and a contingent of naval soldiers disperses the crowd, each armed with handcuffs and leg irons, poised to apprehend the entire gang of pirates. Leading the charge is a bespectacled beauty, her waist adorned with a long sword, Naval Ensign Dasky. "Mr. Rodney." Dasky approaches with utmost courtesy to greet him. "Greetings, Dasky. The members of the Steel Saw Pirates are all here. I wonder how much bounty I can expect." With a smile, Dasky replies, "Please hold on, we still need to calculate. Rest assured, you shall receive no lesser." Gaze towards Rodney exudes respect, acknowledging that his deeds contribute significantly to the welfare of these waters. "Very well." He nods. Dasky is a kind-hearted individual, one who would not deceive him nor fear that Smoker would embezzle the funds. If even he were to do so, the Navy would be doomed. Before long, 4 bundles of banknotes land in his hands, one of which is noticeably smaller. The entire Steel Saw Pirates yield a bounty of 5,630,000 berries, of which 3 million berries are allocated for explosive tags, 100,000 for shurikens and kunai, with the remaining funds set aside for personal expenditure. He seeks refuge in a hotel, procuring explosive tags, shuriken, steel wire, and kunai from the system's marketplace. The system marketplace offers not only these items, but also ninjutsu, taijutsu, and bloodline limits, albeit requiring mission points. The 8 gates, chakra blade, chakra extraction technique, and his own chakra are all gifts included in the system's grand package. Currently, he can only unlock one of the 8 gates, necessitating continual physical training before he can utilize it. Mission points and berries within the marketplace are akin to game currency and diamonds, creating a stark contrast and a vivid sense of familiarity. However, this time, his expenditures have rendered him financially strained. A stack of explosive tags is tucked into his waist pouch, along with a small assortment of ninja tools. The pouch possesses a cubic space, akin to a space scroll, though the scrolls in the marketplace are exorbitantly priced and offer limited storage capacity. Once again, I find myself impoverished. Beep. Task issued. No sooner had he lamented his financial woes than a task materializes. He opens the notification. Task: eliminate Baiji Kalu. Task level: C. Reward: permanent chakra fruit, 150 mission points. Chakra fruit? This is indeed a valuable item. The chakra fruit here is not the one consumed by Kagaya Otsutsuki, but rather a diminished version, classified into permanent and explosive types. The permanent chakra fruit enhances the chakra within his body, expanding his chakra capacity, while the explosive chakra fruit provides a temporary surge of chakra, albeit only for a fleeting duration before it dissipates. Baiji Kalu, however, is not an adversary to be taken lightly. Moreover, is it not rather reckless to ascend directly from 4,500,000 to 16 million? Baiji Kalu was esteemed as the second most intelligent individual, only after the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates. Ben Beckman, he faked his death to escape and infiltrated the village of Xilobu, lurking among the wealthy merchants to usurp their fortunes. At a clever fellow indeed, yet he unfortunately crossed paths with the great Usopp and Monkey D. Luffy. Presently, it is the latter half of the year 1517 in the sea calendar, and according to the timeline, he has only recently entered the Koya household, roughly 6 months prior. That insidious character is quite the adversary. Intelligent individuals are invariably troublesome to deal with, though not entirely inconvenient. Rodney embarked on his journey once more, following the merchant ship. ATC, lacking navigational knowledge, can easily lead one into windless zones or expose them to natural disasters. Being utterly ignorant of such matters, Rodney naturally trailed the merchant vessel, which was passing through Xilobu village and required protection. An opportune chance to accompany it and earn some coin. The merchant ship moved intermittently, purchasing and selling goods along the way, and the journey was relatively peaceful. After accepting 50,000 berry from the ship's captain, he rowed his small boat to Xilobu village. The merchant ship merely passed by rather than docking. Thus he could only anchor his small craft on the northern side of the village. Xilobu village is a tranquil settlement, the hometown of Jesus Burgess, the sniper of the red-haired pirates, and Usopp, the sniper of the Straw Hat Pirates. Alarmingly, cries rang out across the village. Pirates are coming! Pirates are coming! The voice belonged to a youth. Did they mistake him for a pirate? From a distance, a plume of dust arose. Rodney peered closely and discerned a boy with a headscarf, an elongated nose, and an explosive hairstyle frantically racing ahead, pursued by a group of adults wielding brooms and wooden sticks, their faces contorted with rage. Is that Usopp? The future Great One was swiftly darting away, while the adults relentlessly chased after him. Rodney seized one of the adults and inquired, "Is it truly necessary to pursue a child?" "Necessary," the adult retorted. "That rascal does this every day. Once or twice could be forgiven, but daily. It's infuriating. No wonder he takes after his father, a true son of a pirate." The villagers harbored a deep disdain for Usopp, as he habitually frightened them with such fibs that a few instances might have been tolerable, yet the daily occurrence undoubtedly irked them. Furthermore, Usopp's father had become a pirate, which only compounded their animosity, in the eyes of many. Pirates were villainous figures. Usopp's father, Jesus Burgess, had accepted the invitation of the prominent pirate Shanks, leading the villagers to regard him as a scoundrel who abandoned his family, particularly since his wife wished to see him one last time before her demise. In an effort to comfort his sick mother, Usopp spun tales of pirates arriving, fostering hope within her. After her passing, he had developed the habit of daily proclaiming that pirates were coming, ultimately becoming a notorious liar despised by all. "Oh, is that so? By the way, where's the wealthiest family in this village?" One pointed toward a villa atop the hill and said, "That's it." "Wait, why do you ask?" After scrutinizing Rodney's attire, he remarked, "To be honest, you don't quite resemble a good person. I am a pirate hunter, and a pirate has infiltrated this village. Isn't that the little brat from earlier? His father's also a pirate. No, that child is hardly a pirate." Thanks, infusing chakra into his legs, Rodney dashed towards the villa, his speed surpassing that of ordinary folk, vanishing like a gust of wind. The individual pondered, could that boy truly be a pirate? He scratched his face and thought for a moment, then called a few people to follow. However, how could they possibly keep pace with Rodney's swiftness? Not far away, he reached the villa's backyard and stealthily infiltrated. This was the wealthiest family in Xilobu village, the hideout of Baiji Kailu. This fellow realized that becoming a pirate drew too much attention, so he faked his death, using one of his crew members as a decoy, and had a hypnotist put the man under a trance. Leading his subordinates to mistakenly believe he was Baiji Kailu, he orchestrated a scheme for the Navy to ambush him, eliminating all witnesses while leaving only that subordinate and one naval officer alive, thus elegantly extricating himself from the situation. Upon arriving in Xilobu village, he disguised himself as a crew member cast off by the fleet, was taken in by this family, and became their steward. Donning a mask of deceit to gain the trust of the villagers, the second most intelligent person after Ben Beckman, his actions were nothing short of masterful, his cunning verging on the terrifying. Rodney entered the garden adorned with flowers, leaped into a tree, and concealed himself among the leaves. The mansion of the affluent was exceedingly vast, making his search somewhat cumbersome. Therefore, he chose to lie in wait. Chapter 3. The scheming of the ingenious, a gentle breeze, imbued with the scent of the sea, caressed his cheeks, the mild wind and just right sunlight inducing a touch of drowsiness. Rodney maintained his vigil below, observing Kailu move soundlessly, akin to a cat. A bespectacled man emerged, clad in a black suit adorned with excrement patterns, sporting flamboyant shoes and a slick-back hairstyle that gleamed under the sun, exuding an aura of danger. "Miss Koya, what a splendid day it is!" Kailu emerged from the back door, and shortly thereafter, a girl in a white dress with light golden hair and fair skin cheerfully stepped out, exclaiming, "Yes, today's weather is truly delightful, Clabatel." The girl smiled sweetly, her charm undeniable. Perched in the tree, Rodney felt exasperated. He could not allow the child to witness any gruesome scenes. Utilizing a transformation technique, he altered his appearance to resemble Scarface Rock, then promptly leapt down a year ago. Kailu, still a pirate, sensed the impending danger and unhesitatingly took Koya into his arms, his agile form swiftly reaching the back door. "Miss Koya, we have an unexpected guest today. Meili, take good care of her," he said to a servant with a sheep-like hairstyle. "Understood." Meili nodded. Cradling Koya, he closed the door and adjusted his glasses, a habit retained from his days as a pirate, never forgetting the necessity of combat. Turning to Rodney, he inquired, "Scarface Rock, what are you doing here?" Xilobu village was quite isolated, and news of Scarface Rock's demise had yet to reach these shores. I did not expect the infamous Baiji Kailu to be alive and serving as a steward for a little girl." TSK, has the darkness truly turned to light?" Kailu snorted, surprised to be recognized today. His prior fake death was a calculated maneuver to reach this place, as he aimed to seize Koya's family fortune. In his scheme, Koya could not die just yet. Her parents were still alive. Should she perish now, his plans for acquiring the estate would be thwarted. "I've come to a decision. I no longer wish to be a pirate." Kailu stated, "We have no ties or grudges. What brings you here?" "What brings me here? Of course, it is to eliminate you." Rodney chuckled, declaring, "Once a pirate, always a pirate. You cannot change your nature." Baiji Kailu, coveting the fortunes of these two. "I have come today to put an end to you." With tremendous force and speed, he launched a low kick aimed at Kailu's head. Kailu was no ordinary foe. Before faking his death, he was a pirate worth 16 million baratie. Equally adept in speed, he retreated, vanishing in a series of agile leaps. Damn it, can he run fast? Rodney exclaimed. Just then he heard hurried footsteps approaching. A cadre of bodyguards armed with guns and clubs hurried towards him. Snorting dismissively, he leaped onto the rooftop, laughing uproariously. Baiji Kalu, I grant you 1 hour. If you do not emerge, I shall ensure your name echoes throughout the East Sea. Trust me, I possess that capability. The East Sea Gazette will surely relish this sensational story. I have even thought of the headline. Shocking. Baiji Kalu fakes death to retire. What for? Ha ha. I'll be waiting for you in the northern forest. You have only 1 hour. With that, he departed the rooftop and made his way to the forest. Inside Kalu's chamber, hearing Rodney's words, his expression darkened. He had painstakingly earned the trust of Koya's parents, drawing closer to her and integrating himself with the villagers. These seemingly foolish actions were all in pursuit of seizing Koya's family fortune. He understood that robbing as a pirate was unlawful, yet robbing as a wealthy individual was permissible. Thus, he could endure humiliation and hardship, ultimately for the sake of that vast inheritance. Now, Rodney's arrival had disrupted his plans. He needed to devise a means to eliminate this deviation and restore his scheme to its rightful course. Dragging a bundle from beneath his bed, he revealed the weapon that had earned him notoriety, 10 blades. Cat claw. Adorned with the 10 blades. Cat's claw, my fingers danced lightly, the sharp edges glimmering with a frigid light, capable of severing hairs and strands alike, ready to rend that scoundrel apart and render his scheme flawless once more. With a furry palm, I gently pushed my eye, a habit ingrained by this very weapon, remaining ever vigilant and instinctively combative despite years of disuse. Pushing open the window, I found the surroundings deserted and promptly leaped out. Racing towards the eastern forest with unparalleled swiftness, my mind replayed the details concerning the scar-faced Locke, a pirate with a bounty of 4,500,000, adept at using a steel saw to bisect his foes. Possessing immense strength and a foul mouth, steel saw. Suddenly, I halted, perplexed by the earlier encounter with the scar-faced Locke. Where was his weapon? Furthermore, how could a pirate with a mere bounty of 4,500,000 recognize me, and yet not flee? Instead, issuing threats? I had heard nothing of Locke excelling in leg-based attacks against his enemies. Cloth, I had uncovered a multitude of blind spots. The forest must be rife with traps, yet to refrain from entering would mean Rodney had laid a trap for me. Leaving the choice to me, regardless, I would undoubtedly fall into his snare. Should I choose not to come, I would await the Navy's arrival. For the sake of my own plans, I was compelled to be led by the nose. The thought ignited my fury. Who was I? I was the illustrious Cloth, yet I found myself ensnared at the mercy of another. This indignation was intolerable. Cursed be he, I must eliminate that scoundrel, if only my first mate. The hypnotist Zhengao were here, it would have made matters considerably more manageable. Alas, due to my orders, he would never appear here. The eastern forest was not far, and I summoned my signature skill, silent steps, treading upon the ground without a whisper, akin to a feline stalking its prey. Occasionally, the forest echoed with the calls of birds. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the grass in a most delightful manner. But scar-faced Locke, I am coming for you. The eerie silence enveloped me, prompting me to shatter the stillness. Just in time. Clang, clang. The air resonated with metallic clashes as I caught a glimpse of a dark shadow, swiftly maneuvering my body to evade the trajectory of a shuriken. No, that was 2 sounds just now. Sensing something amiss, pain shot through my back as 2 shurikens embedded themselves in my flesh. Another lodged firmly in the trunk of a tree. The Uchiha's shuriken technique. Allowing the manipulation of the shuriken's flight path through collision proved highly effective. Clang, clang. The sounds resounded once more, and I swung the 10 blades. Cat's claw, deflecting the shurikens. Then in a flash, I appeared before a tree. My claw descending, severing the crown in one stroke, and a figure launched forth. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A blazing sphere the size of a house manifested, hurtling towards me that I swiftly retreated, leveraging the very tree I had just decapitated. The fireball struck the tree, igniting it instantly, the intense heat from the chakra reducing the tree to charred remains. Such terrifying power. Was he a user of the devil fruit? doubt crept into my mind. Rodney descended to the ground. Indeed, akin to the great fireball in Amaterasu, it had never claimed a life. Silent steps. Upon witnessing Rodney's arrival, I resolved to take a gamble that my speed was unmatched. And when I reappeared, I was at Rodney's back, the 10 blades. Cat's claw aimed at his nape, a mere swipe would cleave him in twain. Substitution technique? I have triumphed. A claw descended, effortlessly tearing through Rodney's form, only for it to morph into a wooden stump, which I shredded into several pieces. What? Well then, the game concludes. Earth release. Heart decapitation technique. A hand erupted from the soil, seizing my ankle with a vice-like grip. With a forceful tug, I was pulled down into the earth. And soon after, Rodney emerged, covered in dust, shaking himself off yet still grimy. The spot where I'd just sunk was stained red with blood. With calculated intent, he ensnared me underground, restricting my once proud speed, ensuring I met my demise before I could unleash my signature techniques. I must find a place to bathe and change my attire. Transforming back into Rodney's previous appearance, I headed towards the village. Chapter 4. Take a punch from an old man after bathing. I felt utterly refreshed, my long black hair damply cascading down, and in my hand was a dark red orb the size of a lychee, the permanent chakra fruit. It bore a striking resemblance to the chakra elixirs crafted by the Otsutsuki clan. Well, it could be said to be quite similar. Without hesitation, I stuffed it into my mouth, swallowing without chewing, having tasted it once before and found its flavor rather unpalatable. It should be a touch more palatable than the devil fruit, for consuming chakra fruit felt akin to dining on canned herring, while the devil fruit was said to taste like excrement. Old Eight's secret recipe. Cough cough. The chakra fruit melted upon contact, instantly replenishing the chakra expended in battle, and my chakra reserves began to swell that if my chakra previously equated to 0.5 of Kakashi. I now stood at 0.8 of Kakashi. It is well known that Kakashi serves as a unit of chakra measurement. Chakra is the fusion of physical energy and mental energy inherent in every cell. Released through hand seals to perform ninjutsu, I felt immensely powerful at this moment. Of course, it was merely an illusion. Many stronger than I roamed the seas that I must develop cautiously and endure. The only vexation stemmed from the fact that due to Cloth's feigned death, even if I brought him to the Navy, I would be unable to claim the bounty, as his wanted poster had been rescinded. On record, he was a dead man. Presenting him would only lead the Navy to believe I was attempting to defraud them of a bounty. Opening the shop, I found myself with 510 mission points, finally able to exchange for something I had long desired. Forbidden technique. Mutual explosive tag. Required points. 500 mission points. The mutual explosive tag, a forbidden technique mastered by the second Hokage, is an A-rank infinite explosive ninjutsu. With just one explosive tag, it can summon billions of explosive tags, triggering a chain reaction of explosions, rendering the enemy incapable of escape. The caveat is that you must possess a sufficient quantity of explosive tags. This explains why, despite being an A-rank forbidden technique, it is relatively inexpensive. IT is all about the in-game currency. Yet its power remains formidable. With enough explosive tags, one can unleash infinite bombings. Originally intended to complement the Edo Tensei technique, I could substitute it with my water clone technique. Merely affixing one to the enemy would suffice to orchestrate a lethal explosion. Considering the physical resilience of individuals in this world, a considerable number of explosive tags would likely be necessary. Furthermore, should I venture into the new world, where everyone wields haki, the practicality of this forbidden technique diminishes significantly, at least in the East Blue and the first half of the Grand Line. It is a godly skill. Exchanging for the mutual explosive tag, the methods of use and corresponding summoning techniques flooded my mind, being a ninjutsu developed for practicality and swiftness by the second Hokage, requiring merely a hand sign and the appropriate chakra to activate, with minimal chakra expenditure. However, summoning each explosive tag necessitates chakra, rendering it a technique of continuous consumption. The cost extends beyond chakra. It is also a matter of currency. After enjoying a meal on the island, I overheard the news that Clabot, the butler of the Koya family, had been abducted by pirates. The innkeeper lamented the tragic fate of that kind-hearted old man. and in the realm of theatrics, cloth could easily claim the title of Best Actor. Unfortunately, there exists someone even more formidable than he. That is Blackbeard. The next ninjutsu to exchange for shall be Shadow Healing Destruction. Let me see. Oh, the cost of mission points is a staggering 5,000. Truly, an A-rank forbidden technique. It stands leagues apart from the mutual explosive tag. How exorbitant. Forget it. Let's discuss it later. With no pressing tasks at hand, Rodney resolved to leave the diminutive village of Xilobu, where the pace of life was languid, and instead sought refuge in a bustling city like Loguetown. As the small boat departed from Xilobu, he wielded the oars to navigate the choppy waters, emerging onto the open sea. Though uncertain of his direction, he could allow the currents to guide him. His provisions were ample. His backpack contained military rations, each valued at 1,000 berries, and consuming one would sustain him with essential energy for an entire day. For a touch of luxury, he could indulge in a bowl of lele ramen, priced at 2,000 berries, which, while merely filling his belly, would expedite the recovery of his chakra and was quite palatable. Water was of no concern either, as he possessed water-type chakra, enabling him to create fresh water to replenish his bodily fluids. Regrettably, the system indicated that the water generated by chakra could not lift the curse of the sea that afflicted those who had consumed devil fruits. Since it was energy produced, its ability to restore his hydration was commendable. Moreover, utilizing water release with seawater would diminish the suppression on devil fruit users due to the chakra contained within, thereby lessening the curse of the ocean. What would typically sap the strength of those with devil fruits would merely render them weak. If fortune favored them, they might even lose their powers, though their physical stamina would remain intact. Undoubtedly, the effectiveness of water release had been curtailed. Originally, he had intended to confront a devil fruit user with a powerful wave attack. But the system doused that notion with cold water. The small vessel bobbed atop the waves as he raised the sunshade and donned sunglasses to shield himself from the sun's harsh rays and preserve his hydration. After drifting for some time, an enormous creature surged forth from the depths, breaking the surface of the water. The beast, measuring over 20 meters in length, bore the head of a rhinoceros and was adorned with azure scales. Indeed, a formidable creature of the sea, a sea king. The Sea King bellowed loudly at Rodney, proclaiming its strength. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" Rodney exclaimed as he removed his sunglasses and stepped out of the boat, running across the water towards the Sea King. The creature, having never encountered a human capable of running atop the sea, perceived him as a mere snack and opened its massive jaws to lunge at him. Shadow Dance Leaf. A powerful kick struck the Sea King's jaw, sending it tumbling backwards and stirring up a spray of seawater, while he himself was tossed about by the waves. "Oh no, I'm in trouble today." The Sea King possessed a modicum of intelligence, realizing it had made a grave mistake. Unfortunately for it, having encountered Rodney, escape was no longer an option. Haha, free labor has arrived. Shortly thereafter, a steel wire was affixed to the horn of the rhinoceros Sea King, with the other end tethered to the bow of Rodney's small boat. The vessel surged forward in speed, becoming Rodney's makeshift towing apparatus. The Sea King's speed through the water was astonishing. The Sea Kings of the East Blue were notoriously easy to bully. One could only wonder how red-haired Shanks had lost an ARM.8 as they sliced through the waves. Should the creature attempt to drag him beneath the surface, it would face a barrage of punishment. Having learned its lesson, the Sea King was naturally disinclined to repeat such folly. It was obliged to take Rodney to the nearest island. "Damn it, cursed human, once I grow stronger, I shall feast upon you," it lamented, suppressing its pain and tears as it pressed onward. The speed was exhilarating, and soon Rodney felt as though he were on a roller coaster, soaring and plummeting repeatedly. "Slow down, you brute," he protested as debris hurled by the creature struck him on the head, causing discomfort. "Wah, this is bullying the Sea King." As the speed diminished, a ship materialized ahead, but the Sea King paid it no heed and charged straight ahead. Meanwhile, Rodney, having chastised the Sea King, lay back to enjoy the ride. Boom! Waves splashed around him. Boom! Another wave erupted. A small black dot loomed larger before him. It was a cannonball. What did the cannonball whiz past him, striking the hull of the boat behind him and flooding it with seawater. Acting swiftly, Rodney leapt from his small craft and landed atop the Sea King's head, Before him loomed a military vessel. "What have you done, you rascal?" he exclaimed, stepping onto the Sea King's head. The creature whimpered. It had done nothing but approach that direction. Rodney's gaze fell upon an imposing elder clad in a cape of justice, who was brandishing a cannonball and preparing to hurl it his way. The strength behind the throw was astonishing. Though propelled by mere human arms, the cannonball's speed rivaled that of a shot from a cannon. How did I end up facing this old man? He thought. Does he mistake me for a pirate? Dodging the cannonball, he soon found himself bombarded by more cannonballs. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Small fireballs launched forth, colliding with the cannonballs and igniting a series of explosions. Seizing the opportunity, Rodney leapt across the water, landing on the deck of the warship. "Stop! I'm not a pirate! Ha! Take this punch from me!" Boom! Rodney was knocked out cold. Chapter 5. Would you like to join the Navy? Kid! Ha! My apologies. I received report from my subordinates and thought you were a pirate. Are you all right? The elder, a robust figure, laughed heartily while patting Rodney's back with hands the size of fans. "1 slap. 2 slaps. Puff. Vice Admiral Garp, please, no more," shouted a medic. The naval hero, Garp, chuckled sheepishly. "That simply won't do. How can a man be so weak? How will you survive the dangers of the sea like this? Who can withstand your weakness?" Rodney wiped the blood from his mouth. He considered himself quite strong, having survived a punch from Garp. He had not perished. One must understand that this elder had once pummeled the pirate king, Roger, into a state of disarray with his fists alone, sending him fleeing across the seas. Garp expressed that he had always preferred to win people over with kindness. And by the way, his fists were named Kindness. With a swelling on his head, Rodney experienced the same agony he had felt from the Sea King. And as green light enveloped his palm, healing techniques were instantly implemented on his wounds, stimulating the cells around the bump to accelerate recovery. Quite a unique ability you possess. Are you a user of abilities? Sort of, he mumbled, scratching his head. That's a splendid ability. Can it be used on others? Garp inquired, intrigued. Yes, upon hearing this, Garp's eyes lit up. Kid, what is your name? Joster J. Rodney. I shall call you Rodney. Come, join the Navy, ding. Garp extended an invitation to you. Do you accept? Yes, no, I'm sorry, but I do not wish to become a Navy officer. Rodney declined Garp's offer. Why ever not? Garp asked, bewildered. Your ability could greatly aid many Navy officers in their recovery, contributing to justice. No, the Navy is too cumbersome. I find my current life quite satisfactory. The Navy is overly complicated, and I do not wish to be at the mercy of the world government or those despicable celestial dragons. The so-called justice was burdened by a multitude of people, and participating would only invite unnecessary trouble. I believe you would make an excellent sailor, though your physique is somewhat lacking. You would certainly grow under my tutelage. Garp chuckled. Farewell, then, Rodney replied. Turning to leave, he was not monkey-D. Luffy, endowed with extraordinary vitality. If trained by Garp, he would surely perish. A pair of calloused hands grasped his shoulder, and the elder smiled kindly. Kid, you will thank me for this later. No. Help. Garp seemed resolute, dragging Rodney towards training. For Garp, Rodney's ability was invaluable, and he appeared to hold great potential. Garp was eager to see if he could be molded into a capable Navy officer, and besides, he was quite bored aboard the warship. Put some effort into it. Rodney, hold on. Garp chewed on a donut while sitting on Rodney's back as he performed push-ups while wearing heavy armor. This was the third day of training under Garp's relentless regimen. Rodney was subjected to high-intensity physical training daily, feeling utterly exhausted. Yet there were benefits. His body was growing at an astonishing rate. His chakra was depleting rapidly as well. Sweat poured from him as though he had been caught in a downpour, dripping onto the deck. The chakra within him was being relentlessly drained, and his body felt increasingly heavy. The armor weighed a full 1,000 pounds, and with Garp's imposing stature on top of him, had his constitution not been robust, he might not have endured it. I can't take it anymore. He collapsed onto the deck. How many did you do? Garp inquired at a nearby naval soldier, who had been diligently recording. Replied, for 1,320, which is an increase of 400 compared to before. The growth of physical prowess is remarkably swift. This won't do. How can one aspire to become an exemplary Navy officer under such circumstances? Garp shook his head and remarked, I never claimed I would join the Navy. I am a pirate hunter, not a naval officer. Why must I feel compelled to enlist in the Navy? He removed his iron armor, revealing a robust upper body. Feeling utterly at ease, a sharp pain shot through his head. He had honed his armed haki to the pinnacle of strength, and even without its application, his strikes were excruciatingly painful, capable of making even the rubberman Luffy, who was immune to blunt force, feel an agonizing throb. What are you saying? Your abilities are perfectly suited for the Navy, whether as a medic or a bona fide naval officer. Do not squander your talents. Garp had been observing Rodney closely these days. Initially, he thought the boy was simply too weak, and as a form of retribution for the accidental injuries caused, he endeavored to train him rigorously. However, Rodney's display of healing skills and rapid growth in strength ignited Garp's admiration for his talent. Yet the boy seemed as stubborn as Garp's own grandson, fixated on being a pirate hunter. What good is being a pirate hunter? Have you allowed money to corrupt your heart? Of course, old man, money isn't everything, but without it, nothing is possible. How vulgar. Becoming a Navy officer comes with a salary. Enough. Capturing just one wanted pirate would suffice for my sustenance for quite some time. The Navy provides all meals and housing, along with insurance benefits. I beg your pardon, but I roam the seas, unafraid of dangers. Ouch. Old man, are you hitting me again? It seems you require some discipline. Garp's fist cracked ominously. Discipline? Special education. By what right? I haven't done anything wrong. Rodney retorted defiantly, still daring to talk back. You're asking for it. With a flurry of blows, Garp chased Rodney around the deck, who showed no signs of fatigue. Bam! A punch sent Rodney crashing into the deck, eliciting the carpenter's ire. Such a large hole would be a hassle to repair. Ha ha ha, young Rodney. It appears that your training has enabled you to withstand one of my punches. This strike was hardly my full strength. Had I unleashed my full might, you would have been obliterated. Consider it a basic attack, perhaps lacking even that. Humph, old man. Even if I were to die, lying in my coffin, I would use my decayed vocal cords to proclaim, I will never become a Navy officer! Exclamation point. Rodney rose, bruised and battered. Oh, you truly have such an affinity for money. Absolutely. I am a pirate hunter, tirelessly roaming the seas for profit. Rodney replied as he tended to his wounds. Then, I shall hire you to assist me in capturing someone. Fine, I would like the method for cultivating armed haki, or the 6 forms of the Navy. You certainly have the audacity to ask for much. Garp rolled up his sleeves, his muscular arms exuding a fearsome aura. Naturally, the person you want me to capture will be no easy task, thus my requested reward isn't exorbitant. Rodney displayed a cunning grin. Garp chuckled and scolded, You are indeed quite the sly one. Your current physique is insufficient for learning Hokage.as for the 6 forms. I can teach you one technique now, and upon capturing the target, I shall impart 2 more. Sounds fair. Whom do you wish to capture? My grandson, Ace. Who? Your grandson? Where is he now? I never expected Garp would enlist help to capture Ace. Didn't your grandson set sail? That lad left 3 months ago and has become a pirate instead of a Navy soldier. Which infuriates me. He is likely nearing Reverse Mountain by now. Boy, I hope you can help me bring my beloved grandson back. Garp understood that with Ace's capabilities, he would undoubtedly make a name for himself at sea. Once he reaches a certain level, the world government would easily take notice. Given CP's pervasive abilities, if Ace's identity as the son of the Pirate King were to be discovered, his chances of survival would be slim. The world government would not allow such a tainted lineage to persist in the world. I cannot allow Ace to fall under the scrutiny of the world government, yet I do not wish to impede my grandson's dreams. If I were to capture him myself, my heart would undoubtedly waver. Thus, I will entrust this task to you. Have my subordinates prepare Rodney's information. They are ruthless when apprehending pirates, yet gentle with ordinary people. He is a man of justice, albeit one whose eyes gleam with greed. A man like him would be ashamed not to serve in the Navy. Chapter 6. I am truly fortunate. Ding! Side quest activated. The previously inconspicuous system suddenly sprang to life, issuing a mission. Huh. There's a side quest? Mission. Capture the pirate port gas D.Ace. Level. See reward. Fire style. Great Fire Annihilation. 3 Tomo Sharingan. 800 mission points. This task is classified as a side quest and can be declined. Do you wish to decline? Hiss upon seeing the reward. Rodney gasped in astonishment. Not only the Great Fire Annihilation, but the 3-tomo Sharingan as well. The conversion rate for mission points is 3,000 points for a single tomo, and here I am being offered 3 tomo at once that I must accept this quest. Very well, I accept, but since he is your grandson, I will require Sea Prism Stone as insurance. What if Ace has consumed the Mera no Mi by then? Natural types are a bug. How would I deal with that? Greedy little brat, I never use Sea Prism Stone. This trip is merely a vacation. Where would I procure such a stone? Besides, do you really need it for Ace? Garp replied. From his reaction, it seemed Ace had not yet consumed the Mera no Mi. In the original story, Ace's consumption of the Mera no Mi was not depicted, so a trip should be feasible. You have his Viver card. Rodney inquired, if I had it, would I still need you? That makes sense, Rodney sighed. Very well, I will find a way to capture him. This mission must be completed 3 tomo Sharingan and the Great Fire Annihilation from Madara. Is this reward truly only a C rank? What technique from the 6 forms do you intend to teach me? Shaved it, I shall teach you. Whether you can learn it depends on your own efforts. Thus continued Rodney's harrowing life. Half a month later, in Loguetown, Rodney walked the streets dressed in a Navy uniform. He had not joined the Navy. Rather, he had lost all his clothes and had no choice but to wear what was available on the ship. Encountering Garp had been a stroke of luck, albeit with a hint of misfortune. Was this the consequence of antagonizing Sea Kings? Although he had mastered Shave, mastering it completely would take time. Garp's grueling training had significantly enhanced his physical condition, allowing him to unlock the second gate of the 8 gates. He then borrowed a small boat from Garp and caught a Sea King to hasten his journey. After a week's travel, he finally arrived at Loguetown. This was primarily due to Garp's route being the opposite of his own. Rodney was headed from West Blue Village to Loguetown, while Garp was sailing from Loguetown toward Goa Kingdom. Their paths entirely divergent. Consequently, he had to switch Sea Kings several times and, after enduring the trials of the night, finally reached Loguetown. The system was equipped with a built-in locator. Ace had not yet departed from East Blue and was heading toward this direction. So all he needed to do was wait patiently for the opportunity. Mr. Jostad, hearing his name called, he turned to find Dasky. Lieutenant Dasky, what brings you here in such haste? We received reports of someone dining and dashing at Uncle Frank's restaurant. A pirate, so I must attend to it immediately. Without further ado, Dasky led her team away. Who would dare to have such audacity as to dine and dash in Loguetown? Quite the bold one. Rodney prepared to follow along for the spectacle, but it is human nature to enjoy watching a spectacle. It is ingrained in Rodney's DNA, impossible to change. Witnessing the drama of others is the most entertaining. On the streets of Loguetown, a crowd was sprinting, with one individual hoisting a figure wearing an orange cowboy hat, bare-chested, with snot bubbles rising and falling, clearly asleep. The captain is asleep again. Don't we have any money? One man carrying a gun exclaimed, it's perfectly normal for the captain to eat and sleep. Besides, we always dine and dash. It's the captain's habit, a blue-haired man replied as he glanced back at their pursuers. Hurry up, the Navy is here. They don't share the same fondness for our captain, Lieutenant Iska. Quickly, they made their way toward the harbor. Apologies, this route is closed. Due to Garp's training, Rodney's speed had significantly increased, allowing him to leap over the crowd and reach them first. Who are you? Get out of the way. One of the portly men charged forward, only to be met with Rodney jumping up and delivering a punch to his forehead. Bill! Rodney gazed at his fist, relishing the sensation. Navy, stand aside. The man brandishing a firearm immediately fired at him. Rodney swiftly dodged, leaping forward with agility, and landed among the crowd, delivering a powerful punch that sent one individual sprawling. Shadow Dance Leaf, Leaf Whirlwind, Leaf Great Whirlwind. He continued to dispatch several adversaries with relentless kicks. But just as he prepared to strike the next target, a hand caught his leg. Apologies, but I can no longer allow you to bully my crew, said a freckled youth, emanating a searing aura from his palm. Startled, Rodney quickly retreated, only to witness flames igniting from the youth's hand and natural-type devil fruit, the Mera no Mi. Rodney's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated his luck would lead him to his target so swiftly, nor had he expected that Ace had already consumed a devil fruit. Poor Gasti at Ace. Sorry, I just woke up. Doze, how's everyone? Ace inquired the blue-haired young man beside him. Maski Do's, ship's doctor of the Black Peach Pirates. It's merely superficial wounds, but it will be difficult for them to regain consciousness within 3 hours, Do's replied calmly. Then there's nothing to worry about. Everyone, take the unconscious back to the ship. I'll handle this, Ace said gravely, fixing his gaze on Rodney. Rodney, however, paid no heed to Ace's crew. His mission was to escort Ace to meet Garp. Captain, please take care of yourself. Do's expressed confidence in Ace's strength, unperturbed by the potential danger he faced. The natural-type fruit was virtually unbeatable in the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas, so there was no need for concern regarding Ace's safety. Their presence would only complicate matters for him. Poor gastic Ace, your grandfather has tasked me with bringing you back. Surrender peacefully. Luck was on his side. Having pinpointed the location days prior, he hadn't expected Ace to arrive so quickly. Smoker cast a glance at him. Remaining silent, his meaning was unmistakable. There was no room for negotiation. Rodney, having encountered a soft obstacle, sighed, and Ace inquired, "What exactly did that old man offer you?" "Half of the 6 powers, and guidance on how to cultivate armament hockey." Rodney chuckled. "Ace, don't underestimate your grandfather. He was once a formidable figure who chased the Pirate King across the seas, but it's only because you are his grandsons that he has indulged you." Garp, true to the ideals of justice, found himself immobilized by it, helplessly witnessing the demise of his beloved grandson. It was not Sengoku who restrained him, but justice itself. Regardless of whether Akainu would perish at Garp's hands, he was certain to sustain severe injuries. After a moment of silence, Ace stated, "There is no point in prolonging this discussion. I will certainly escape today. As my crew awaits me, I will bring each of you to justice." White Fist, Smoker's limbs instantly transformed into smoke. Having consumed the smoke fruit, allowing him to vaporize his body for attacks and reconnaissance, his fists and feet remained solid, while his arms and legs became smoke, accelerating his onslaught and presenting Ace with considerable trouble. Meanwhile, Rodney could only awkwardly observe the clash between the two powerful Logia users, himself a mere bystander without hockey or sea stone, shivering as he clutched the fruit in his hands. The power of the flame fruit excelled in offense. Yet Ace had only recently acquired the devil fruit, rendering him somewhat inexperienced. Otherwise, it was uncertain who would triumph in a confrontation with Smoker. Flame Fist. Ace suddenly swung his fist, transforming his entire right arm into flames. The 3-story high flaming fist hurtling towards Smoker and Rodney. Boom! The entire street was obliterated, flames scorching the remnants of buildings. Smoker silently thanked Dasbones for evacuating the civilians. Otherwise, how many lives would have been lost? His resolve to capture Ace intensified, even if it meant confronting Garp, his grandfather. Just because your grandfather is a rear admiral, does that give you the right to act with impunity? I've struck my superior without hesitation. I have no qualms about offending a naval hero. Emerging from the ground, Rodney gazed at the desolate surroundings, his expression darkening. How many times must I say it? Do not use such large-scale attacks. What if civilians are harmed? This is precisely why I despise you pirates. The distinction between watching a show and experiencing reality was stark. His values did not permit him to remain indifferent. The world was inherently twisted, yet he was not. He could only look after himself. However, he would certainly assist where he could, finding Ace's disregard for life intolerable. My apologies. Fortunately, Ace maintained a proper attitude, acknowledging his mistakes. At that moment, Smoker seized the opportunity to advance, thrusting his sea stone-encased fingers towards Ace's throat. A direct hit would be perilous for Ace, given his constitution. Nevertheless, as Garp's grandson, his honed reflexes and physical prowess allowed him to evade the strike. Retaliating with a fiery punch that shattered Smoker's chest, Smoker continued to wield his sea stone fingers, forcing Ace back. Rodney rushed in, drawing a dagger from his leg and slashing at Ace's body, to which Ace helplessly replied, "You know physical attacks don't inflict much damage on me. That if I don't land a couple of hits, I might feel embarrassed." Rodney shrugged, glancing at Smoker. "Colonel Smoker, don't you have hockey? It will be helpful if you could lend me your weapon." "If I had hockey, would I need this?" Smoker retorted, still in the process of mastering armament hockey. Chapter 8. Taste My Ex Justice Flying Kick. Smoker's expression darkened. Rodney's words struck a nerve, reminding him of his demotion and assignment to this wretched place due to striking a superior. He and T encountered formidable pirates in the Grand Line, and his physical condition had waned. Once I deal with this guy, I'll get back to training. Seizing the moment, Ace suddenly struck Rodney with a punch, sending him flying into the sea. TSK. Taking a puff of his cigar, Smoker launched another attack. Rodney, scowling, emerged from the water, soaked, surprised that Ace, with his thick brows and large eyes, would dare to ambush him. It caught him off guard. However, he was not one to let vengeance go unpunished. Water clone, come forth. The water clone technique required water to function. Though he initially hesitated to use it, now he had no choice. Rising from the sea, numerous clones of Rodney appeared, converging on Ace. How can there be so many? Are they his brothers? Is he also a devil fruit user? Ace instantly recognized the predicament. He had disturbed Rodney's nest. Each water clone, though inferior to the original, could still pose minor troubles for Ace. After shattering the first water clone, chakra-infused seawater drenched him, slightly slowing his movements. Smoker swiftly capitalized on the opportunity, landing a blow with his sea-stone fingers on Ace, who looked like a street thug bullying a student. Ace picked himself up and fled. His crew was not far away, and he knew lingering here was unwise. You think you can escape after offending me? Rodney sneered, having devised a strategy. Infusing chakra into the seawater beneath him, he created clone after clone, all charging at Ace. As Ace fled, he felt a dark shadow overhead. Glancing up, he saw a multitude of water clones descending upon him. Not good. Flame fist. The flame shattered the water clones, reverting them to seawater. Hiss. The high-temperature flames met the water, creating steam. The scorching vapor clung to Ace's skin, resulting in steam burns that caused him to cry out in pain. Hot, hot, hot. Oh no. Ace danced about like a boiled crab, desperately trying to escape. Rodney, equally astonished, hadn't anticipated that steam could harm Ace. Was it because it was water and thus considered part of the natural element? That warranted further consideration. Charge. With only a few water clones remaining, Ace, having learned from his previous experience, decided against using flames and opted for his fists instead. Puff! He shattered one water clone, but another seized his arm. If he elementalized now, he would face the same predicament as before. He swung his other fist to retaliate. Not so fast. Another water clone grasped his fist. The remaining water clones converged on him, transforming into seawater that drenched him. The wave of weakness washed over him. His powers shackled, leaving only his physical strength as his body reverted from elemental to physical form. Taste my justice flying kick. Justice descended from the heavens as Rodney delivered a kick to Ace's chest. Bang! Ace was sent flying, and Rodney flung a steel wire from his fingers, wrapping it around Smoker's sea-stone fingers, pulling hard. Smoker, seeing this, did not intervene, allowing him to proceed. Rodney charged forward, pressing his 10 fingers against Ace's throat before he could regain his composure, rendering him unable to resist. Damn it, you've really caught me, Ace shouted. I will not give up. Why do I feel so weak? This is Sea-Stone, specifically designed to restrain devil fruit users, Rodney explained, turning to Smoker. Colonel Smoker, do you have Sea-Stone handcuffs? Holding this position is exhausting. Das Bones, go fetch the Sea-Stone handcuffs, Smoker bellowed. They had a reserve of Sea-Stone handcuffs, albeit only 2 pairs, meant to restrain users. After all, Sea-Stone was a scarce resource, primarily sourced from Wano, and processing it was exceedingly cumbersome. Smoker's ability to be equipped with it stemmed from his supplies brought from headquarters. Otherwise, how could he handle devil fruit users? He couldn't maintain this position indefinitely. It was unbecoming of him as a colonel. Ugh, I can't muster any strength. What is this? Ace found himself betrayed by his own devil fruit, as his lack of familiarity with its powers, despite their formidable nature, left him vulnerable to Rodney's cunning. Now, with Sea-Stone in play, escape was no longer an option. Stop struggling, Ace. You cannot flee, and I will not allow you to meet that old man. Ace shouted defiantly. I have just set sail. If I am taken back, Luffy and the villagers will surely mock me. No, this absolutely cannot happen. I have to bring Sabo as share into the sea as well. Of course, I won't let you meet Rear Admiral Garp. I intend to take you to prison for proper discipline. Your future lies in the naval prison. Captain? Release our captain at once. The members of the Spade Pirates were anxious and came to investigate, only to be astonished that their typically formidable captain would falter in such a manner today. Without hesitation, they pulled the triggers, firing bullets into the fray. Smoker stood unyieldingly, allowing the projectiles to pierce his form. Though deemed the most ineffectual of the Logia users, he was still a master of the natural element, impervious to their attacks, which would only serve to fuel his wrath. Meanwhile, Rodney's reflexes were exceptionally swift. With a few deft movements, he evaded the bullets aimed at him. Everyone, flee. You stand no chance against them. Ace was genuinely touched by the crew's attempt to rescue him, but faced with the two enigmatic opponents. The crew was undoubtedly outmatched. They had to escape. Do you truly think I could be disregarded? White Snake. The arm of smoke coiled towards the pirates like a serpent. In response, the ship's doctor, Dias, hurled a vial of green liquid to the ground, producing a massive plume of green smoke. As the fog dissipated, he vanished, inciting Smoker's fury. You possess a clever crew member, Rodney remarked. Dias understood that retreating was the wisest choice. There was no point in recklessly offering himself to Smoker. A Logia user was akin to a cheat in the first half of the Grand Line. Ace exhaled a sigh of relief. Falling into silence, he comprehended that today would either lead him to imprisonment or reunion with his grandfather. Yet being imprisoned held more promise than facing Garp. There was a chance to escape from prison, whereas with Garp, even if he could escape, it would leave a bitter taste. Shortly thereafter, Dasky returned with sea-stone handcuffs, personally fastening them on Ace, while Rodney tossed 10 handcuffs to Smoker and hoisted Ace onto his shoulder. Hey, Rodney, what do you think you're doing? Naturally, I'm taking him to meet Vice Admiral Garp, as I previously mentioned. Smoker's expression darkened. I care not whether he meets Garp. He must go to prison now, and later Garp can visit him. Apologies, but the old man wishes to see his dear grandson, and I must oblige. Rodney responded earnestly. Smoker disdainfully scoffed. Enough with your self-serving nature. You bounty hunters are driven by profit, only marginally better than pirates. You must have gained some benefit from Vice Admiral Garp for this. As he spoke, smoke began to emanate from his body, his intent unmistakable. If you refuse to hand him over, I shall reclaim him by force. Smoker would not show mercy to pirates, regardless of their lineage. Even if it were the grandson of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, he would treat him the same of Vice Admiral. Does that grant him privileges? Not even the heroes of the Navy are exempt. Haha, you speak the truth. The six powers are indeed an irresistible temptation. Smoker. Until we meet again. With a swift motion, he tossed a smoke bomb, and as Smoker charged into the fog, he discovered Rodney carrying Ace towards the dock, leaving him astounded as they walked upon the water. Damn it! Where's my vehicle? Reporting in. His subordinates immediately brought forth his amphibious motorcycle. Injecting smoke into the vehicle, he twisted the throttle and pursued. Rodney, noticing this, cursed the 8 gates formation, opened the first gate, released the mental restrictions, unleashing full physical capacity. He accelerated suddenly, creating a massive splash as he sped across the sea, far surpassing Smoker's speed, leaving only a silhouette behind. That scoundrel! I shall have him wanted for capture. Chapter 9. The tradition of the monkey family as they raced across the sea, Rodney halted with Ace atop a reef, the town of Rogu now barely visible. He plopped down on a rock, sweat evaporating from his body. Opening the first gate placed a significant strain on him. Had it not been for Garp's grueling training in the preceding days, he wouldn't have endured this long. Let me go. My crew is still waiting for me. I refuse to see that old man. Apologies, but that is of no concern to me. I am nearly done with Vice Admiral Garp's task. I have captured Ace, yet the mission remains incomplete. It is clear I must deliver Ace to Garp, he thought, feeling the urgency of completing the task. As long as he kept moving, he could reach his destination. As long as he did not stop, the path would continue to unfold. Cough, cough. Ace struggled to break free, but the sea-stone shackles rendered him powerless, unable to utilize his abilities. Damn it. Why would that old geezer send you to capture me? Who knows? Perhaps it was a whim. Honestly, even without the devil fruit, capturing you would be challenging. But here we are. You devoured the fruit and underestimated your opponent. Plus, your ignorance of sea stone played a part in your capture. Rodney's ability to subdue Ace stemmed largely from luck, compounded by Ace's unfamiliarity with the powers of his newly acquired Mera. This reliance on his elemental form ultimately led to his downfall, falling prey to the combined efforts of Rodney and Smoker. Had he encountered someone well-versed in devil fruit abilities, he would have fled in respect. Meanwhile, Dias and the others escaped the Navy's encirclement. The captain has been captured. We must devise a plan to rescue him. One crew member inquired. But where do we go to save the captain? The individual mentioned that he was acting on Vice Admiral Garp's orders to apprehend the captain. Garp is a Navy hero, hailing from the Goa Kingdom in the East Blue. The captain has referred to his hometown, so we should first head there and see if we can find any leads. Dias calmly analyzed, arriving at this conclusion. The other crew members exchanged glances, all nodding in agreement. Though their captain was occasionally erratic, neglecting to pay for meals and often dozing off, he remained their captain. And as comrades aboard the same ship, they could not abandon him. Spade pirates. Rescue operation for the captain. Commence. Ho ho ho. Rodney walked on the water's surface, carrying Ace, who gazed at the undulating sea, utterly baffled that someone could traverse the ocean. Hey, aren't you afraid of being devoured by a sea king? Ace queried. Oh, this is perfect that I can use it as a steed. Unlike the colossal sea kings of the New World, those in the East Blue rarely exceeded a few dozen meters. And they were particularly easy to intimidate. How, then, did Shanks lose an arm? Suddenly, Ace noticed a shadow enlarging beneath the surface, rapidly approaching. Free labor has arrived. With a sudden leap, a sea king burst forth from the depths, its lion-like head gaping wide as it lunged towards them. Rodney spun in mid-air, chakra gathering in his legs. Leaf great whirlwind. With a resounding crash, the lion sea king was struck down. Impressive, Ace remarked. This person's physical strength seems hardly diminished from my pre-devil fruit days. He is quite formidable. Landing steadily on the water, Rodney confronted the lion sea king, which, realizing it could not win, attempted to flee. However, Rodney seized its damp mane, delivering a swift kick and growling menacingly. Obey me, or I shall feast upon you. The lion sea king displayed a comically fearful expression. Animals in this world could comprehend human speech, albeit occasionally lacking in intellect. Whimper, whimper, the lion sea king resigned itself to its fate, allowing Rodney to seize its mane, while Ace was unceremoniously tossed aside. Take me in that direction, towards the nearest island. Pointing away from Loguetown, it was challenging to pinpoint the direction of the Goa Kingdom amidst the vast sea. However, they could utilize the Sea King to reach the closest island, thus discerning their location and planning their next move. Ace remained silent, as he currently had no strength to act. After a while, he finally spoke. I'm hungry. Go ahead and eat. Rodney retrieved a military ration from his waist pouch. I ate this chocolate, and this little bit won't even fill the gaps in my teeth. Oh, you want to eat it? Fine, better something than nothing. Ace opened his mouth, and the military ration was placed inside. He took a bite. This tastes awful, truly dreadful. Ace, who was not picky with food, found it utterly intolerable, highlighting the abysmal flavor of the military rations. It's not bad, really. You're just unlucky. The one I have is honey-flavored. The system-produced military rations had randomized flavors, with most being quite appalling, making it evident that obtaining the honey-flavored one was a stroke of luck. The rations were not chocolate, but he had no way of knowing what flavor the next one would be. I can't take this anymore. Do you have anything else? Huh. One of these can stave off hunger for an entire day, providing the necessary energy for the body. You still aren't full? Of course not. How could such a small and terrible-tasting item satiate me? Ace did not believe that such a minuscule, unpalatable item could adequately fill his stomach. Rodney pondered for a moment. Ace's stamina was unlike that of ordinary individuals. He had been training since childhood, and the people in this world possessed an extraordinary appetite. Thus, it was not surprising that the military rations could not satiate his hunger. Consequently, he retrieved a handful of military rations. Upon seeing this, Ace exclaimed, "No, I would rather die than consume that. Let me go." You glutton." Suddenly, mucus bubbles began to form, and he unexpectedly fell asleep. Rodney mused. Indeed, he is truly Garp's grandson, capable of falling asleep anywhere at any time. Luffy can do it too. I wonder if Dragon can. The monkey family is quite formidable, he set Ace aside, reasoning that he could not escape anyway. The pressing question now was how to locate Garp. Would they have to head to Windmill Village? The Sea Kings had decent mobility, although this creature resembled the one he had previously captured and would surely try to drown itself. However, as long as he remained focused throughout the journey, it would suffice. The Lion Sea King continued to swim with 3 prominent bumps on its head. Ahead lay a ship to carry them aboard. Once on board, the Lion's task would be complete. It was not until the sun dipped below the horizon that Rodney finally spotted a vessel, its skull flag fluttering, unmistakably a pirate ship. Upon hearing that their mission was nearing completion, the Lion Sea King's eyes, previously dull, suddenly brightened, and it accelerated. Subsequently, Rodney securely landed with Ace on the pirate ship and declared, "I apologize, but I am commandeering your pirate ship." "Who the hell are you? How dare you be so arrogant?" "Men, kill him." The captain, a robust man wielding a large axe, stood at a height of 3 to 4 meters, sporting a thick beard and a menacing demeanor. His crew gazed at Rodney and Ace with a blank stare, clearly underestimating them. Tiske. Chakra surged through Rodney's legs as he leaped in front of the pirate captain, executing the Leaf Great Whirlwind. Looking for death, the pirate captain swung his axe, but his speed was insufficient. Rodney's foot struck the axe handle, bending the iron shaft, and sending the captain flying into the sea. "Hey everyone, enjoy your meal." The Lion Sea King seemed to sense the situation, leaping out and swallowing the captain whole before sinking into the depths. "Now, who else dares to challenge me?" Rodney surveyed the surroundings. The pirates, witnessing their captain's defeat, trembled, their weapons clattering to the ground. And any pirate crew, the strongest member is the captain. Once he is eliminated, the morale of the remaining crew collapses, extinguishing any desire to fight back. "Very well. I hereby declare this ship mine. Turn it around and head towards the Goya Kingdom. Prepare a lavish dinner and take care of this fellow. Do not mistreat him, or you shall meet the same fate as your captain. It is rare to find kindness among pirates. Those like Luffy and Ace are but a minority. Thus there is no need to concern oneself with their fates or sentiments." Chapter 10. I, too, have contracted red-eye disease. Goya Kingdom, Windmill Village. Windmill Village was a modest settlement, not much different from Syrup Village, tranquil and serene, rarely disturbed by pirates. It was also the hometown of the naval hero Garp and the future pirate king. A naval warship anchored at the port, a commonplace occurrence for the villagers, signifying the return of the naval hero to his homeland. The pirate ship slowly approached the shore, and the naval personnel brought by Garp immediately perked up, seizing their weapons and aiming their cannons at the pirate vessel. Garp's first mate, Bogart, raised his hand to signal the crew to fire, but upon spotting Rodney at the ship's bow, he promptly ordered them to hold fire. Bogart, Rodney greeted. The pirate ship halted, and the crew of pirates turned pale. They had been under Rodney's control for over half a month. Although nothing particularly troubling had occurred, his ruthless methods had genuinely terrified many. They had hoped that sending this plague away would restore their freedom, only to find that he would deliver them directly to the Navy. "Mr. Jostad," Bogart nodded, acknowledging the greeting. Rodney smiled and said, "Bogart, these fellows are now in your custody. No pirate's hands are clean." "Understood. Thank you for your gallant assistance." Bogart immediately ordered the capture of the pirates, who offered no resistance. Knowing it was futile, they could only allow the Navy to bind them. And when Garp departed, he would take them away to prison. "So, this is Garp's grandson. You really brought him back," Bogart remarked in surprise, noticing Ace's displeased expression behind Rodney. Ace appeared considerably rounder than on the day Rodney captured him. He had not exercised during the journey, being well catered to, feasting heartily. However, this additional weight would vanish with a single training session. "Where's Garp, by the way?" "I brought back his eldest grandson, the only tavern in the village," Bogart replied. "All right, Ace, let us go to know. I refuse to meet that old man." Ace protested weakly, attempting to resist Rodney. Unfortunately, with the sea prism stone handcuffs on, he was no match for Rodney. The sea prism stone handcuffs. Has Garp's eldest grandson also become a devil fruit user? Yes, still a Logia type. It took quite an effort to capture him. By the way, I acquired these handcuffs from Colonel Smoker. He has placed a bounty of 3 million berries on my head. So, I apologize, Bogart, Rodney said, his meaning clear. Oliver, understanding the situation, chuckled. No problem. Revoking a bounty under 10 million is quite simple. I will notify them to cancel your bounty. That I never expected you to capture a Logia user. Having spent a few days on the ship, they knew Rodney lacked Hokage and would face considerable challenges against a Logia user. They were genuinely astonished that he managed to capture Ace. Haha, it was merely luck. I shall take my leave now. I leave this place in your capable hands. With that, he hoisted Ace up, disregarding his struggles. Ace? Isn't that Ace? Windmill Village was not large, and the people at the port instantly recognized him as the young man who had set sail just a few months prior. Bewildered as to why he had suddenly returned, and in chains at that. Excuse me, could you kindly direct me to the tavern? Rodney asked an elderly man clad in a yellow shirt adorned with hearts. The old man pointed in a direction, saying, "Walk that way, take the third house on the right." "Why are you capturing him?" "Capturing him? His grandfather ordered me to do so," Rodney replied without a second thought. "Garp, go ahead." The old man, having grasped the situation, stepped aside, exchanging a glance with Ace, eliciting a smile from the old man that made Ace feel uncomfortable. He had set out from Windmill Village with grand ambitions, only to return in such a pitiful state, utterly humiliated. This was not how he envisioned his return. He had imagined coming back as the Pirate King, allowing everyone in the village to bear witness to his transformation from the child they once knew to the Pirate King, surpassing even the father he both revered and resented. "Hey, Rodney, let me go. I refuse to come back here." Ace had grown accustomed to Rodney over these recent days, yet no matter how he pleaded, Rodney remained unmoved, often silencing him with food. "Apologies, Ace. I must endure the hardships of my 6 styles. We bear no grudges afterwards," Rodney stated. "Bastard, you've dragged me back. How can there be no grudge? Once I break free from these wretched handcuffs, I shall make you pay dearly," Ace declared, surveying the familiar surroundings and villagers, his shame and indignation deepening. "Is this the place?" The two arrived at the tavern, and before they could enter, they heard Garp's roar. "Luffy, you little rascal, how many times must I tell you? You must become a great Navy officer. Take this, a loving iron fist." "Ouch, Grandpa." A young boy's cry mingled with a gentlewoman's voice advising, "Vice Admiral Garp, do not hit him. You have bruised Luffy's face." Upon hearing that Luffy's face had been bruised, Ace shouted, "You old man, you hit Luffy again." "Rodney, let me go. I must protect Luffy." Rodney pushed open the door, setting Ace down, and raised his fist towards the slumbering old man cradling the straw hat boy, declaring, "Vice Admiral Garp, I have brought back the person you sought." The tavern owner, Makino, upon seeing Ace, exclaimed in astonishment, "Ace, did you not set sail?" "Ace?" The other patrons in the tavern also expressed their surprise upon recognizing him. Smack! As the snot bubble from Garp burst, he awoke with a start, realizing he had dozed off. Upon glancing at his grandson Luffy, who was sound asleep, he delivered another punch. "How much longer do you intend to sleep?" Luffy, that hurts. Let me go." Faced with his grandfather, who had relentlessly beaten him since childhood, Luffy, who would never yield, exhibited no desire to resist, clearly demonstrating the indelible psychological scar Garp had left on him. "You old fool, let Luffy go." Weak and feeble, Ace could only threaten Garp by shouting. Both Garp and Luffy turned their attention to him, Garp with delight and Luffy with shock. Well done. Rodney, you've executed your task splendidly. How about joining the Navy and working with me?" Garp laughed heartily upon seeing Ace bound. Thoroughly pleased with Rodney's actions, with his laughter, the system notified him of task completion. The great fire had been extinguished, the 3-Tomo Sharingan activated, and the full 800 task points had been credited to him. A unique chakra began to manifest in his brain, converging towards his eyes, causing Rodney discomfort, prompting him to rub his eyes, which soon turned red. 3 black Tomo circled his pupils, slowly spinning, filled with malice and foreboding, startling Garp, who remarked, "Rodney, what has happened to your eyes?" "It's nothing, my eyes just do this occasionally." After acquiring the Sharingan, the world appeared entirely different. The movements of everyone around him seemed to slow to a crawl. Although not of the Uchiha clan, the system's assistance allowed him to perfectly adapt to this ocular power, merely requiring time to adjust to the decelerated world. I've caught the red-eye disease too. Let Ace go, gum pistol. Luffy broke free from Garp's grip, and upon seeing Ace tied up on the ground, his arms suddenly elongated, striking towards Rodney with astonishing speed. Despite the rapid momentum, to Rodney, it resembled a butterfly flitting through flowers at a leisurely pace. He sidestepped, seizing Luffy's arm, and, with the force of the impact, hurled him out of the tavern. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, as Rodney employed his insight. Chapter 11. Rodney vs. Ace. Outside, chaos ensued, accentuated by Luffy's cries. Rodney immediately thought, system, exchange for leaf-style swordsmanship, camellia dance, wind release, vacuum sphere and water release, water gun wave. The recently credited 800 task points were spent, 500 for leaf-style swordsmanship, 50 for camellia dance, 150 for wind release, vacuum sphere, and 100 for water release. Water gun wave point, 810 task points, just like that, vanished out at that moment. Luffy burst back in, poised to attack, but Ace hurriedly stepped in front of Rodney, obstructing him. Wait, Luffy, you're no match for him. Currently, it would be exceedingly difficult for Luffy to defeat Rodney. Even with Garp present, he would likely be outmatched. He could not bear to watch his brother be bullied helplessly. Get out of the way. Ace, I'm going to avenge you, Luffy declared furiously, believing that as brothers, they shared both fortune and misfortune. I know, but you're not his opponent. Ace shook his head. Rodney wasn't a bad guy. He was just a bit greedy. From the recent battle, it was evident that Rodney hadn't unleashed his true strength, and Luffy would only end up on the receiving end of a beating. Just as Luffy was about to retort, Garp interrupted, saying, Enough, Luffy. Although Rodney's physique may not match yours, his intellect surpasses yours, making it easy for you to come out worse in a fight. Grandpa, he hurt Ace. Luffy maintained his stubbornness, fixated on a single notion, leaving Garp exasperated. Just like his unwavering dream of becoming the Pirate King, Garp's attempts to dissuade him since childhood had proven futile. Perfectly embodying the spirit of the monkey family. In that case, I initially intended to teach you a lesson to show you that sheer recklessness leads to a dead end. However, now I am more inclined to test my new abilities. Luffy's tenacity, no matter how many times he was beaten down by society, would not sway his convictions, rendering any form of punishment utterly ineffective. Perseverance is commendable, but when an enemy is equally relentless, it becomes quite bothersome. Hey, Luffy, think of a way to free me. You alone cannot take him on. Ace, observing the rotating Tomo in Rodney's eyes, felt a moment of disorientation before continuing, quickly find someone to untie me. Rodney mused. In order to adapt to this world's system, numerous modifications have been made. The illusion techniques have been surprisingly weakened. The Sharingan possesses the abilities of insight, replication, release, and the ability to see through illusions. The release of illusions relies on disrupting the enemy's chakra, thereby blinding their five senses. However, in this world devoid of chakra, how could one utilize it? Thus, the system modified it to mental energy. Illusions could only be released against enemies with weaker mental fortitude. Those with comparable mental strength would experience disorientation, while those with superior mental power would remain unaffected. The emergence of the three Tomo Sharingan significantly amplified Rodney's chakra and mental energy, elevating him from Kakashi 0. 8 to 1.4. Due to the Sharingan's compatibility with his own abilities, he could control it effortlessly, resulting in a substantial reduction in chakra consumption, unlike Kakashi, who faced chronic shortages due to lacking Uchiha blood. Oh, I'll teach him a lesson first. Luffy's gaze met Rodney's, plunging him into an illusion. The 14-year-old Luffy, with insufficient mental strength, was no match for Rodney, and his conqueror's haki had yet to awaken, leaving him no choice but to succumb to the illusion and dream. Hey, Rodney, what have you done to my grandson? Garp was astonished by Luffy's stupor, having failed to notice the emergence of Conqueror's haki. Rodney concealed the Sharingan, his eyes regaining their inky blackness as he replied. Just a little trick of mine. He'll be fine after a nap. With that, Luffy collapsed, instantly falling into a deep sleep, mumbling, Meat? Meat. So much meat. Is that so? Come, let me take you to another place. Ace, you follow along too. Garp led the way with Luffy in tow. Let us go. Rodney strode forward, with Ace reluctantly trailing behind, Garp took them to Bogart, procuring the key to the sea prism stone handcuffs to free Ace. As Ace broke free, he felt his strength returning, flames igniting around him that a Logia-type flame fruit. What an extraordinary ability, Garp exclaimed with genuine admiration for his grandson's prowess. Haha, it's just a minor affair, a minor affair. Haha. Garp, brimming with pride, reveled in his grandson's accomplishments. Rodney. Once free, Ace sought to reclaim his dignity and charged at Rodney. Fire gun. Sparks erupted from his fingertips, easily dodged by Rodney, landing safely on the open sea. Standing on the water? How is that possible? Is he an ability user? The onlooking Navy personnel gasped in astonishment, their eyes glinting with intrigue, recognizing the utility of such an ability in capturing pirates. Fire fist. A blazing fist surged forward with searing intensity. Rodney, having lived alone for decades, swiftly formed hand seals. Water release. Water gun wave. He expelled a torrent of water, akin to a river in the rainy season, which collided with the flames, generating a cloud of steam. Rodney quickly sealed again. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. With a rapid compression of air through chakra, he unleashed a series of fast-moving air bullets that pierced through the steam and struck Ace, leaving multiple holes in his body and marking the ground behind him. Water clone. The sea coalesced into 5 water clones, darting toward Ace, each drawing a short blade from their legs to assault him. Having experienced defeat once, Ace was not about to let the water clones outmaneuver him, shattering 4 with ranged attacks, only to find not a single one remained. Where did they go? Right here, a figure shot up from beneath his feet, a short blade glinting ominously in the sunlight, thrusting at him repeatedly. Camellia dance. This technique, employed by Hokage's clan member Kimimaro, was soft yet exceedingly swift. Underestimating it could lead to fatal consequences. Unfortunately for Ace, his Logia-type fruit rendered him nearly invincible. Even being pierced through was ineffective. A punch slammed into Rodney, flames roaring, only to reveal that he had struck nothing but a puddle of liquid. Splash! His ankles tightened as something gripped them, and he felt a wave of weakness. Looking down, he discovered the sea prism stone handcuffs that had just been removed from him, now shackled to his feet. Damn it! Ace understood that he had once again lost, and this time it was in a one-on-one duel. Despite not having exerted his full strength, the defeat left him feeling quite frustrated. Haha, Ace, the power of your devil fruit doesn't signify much, although that brat Rodney may not possess your strength. His skills are evidently far superior, Garp chuckled, watching Rodney emerge from the ground. Well done, Rodney. Care to join the Navy? Thank you, Vice Admiral Garp, but shouldn't we discuss your promise? Rodney replied with a smile, completely disregarding Garp's invitation. No problem. What do you wish to learn? Garp responded generously, I have already learned shave, so naturally, I wish to master the advanced version, moonwalk, and perhaps add gale palm to my repertoire. Vice Admiral, isn't it against the rules to teach Mr. Rodney so many techniques of the 6 powers? Bogart, serving as Garp's aide, felt compelled to remind Garp of protocol. Rodney interjected earnestly, Deputy Bogart, your words are misguided. The 6 powers of the Navy are no longer a secret in this world. Many pirates in the New World are well versed in them, and I am not a pirate myself, so there's no issue in my learning. There are defectors within the Navy, and they have certainly learned the 6 powers, passing them on to their subordinates after becoming pirates. While they may not be common in the 4 seas or the first half of the Grand Line, quite a few in the New World are proficient. Thus, it can hardly be considered a secret worth discussing. Chapter 12. The Promise to Sharingan, with its remarkable insight coupled with the user's exceptional learning ability, could effortlessly replicate an opponent's ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even jinjutsu. Therefore, when Garp demonstrated moonwalk and gale palm, Rodney easily grasped the essential movements, yet he still could not perform them. This was primarily due to his body not meeting the necessary standards. Training in the 6 powers requires a certain level of physical fitness. Though Rodney's physique was a product of the pirate world, he had not undergone extensive training. Thus, he needed to work on his conditioning and acquire a shadow clone. However, the exchange for a shadow clone required 1,000 points, which he often forgot about in the midst of spending. For now, he could only train diligently to enhance his physical strength. He had mastered shave, while moonwalk and gale palm were still in the process of being honed. Rubber machine gun. Countless punches rained down, but Rodney effortlessly dodged them. Shave, he appeared instantaneously before Luffy. Shadow Dance Leaf, a kick landed on Luffy's chin, sending him airborne. Rodney leaped up, positioning himself parallel to Luffy, twisting his body to deliver a kick to Luffy's abdomen. Whirlwind, Lion's Barrage, boom! Luffy was kicked into the ground, rising to dust himself off. That was close. You're really strong, he exclaimed earnestly, adjusting his straw hat, after being easily taken down by Rodney's Sharingan last time. Luffy, feeling unsatisfied, issued a challenge. Initially, Rodney declined, but Luffy's persistence left him no choice but to accept, leading to the current situation. The rubber fruit grants Luffy immunity to blunt attacks, and, as Rodney lacked Haki, his punches and kicks had no effect on Luffy. Thus, he resorted to throwing shurikens and kunai, pinched between his fingers, towards Luffy. The shurikens collided mid-air, altering their trajectories. With the Sharingan, Uchiha Shuriken techniques became second nature to Rodney, effectively sealing off Luffy's escape routes and leaving only a direct path ahead. Just as he anticipated, Luffy, seeing his retreat blocked, charged forward, forming hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The intense heat assailed him as Luffy's eyes widened. He leaped, only to see Rodney forming seals again, and in a mere breath, a barrage of small fireballs erupted forth. Fire release. Phoenix Fire technique? Oh no! Unable to evade in mid-air, Luffy, who was merely 14 and lacked substantial combat experience, acted on instinct. Gritting his teeth, he disregarded whether his rubber body could withstand the intense heat of chakra flames and barreled forward. The Phoenix Fire struck him, igniting his clothing but miraculously sparing his straw hat. Indeed, the straw hat is the true essence, he mused. Rubber pistol, his arm elongated, slamming into Rodney, but after a puff of white smoke, it transformed into a wooden post. Haha, that foolish Luffy. Rodney had already vanished. Garp laughed heartily. Having sensed Rodney's earlier signal and watched him disappear at remarkable speed, leaving behind only a wooden dummy to deceive Luffy. Where did he go? Earth release. Heart's decapitation technique. Soon, only a head remained on the ground. Let me go. Release me, Luffy shouted, brushing the dust off himself. Rodney ignored him. While the earth release was indeed useful, it left behind a significant amount of dust, making bathing particularly troublesome. Did you see that? Ace, Rodney is fond of brawling with his head. While you all rely too heavily on your abilities, that's where the trouble lies. Rodney, how about joining the Navy? Your skills would be a great asset. Garp continued his relentless invitation to Rodney. Rodney promptly declined, while Ace interjected, Old man, let me go. I must join the sea. His wrists were bound by sea prism stone handcuffs. Although he could move freely, the sensation of weakness was profoundly uncomfortable. Call me Grandpa. Garp playfully punched Ace on the head, leaving a smoldering mark. Old man, how infuriating. Why won't you just call me Grandpa? Garp lamented. Rodney, why not become my grandson instead? Garp's thoughts seemed to wander. Truly, he was Luffy's grandfather. One could only wonder how he fathered the highly intelligent dragon, and how Dragon managed to produce the endearingly simple-minded Luffy. Perhaps it was a trait inherited from their mother? The Garp family's genes had indeed evolved in Luffy. Absolutely not. Rodney stepped back, gazing towards the sea, where a large ship was approaching. Activating his Sharingan enhanced his vision significantly, allowing him to clearly identify the ship's flag and its occupants. The Black Spade Pirates! Ace, your crew has arrived. What? Ace felt a surge of emotion, suddenly remembering Garp was present, and exclaimed, No, they must not come here. Garp looked towards the sea, laughing heartily. Ha! Ace, it seems you found a reliable crew. In the vast ocean, a crew that would never abandon their captain is a treasure for any leader, and Ace had not chosen poorly. Of course, Ace declared proudly, but then he saw Garp donning his justice cloak, striding towards the port, and gasped, Wait, old man, where are you going? Do you even need to ask? A band of pirates has arrived, and, as a Navy Vice Admiral, it is my duty to intervene. Without hesitation, Ace rushed forward, only to be thrown back by Garp. Rodney helped him up, and Ace looked at him earnestly. Rodney, let me go. I must save everyone. He had no knowledge of Garp's true strength, only that Garp was stronger than him. And he held a mix of respect and resentment towards his father, who was also mightier than his crew, that if Garp intervened, his crew and friends would surely be captured. Rodney gazed at him. He certainly could assist Ace in escaping. He possessed the key to the sea prism stone handcuffs. However, if Ace were to flee and enter the Grand Line, the likelihood of him becoming Whitebeard's son would significantly increase. Ace, having never experienced paternal love, could easily find that affection in Whitebeard. Following this, Blackbeard and the Marineford War ensued. Rodney simply observed him, asking Ace, "Do you truly wish to become a pirate?" "Absolutely. Even if it means death." "I fear not death. Even if you were to perish before Vice Admiral Garp, would you let the man who raised you watch helplessly as you die, living with regret for decades thereafter?" During the Marineford War, Garp would be bound by justice. Witnessing his grandson perish at Akainu's hands, was he not pained by that? How could it be otherwise? Ace and Luffy were his grandsons. What elder would not cherish their descendants? At that moment, Ace hesitated. He held great respect for Garp. Despite calling him an old man or simply Gramps, Garp was indeed his grandfather, though Ace was reluctant to acknowledge it. That Rodney's dilemma left him in a quandary. After all, he was a pirate, and, as such, it was inevitable that he would come into conflict with the Navy. The moment he resolved to become a pirate, he had already cast aside any thoughts of life and death. Yet, the weight of Rodney's predicament suddenly instilled within him a sense of fear towards death. To perish before that decrepit old man, to watch himself die, helpless and unable to save himself, burdened by guilt until his last breath. How cruel a fate was that! Even though Garp bore the title of a naval hero, in the face of familial ties, he was merely an ordinary old man. Ace, what are you still pondering? Those are your crew, your comrades. Shouldn't you take responsibility for them? Luffy suddenly shouted, for in his eyes, comradeship surpassed all else, darkening Rodney's expression. Yet Luffy's words solidified Ace's resolve, and he gazed earnestly at Rodney, declaring, "I will not die before that old man. Absolutely not. Rodney, I promise you this. Please assist me. As their captain, I must take responsibility for them." The people of this world, they always place loyalty above all else. While admirable, it also seems absurd. Chapter 13. Grandfather and grandson. Rodney regarded Ace with a sigh, aware that this man had made his decision. The monkey family was all alike. Garp had dedicated his life to the Navy, while Dragon had fought tirelessly to rescue the suffering masses. Luffy pursued freedom and adventure in his quest to become the Pirate King. And was Ace led astray by Whitebeard in search of the paternal love he lacked? Humanity is complex, and the people of this world are even more so. Simple yet intricate, easily understood yet profoundly enigmatic. Ace revered his mother, a woman worthy of respect. A great mother who, through extraordinary means, bore him after enduring 20 months of pregnancy, only to perish from exhaustion after Garp's arrival. He loathed his father, for it was because of him that his mother had died. Despite being the Pirate King, a man who conquered the seas and epitomized freedom, he could not protect his wife. Had it not been for Garp, perhaps he would have perished long ago. Yet, he held Roger in esteem for conquering the seas and achieving the unprecedented feat of circumnavigating the globe, evoking both admiration and yearning within Ace. He aspired to become the Pirate King, to prove his strength and validate his lineage. There is no point in further discussion. I can assist you, but you must agree to one condition, which you must uphold. This is a man's vow. Ace, with utmost seriousness, locked his blood-red eyes with Rodney's and stated, "You say it, and I shall adhere to it. Once they enter the Grand Line, do not join the Whitebeard pirates." Agreed? How could I possibly join another pirate crew? I set sail to become the Pirate King. Then let us speak again after you endure Whitebeard's adoption ceremony. I will undoubtedly be the one to become the Pirate King. Luffy exclaimed loudly, out of place in the conversation. However, neither took heed of him. Rodney nodded, producing the key to the sea stone handcuffs, freeing Ace. Feeling the rush of liberation, Ace nodded and remarked, "Though I dislike you, Rodney, you are a man of principles." Indeed, indeed. As long as there's money involved. Rodney pocketed the sea stone handcuffs, watching as Ace left to pursue Garp. There was little more he could do. Ace sought freedom. While Garp pursued justice, Tio witnessed his grandson perish before him. Bound by the shackles of righteousness, was undoubtedly a torment for an old man. Rodney, possessing a tender heart, could not bear to watch such tragic scenes unfold. If Ace honored their agreement, then Blackbeard would not capture him, and no other misfortunes would befall him. Should he fail to uphold it, it would merely be his own doing. He could not impede a man from pursuing freedom and familial love. He undertook all this simply to prevent an old man from enduring the agony of losing his grandson. Garp was a good man. Whether in the anime or during their interactions, Rodney recognized him as a commendable elder. "Hey, Rodney, let me out," Luffy shouted nearby. Observing the slightly loosened soil beside him, Rodney replied, "Figure it out yourself. It won't take long." With a whoosh, he vanished in an instant, while flames began to blaze at the port. "Old man, I will not allow you to harm them." Ace's crew had arrived, calling out for their captain, intent on retrieving him. "Haha. Ace, do you intend to stop me for your crew?" Garp laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he looked at the fiery wall behind Ace. "Of course, old man. I am their captain." Ace had resolved to stand with his crew, for he was their captain. "You cannot best me." Garp strode forward, his presence as imposing as a mountain, a naval hero who once stood before the legendary pirate rocks. Even in his old age, his aura remained formidable. Ace took a step back, aware that he could not defeat his grandfather. This was a man of equal standing to his scoundrel father, and he was no match for him now. "However, I absolutely cannot allow that old man to harm anyone." Flames roared around him, an invisible pressure erupting forth, causing Garp to raise an eyebrow as several nearby Navy and ordinary villagers collapsed under its weight, with only a few managing to withstand it. Has Ace awakened his conqueror's haki? Garp's fist clenched tightly as he swiftly approached Ace, who had no opportunity to react before receiving a powerful punch. Bang! Ace was sent flying by Garp's strike, crashing through the wall of flames and landing squarely on the ship of the Spade Pirates, where his crew caught him with steady hands. "Captain Ace." "Are you all right, Captain?" "Captain, Doc Dews, quickly check if Captain Ace is injured." The crew rushed to his side, deeply moved by the sight, for although Garp had struck him, they understood he had not used full force. Rather than simply hitting him, it was more akin to facilitating his escape. "No more chatter. Duke, turn the ship around. Quickly." "Aye, Captain." The helmsman Duke, upon receiving the order, eagerly turned the ship's bow. Suddenly, the adjacent seawater erupted, sending massive waves that propelled the vessel away from the port. TSK, missed. "Rodney, you scoundrel. Cannonball, cannonball." At some point, Garp had already reached the warship, hurriedly accompanied by Rodney. Rodney appeared resigned, holding a lead cannonball the size of an ostrich egg in each hand, offering them to Garp. The warship and pirate ship were merely a few hundred meters apart. With Garp's strength and accuracy, how could he possibly miss? Yet, Rodney did not expose Garp. He merely assisted, watching as Garp sent his grandson off into the sea in his own way. He was simply frustrated that Ace had set sail without even a word to him. Not to mention it was a jest with Rodney, but he never expected Garp would actually capture Ace. Still, it was for the best. He could ease his grandson's burden. Fist of the Meteor. The cannonball was fired with the speed of a projectile shot from a cannon, striking perfectly against one side of the pirate ship, propelling them further away. "You little rascal, don't let me catch you." Garp laughed heartily as the pirate ship sailed into the distance. "Grandpa, thank you for all your care." Ace knelt on the ship, bowing deeply in Garp's direction. Hearing Ace finally call him Grandpa, Garp's robust frame quivered slightly, yet he merely laughed heartily. "This little rascal just doesn't listen. I want him to become a Navy man, but he refuses, insisting on becoming a pirate king. Truly, I cannot fathom what is so great about that. Rodney, do not become a pirate. I don't think I will, as long as no one forces me. I believe being a pirate hunter is quite fine." Shrugging, he refrained from dismantling the old man's words, instead asking, "Vice Admiral Garp, do you truly not regret it?" "Regret? I never regret my decisions. I wish for him to join the Navy. But he did not want to. I cannot bind him here, denying him the pursuit of his freedom. That is something I cannot do. That's so." Rodney understood that Garp could not act against Ace. It was evident from the original work that, if he had wished to, he could have captured him during Ace's rise to fame in the first half of the Grand Line. Yet he did not. Instead, quietly watching his grandson sail the seas, pursuing his own path. "Ha ha ha. Enough of this. These new recruits fell so easily. I must train them rigorously." A Navy soldier cannot be so weak. Silently, I offer my blessings to this group of Navy personnel. At that moment, Luffy rushed over, standing atop the warship, and shouted loudly, "Ace, wait for me. I will never allow you to become the Pirate King." Garp's expression darkened. "Luffy." Bang! The iron fist of love struck Luffy on the head as Garp grasped him by one arm and let him down from the warship, saying, "It seems I must train you properly." "Ah, Grandpa, let go of me, Grandpa." Chapter 14. Ace's bounty notice. Every time Garp took leave, he would return to Windmill Village to visit his grandson. As the vacation drew to a close, after thoroughly exhausting Luffy, he left with satisfaction. Rodney, equally worn out, was also feeling like a dog. Garp had remarked that Rodney's physique was too frail, lacking vitality, and that he could easily lose his life on the battlefield. Thus, Rodney's hellish training resumed. Once more by day he practiced, and by night he refined his chakra. This cycle continued until Garp's leave came to an end. Indulging in lavish meals, he consumed vast amounts of energy from food, filling his body, which began to resemble the group from Gay Village. With exposure to the elements all day, his skin tone mirrored theirs. If this continued, he might very well become one of them. He had to swiftly master the 6 styles and learn Life Return. Otherwise, he might truly become a part of Gay Village. Thanks to his Sharingan, he recorded Garp's movements while using the 6 styles. And once he learned them, he believed he could integrate them effectively, significantly increasing his chances of mastering Life Return. However, he needed to learn the 6 styles first. Why had he not chosen Shadow Clone initially? Oh, he remembered, it was simply too expensive. Damn it, I need to take on a mission. Ding, mission released. Is it really that easy to negotiate? Mission: assassinate pirate Clive Chazot. Mission level: D reward, 100 mission points. Clive Chazot? Who is that? On the warship, Rodney, traveling with the crew, inquired of Vice Admiral Bogart about this individual. Before mixing with Garp, Vice Admiral Bogart had been part of CP3, specializing in intelligence. After a moment of thought, he replied, "Clive Chazot, captain of the cannon pirate crew, with a bounty of 11 million, that he commands the ship with the most cannons in the East Sea and has 1,000 pirates under his command." 2 months ago, he appeared in Graylow Village in the East Sea, where Colonel Smoker attempted to subdue him, but the latter managed to escape. Escape from Smoker is no small feat. Smoker is one of the strongest in the East Sea, wielding a Logia fruit along with the Navy's 6 styles, allowing him to dominate the region. Only the leader of the Dragon Pirates could possibly contend with him. Given enough time, he would surely prove an unmatchable opponent. Without Hokage or Sea Stone, the Logia fruit is unbeatable. Escaping is indeed a skill of its own. So, you intend to take action against him? Vice Admiral Bogart inquired. Rodney smiled. Naturally, the target locator appeared on the screen before him. The vastness of the ocean made it nearly impossible to locate the individual without assistance. "Have you forgotten you are a bounty hunter? What do you plan to capture him?" Bogart asked. "First, I'll inquire the nearby Navy branch." He replied, "Thank you for your hospitality these past days." With that, he leaped from the ship, walking atop the water. "Has that lad left?" Garp donned his dog hat, munching on a donut. "Indeed, are such individuals truly not suited for the Navy?" Bogart questioned. Rodney's abilities, awareness, and perspective on justice make him an excellent candidate for the Navy. Garp has invited him several times, but he has consistently declined, citing a desire to avoid being bound by orders. Preferring to remain a bounty hunter. Recruiting him would be futile then. By the way, is being a bounty hunter lucrative? Garp inquired. Certainly. Bounty hunters can exchange pirate for their bounties. That a pirate with a bounty of 10 million is worth more than what an ordinary family could save over a long period. Is that so? Then let us become bounty hunters. Garp's usual nonsensical musings made Bogart feel a pang of discomfort. Vice Admiral Garp, the Navy cannot collect bounties for pirates they defeat. It is the duty of the Navy to capture or eliminate pirates. They may receive a modest bonus at best, but the exorbitant bounties are out of the question. I had forgotten. Garp laughed heartily, gazing out at Rodney, who was currently subduing a Sea King. That lad, as long as he doesn't fall from grace, will undoubtedly become a partner of justice. Garp understood that Rodney possessed an innate goodness, and as long as that goodness remained untainted by the corruption of the sea, he would surely shine with the brilliance he was meant to possess. Rodney knew well the distinction between good and evil. He would feel anger when pirates harmed others and would be incensed when rescuing those in peril. He might remain indifferent to matters beyond his sight, only expressing his anger in brief words before moving on. However, before him, he would ensure that wrongdoers faced justice. Resorting to violence was not his desire. Yet it was the prevailing norm in this world. Even the Navy was merely a simplistic apparatus of violence. He could only address what he could see and touch. Beyond that, he truly could not act. Still in the phase of self-preservation. Ultimately, he was still too weak. Sitting atop the Sea King's head, the creature's eyes reflected the Sharingan, a clear sign of its control. Rodney's spiritual energy dominated it effortlessly, transforming it into his steed. The Sharingan is indeed remarkably effective. The Sea King swiftly traversed the ocean, while a seabird glided on the currents above, wearing a hat and carrying a somewhat tattered leather bag. He patted the Sea King to halt its movement and waved at the bird in the sky. This way, a newspaper. The newsbird designated for delivering newspapers descended from the sky, landing on the Sea King's horn. With a remarkable display, it extracted a newspaper using its wings, while Rodney placed 100 berries into the bird's beak. Put this into perspective, that 100 berries could buy 2 choppers. It truly pains him to see Chopper, with just a handful of coins, fighting battles worth millions. The newsbird took off, allowing the Sea King to continue onward, as Rodney turned his attention to the newspaper in hand. The World News Economic Agency constantly unearthed a wealth of news from around the globe. Morgan's that fellow could be considered the world's foremost gossip monger, utterly dedicated to his craft. Only the most significant newsworthy events made it to his world news publication. For instance, in a certain member nation of the world government in the New World, the populace, unable to endure the oppression of corrupt aristocrats, resolutely launched a rebellion. The article elaborately detailed the process and outcome of the uprising, subtly hinting at the involvement of the Revolutionary Army. The wording was meticulous, the prose exquisite, truly befitting one who earns a living from such endeavors. A bounty notice? This individual is Ace. A wanted poster was tucked within the newspaper, displaying Ace's smiling visage. Poor Ace, bounty of 50 million berries, dead or alive. This fellow managed to enter the Grand Line in just 2 months and has already made a name for himself. Quite impressive indeed that he shook his head, hoping that he would honor the agreement made with him. The wanted poster flew away with the wind, while Rodney continued to focus on the news in the newspaper. The journey was dreadfully monotonous. Next time he reached a town, he would certainly purchase a few books, for otherwise, the days would become unbearably dull. The newspaper primarily discussed affairs in the New World, with scant details on the first half of the Grand Line. The pirate graveyard was not a name without merit. It was a focal point of naval attention, guarded by the 7 warlords. Few pirates managed to survive and reach the Sabiti archipelago after passing Fishman Island. But those who did were powerful indeed, only to be taught a harsh lesson by the subordinates of the 4 emperors in the New World. Within the New World, the 4 emperors wielded absolute authority. New pirates could only choose to either submit or challenge them. Submitting might allow one to survive, while challenging would only lead to death. The newspaper recounted the tale of a man with a bounty of 530 million who, in his arrogance, dared to challenge Big Mom, only to be swiftly dispatched by her underlings after inadvertently consuming her cake. Of course, if one could win the favor of a 4 emperor, survival was possible. Whitebeard might take a liking to you and adopt you as a son, while Big Mom could take you in as a son-in-law. Should your bloodline be special and your strength commendable, Kaido would take you as a subordinate if you pleased him. Otherwise, one would be met with a thunderous warning and sent to the mines as a laborer. If Shanks favored you, he might invite you for a drink. After finishing the newspaper, Rodney felt a profound sense of ennui. He was still far from his goal, with several days of travel ahead. So he anticipated a rather dull few days. He resolved to buy some books in the future, though he wondered how the novels in this world might fare. He hoped they would possess some intrigue. Chapter 15. Mission Hall East Sea. Sherlock Village. A band of pirates surrounded the village that on the vast ocean. Pirates represented freedom, yet they were also indolent and unproductive. Treasure would not simply appear on their ships. Thus, their daily expenses were derived from plundering the common folk. Only a few sought treasures, for where in the world would there be an abundance of treasures waiting to be found? Those with wealth who chose to hoard it instead of squandering it were surely mad. The cannon pirate crew had no intention of seeking treasures. They opted for a more convenient and profitable method: robbery. The so-called freedom and dreams were but a facade. They left their homes to embrace a life of excess on the boundless seas, relying on the riches stolen from others to indulge in lavish spending, gluttony, and brutal excess. This was a reality for most pirates. Come, support our cannon pirate crew. Once our captain becomes the pirate king, we shall generously repay your village. A tall, thin man resembling a bamboo pole grinned, his eyes glinting with reckless abandon as they swept over the terrified villagers. The ruffians surrounding him bore expressions that betrayed their viciousness. Their gazes were equally unrestrained, scanning the crowd for women they deemed desirable, eager to relieve the tedium of life aboard their ship. The frightened young girls shrank back, fearful of becoming targets. The village elder, an elderly man trembling as if he might depart this world at any moment, quivered as he spoke. "My lord, our village is truly out of funds. Please, show mercy." Sherlock Village was not wealthy. Had it not been for its remote location, it would have long since ceased to exist. Occasionally, pirates would come to extort what little they had, and the villagers could scrape together some money. However, just recently, a pirate crew had taken most of their wealth, and now another had arrived. How could they continue to survive? What? No money. "Old man, do you wish to die?" One of the men, resembling a bear, shouted as he seized the village elder with an arm as thick as an average man's thigh, as if he intended to crush him at any moment. The glint of a knife flashed ominously in the village, and the adults displayed signs of fear. They did not wish to resist, but felt powerless in the face of rampant piracy during this age of exploration, where only the common populace suffered. "Who is Clive Shazo?" A sudden voice called from behind. The pirates turned, and there stood Rodney, dragging two burly men along with him. Upon recognizing the two men he was hauling, the pirates realized they were the ones left behind on the ship. "Kid, who are you?" The bear-like man tossed the elder aside, who was caught by the young villagers, and strode towards Rodney, his massive hand reaching out toward him. Gazing up at the towering figure, Rodney shook his head in resignation. The nutrition in the pirate world was astonishing, and the brute was indeed formidable. He delivered a punch to the exposed stomach of the giant, sending him flying backward, crashing into a tree, and falling unconscious. The pirates were left in shock. That man was among the top 10 fighters in their ranks, yet he was dispatched so effortlessly. "What are you dawdling for? Attack now. He is but one man. We are many. Charge!" The bamboo pole man, clearly of higher status, incited the group, and they surged towards Rodney. Shadow, dance leaves. Leaf hurricane. Leaf great whirlwind. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Fireballs erupted among the throng of pirates, scattering them in disarray. The bamboo pole man charged in with great speed, his movements surpassing those of the rabble, yet lacking the astonishing swiftness of a certain Captain Kuro, drawing forth his chakra dagger. White Fang, Rodney easily tore through the bamboo pole man's skin, muscles, and windpipe. "Huh!" The bamboo pole man struggled to speak, emitting a sound akin to a wheezing bellows as blood filled his throat, life ebbing swiftly from him. Boom! A cannon fired, exploding the very ground where Rodney had stood, and the bamboo pole man was caught in the blast. He vanished in the smoke, the shot fired by a burly man towering at 2.5 meters. Puffing on a cigar and wielding a cannon that was not particularly thick, he tossed one cannon to his subordinate, then took another from him, while the first was being loaded with ammunition. Clive Shazo, a pirate with a bounty of 11 million belly, was notoriously arrogant and had prepared to venture into the Grand Line, though it was likely he would meet his end shortly after entering. "Ha ha! Such a foolish little thing, daring to trouble Lord Clive. Ha! That idiot Sherlock was actually defeated by someone like that." Clive scoffed, his laughter mingling with the smoke, enhancing his malevolence that a chill ran down his spine. He seemed to hear the sound of flesh tearing. "Ninjas are adept at body flicker technique, Mr. Clive." That Rodney's cheerful voice emerged from behind him, White Fan having already pierced Clive's back. The 40-centimeter-long blade was fully embedded in Clive Shazo's body, leaving him with no hope of salvation. "How could you?" Still able to speak? "Oh, I forgot to withdraw the blade." Smiling, he pulled out the dagger, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Red blood. Nothing unusual. Captain, Captain, how could this happen? Captain, what are you doing? The pirates stared in disbelief at their ambushed captain. How could this notorious pirate with a bounty of 11 million belly be bested by an unknown upstart? It was inconceivable. Are you still dreaming? Now, it's your turn. He kicked the barely breathing Clive and charged toward the remaining pirates. All those who resisted were slain, while those who attempted to flee were struck down. Forced to surrender what little wealth remained aboard to compensate the villagers for their emotional distress, the residents of Sherlock Village gratefully accepted the offerings. Initially, they wished to invite Rodney to share a meal, but he declined, taking with him a few pieces of sun-dried jerky for the road, and instructed the remaining pirates to bury the bodies of their fallen comrades, not of those with bounties. Only Clive Shazo and the bamboo pole man remained. The latter, as the first mate, had a bounty of 3 million, and thus Rodney took his head as well. The pirate ship departed with the remaining crew aboard, with Rodney ensuring that they would be taken to the nearest naval base for detention. Not a single one would escape. Should they attempt to flee, they would be fed to the Sea Kings. Rodney wore a devilish grin, for the ship had already set sail, leaving no opportunity for escape. Despair washed over the pirates as they awaited their fate aboard the ship. Whether to be imprisoned or devoured by Sea Kings was hardly a pleasant choice, but imprisonment was preferable, as it meant they could still cling to life. Better to live in misery than to perish. Rodney scoffed. Were it not for the fact that you have no bounties, I would have undoubtedly dealt with all of you to eliminate future troubles. In this world of piracy, one must always pay their dues. This group of individuals is exceedingly feeble. He has not even entertained the notion of eliminating them. As for his tasks, they have been completed, and no new assignments will arrive in the near future. Suddenly, a chime resonates in his ear. Ding! The host has completed 20 tasks, and it is now time to unlock the task hall. The task hall? There is a task hall. Upon accessing this so-called task hall, he discovers it to be a place for accepting assignments. Not merely a sequential list, but a selection of tasks. Moreover, it is not limited to mere assassination missions. There are escort tasks for certain merchant vessels, espionage missions to pry into the private lives of kings from various kingdoms, and even a task to assist a tavern in selling its wares. However, all of these are classified as D-grade tasks, earning between 10 to 100 points, with no particularly special rewards. The system states, from this moment forth, the host may freely accept tasks, yet those assigned by the system are inescapable. This implies that any task issued by the system must be accepted without evasion, thus allowing for greater freedom and a wider selection of missions. Chapter 16. Branch 153 of the Navy. Rodney arrived at this location, handing over the members of the fire cannon pirates to the Navy, and exchanged the heads of Clive Shazo and the pole man for a bounty. After securing his reward, he sought out a restaurant for a meal. Having endured the culinary offerings of that group of pirates for several days, he found it quite intolerable. Their cooking could only be described as barely edible, lacking in any real flavor. Sir, your dish is ready. Please enjoy. A large platter of meat was presented before him, its aroma quite appetizing. Just as he was about to dig in with his fork, a cacophony of barking erupted outside, and in an instant, a large dog barreled into the restaurant, charging straight towards him. How could Rodney allow this brute to succeed? He delivered a swift kick, sending the dog flying, and the entire restaurant fell into an eerie silence. The sizable dog, having collided with the wall, stood up with a whimper, casting a fearful glance at Rodney. The restaurant owner immediately urged, "Young man, you must flee. That dog belongs to Colonel Monka's son. If you harm his pet, he will not let you off easily." Colonel Monka. Rodney seemed to recall this name. Lieutenant Monka was originally part of the Navy, but rose to the rank of branch colonel after capturing the notorious Baiji Kluo. Baiji Kluo had merely faked his death, and Monka, having been hypnotized by the hypnotist Sung Ao, mistakenly believed he had captured Baiji Kluo. The hypnosis altered his personality, transforming him from a passionate naval officer into an arrogant and brutal tyrant, ruling over this town of shells and the Navy's 153 RD branch. Indeed, no sooner had the owner finished speaking than a pudgy, yellow-haired youth with a double chin stormed in, flanked by two visibly displeased naval officers. If they could, they would relish the opportunity to teach this insufferable brat a lesson. But alas, he was the son of Colonel Monka, and any aggression towards him would spell disaster for them. Rodney scrutinized the youth, adorned in garish attire, and immediately sensed he was trouble. Who? Who dares strike my beloved dog? The dog that had just been kicked by Rodney barked at him, and the youth, identified as Barumabur, furiously shouted, "So it was you. I now suspect you are a pirate. Guards, take him away." "Yes, sir." Two naval officers, their faces etched with reluctance, approached and murmured, "We apologize." Thud! Both were rendered unconscious by Rodney's swift strikes. With a sly grin, Rodney snatched a piece of meat from his plate and, approaching Barumabur, quipped, "So, you wish to capture me?" Barumabur, terrified, stumbled backward, landing on the ground. I am the son of the mightiest man here. "Colonel Monka, dare you lay a finger on me?" Rodney nonchalantly devoured the meat in his hand. "Oh dear, how I tremble in fear." With a swift slap, Barumabur's face swelled grotesquely, and he fled, weeping. The restaurant owner, witnessing the scene, implored, "Sir, you must escape. Colonel Monka is not one to be trifled with. You must understand that having struck his son will surely bring trouble upon you." Given Rodney's slight stature, he would undoubtedly be no match for the burly Colonel Monka. Fleeing would be the wisest course. The patrons felt a sense of vindication witnessing Rodney strike Barumabur. They had long harbored a desire to teach the arrogant youth a lesson, were it not for the fear of his father. They would have acted long ago. Rodney's slap was indeed a source of relief. All is well. Rodney returned to his seat, continuing to savor his meal, which had improved in taste, particularly after the earlier altercation. The restaurant owner felt a headache coming on. He feared that a fight would ruin his establishment. In tales of martial arts, conflicts typically erupted in inns, leaving the owners to bear the brunt of the damage, often resulting in significant losses for their modest businesses. That if a battle were to break out, the owner would suffer greatly. Demanding compensation from Colonel Monka was nearly impossible, unless the sun were to rise in the west. As Rodney disregarded the warnings, the owner grew increasingly anxious. The sound of footsteps echoed, and it was not long before Barumabur returned with a group, including his father, Colonel Monka, who had just entered the town after finishing his duty with the Navy. How could he tolerate the insult of his son being struck? Immediately, he brought his men along. Having had his jaw shattered by Baiji Kluo, he sported an iron jaw bearing the Navy insignia. While his right hand wielded a fearsome axe, his towering figure glared down at those around him with contempt. "So, you are the one who struck my son." Rodney finished his platter of meat, casually using a toothpick to clean his teeth. "Indeed, do you have any objections?" "Well, there's indeed an issue. You must face the consequences." He raised his right hand, the axe poised to strike, but suddenly halted, his body frozen. His eyes trembled uncontrollably, as if he had forgotten something vital. Yet, what was eluded him? Within his crimson pupils, 3 black tomo began to swirl, shattering the false memories, replacing them with that bloody night. His towering form swayed and then collapsed. "Owner, here is the payment." Tossing a bill onto the table, he walked out, gnawing on the toothpick, while none of the naval officers dared to intercept him with the Sharingan. He unraveled the hypnosis cast by Zhongao, allowing Colonel Monka to recall the truth of that fateful night. The extent of his transformation would depend on him. At the very least, he would no longer be the arrogant, disdainful individual he had been earlier. The restaurant fell into a hushed silence as the patrons held their breath, fearing for Colonel Monka's fate. "Father! Father! Wake up! Please, don't scare me." A nearby naval officer examined Monka, confirming that he was merely unconscious and unharmed, assuring Barumabur, "Do not worry, young master. Colonel Monka has simply fainted. There is no cause for alarm." "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and carry my father back." "Yes, sir." The officers inwardly cursed as they reluctantly hoisted Colonel Monka away. Task: escort the merchant vessel to Kokoral village. Task level: D. Task reward: 20 task points. The task commenced with remarkable orderliness. The escort mission was not particularly challenging. One might even describe it as leisurely. It was so tranquil that he found himself continually exercising aboard the ship to enhance his physical prowess. In the world of pirates, mere physical conditioning could elevate one to the pinnacle of this realm. Take, for instance, the young Garp, who once faced the notorious Rocks pirates alongside Joel D. Roger. It is worth noting that, apart from Rocks himself, The crew included formidable pirates such as Shiki the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and a young Kaido. Yet they managed to obliterate this legendary pirate crew. That Roger's ship was devoid of anyone who had consumed a devil fruit, and Garp had no need for such trinkets. Which underscores that physical training alone could place one among the strongest in this world. Point 8 gates must be mastered swiftly, elevating his body to a significant level, enabling him to unlock the 7th gate. This is the apex. The 8th gate is reserved for moments of mutual destruction, and he would only open it when prepared, otherwise it would be foolish. However, he felt that in this lifetime, he would never encounter such an opportunity, as he was not yet ready to embrace death. The training of the 6 styles was also part of the plan, albeit it required a methodical approach, as his body necessitated further strengthening before he could achieve it. Fortunately, the Sharingan aided him. Otherwise, grasping the essentials would have proven quite elusive. That Garp's movements had been meticulously recorded in his mind, and what remained was merely his insufficient physical constitution, which was a weakness shared by most ninjas. High attack power but low health. Not everyone possesses the capabilities of the Senju or Uzumaki clans, nor do they all wield the power of the lightning release armor. Thus, rigorous training and ample nutritional intake were imperative. Time was required to accomplish all this. For now, he would juggle the mission and his training. This was the current state of affairs. Chapter 17. The Clique Pirates Mission. Eliminate Clique Mission Level. See Reward. 500 mission points, 1 permanent chakra fruit. Shadow Clone Technique, Taijutsu, Konoha Dragon God. This mission was not a typical task from the mission hall, but a genuine assignment issued by the system, with rewards comparable to the previous capture of Ace. The Clique Pirates, were they not the crew that was chased back to the East Blue by Mihawk just a week after entering the Grand Line? They claimed to be the largest pirate crew in the East Blue. With 5,000 men, fell by Mihawk's single-handedly. It is understandable. A weakling leading 5,000 fodder against the world's greatest swordsman clearly had no means of resistance. How did Mihawk traverse the calm belt in a single small boat? Did he truly row with his supreme sword, Yuru? Otherwise, the source of his propulsion remains inexplicable. Witnessing Clique rowing in the calm belt shattered his aloof image, provoking thoughts of silencing him, or perhaps he had stumbled upon something more scandalous. The situation was undoubtedly not as simple as it appeared. So what exactly did this unfortunate Clique see? Rodney, following the merchant ship on an escort mission, noted that Clique's crew had not yet reached their later scale, certainly not 5,000 men. Though the exact number remained unclear, the plan needed to be devised on the way. Should he first summon the Smoke Man from Loguetown? After contemplating, he decided it was viable, although the Smoke Man was somewhat unfortunate. He was still a competent fighter, able to hold his own against anyone. Much like Kakashi's template, he had been away from Branch 153 for 2 to 3 days and still had a considerable distance to Loguetown. Upon locating Clique's crew, he realized they were not far from him. Should he ambush them, launch a surprise attack, or confront them directly? He opted for a direct confrontation first. If that failed, he would resort to stealth and assassination. An unqualified assassin he would be. Alas, not everyone is a top-tier assassin, wielding a great sword and clad in heavy armor, demanding heads at the slightest provocation, and resorting to cannibalism when starving. The distinction between a true assassin and a mere pretender is stark. Putting aside such thoughts, he continued his training. For training brought him joy. 3 days later, on a sun-drenched day, Rodney prepared for action, equipping himself with ninja gear, leg bindings, white fong, shurikens, kunai, explosive tags, and a myriad of other tools. He discovered that the Clique pirates were approaching the merchant ship. Using chakra to adhere to the soles of his feet, he ascended to the lookout, activating his Sharingan for an extended field of vision. In the distance, a fleet of ships was slowly advancing. Each pirate emblem on the vessels was uniform, featuring a skull flanked by hourglasses. The flagship, a grand sailing vessel, bore the figure of a black panther at its prow. Exuding a menacing aura, brimming with aggression, the Clique pirates, a smile spread across Rodney's face, but first he needed to alert the merchant captain to retreat swiftly. What? Pirates? The corpulent captain, upon hearing this, exhibited no fear. Instead, he exclaimed, "It is precisely because of the pirates that I hired you. What else would I need you for? You lot can handle these scoundrels that I cannot protect so many people that I care not for your predicament." You must devise a solution. Jonathan J. to Rodney. The pirate hunter. This is your issue, not mine that I hired you. You must find a way, he insisted, jabbing a thick finger at Rodney, disdain evident in his gaze. Are you out of your mind? Rodney nearly hurled his sandal at the captain's oversized visage. With a glare, he activated his Sharingan as Jinjutsu, compelling the captain to issue commands to halt the fleet. Shaking his head, he exited the room. And at the captain's behest, the fleet came to a standstill. The merchant fleet was not singular. Several ships transported goods daily, including local specialties, tobacco, alcohol, and other items. The captain, it seemed, had a semblance of conscience, refraining from engaging in illicit activities. Every day, there were guards aboard, but judging by Rodney's estimation, they appeared inferior to him, implying that these individuals were merely collecting a paycheck. The merchant ship was not a passenger vessel filled with people. Aside from the primary crew, there were only a little over 100 individuals, and in a real fight, he could not guarantee the safety of them all. Rodney nodded, leaped from the ship, and onto the surging sea. His body rode the waves, and surprisingly, there were no sea kings attempting to ambush him along the way, which left him feeling somewhat defeated. He had hoped to capture a sea king to serve as free labor. Yet his hopes were dashed. However, he remained vigilant. From such a distance, he had ample opportunity to act. Water clone. The seawater coalesced into 3 clones, each clutching explosive tags, charging toward the distant fleet. He had already retracted his Sharingan, conserving chakra for the impending battle. Though the Sharingan harmonized perfectly with his physique, a great conflict loomed, and chakra conservation was paramount. The Delhi Downode Saru, the grand vessel claimed by the pirate Admiral Cleek, housed most of his elite troops. Cleek donned heavy golden armor, with light purple hair and a bandana tied atop his head. His appearance was rather unremarkable. In the pirate world, individuals were either strikingly beautiful or grotesquely ugly, with few falling in between, perhaps being unattractive made for easier illustrations, and they often possessed character. Hey lads, is there no amusement at all? Cleek mused, propping his head on one hand, boredom evident in his tone. Sailing was a rather dull affair, with monotony often outweighing so-called excitement. Captain Cleek, there is a merchant fleet that has come to a halt, a lookout shouted from the crow's nest, peering through his spyglass. Oh, a merchant fleet? Cleek perked up upon hearing this and burst into laughter. Lads, prepare yourselves. Inform the others on the ships. Today, we shall have a grand feast. Oh. The pirates aboard raised their weapons, jubilantly exclaiming, Eddie man. Cleek's advisor inquired, Captain Cleek, shall we employ our usual tactics? The usual tactics referred to disguising themselves as Navy personnel to catch the enemy off guard, a ruse Cleek often employed, posing as Navy, feigning surrender, and then launching a counterattack. As long as he achieved his objectives, he would resort to any means necessary, truly unscrupulous and devoid of gratitude. He was an unrepentant villain. No, let us confront them directly. I have grown weary of such tricks. This time, we shall engage in a righteous robbery. His laughter was rather unpleasant. With his boisterous mirth, the pirates aboard erupted in laughter, echoing Cleek's sentiment. Indeed, each time they resorted to such underhanded tactics, it lost its appeal. A straightforward robbery was far more exhilarating. How could the guards of the merchant fleet possibly stand against the Cleek pirates, the overlords of the East Blue? There was no way they could be thwarted by a mere merchant fleet. As they basked in their overwhelming confidence, the lookout's voice rang out once more, astonished. Captain Cleek, there are people running on the surface of the sea, and they are approaching us at an astonishing speed. Hey, are you drunk? What nonsense are you spouting? How could anyone run on water? This is the ocean. Do you understand? A pirate of some repute retorted, his incredulity palpable. How could anyone possibly run on the sea? Don't you possess even this basic knowledge? The lookout insisted again. Damn it, Beck, I am not intoxicated. I see it clearly. There are 4 individuals, and they look identical. He's looking right at me. Unfazed, Click replied. It must be a devil fruit user. There is nothing to be concerned about. We are the Click pirates, the rulers of the East Blue. A mere devil fruit user cannot possibly contend with us. They are all landlubbers. They cannot be invincible. All we need to do is push him into the sea. Sniper, take him out. As you command, Captain Click. Chapter 18. The operation commences bang. A gunshot rang out aboard the ship. Grazing the head of the water clone, "Scatter," Rodney commanded, and the water clones dispersed, heading towards the other pirate ships. Meanwhile, Rodney set his sights on the largest flagship. The enemy had already detected him. A missed shot was soon followed by a hail of bullets. The Sharingan appeared in his eyes, and the speed of the lead projectiles seemed to slow, allowing him to calculate their trajectories. His body reacted instinctively, dodging the projectiles in a flash. Useless! Useless! Shoot him! Turn him into a sieve! Click roared in frustration. As you wish. The panicked pirates continued firing at Rodney and his water clones, but every shot was effortlessly evaded. "Give me the gun!" Click, infuriated by his crew's incompetence, snatched a firearm and aimed at Rodney. The distance was nearly closed. The water clone hurled a kunai affixed with an explosive tag, embedding it in the pirate ship. "What is that?" A pirate peered over the ship's railing. Curiosity piqued. Suddenly, the explosive tag ignited. And then boom! A sizable hole appeared in the once sturdy hull as seawater gushed in, flooding the ship's interior. "This is bad. The ship is taking on water. Abandon ship! Quickly, abandon ship!" Without a moment's hesitation, the pirates leaped into the sea, swimming towards other vessels. With such a massive breach, there was no hope of repair. They were left with no choice but to abandon ship. Boom! Boom! Continuous explosions erupted around the fleet as the water clones moved swiftly, attaching explosive tags to the hulls of passing ships, breaching them and flooding the interiors, forcing the pirates to flee. A fleet of over 1,000 was thus effortlessly dismantled. The Click pirates' greatest advantage lay in their numbers. But on the sea, the most crucial element was the ship. Without a vessel, one had no chance to set sail. The ships of the East Blue were not constructed with the advanced materials of Water 7. They were easily destructible. In no time, the surface of the sea became a veritable sea of heads bobbing in the water. Rodney paid no heed to the fate of these individuals. Their survival was their own responsibility. Having chosen the path of piracy, they must accept the possibility of dying at sea. In the world of pirates, one cannot avoid peril. They must bear the consequences of their actions. "Captain Click, save us." "Let us aboard, Captain Click." "I do not wish to die yet. Captain Click, please allow me on board. I am your most loyal subordinate." The pirates clambered aboard Click's ship, the last remaining vessel, as the other 10 ships had been obliterated by Rodney. "Get down. All of you get down. You worthless scum. None shall be taken aboard. Where has that damned creature gone?" Initially, Click considered accepting some of the distressed crew members, but soon refused those he deemed useless, ordering the others to be cast back into the sea. Although the ship was large, it could not accommodate 1,000 or 2,000 people, and that individual would surely find a way to board. The more people there were, the harder it would be to fight. As for loyalty, he had no need for it. He did not trust his crew. His dominion over them was not based on camaraderie, but rather fear and wealth, a combination of a heavy-handed approach and sweet rewards. Instilling fear in the crew was sufficient. Other concerns were trivial. Lives could be replaced, but first he must eliminate the bastard who had severely weakened his fleet. "There he is!" a pirate shouted. Rodney defied gravity, running up the nearly vertical ship's hull with the grace of a cat, standing firmly on the railing, his eerie red eyes sweeping over the multitude of pirates. Instilling terror, "Fire!" Click commanded decisively. To his order, armed subordinates drew their guns and fired, accurately hitting Rodney's body, reducing him to liquid. Indeed, it was merely a water clone. Meanwhile, the real Rodney surged into the fray, accompanied by the remaining 2 water clones. Water release, water collision wave. The ocean surged violently, sweeping numerous pirates off the deck. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The Phoenix fire ignited the sails, while the great fireball plunged in the crowd, causing a devastating explosion and claiming many lives. Oh no, the great fireball is killing people. Seeking death, Click's right-hand man, the formidable combat chief of the Click pirates, the fearsome demon Akin, brandished 2 iron canes, each topped with a heavy iron ball capable of ending a common man's life in a single blow. Spinning the iron balls with centrifugal force to amplify their destructive potential, he charged toward the genuine Rodney. Not having discerned the clone technique, but rather relying on sheer luck. Clang! The wind-released chakra on White Fang enhanced its cutting power, clashing against Akin's iron ball, sending sparks flying. However, if Akin were to pause and examine his weapon, he would notice a shallow cut on the iron ball. White Fang effortlessly parried Akin's attack. Each of Akin's strikes was powerful, yet Rodney found it easy to counter. His perception was unparalleled as the Sharingan captured Akin's movements, processing them in his mind and predicting his actions, allowing him to respond effortlessly and neutralize Akin's attacks with minimal effort. Akin felt as though he were striking a pillow. His efforts were futile. How can this be? This person is on par with the captain. He is far too strong. Captain, hang in there. You must kill him. Indeed, Captain. We're the Click Pirates, the strongest crew in the East Blue. A water clone smirked, knocking a pirate to the ground. The strongest? Perhaps in numbers. The pirates, stung by the truth, were at a loss for words, resorting to mindless attacks. Under their onslaught, 2 water clones quickly dissolved into puddles. Now only Rodney remained to face Akin. Click narrowed his eyes. It was evident that Akin was losing ground. Contemplating whether to take a shot, he didn't care if Akin was harmed. To him, exchanging a subordinate for a powerful enemy was a worthwhile trade. However, Akin still held significant value, so he refrained from acting, shouting, "Bala, go assist Akin." "Yes, Captain Click. Allow me, the Iron Wall Bala, to show this fellow what true brutality is." A figure resembling a sandwich stood up, bearing a massive steel shield on both the front and back, creating a formidable barrier. The shield was adorned with intricate designs, featuring a pearl the size of a small watermelon at its center, with pearl earrings dangling from its ears, and another pearl perched atop its head. Smaller shields adorned its elbows and knees. Iron Wall Bala, the most resilient member of the Click Pirates. Clang! The 2 shields clashed together as Iron Wall Bala chuckled. "Since you have encountered me, your luck today is in the negative." Rodney retorted, "Am I playing a game?" Determined to swiftly conclude the battle, he activated his Sharingan, pinpointing the flaw in the demon known as Akin. In his grasp, the blade known as White Fan glimmered brilliantly under the sun's rays, as a thin layer of wind chakra enveloped the edge, possessing the cutting power capable of cleaving through gold and stone. With a sudden surge of strength, he sliced through Akin's iron ball staff. Akin's eyes widened in disbelief, mirroring the astonishment of those around him, as if they had witnessed something utterly unfathomable. At that moment, someone recognized him and exclaimed, "I know who he is. The recently risen pirate hunter." Josta J. Rodney. Chapter 19. Misfortune has its reasons. I know who he is. The recently risen pirate hunter, Josta J. Rodney. Rodney turned, revealing a smile he believed to be benevolent, though it was far from it. "Ah, you know me. Excellent. Those who wish to live, place your hands on your heads, facing the ship's railing." Bang! Akin drew a firearm, firing directly at him. Leaving behind a wooden stump, Rodney swiftly appeared behind him, the White Fang descending with lethal precision. No matter if you were a green bull, you would perish first. Akin, a merciless pirate, would not hesitate to slay even those who pleaded for mercy before him, though he was a man of loyalty and honor. That did not grant him immunity from Rodney's blade. Shaking off the blood from White Fang, a fierce gust of wind approached as the ironclad Barla charged in recklessly, his shield aimed squarely at Rodney's face. Rodney leaned back to evade the blow while deftly affixing a detonating talisman to Barla's shield before retreating. Boom! Barla staggered back, the flesh between his 2 massive shields quivering violently from the explosion. As if struck by a heavy blow, leaving him quite discomfort, Mr. Barla, the crew of the Captain Clique, looked upon the lifeless Akin in terror, desperately seeking solace from him. "Look, Akin the useless. Barla, attack. This guy cannot breach your defenses. And I will provide support." Clique spat disdainfully. He had anticipated Akin's demise. He should have dispatched him directly with that move. Such loyal henchmen were hard to come by. "Understood, Captain Clique. Truly, to think you could be killed by him. But I am Barla, the iron shield of Clique's pirate crew. I am he." He boasted, clashing his 2 shields together, producing a cacophonous sound. "Iron shield? Hardly. The quality of the shields is decent, but I shall ensure your demise here." Barlow was taken aback that the detonating talisman had failed to explode. "Let me die here." "Huh?" Barlow laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most amusing joke. "I have fought 27 battles without ever suffering a wound or shedding blood. Even the Navy's cannonballs are ineffective against me. Can you kill me? If you can, I shall eat my shield on the spot." Rodney retorted, "If you're dead, how can you eat? I shall never die. The one who will perish is you." Barlow charged with a ferocious expression, akin to a mad bull. However, his weaknesses were glaringly evident. He was merely a brute, a mere extra in this tale, not worthy of excessive concern. Evading his charge, Rodney leaped atop the mast, prompting Cleek to assume his stance, the golden armor on him sprouting gun barrels, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards Rodney. Danger loomed. Once more, he evaded the onslaught, diving into the midst of the pirates. Akin to a tiger among sheep, relishing the chaos as he wreaked havoc among the feeble foes, boom! Suddenly, a smoke bomb detonated, sending several pirates flying, one landing at Barlow's feet. Barlow felt a sharp pain in his heel before collapsing atop the fallen pirate. The pirate rolled over, stood up, grinned, and threw a smoke bomb, enveloping Barlow in a haze. Barlow gasped, choking on his own breath, unable to rise again. "What is happening? Where did that guy go?" Cleek inquired. "I don't know." "Did Rodney escape? I thought I heard Mr. Barlow scream, but I heard it too." "Where's Mr. Barlow?" "Here, Captain Cleek, Mr. Barlow. He is dead." Yes, the smoke cleared. The onlookers beheld Barlow, his throat slit, with a bloodied foot standing grotesquely on the ground. Rodney vanished like a specter, leaving them uncertain of what to do next. Cleek roared in fury, shooting at the first pirate who discovered Barlow's corpse, leaving the poor soul bewildered until the end. Perhaps due to Cleek's suspicion or simply his desire to vent his frustration by killing someone. Regardless, he was dead. "Prepare yourselves," Cleek commanded, removing the golden disc from his shoulder, gripping the mechanism behind it. The front of the disc bore the emblem of Cleek's pirate crew, a skull with an apple-sized hole in its mouth. Upon witnessing his stance, the surrounding pirates were struck with terror. That is MH5. The captain's most fearsome gas weapon. Gas masks. Quick, get your masks. Where's my mask? Captain Cleek, we're still on a ship. Yes, Captain, could you please encourage us? MH5, the toxic gas bomb prepared by Cleek, would poison an ordinary person with just a whiff, ensuring their demise within 10 minutes. That, of course, this was for ordinary beings. Those with robust physiques could withstand it for a time, while the stronger ones would be unaffected. Cleek scoffed. "What are you all babbling about? This is battle. The dead are merely the unfortunate ones that I don't care what means I employ. As long as I win, that is all that matters. Ha. Once I enter the Grand Line, I shall undoubtedly find the great treasure and become the Pirate King." He donned a gas mask and activated the switch. Instantly, a thick purple smoke spewed from the skull's mouth, enveloping the deck. Rodney, hidden in the shadows, considered Cleek a fool. Gas bombs were so lowbrow. Look at Magellan, who casually puffed on the stuff like a cigarette, consuming and drinking all things toxic. See? He never has any issues. He merely frequently encounters the restroom, his rear blooming like a flower, securing a gas mask pilfered from a pirate. Rodney strode through the toxic fog, wielding white fang. No. Please spare me. The gas-filled air rang with the sounds of agony, causing Cleek to stagger back in fear. Frantically, he searched for Rodney's whereabouts, but could only discern a blurred figure flitting past before another pirate collapsed. Is this guy toying with me? Like a cat playing with a mouse? Upon realizing this, Cleek roared, disregarding the lives of his men, wielding the golden disc like a machine gun, the spikes serving as bullets, unleashing a mindless barrage. Captain Cleek, why? No, I do not wish to die. Mother, I want to go home. Wah! The sea is too terrifying. Some, paralyzed by fear, leapt overboard, joining their comrades in a watery grave. Today had been too exhilarating. Cleek's pirate crew had been decimated by a single individual, leaving only the pirate Captain Cleek, who continued to indiscriminately attack without regard for friend or foe, unconcerned for the lives of his subordinates. As the toxic mist dissipated, Cleek found himself draped in a cloak of spikes. A spiked cloak? Rodney, brandishing his blade and donning a gas mask, regarded the fully armored Cleek with a tilted head, then hurled the kunai affixed with a detonating talisman. Boom! The impact was resounding, sending Cleek crashing away, shattering his spiked cloak. Cleek's golden armor was also battered, sustaining multiple injuries from the blast, struggling to rise. He grasped the two intact golden discs, merging them together, drawing forth a gun barrel. A sharp spear emerged from the center of the disc. The battle gun, Cleek's most formidable weapon, weighing over 2,000 pounds, would explode upon striking its target, with the force of the swing determining the explosion's magnitude. Observing Cleek in this state, Rodney finally comprehended why this fool had encountered Hawkeye and returned in disgrace after only a week in the Grand Line. With a fleet of 5,000, only a few hundred remained. There was indeed a reason behind such misfortune. Why choose to be a gunner? A gunner is not a role suited for someone of your ill fortune. Even Europeans would turn into formidable foes when wielding firearms. Luck is no joke. Chapter 20 at Red-Eyed Rodney. Click is a beast of immense strength, considered formidable among the ordinary folk of the East Sea. Wielding a 1-ton heavy war spear, he brandishes it with remarkable vigor, showing no signs of fatigue. His attacks are powerful and heavy, each collision accompanied by an explosive force whose mechanics remain elusive. Rodney, with his high attack and low health, dares not confront him directly, opting instead to retreat while fighting, and his band of cannon fodder is equally hesitant to engage. After witnessing Click's ruthless demeanor in a series of actions, they clearly understand the futility of offering themselves as easy targets. Should he carelessly eliminate one of them, they would have nowhere to lament their fate. Survival is paramount. Damn it, if you have the ability. Don't hide. Frustrated, Click scratches his head in vain, unable to capture Rodney, who flits around like a monkey. Not only has he failed to seize him, but the ship's deck has also been riddled with holes. And if this continues, it will surely be destroyed. All right. Rodney hurls a kunai, still inscribed with an explosive tag. This time, Click has learned from his past mistakes. He swings his war spear, aiming directly at the kunai. Alas, a shuriken flies faster, colliding with the kunai and altering its trajectory, causing it to land squarely at Click's feet. Boom! Once again, Click is sent flying, his war spear slipping from his grasp, soaring off the pirate ship and plunging into the sea, creating a splash before vanishing into the depths. Click is finished. Rodney swiftly beheads Click, leaving a headless corpse behind, tucking the severed head into his waist pouch. He surveys the surrounding pirates, ponders for a moment, and affixes an explosive tag to a nearby mast. Waving his hand with a smile, he bids them farewell, saying, "Good luck surviving. It's all up to your fortune now." With a swift leap, he jumps off the deck, gracefully walking on the waves as he departs. Hurry, hurry, that plague is left. Get up here, quickly, throw down the ropes from above. This is our last ship, our only hope for survival. If anything happens to this vessel, we will have no escape. However, Rodney is resolute. Boom! An explosion reverberates as the towering mast is shattered. This blast triggers a chain reaction, and a series of explosions begin to erupt aboard the ship. The Delhi Downode Sabaloo is thus annihilated by the self-triggered explosive tags. Rodney has extinguished all hope for these pirates. As the saying goes, those who embrace piracy must be prepared to meet their end in the sea. It is nearly impossible to show them mercy. Those who commit evil must pay the price in the vast ocean. Human life is the least valuable yet, paradoxically, the most precious. Only the lives of exceptional pirates hold worth, while others are merely fodder. Ignoring the wails of the defeated, Rodney completes his mission, and the rewards are duly issued. Mission: eliminate Click mission rank, C status, completed reward, 500 mission points, 1 permanent chakra fruit. Shadow clone technique, Taijutsu, Konoha Dragon God. Upon consuming the permanent chakra fruit, a portion of his chakra is instantly replenished and enhanced. Subsequently, he brings his index and middle fingers together, crossing his hands to form a cross, and whispers, Shadow clone technique, bang! An identical figure appears beside him, tasked to venture elsewhere, allowing them to run in opposite directions. Shortly thereafter, the shadow clone dissipates, memories flooding back. The IT is a peculiar sensation, yet undeniably a cheat for grinding experience. Truly, it is a technique developed by the second Hokage, practical indeed. Konoha Dragon God, his body spins rapidly, coalescing into a massive dragon-shaped whirlwind, stirring up a considerable amount of seawater, conjuring a water vortex upon the surface. As the vortex dissipates, Rodney reappears, showcasing the prowess of a ninja once renowned for the strongest physical techniques in Konoha. This technique, invented by Konoha Ninja, though a TV original, has been incorporated into the system, along with numerous previously unseen jutsu awaiting Rodney's acquisition. Returning to the merchant ship, it continues its voyage across the sea in his quarters. Rodney opens the system. Host. Josta J. Rodney race. Human rank. Genin attributes. Wind. Fire, water, lightning, earthine, yang ninjutsu. Great fireball, phoenix fire, water clone, taijutsu, Uchiha shuriken technique, shadow dance leaf, Konoha whirlwind. Bloodline limit. None mission points. 760 points, after diligently completing tasks and accumulating such a high number of mission points. It is time to redeem some jutsu. He chuckles, knowing his strength will increase. Lightning release. Gratitude wave 250. Fire release. Dragon fire technique 200. Water release. Wave riding assault 300 after toiling for so long. He promptly redeems all his hard-earned rewards. The lightning release. Gratitude wave can deal double damage when paired with water release, provided he remembers. The fire release. Dragon fire technique offers direct attacks with unparalleled speed and power. As for the water release, wave riding assault, developed by the second Hokage, it is also known as instant water and clear water wave, enabling the creation of a watery environment for swift gliding across the surface and high-speed movement within the water. All are exceedingly practical ninjutsu. With the downfall of the Clique pirate crew, the largest pirate faction in the East Sea, Rodney's reputation swiftly spreads, single-handedly toppling a fleet of over 1,000 men. He has slain the 3 strongest members of the Clique crew, possessing an unknown devil fruit ability and formidable combat prowess. His eerie red eyes have become a symbol of terror among the surviving pirates. Thus, the legend of Red-Eyed Rodney begins to circulate throughout the East Sea. Rodney, gazing at the newspaper filled with reports about himself, tears it apart. What the hell is this red-eyed Rodney nonsense? Can't the East Sea press learn from the World Economic Journal's writing style? Why not write it positively? After all, I'm a decent person, aren't I? Red-eyed. What a ridiculous moniker. Having finally found a place to take a break, this newspaper is utterly disheartening. It misrepresents him entirely. And he is more concerned about the nickname given to him by those people than his reputation. Indeed, if left unaddressed, this could haunt him for a lifetime. He must find a way to rectify this title. What should he write? How about 50-50? No, he is not the top technician of Konoha. How could he use that name? How about Fate Manipulator Rodney? That sounds quite prestigious. Yes, let us do it. He takes out paper and pen, swiftly writing an excellent article, and then finds the nearest submission point for the EC press, slipping in a few larger denomination berries as a casual gesture. On the 3rd day, his article is prominently featured in the EC newspaper. Blooming amidst carnage, like flowers at dawn, Josta J. Rodney, a man who dares to toy with fate, a magnificent exposition spanning thousands of words, primarily dissecting the origins of his nickname and offering a rather flattering account of himself. The title of Fate Manipulator quickly spreads, far superior to the ridiculous moniker of Red-Eyed. Rodney effortlessly salvages his nickname crisis, albeit at the cost of a few berries that he is hardly lacking in funds. Later, he goes to claim Clique's bounty, only to discover that the bounty has not reached the anticipated sum of over 10 million. Despite commanding a fleet of EC pirates, it has not escalated that high. It seems Smoker and his associates are aware that Clique merely amassed a ragtag group. AS Clique is too cunning. They failed to apprehend him in a timely manner, and, subsequently, Rodney dispatched the entire crew. The fate of the remaining misfits is no longer his concern. He continues his daily routine of completing tasks, and on this day, he finds a merchant ship docked before a floating restaurant. The Seaside Eatery, Baratie, Chapter 21. Baratie the Baratie, a renowned floating restaurant, boasts a reputation for its culinary prowess and is the most celebrated dining establishment in the East Sea. The head chef, Redleg Zeph, is a pirate who traversed the Grand Line for an entire year, ultimately returning to the East Sea after losing his most prized right leg. He established this maritime restaurant to provide unforgettable delicacies for the myriad merchants and pirates who traverse the ocean. The ambience of the restaurant is pristine and inviting, with a serene atmosphere that allows patrons to indulge in their meals with utmost comfort. A young man clad in a black suit, with golden hair and curled eyebrows, navigates gracefully among a group of young women, exuding an air of refinement and gentility that can only be described as that of a true gentleman. Rodney takes his seat, and a waiter promptly approaches, pouring him a glass of fresh water and presenting the menu with a courteous inquiry. "What would you like to order, esteemed guest?" Upon perusing the menu, he says, "I would like a serving of sweet and sour sea king tenderloin, braised beef balls, seafood fried rice, and sea rainbow fish sashimi, along with a bottle of wine. Any kind will suffice. Certainly, esteemed guest. Please hold on for a moment while I arrange that for you. However, I must remind you that at Baratie, we have a strict policy against food wastage. Are you certain you can finish it?" The waiter inquires, glancing at Rodney's physique. In the vastness of the sea, every morsel of food is hard won, and wastage is met with expulsion from the restaurant. "Rest assured, I shall manage," Rodney replies with a smile. The waiter nods, refraining from further comment, and after noting Rodney's order, he departs. The atmosphere within the restaurant is exceedingly comfortable, as patrons savor the exquisite dishes prepared by the Baratie chefs, a true indulgence for them. Among the clientele are affluent merchants, some even seeking to entice a Baratie chef to cook exclusively for them. Though all chefs have uniformly declined such offers, Baratie holds a unique significance for them, providing sustenance to every seafarer, and witnessing the satisfied smiles on their faces is the greatest accolade for the chefs. The establishment boasts an abundance of skilled culinary artisans, presenting a challenge that fosters the growth of their culinary expertise. Under Chef Zeph's tutelage, they experience rapid improvement in their skills. Before long, the dishes Rodney ordered arrive at his table. The sweet and sour Sea King tenderloin is presented in a large platter. Given the immense size of the Sea King, even a single tenderloin piece is substantial, occupying a significant portion of the table. Many patrons exhibit little surprise, as this world is populated with individuals possessing prodigious appetites, capable of consuming large quantities of food with great vigor. Rodney begins his meal, starting with the sashimi. Each slice is uniformly thick, the translucent sashimi resting elegantly on the plate, adorned with meticulous presentation. He picks up a piece, dips it in Baratie's secret sauce, and savors the sea rainbow fish sashimi. Delicious! His taste buds erupt in delight, and his stomach churns in eager anticipation of more. He then selects a brown beef ball, filled with savory broth. Scrumptious. The rich flavor bursts forth as he bites into it, an exhilarating experience indeed. Next, he slices into a piece of tenderloin drenched in red sauce. Exquisite. The sweet and sour notes eliminate any fishy taste from the Sea King meat, rendering it appetizing. A perfect starter, though it hardly diminishes the overall experience that he samples the seafood fried rice. Delightful. A medley of seafood intermingles within the rice, the flavors exploding and dancing as they slide down his throat. Quelling his hunger, sated, he relishes the moment, devouring the meal with fervor, relishing every bite and sip of wine. What a delight this feast is! Despite his modest movements, the dishes on his table rapidly vanish. "Waiter, another serving of the same, but no more sashimi, and please bring me 3 more bottles of wine." "Certainly." The waiter no longer questions his capacity, having observed how Rodney's stomach remains only slightly distended despite the copious food consumed. Through rigorous training, Rodney's physique has become robust, and his appetite has expanded. While the soldier's rations provide necessary energy, they do not hinder his ability to indulge. Everything he consumes is thoroughly chewed before being compacted within his stomach. With some even beginning to digest, another round of dishes arrives promptly, and Rodney continues to feast, patting his slightly bulging belly with satisfaction, exclaiming, "Ah, I am thoroughly satisfied. Truly remarkable, Baratie. The bill, please. The prices at Baratie are reasonable." And he does not spend excessively, much akin to his previous visit when utilizing a multiplication bomb. He pats his belly contentedly, purchasing a few bottles of wine to stow away in his satchel. Just then, a gang of ruffians bursts into the restaurant, led by a one-eyed man whose lackeys are so unattractive that one can hardly bear to look. "Don't move. This is a robbery," he stammers. revealing a mouth full of rotten teeth. Everyone, listen to our boss. Robbery. Men on the left, women on the right, and the androgynous in the middle. Pirates. The once tranquil restaurant erupts into chaos as the patrons, entirely defenseless merchants, cower in fright, heightening the ruffian's audacity. Huh. Hand over your money. And you there, bring out your head chef. We want all your cash. The one-eyed leader's demand is cut short as a polished shoe suddenly looms large before him, sending him crashing into the sea with a splash. Sanji, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, declares, "What did you say? I didn't quite catch that." His action elicits a chorus of screams from the female patrons. Undeniably, he is dashing, initially poised to intervene. Rodney simply returns to his seat, realizing there is no need for him to act. Sanji is likely Baratie's strongest combatant, though it remains uncertain how much strength Chef Zeph retains after losing a leg. Charge, attack, rush, rush, rush. A flurry of punches ensues as Sanji drives the gang from the restaurant. This establishment does not welcome such individuals. Clearly, they do not cherish food and have frightened the lovely maidens. Sanji, perhaps lost in thought, displays a mischievous expression, embodying a gentleman despite his lecherous tendencies. He is a man who would never harm even the third gender of this world. Having dispatched the pirates, Rodney returns to his merchant ship, carrying the wine bottles. This amount of alcohol is hardly sufficient to intoxicate him. It feels more like a soft drink. Next on his agenda is training. One must not neglect their regimen, shadow clone technique. He creates a shadow clone and engages in combat, employing pure martial arts. Utilizing techniques from the world of Naruto, including Navy 6 styles, he binds weights to his body while activating his Sharingan throughout the training session. This method allows him to gain double the experience while enhancing his reaction speed. He and his shadow clone battle upon the sea, closely trailing the merchant ship, remaining unseen as time flows by. Successfully completing a transport mission, he boards another merchant convoy to conduct reconnaissance, tasked primarily with investigating what this convoy is secretly transporting. That night, Rodney enters his quarters, instructing his shadow clone to take on a different form and stealthily infiltrate the cargo hold. Such perilous tasks are best left to the shadow clone, as the second Hokage devised this technique specifically for espionage and executing dangerous missions. Silently, the shadow clone slips into the hold, easily subduing the guards with the Sharingan, and ventures deep into the cargo area. After a thorough search, he discovers an abundance of food and local specialties. Something feels amiss. This cannot be right. There must be something unusual, otherwise the system would not have issued this mission. Could it be? He approaches the food storage area and begins to sift through the grain, only to uncover boxes hidden beneath. Upon opening one, he finds brand new firearms, smuggling arms. These individuals truly possess an audacious spirit. Should this contraption be discovered, they would surely face dire consequences. Nevertheless, a considerable portion of the Eastern Seas Navy is rather corrupt, so as long as proper arrangements are made and food is used as a cover, selling these items to pirates poses no issue, and it could even yield substantial profits. With a swift shadow clone, he vanished a few days later. Smoker received a tip-off from a concerned citizen and apprehended the merchant convoy. Chapter 22. The Great God Buggy. Life at sea often consists of prolonged stretches of tedium, and one cannot solely engage in training. Existence necessitates a balance of exertion and relaxation. Originally, the system's marketplace offered a romantic paradise penned by Jiraiya himself. Jiraiya's literary prowess is not to be underestimated. He undertook perilous research to craft his magnum opus, a bestseller that swept through the ninja world, rich in depth and abundance. Even the villagers of Konoha praised it, albeit with a need for tissues. Ahem, being young and exposed to the sun and wind at sea inevitably leads to some discomfort, merely a case of a nosebleed. Thus, he generally refrains from reading this book, as he finds it intolerable. Pirate novels serve merely as amusement, showcasing tales such as The Second Pirate King and The Overbearing Pirate Falls for me, with 9 out of 10 books about pirates and the remaining 1 concerning the Revolutionary Army. The Navy, lamenting in the restroom, unexpectedly finds itself captivated by these tales, which ignite a fervor to set sail as pirates, yearning to defeat Whitebeard, recruit Kaido, and make Big Mama Maid, disregarding even Shanks. Such works are so irresistible that the Navy ultimately ceased their efforts to contain them, allowing the phenomenon to flourish unchecked. The comic portrayals become increasingly unclear, with a novel draped over his face. He reclines on a lounge chair, blissfully enjoying his holiday in a picturesque village. The local customs are simple and the people remarkably amiable, if one can overlook the recent cries that have echoed through the air. Pirates! The pirates have arrived! Everyone hurry inside and hide. Thus arises the question, does the pirate world truly allow for no holidays? Removing the novel from his face, he sighed lightly. This village lacks any semblance of combat capability, and the newcomers are certainly beyond their means. These pirates, while not overtly sinister, are clad in bizarre attire. Rather than typical marauders, they resemble a traveling circus. Many sport exaggerated makeup, while others don eccentric garments. Even the skull on their flag bears a clown's red nose, eliciting an inexplicable sense of humor. Yet they remain pirates. Leading them is a deity of sorts, resembling a jester, adorned with a captain's hat. With lips painted in an unknown shade of red, a comically large red nose, a tight red-striped bodysuit, loose trousers, and a fluffy red cloak, brandishing throwing knives while laughing uproariously. My minions, seize everything. All treasures here belong to us. Ha ha, plunder. Buggy the Clown, a former apprentice aboard Joel D. Rogers' ship, is friends with Shanks and has consumed the chopper fruit, granting him the ability to disassemble his body at will, rendering him immune to slashing attacks. A man whose name and form can be combined at will. As the captain of the Buggy Pirates and a possessor of the Conqueror's Haki, he once boldly confronted the legendary Whitebeard, and even the world's greatest swordsman struggled against him, as he disregarded the dignity of others, nearly costing the future pirate king his life. Buggy, a deity in his own right, this godlike figure laughed heartily, blending into a group of weaklings while engaging in menial tasks. Such unfathomable cunning is truly alarming, causing one to involuntarily gasp in fear. Today, a lone individual dared to challenge this divine being, risking death. In a mere instant, all the pirates who had invaded the village were sent sprawling by Rodney. Lying helplessly on the ground, either groaning in pain or entirely unconscious. Ever since being knocked out by Garp's punch, Rodney had scarcely suffered any injuries. One could only say that Garp's blow was indeed formidable, as even now it caused a dull ache in his head. Ninjas are typically fragile. If they avoid injury, all is well. But once wounded, they can easily find themselves at a disadvantage. A mere spell against a throng of warriors and tanks is a precarious situation. Who dares strike the great pirate Buggy? Are you unaware of my illustrious reputation? Buggy, gripping a throwing knife, posed a question with an air of self-importance. Rodney appraised him from head to toe, noting his utter weakness. Is this truly Buggy? His hidden strength appears surprisingly potent. After all, if Shanks, a mere apprentice, can ascend to the ranks of the four emperors, why not Buggy? Perhaps he conceals considerable power. With that thought in mind, he swiftly approached Buggy. Shave. The blade descended with a chilling swiftness, cleaving Buggy in twain, yet not a drop of blood flowed, nor could one discern any bodily structure, merely a grotesque expanse of crimson. A stark reminder that animated depictions and reality differ greatly. With a flurry of strikes, Dance of the Camellia. Swish, swish, swish. Buggy offered no resistance as he was sliced into chunks, suspended in the air. His crew displayed no surprise. Rather, they wore bemused expressions, accustomed to this display of their captain's mercy towards challengers. An impromptu performance, if you will. Rodney withdrew as Buggy's dismembered pieces echoed with laughter. I am immortal. Buggy shall never be slain. Your attacks are utterly ineffective against me. The pieces of Buggy reassembled, along with his attire. Truly a peculiar ability that Rodney's calm demeanor perplexed Buggy. Shouldn't he be shocked or reduced to tears? Why was there no reaction? This left him feeling quite embarrassed. The devil fruit. I see. Why can you accept this so nonchalantly? In the East Sea, devil fruit users are as rare as hen's teeth. Encountering such a power should evoke astonishment. What's so surprising? Not only you, but even if a face-saving person appeared before me, I would remain unfazed. What on earth is a face-saving person? The face fruit. Of course, anyone who consumes the face fruit must be given face. Rodney declared with unwavering conviction. Humph, you shall never see it in your lifetime, for I, Buggy, shall slay you here. Prepare for your demise. With a resounding roar, a purple-haired lion approached, atop which sat the tamer Machi. Donned in a white plush vest and a doll's headpiece stuck, go. Leaky, devour him. Machi whipped the lion Leaky, who with bloodshot eyes issued a hungry growl and charged at Rodney. With a series of punches, both man and beast suffered blows, collapsing to the ground, each nursing their respective wounds. Well, who's next? Rodney smiled, lacking any desire to draw his sword. Truly, this crew was remarkably weak. As he approached Buggy, the latter shouted, "Do not come any closer." In his haste, Buggy slipped, nearly falling, exclaiming, "What the devil? There were no stones here. This ground is perfectly flat. Am I to trip on flat ground? This is utterly humiliating. What a perfect opportunity." Split cannon, with his hand clutching a knife. Buggy's arm dislodged at a rapid pace towards Rodney. However, Rodney deftly dodged by tilting his head and seized Buggy's hand, pressing it into the earth. Ouch! Release my hand, you brat. The sensation of pain from his dismembered body still transmitted to him, prompting Buggy to cry out. How can this kid react so swiftly? You're exerting such strength. Rodney pressed his foot down, forcing Buggy to endure the agony. Little brat, split pancake, the upper and lower halves of you scoundrel. Who are you calling Red Nose? Are you seeking death? Upon hearing the term Red Nose, Buggy, as if by instinct, overcame his profound anguish and stood up forcefully, exuding an air of menace. Buggy could hardly tolerate anyone referring to him as Red Nose. Even in a state of severe unconsciousness, he would strive to awaken, a truly peculiar trait. After a brief surge of anger, reason reclaimed dominion over his mind, and the two exchanged glances. Rodney, Buggy, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent, rendering the situation exceedingly awkward. In a fragmented state, Buggy's body shattered into dozens of pieces, scattering in all directions. Upon flying a short distance, he reassembled within the woods, hovering in the air, yet lacking 2 feet. My feet! He glimpsed through the gaps in the leaves to see his feet trapped beneath Rodney's. This was troublesome. His ability to fragment was a significant weakness, as he could not ascend, and his body could not stray too far from his feet. Fortunately, my powers render me invincible here. Immune to slashes, I need not worry about my feet, but I must devise a plan to reclaim them and rescue my crew. Although Buggy often bullied his crew, he still held a degree of concern for their well-being. Meanwhile, Rodney, observing the feet he stood upon, smirked knowingly, aware that cutting them was futile. He chose not to employ ninjutsu, instead pointing at the remaining crew members and commanding, "Carry the unconscious ones back to the ship." He then cast a glance back at Buggy concealed in the woods, grinning in a manner that seemed decidedly unfriendly. What exactly is this fellow's background? Buggy had yet to recall any information regarding Rodney, but sensed that this individual was not to be trifled with, opting to observe the unfolding events. Under Rodney's intimidation, his crew complied, dutifully transporting a group of unconscious individuals onto their pirate ship. As for Buggy's feet, they remained firmly beneath Rodney's, clearly indicating that this fellow had no intention of letting him go, which incensed Buggy. How audacious! Do you plan to keep me here? The sensation of having his feet pinned was most unpleasant. At that moment, Rodney made his move, kicking Buggy's feet away, ultimately sending them onto the pirate's ship. This is bad. Wait! Buggy's body, unable to resist, followed suit, his form capable of disintegration, yet his feet were essential. Set sail, commanded Rodney. Fearing Rodney's strength, Buggy's crew had no choice but to comply, their hearts filled with resentment, though they dared not show it outwardly. Hanging at the back of the ship, Buggy seized an opportunity while Rodney was distracted and stealthily boarded. "What's the situation?" Buggy inquired of a crew member aboard. "I don't know. Captain, this guy's making us set sail towards the nearest naval base." "What should we do?" asked the crew member. As the pinnacle of combat power in the Buggy pirate crew, Buggy, being a devil fruit user, was a rarity in the East Blue, and they had always followed his commands. After a moment of contemplation, Buggy replied, "Let me think this through, but first, you must retrieve my feet." He had to reclaim his feet, Otherwise, his powers would be hindered. A hand extended from the side, presenting the 2 feet. Without hesitation, Buggy accepted them, exclaiming, "Yoshi, this is it. Well done, lad. I appoint you as my vice captain." Buggy smiled, locking eyes with a pair of crimson orbs. "Buggy," winky face. "Greetings, Captain Buggy. You." Those eyes. I remember now. You are the infamous bounty hunter. Red-eyed Rodney. Buggy shouted the nickname Rodney wished to deny. "Have you set your sights on me? You scoundrel? Damn it." Veins bulged on Rodney's forehead, yet his smile remained intact. "Captain Buggy, you may call me the drama master, Rodney. I initially had no intention of capturing you, but it appears I must escort you all to Loguetown, the town of beginnings and endings. Quite fitting for you. Wouldn't you agree, Buggy?" Buggy trembled, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "You? Are you serious?" "Ah, I possess a unique intelligence network. I know your identity all too well. What do you intend to do?" Buggy thought the identity of his crew as pirates must never be exposed, lest they attract a horde of Navy personnel whose powers surpassed those of ordinary foes. Rodney smiled faintly. Precisely, he delivered a powerful punch that sent Buggy crashing to the ground, just as Buggy prepared to unleash his disintegration ability. He felt a chilling sensation in his wrist, followed by a wave of weakness that rendered him limp on the ground. What could it be? Indeed, Sea Prism stone handcuffs. You 1TB escaping? I shall deliver each of you to Loguetown. He glanced at the crew members who had been spectating. What are you staring at? Get moving. If you don't set sail, I'll have you fed to the Sea Kings. Why, yes. The crew hurriedly complied. "Ah, the scenery here is quite pleasant. You can remain here," Rodney said, turning his back on Buggy. Though Buggy felt feeble, it did not imply he lacked a backup plan. With Rodney's back turned, he aimed a foot at him. Special Buggy Bomb. A small, candy-like projectile erupted from his foot, hurtling towards Rodney at great speed. Rodney quickly turned, drawing his white blade, which was enveloped in lightning chakra. With a swift slice, he severed the special Buggy Bomb. Boom! Even after being sliced, the projectile detonated, unleashing a ferocious blast that sent Rodney flying. Buggy burst into laughter. "Ha ha! You've taken a hit from my special Buggy Bomb. Surely you must be finished." Rodney's body was propelled off the pirate ship, not plunging into the depths of the sea as anticipated. Instead, he skimmed across the water's surface like a stone, ricocheting several times before coming to a stop. His garments were tattered, skin scorched in numerous places, and his face was charred with a portion of his bangs singed away. "Buggy, winky face, this monster! He survived a direct hit from my special Buggy Bomb." Rodney, under the gaze of his blood-red Sharingan, Buggy felt his life hanging by a thread. What now? Am I destined to meet Captain Roger? No, I have yet to uncover those treasures. He regretted unleashing the special Buggy Bomb on Rodney. Very well. You are impressive, Buggy. Rodney gritted his teeth, his body aching. Yet his palm, how dare you say that? You actually have the audacity to put a bounty on my head? Huh. You took her sea stone handcuffs. And I have yet to settle the score with you. Oh, that? It has already been reclaimed by Vice Admiral Garp. Rodney remained unflinching to How could such a strategic resource as sea stone handcuffs be returned to him? They are a rarity in the East Blue, after all. You must have pocketed them, didn't you? How could I possibly be that kind of person? Don't underestimate me. I aspire to be a partner of justice. Smoker scoffed derisively, incredulity evident in his voice. You? A partner of justice? What? You don't believe me? I don't know, dear. Mr. Smoker and Mr. Rodney seem to have a rather cordial relationship, Dasky remarked with a smile. Completely oblivious to the tension between the two, Rodney maintained a facade of laughter that didn't quite reach his eyes and, recalling something, turned his gaze toward Dasky, asking, Lieutenant Dasky, where is my bounty? Buggy's bounty is over 10 million. It could buy quite a lot. Here it is. Please take care of it. Dasky received the bag containing the bounty from her subordinate and handed it to Rodney. He snatched it up without counting, confident that Smoker and Dasky would not indulge in any dishonest dealings. All right, Buggy has been handed over to you. Let us leave it at that, with the money received. Rodney's business was concluded. After all, there was nothing more to pay attention to here. As he approached the door, he remembered something and asked, Have the damages from capturing Ace been repaired? Dasky replied, Yes. Most of the repairs are nearly complete. We should be able to resume operations soon. That's so. After pondering for a moment, he took out a handful of berries from the bag and tossed them to Dasky, saying, "Consider this an apology for the previous damages, though it may not be substantial. After all, we must provide some recompense for destroying someone else's property. Everyone needs to make a living." Huh. But the Navy has already compensated them. "No, this shall serve as my personal apology." This poem, Smoker questioned, "Why did Fire Fist Ace enter the Grand Line?" "Rodney, shouldn't you explain? Ace is currently the most dazzling star in the Grand Line. Among pirates of the same caliber, few can rival him, with exceptional physical skills and endurance, along with a formidable logie of fruit, not to mention his crew, making him nearly unbeatable in the first half of the Grand Line." "Oh, that? Don't ask me. Go inquire with Vice Admiral Garp instead." Rodney promptly shifted the blame to Garp. "Didn't you assure us that nothing would go awry?" "Huh. Did I? It seemed you need to reflect on the circumstances from that time." Smoker once again touched the 10 hands on his back. "I've already said it has nothing to do with me, that if you continue this way, be careful, I might accuse you of defamation and disturbing the citizens." I'm a Navy." Smoker exhaled a puff of white smoke, looking so much like a pirate that one might be misled. "Never mind, let us not dwell on this. The matter of Fire Fist Ace is unrelated to me. Perhaps the old man is just concerned for his grandson." Rodney shook his head, distancing himself from the situation entirely. "Rain is none of my concern. Ding, a mission has arrived. Apologies, I must use the restroom." "Please excuse me," Duddy chuckled, and then turned to leave. "The Chunin exam is commencing. Will you accept? Accept to begin immediately, or wait a year and start again?" "Huh. The Chunin exam? Is it really starting now?" "I S&T that a bit too fast. It feels rather abrupt. He had only been a genin for about a year, and now he was to be promoted to Chunin. Wait, I don't want to leave this invincible rank yet." Reflecting on the battles of Konoha's genin, they're quite formidable, capable of wreaking havoc on a grand scale. Then considering the fights between Konoha's 2 jonin, they smash pots and pans about, as if it were a game. He wasn't eager for promotion. The sudden onset of the Chunin exam caught him off guard. Yet when the time comes, one must naturally progress. He confirmed his participation in the Chunin exam on the system panel. Ding! The host has accepted the Chunin exam. The mission commences immediately. Chunin exam mission. Hunt the evil dragon pirate crew. Mission level. C. Mission rewards. Summoning bee snail, 100 healing technique, creation rebirth, superhuman strength, and 1,000 mission points. Upon seeing the generous rewards, Rodney inhaled sharply. The summoning bee snail, a prize summoning beast from Konoha's notorious gambling underworld, may not possess exceptional combat prowess, but it boasts remarkable healing capabilities, requiring only a sufficient amount of chakra from a user. Moreover, the snail is quite large. Unlike the toads of Mount Myaboku or the serpents of the Dragon Cave, the snail is singular, and almost no one can summon her in her entirety. The 100 healing technique allows one to infuse a vast amount of chakra into the 4 heads in seal, unlocking it when necessary, granting access to the vast chakra stored within for use in high-consumption ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, enhancing physical abilities, and enabling group healing by summoning larger snails, achieving seamless self-recovery during battle, thus improving the user's overall capabilities. In summary, it serves as a hidden reserve of energy, akin to a power bank, to be accumulated over time and unleashed when needed, resulting in tremendous strength and comprehensive enhancement, enabling one to recover while fighting. Additionally, this technique has beautifying effects, preserving youthful appearances, making it a highly sought-after ninjutsu among countless young women. Tsunade truly lives up to her reputation, AS for creation rebirth. To be honest, Rodney was somewhat reluctant to accept it. It is indeed an excellent medical ninjutsu that, when paired with a 100 healing technique, allows for instantaneous healing after injuries. However, this technique shortens one's lifespan. Creation rebirth accelerates cell division through chakra stimulation, allowing wounds to heal rapidly. Even severe internal injuries can be treated. Human cells have a recovery limit. Accelerating cell division effectively shortens one's lifespan. Superhuman strength is an exceptionally practical skill, utilized by the Senju clan, enabling the user to precisely control chakra, enveloping themselves entirely in chakra to unleash tremendous power. Notable practitioners include the first and second Hokage, Tsunade, and Sakura. Indeed, this is a highly useful skill. Upon acquiring it, his strength will significantly enhance. For in this world teeming with monsters, his own power feels woefully inadequate, and he must transform himself into a powerhouse that, in the world of pirates, being strong is quite advantageous. Not everyone can become Gandalf, maxing out melee abilities while merely dabbling in a simple illumination spell. Take, for example, the three great archmages of the adjacent type moon universe. Merlin recites incantations while biting her tongue, excelling its swordplay against foes, her swordsmanship overwhelming the knights of the Round Table, earning her the title of the Sword Saint of Avalon. The Axe King of Uruk employs magic entirely through a wand derived from royal treasures, then proceeds to cleave foes with an axe. The illustrious Castor, a bona fide magic king, typically puts on a show with 10 rings, then buffs himself to the maximum, unleashing a flurry of strikes. With such exemplary figures before him, how could he not strive to excel? He must enhance his melee capabilities, fortify his strength, and boost his recovery and chakra replenishment, stacking numerous buffs for unrelenting physical combat. It is well known that true manly romance lies in the art of hand-to-hand combat. A high-attack, low-defense character is doomed to fail. Rodney, in my brief ninja life, I have learned a valuable lesson. The more one studies ninjutsu, the more one realizes its limitations. Ninjutsu has its bounds, system. What are you trying to say? Rodney, I shall no longer be a ninja. I will transcend ninjas. I will become a powerhouse. Chapter 25. The Little Thief Cat Nami. The Little Thief Cat Nami, having lost her parents to pirates at a tender age, was adopted alongside her elder sister Nojiko by a remarkable female naval officer named Belmere. This benevolent officer raised the two sisters as if they were her own daughters, and the three of them lived together in a blissful harmony. However, their idyllic life was shattered by the fearsome Arlong pirates, who disrupted not only their family, but also the tranquility of their entire village. The Arlong pirates seized control of Coco Village, establishing it as a stronghold to build their malevolent empire, with the intention of dominating the entire East Blue. Arlong, the ruthless captain, murdered her adoptive mother and imposed a monthly tribute on every villager, demanding a ransom for their lives. That Nami's once happy existence crumbled into despair. Eventually, Arlong recognized her talent for cartography and, using the villagers' lives as leverage, coerced her into servitude. He promised her that if she could amass 100 million berries, she could buy back her village and her freedom. Thus began years of thievery, during which her reputation as the Little Thief Cat spread far and wide. Her skills in larceny became unparalleled in the East Blue, rivaled only by the cunning Karina. Nami believed fervently that once she gathered the required sum, she would rescue everyone from Arlong's clutches. Despite her youth as a high school student, she had matured physically, likely due to the superior nutrition of this world. Dressed in the garb of a merchant ship's attendant, she pondered the wealth of the ship's owner as she glided gracefully along, pushing a dining cart toward the most opulent quarters on board. As she had stealthily boarded under the cover of night, she was uncertain which room belonged to the captain, yet she was certain that anyone residing in such lavish accommodations was affluent. Gently knocking on a door, a warm voice inquired, "Who is it?" "The kitchen has sent late-night refreshments, sir. Would you care for a snack?" Nami replied politely, just as I was feeling peckish. "Thank you." The sound of footsteps approached, and the door opened to reveal a young man with sun-kissed skin and flowing black hair, his handsome face softened by the dim light of the cabin. "Thank you. Please come in." Rodney's gaze swept over Nami's face as he welcomed her inside. This woman seems somewhat suspicious. Rodney mused internally. He was on a journey that would pass through Coco Village, and he saw an opportunity to take on a task. However, he had not anticipated encountering a thief along the way. Nami entered with the cart, her eyes quickly scanning the room before settling on the pouch resting on the bedside table. Turning to Rodney with a smile, she inquired, "Sir, which dish would you like to try?" The kitchen's offerings are quite pleasing to the palate, and there's fine wine as well. Nami had already laced the food and drink with a sedative. Once consumed, it would enable her to abscond with his valuables. "Thank you." Rodney sat down to savor the meal, finding it satisfactory. Though not on par with the culinary excellence of Sanji at the baratie, he devoured the food with gusto, washing it down with a bottle of wine. Yawning, he requested, "When you leave, please close the door behind you. I'm feeling tired." "Of course, sir." Nami smiled as she pushed the cart away, closing the door gently behind her. Standing outside, she pressed her ear against the door, listening intently for any sounds within. Anticipated. Rhythmic snores soon emanated from the room, indicating that the occupant had succumbed to slumber. With a triumphant grin, she quietly opened the door, using the moonlight filtering through the porthole to navigate the room's obstacles until she reached Rodney's bedside. Her delicate hand reached for the pouch, easily lifting it, until she felt a sudden tug. Alarmed, Nami instinctively released her grip, only to have a dagger-like object shoot out from the shadows, slicing through the air mere inches from her beautiful face. A trap? How perilous, Nami thought, feeling a surge of confidence as she believed she had evaded the mechanism. However, another tug triggered a flurry of shurikens to fly from the darkness, this time tethered with wire. In an instant, the wires constricted around her, binding her tightly in a rather undignified position on the floor. What is this? It's so tight. What is happening? Nami gasped, struggling in vain against the bindings that only seemed to tighten, making it increasingly difficult to breathe at all. It appears you've triggered my trap, little thief, Rodney said, sitting up with a smile, showing no signs of having just been asleep. You weren't caught? Nami stammered that of course not. I frequently use sedatives myself, and I always carry the antidote, Rodney replied with a chuckle. Moreover, let me tell you, sedatives work best when mixed with strong spirits, and the flavors of this dish and wine are easily detectable. Nami realized she had encountered a seasoned expert, and her luck had run dry. Displaying a pitiful expression, she pleaded, I'm sorry, sir. This is my first offense. I had no choice. I must provide for my family. If the captain finds out, I will lose my job. Rodney stowed the now useless wire back in his pouch, saying, Little thief, do you really think I will fall for your sob story? Leaning closer, he inhaled deeply, captivated by a fragrance that reeked of deception. You are lying, Nami retorted. You can tell I'm lying just by smelling. What kind of nose do you have? And lies can be detected by scent. Are you joking? Don't believe me? No matter. You are lying, Rodney declared. Little thief, you are clearly a habitual offender. Therefore, I shall not show you mercy. The glint of his blade flashed ominously before her, and she could see the reflection of her own terrified eyes in its edge. Am I to perish here? No, I absolutely cannot die here. If I do, who will save everyone? I must live. I must save them, for the sake of preserving her cherished memories and rescuing the villagers she regarded as family. She resolved to survive, no matter the suffering she might endure. Please, spare me. I cannot die yet. Nami cried out, Oh, give me a reason. Rodney replied nonchalantly, oblivious to the fact that he was conversing with Nami. The infamous thief. I want to save everyone in the village. Please. Another lie. Little thief, I relish deceiving others, especially clever individuals, but I detest being deceived myself. With that, he brandished his blade. Nami shouted desperately, Wait, please, spare me. I can lead you to treasure. I know of a pirate crew's hidden hoard. Rodney paused, intrigued. Treasure, you say? That is indeed tempting. Very well, you have piqued my interest, little thief. What is your name? Nami, she answered. What is that? Please repeat yourself. Nami, is there a problem? Indeed, there is a problem. Chapter 26. We need more money. Rodney stared at Nami, who lay on the floor, momentarily lost in thought. What good fortune! On my way to Cocoa Village, I stumbled upon Nami. Thank goodness I didn't harm this girl or toss her into the sea, or I would surely face dire consequences. Wiping away non-existent sweat from his brow, he feigned curiosity. So, you are the little thief cat? Yes, Nami nodded. You reside in Cocoa Village? Nami wondered how he knew that. Watching him with vigilance, she remained uncertain of his intentions. Rodney bent down, using a shuriken to sever the wire, and assisted her to her feet. Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am Rodney Joestar, a bounty hunter of pirates. Red-eyed Rodney, Nami exclaimed in shock. Please refrain from using such a dreadful moniker. If I were to choose a nickname, I would prefer the title of Trickster, or simply call me Rodney, he replied with a smile. You, Mr. Rodney, she stammered. The name Trickster sounds rather embarrassing, exuding a strong sense of youthful arrogance. She chose to reject it. However, I have heard that Mr. Rodney possesses red eyes, Nami remarked, Half-heartedly, Rodney's reputation had surged after defeating the clique pirate crew, single-handedly breaching a fleet of 1,000 men, leaving no high-ranking members of the crew alive. They all sank to the depths of the sea. It was said that only a small fraction of those from the 1,000-man fleet survived, while the rest became fodder for the ocean. His red eyes, akin to those of a demon, heralded death the moment one laid eyes upon them. In the East Blue, for many pirates, Rodney's name had become synonymous with the Grim Reaper. Encountering him equated to facing one's demise. The moniker of Red Eyes instilled far greater fear than the self-styled title of Trickster. In that moment, a flicker of crimson glinted in his gaze. Under the scrutiny of those eyes, Nami felt her body go rigid, as if plunged into an icy abyss, akin to being targeted by some malevolent specter. Forgive me, that is merely a facet of my abilities, typically deployed against particularly troublesome foes. There is no need for concern, Miss Nami. Rodney smiled, now exuding the aura of a refined, amiable gentleman, akin to a comforting older brother, instilling a sense of reassurance. He seemed far from the cold-blooded butcher she had anticipated. "Do you believe me now?" he inquired. Nami quickly shook her head. "Did I apologize for misjudging you, did May I take my leave now?" "That would not be permissible, Miss Nami," Rodney replied with a gentle shake of his head. Nami felt a surge of alarm, her mind conjuring dire outcomes. Indeed, men were all too predictable. Taking a step back, she feigned a smile, asking, "Mr. Rodney, what do you intend to do with me?" Having braced herself for the worst, Nami, having navigated the seas alone for so long, possessed a maturity beyond her years. She endeavored to maintain her composure, ready to fight tooth and nail. Internally, she chuckled bitterly, wondering what resistance a weakling like herself could muster against such strength. Yet a flicker of hope reignited within her heart, prompting her to buy some time with Rodney. Unbeknownst to him, she had already labeled him as a potential villain. Rodney maintained his smile, assuring her, "I merely wish to ask you a few questions." "Questions? Please proceed." Nami inhaled deeply, refusing to relax for a moment. "Your village is under the dominion of the dragon pirates, correct?" Rodney inquired. Nami fell silent for a moment before asking, "Are you intending to confront the dragon pirates?" "Of course, that is my mission. If that were the case, perhaps." Nami sensed a glimmer of hope, but quickly remembered the formidable strength of the dragon pirates and the fishmen. Her fleeting optimism was extinguished. Even if he was red-eyed Rodney, how could he possibly contend with Arlong and his crew? They were overwhelmingly powerful and wicked, and she had to ensure everyone's survival. "Please do not pursue this. You are no match for the dragon pirates," she implored. Rodney, curious, asked, "Are you doubting my abilities?" "No, please believe me. I am not a feeble individual." Nami, compared to the dragon pirates, the clique crew was of no consequence. They possessed physiques far more resilient than those of humans. The fishmen were biologically superior, boasting tenfold the strength of an average human. They could easily toss houses like toys. In contrast, humans were akin to children before them, utterly incomparable. While the clique crew boasted grandly, they were merely a disorganized rabble. Nami had once stealthily boarded one of their ships to steal some treasure. Humans cannot triumph over fishmen, she thought. Indeed, the clique crew was a rabble. But I am no mere pretender. Please trust me. Nami, take me to your village. His gaze was earnest, brimming with confidence. Seeing that look in his eyes, Nami felt compelled to prevent Rodney from venturing forth. She could not allow a good person to meet an untimely demise. The Navy had been unable to handle them. How could she let him go? You must be out of your mind. They are fishmen. Ha! Do you think I'm someone to fear? Rest assured, I shall assist you in dealing with them. Even if you refuse to let me go, I will make my way there. He declared, resolute. He was determined to partake in the Chunin exams. The rewards were too enticing to ignore. Moreover, he harbored a strong desire to eliminate Arlong. This man, an extreme racist who believed fishmen were superior to humans, had nearly been killed by Old Huang. Upon learning that Jinbei had become a warlord, he had angrily led his willing subordinates to the East Blue to wreak havoc, seeking to establish his so-called Dragon Empire. "Why can't you comprehend what others are saying?" Nami shouted. "Fear not. I shall not be a burden to you or your village," Rodney assured her with a smile. "Well, assessment complete. This fellow is simply a fool." Having never witnessed the might of fishmen, he remained stubbornly unyielding, However, once he encounters the power of humans, he may very well meet his end. Nami thought. Whatever the case, what does it matter to me? I must devise a way to leave this place immediately. Noticing Nami's displeasure, Rodney chuckled, retrieving a stack of bills from his satchel. Upon seeing the money, Nami's eyes transformed into the shape of berries. Captivated by the glimmer of wealth. What do you think? If you guide me to Cocoa West Village, this money is yours. Rodney began to entice her, well aware of her weakness. Although it was possible to reach Cocoa West Village via a merchant ship, the journey remaining was still lengthy and exhausting, but it would be far more efficient to take Nami's small boat directly to the village. That is my hometown. Do you not understand the terror of the fishmen? I will disguise myself and will not divulge any information about you or your fellow villagers. Please trust my promise. You misunderstand. I meant, you need to pay more. Rodney, Nami, now transformed into a money-grubbing merchant, counted the fresh stack of bills. This was a deposit. After bringing Rodney to the island, he would provide another sum. They struck an agreement. Rodney would not disclose that she was the one who brought him to the island. In this regard, she could only trust Rodney's promise. All right, let us proceed. Having counted the bills, Nami tucked them into the dimensional pocket at her chest that Rodney's gaze deepened. Recalling her age, he retracted his gentlemanly demeanor, clearing his throat to inquire, "Where to?" "Since you wish to go to the island, follow me." "The merchant ship is simply too slow," Nami replied, shaking her head. She had arrived on a small boat, having stealthily taken it from a port. It was lightweight and highly practical. "Very well, wait for me a moment." After gathering his belongings, Rodney boarded Nami's small vessel, spending the night on deck. Good grief, this is worse than taking the merchant ship. Chapter 27. The Dragon Pirate Crew. Cocoa West Village was a tranquil and serene small village, home to a group of simple villagers. Aware that they were a burden to Nami, they directed harsh words towards her, hoping she might abandon them and embark on a path to freedom. They never wished to be a hindrance to a young girl that in their hearts, they hoped this gentle and kind girl could attain true freedom and be treated with kindness. They were a lovely group, powerless against the oppression of the Dragon Pirate Crew. Unable to alter Nami's stubbornness, they could only resort to this method to persuade her to abandon them, allowing her to leave with a clear conscience. Nami sailed the boat ashore, carrying a small bag, while Rodney opted for an alternate method of infiltration, primarily to avoid implicating the villagers. This had been their agreed plan. In the ocean, channeling chakra, Rodney propelled himself through the water like a cannonball, swiftly navigating the depths. Wave strike. In order to remain submerged for extended periods, the wave-riding creature possesses a unique respiratory mechanism, significantly prolonging its breath-holding capacity from mere minutes to half an hour. However, engaging in vigorous activity drastically reduces this duration. The scenery of a shallow sea is quite picturesque, with sunlight filtering through the water, creating a delightful panorama. Schools of fish scatter in alarm at his presence, only to soon dart past him in a frenzy. Rodney pondered, could there be a predator lurking behind me? A glance over his shoulder startled him. There stood a colossal sea king with a cow-like head, its large eyes fixed on him, adorned with a nose ring, its massive body approaching 100 meters in size. It gazed at him with an almost endearing innocence, seemingly devoid of any threat. As he contemplated this, the cow sea king opened its mouth wide, revealing a massive maw filled with sharp teeth, lunging toward him. "Damn it, I take back my earlier thoughts," Rodney exclaimed, hastily accelerating to eye in the water. Both physical and ninjutsu abilities diminish greatly. Water techniques become ineffective, and he swam rapidly toward the surface. With a splash, he burst forth in the water like a dolphin, skimming across the surface. The cow sea king emerged as well, propelled by the buoyancy of the water, its gleaming white teeth interlocking as it lunged at Rodney. "You thought I would be an easy target in the water? Prepare to meet your demise," he declared, raising a foot to kick the cow sea king. With a resounding crash, the creature was sent crashing back into the sea, creating towering waves. Being in the coastal area, the commotion quickly caught the attention of nearby members of the Dragon Pirates. Two fishermen spotted the fallen Sea King and Rodney on the surface. One darted off to inform their captain, while the other swam toward him. The fisherman was significantly faster than Rodney, who was still using wave riding. And Rodney remained oblivious as he hurried toward the shore. He dismissed any thoughts of a failed infiltration. If necessary, he could eliminate anyone who knew too much, thus achieving a perfect stealth operation. After all, no one would be the wiser. As he moved swiftly across the surface, a red-skinned fisherman suddenly surged from the water, lunging at him. Rodney quickly dodged. The fisherman submerged again, resurfacing to inquire, "Intruder, who are you? How can you walk on the water? Why should I tell you?" Rodney retorted. "And who are you?" The fisherman puffed out his chest proudly, declaring, "I'm Green, a crew member of the Dragon Pirates. You still haven't answered my question." "Never heard of you. You must be a minor character," Rodney replied dismissively. "Human, I am part of the illustrious Dragon Pirates, and you have never heard of such a formidable crew?" Green scoffed at, "Oh, I see. Our Dragon Empire is still under construction. So it's not surprising you're unaware. But since you've trespassed into our territory, have you paid the protection fee?" Before Green could finish, Rodney's foot collided with his face, a powerful blow that sent Green reeling. "This human is incredibly strong," he thought as he tumbled to the seabed, massaging his aching face. Taking a deep breath of seawater, he filtered air through his gills and, despite the pain, swam back toward Rodney. The two began a race, one above and one below the surface, with Green refusing to believe that a mere human could OU the once resilient white fawn lay shattered. Alas, I ought not to have harbored such lofty expectations for it. Within the realm of ninja tools, the white fawn is not particularly formidable. It is merely exceptionally sharp, possessing a slight edge and durability over an ordinary blade. Yet, the strength exhibited by Arlong's teeth utterly surpassed my expectations. In the future, should I strike, I shall aim for the heart. I initially intended to deliver a swift cut to Arlong's throat, but instead my weapon was shattered, revealing that I had underestimated his might. "Green, what are you doing? What have you just done?" Arlong bellowed, spitting out a mouthful of fragments. Blood trickled from the gash at the corner of his mouth, staining his teeth a ghastly red. The gathered fishmen were taken aback, incredulous that the typically unassuming Green would dare to launch a surprise attack on their captain, for Arlong was indeed the strongest among them. Such an act was tantamount to seeking death. Even though Captain Arlong cared for his subordinates, he would not let this affront go unpunished. Rodney, having missed his strike, retreated with great speed, standing atop the wall to reveal his true form, a human. "Who are you? Where's Green?" Arlong demanded. "Green? You mean that fishman I dispatched? I killed him deep in the forest. I hope he has been dragged away by a beast." Rodney shrugged, his crimson eyes glinting ominously. "You bastard, despicable human! How dare you slay my kin in such a manner and attempt to ambush me?" Arlong seethed, his eyes bloodshot with rage, yearning to rend Rodney to pieces with his own teeth to assuage his fury. "Is that so? Are you furious, Arlong?" Rodney sneered, his hands beginning to weave a final seal in mere seconds. "Leave him to me, Captain Arlong," chirped a fishman with azure skin and tousled golden hair, his cheeks adorned with blush. This was Chu, a cadre member of the Arlong Pirates, whose strength ranked among the top 3. Yes, we have 5 capable fighters, including the formidable Sea Cow. "Kill him for me. Chu, I understand, Captain Arlong. Water gun, with that." He unleashed a long jet of water aimed directly at Rodney. Water release. Water chaos wave. The robust torrent collided with the water arrow, swiftly engulfing it and toppling Chu along with the other fishmen. Arlong and the others remained undeterred, Arlong laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha! Humans, we are fishmen. Water holds no power over us. Ha ha ha! I shall tear you apart." Chu, silent, bent low towards the sea, gulping down copious amounts of water, causing his body to swell like a balloon, and then unleashed a torrent of water towards Rodney. Water cannon. A barrage of water arrows flew forth, their velocity rivaling that of bullets, easily piercing through trees and, ultimately, Rodney's body. Useless human, just as they believed victory was at hand, Rodney's form morphed into a wooden post, riddled with holes from the water arrows. "What? Where's he?" Chu's eyes widened in disbelief as a shadow erupted from the water and crashed into the nearby fishman. Boom! A cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and suddenly, a fishman soared into the sky. Explode. The crowd heard Rodney's low growl, followed by a thunderous explosion. The fishman in the sky was obliterated, plummeting into the pool below. Fresh blood staining the water crimson. Bastard! Humans are indeed a vile breed. Everyone retreat. Jump into the sea. The smoke had not yet dissipated when this shocking turn of events compelled them to withdraw and minimize casualties. At Arlong's command, the fishmen leaped into the ocean, leaving no trace behind as the smoke cleared the Onat's surface. I refuse to believe he can endure for long. Fishmen can breathe freely underwater, a feat beyond human capability. Even if that human mingled among his kin, he could not hold his breath for an extended period. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 3 minutes passed. 10 minutes elapsed. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the water, eyes gleaming with malice, charging towards Arlong with lethal intent. Arlong did not engage. Rather, it was his companion, a soft-bodied fisherman named Kruby, sporting two bun-like hairdos and clad in a martial arts uniform of iron gray, who intercepted him, raising a foot to deliver a kick to Rodney's abdomen. Fishman karate, sea speed, lower abdominal kick. The precise strike landed squarely on Rodney's belly, a blow powerful enough to fracture human ribs and sever spines, leading to death. Yet, in the next instant, Kruby realized his target had transformed into a puddle of seawater. Water clone? Water? How is this possible? Kruby and the others had never witnessed such an uncanny ability. Was he a devil fruit user? Arlong quickly dismissed this notion. How could a devil fruit user possibly enter the water? They would be rendered powerless. Yet, how could his abilities be explained? This world bore no ninjutsu, and the techniques from Wano were merely tricks akin to illusions, vastly inferior to Rodney's authentic ninja arts. Captain Arlong, look, Chu suddenly exclaimed. Arlong followed his gaze, observing fresh blood rising to the surface of the pool, indicating someone was injured below. With a splash, a wounded fisherman emerged from the sea, gasping, Arlong, Captain Arlong, that human is right below. Without a second thought, Chu dove in, followed by Arlong, while Kruby remained vigilant, asserting, that voice does not belong to Ted. Human! Upper blast palm! A palm strike surged towards Rodney, who reverted to his original form, his Sharingan instantly capturing Kruby's movement, mimicking the same stance. Upper blast palm! Bang! A resounding explosion echoed as Rodney and Kruby both staggered back, though Rodney retreated farther still. How could this be? That stance was indeed upper blast palm. How could a mere human employ Fishman karate? Kruby, a black belt in Fishman karate, recognized the move as his own. Little did he know that Rodney had copied his action using the Sharingan and amplified his power with chakra, allowing him to match Kruby's strength. Ultimately, the physical prowess of fishmen far surpassed that of humans. Why should I tell you? Rodney mused, finding Fishman karate intriguing. Once he mastered the art of brute strength, his power would significantly increase. As for now, if memories served him right, humans could indeed learn Fishman karate. He was a prime example, and there were masters of the art teaching it to the Revolutionary Army. Thus, this was a formidable martial art indeed. In other words, it was an opportunity ripe for exploitation. Chapter 29. What did you just say? In that moment, Rodney gazed at Kruby with sparkling eyes. The martial arts of the Naruto world, when compared to this realm, fell short in many aspects. The martial arts in Naruto emphasized coordination and adaptability, while those in the pirate world were straightforward and immensely destructive, partly due to the superior physical attributes of its inhabitants. However, raw destructive power was not something typical martial arts could rival. With numerous martial arts schools, such as the Navy's Six Powers and Fishman Karate, Rodney could perfectly replicate movements with the insight provided by the Sharingan, and the force generated could be substituted with chakra, allowing him to wield seemingly authentic martial arts techniques without issue, of course. The might would vary with the user, but as his physical strength and chakra continue to grow, the power would undoubtedly surge. Contemplating this, Rodney smiled faintly, mimicking Kruby's stance, inciting Kruby's ire. Damn human! How dare you steal our Fishman karate? I will surely slay you! Fishman karate. Rising back kick. A high kick aimed at Rodney was unleashed. Fishman karate. Rising back kick. The two executed identical attacks, colliding once more. Kruby seethed with anger, being struck by the same technique from a person he had always looked down upon, fueling his rage. As a black belt in Fishman karate, he took great pride in his abilities, and this human was trampling upon that pride. He could not fathom which traitorous fishmen had imparted their pride to a loathsome human. Using it against him. I will employ the essence of fishman karate against you, making you understand that humans can never surpass fishmen. With that, he positioned his right fist at his waist and raised his left hand in a knife hand posture. 100 Fist of Wazai. In the water, one can shatter 100 tiles with a single strike, thus measuring the might of a fist. The resistance in water is substantial. Even a fisherman would be affected by it. This technique, when executed on land, benefits from the absence of air resistance, allowing for greater speed. While underwater, the velocity diminishes. Observing Kruby's stance, Rodney's eyes keenly tracked his movements and the activation of his muscles. Mirroring the same posture as chakra flowed towards his fist. Fishman karate. 100 tile straight punch. Fishman karate. 100 tile straight punch. Boom! The two fists collided, their immense force clashing against one another, with neither Kruby nor Rodney yielding an inch. A fierce wind swept through, sending the tiles atop the house flying, while the surrounding trees swayed precariously, as if they might topple at any moment. Ultimately, it was Rodney who faltered first. After all, the technique he had imitated using the Sharingan and chakra was merely a facsimile. And when compared to the authentic version, it was inevitably lacking. The hand that struck against Kruby throbbed painfully, immobilized for the time being. Curse it, had I known, I would not have been so reckless. Rodney retreated, standing atop the house, his right hand temporarily incapacitated, yet he had at least gained a fragment of fishman karate's knowledge. Recovery would require some time, and now, his gaze shifted downward to find Kruby wearing a smug expression. This serious fishman felt a sense of triumph in having bested a mere human in fishman karate. How naive. Humans shall never rival fishmen. What could such a feeble human possibly do against a fishman? Kruby declared that moment. Arlong, along with Chu and a 6-armed octopus man, emerged from the water with a group of followers. Did the water clone fail to hold? No matter, let South just blow this place to smithereens. Rodney is an artist. Arlong glared furiously at Rodney, the despicable human, once again employing such vile tactics against my kin. My kin. It appeared that the water clone had indeed dispatched quite a number of fishmen. The water clone was particularly effective in this environment, akin to a stand-in. Although shadow clones would exhaust a significant amount of chakra, being eliminated would be wasteful, whereas a water clone could operate independently after receiving a portion of chakra. The only drawback was the absence of memory transfer. Otherwise, there would be no need for shadow clones I see, a shadow clone. An additional clone appeared beside him, and with his temporarily functional right hand. He retrieved 3 shurikens from his pouch and hurled them forth, the shadow clone mirroring his actions. The shurikens effortlessly sailed past Arlong and his companions. Nearby, the octopus, Xiaoba, boasted, "Humans are indeed humans. They can't even throw a weapon accurately." The shurikens were tied with fine steel wire, which he bit down on, pulling it back with his left hand. Thus, the shurikens spun in the air, altering their trajectory and ensnaring several of them. Do they truly believe such feeble things can bind us fishmen? Arlong scoffed, dismissing Rodney entirely. The shadow clone formed seals, biting down on one of the steel wires. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. The searing flames raced along the wire towards the 4 fishmen. Not good. Arlong hastily broke free from the wire, and Kruby and Xiaoba followed suit, dashing toward the pool. However, Chu did not react in kind. Instead, he opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of seawater to extinguish the flames. Regrettably, the chakra-infused flames were far too potent to be quelled by such a trivial amount of seawater. This water met fire. In an instant, the seawater was evaporated by the flames. Indeed, water can extinguish fire. But when the flames burn with such intensity, even a small quantity of water proves ineffective. Chu was engulfed in flames, the scorching heat transforming him into a blazing torch, the agony causing him great distress. In his torment, he broke free from the wire and leaped into the pool. Shortly thereafter, Arlong, Kruby, and Xiaoba emerged from the water, carrying a charred Chu. Not a single patch of his skin remained intact, and his hair had been completely incinerated. Rodney, receiving healing from his clone, found his right hand capable of movement once more, albeit limited. Observing the gravely injured Chu below, he remarked, overestimating oneself. The damage from flames is undeniably far more potent than that of water. Human, I shall kill you. This time, Arlong chose not to remain a spectator. Having overheard Kruby's revelation that this human could wield fishman karate, he deemed this threat must be eliminated. With a great leap, he opened his mouth, lunging at Rodney to bite. Rodney and his clone deftly sidestepped, while the house beneath them crumbled as Arlong smashed through the wall, emerging with a serrated great sword in hand. Great saw slice. Beholding the weapon, Rodney clicked his tongue, tightening his fist. It was time to act, yet against Arlong, guerrilla tactics were his only option. His chakra remained ample, but one must always tread cautiously when facing a fishman. Arlong bent his legs, exerting tremendous force, akin to a torpedo launched from a submarine, propelling himself forward with a downward slash. Shark water arrow, leaf dragon god. His body spun, a dragon-shaped whirlwind materializing, colliding with Arlong's blade, instantly sending him hurtling away into the sea. The shadow clone charged towards Kruby. Wind release. Vacuum bullets. Invisible air bullets struck Kruby, inflicting considerable pain, as multiple blood holes punctured his arms and chest. Blood gushed forth from the wounds. How could this be? What is this ability? Many wind-based attacks are imperceptible unless one possesses Kinbunchika Haki, chakra-sensing techniques, or ocular abilities akin to the Sharingan that could discern chakra. Otherwise, techniques like vacuum bullets pose a dire threat to these individuals. That I shall send you on your way, the shadow clone shouted. Yet at that moment, waves surged and droplets of water shot towards him like bullets. The shadow clone, being far more fragile than the original, could not withstand even minor attacks. Upon being struck by these water droplets, it vanished without a trace. Arlong emerged unscathed from the sea, having orchestrated that very attack. As a member of the shark fishman species, he could adeptly exploit this trait, wielding ordinary water as if it were a scattershot, and that was precisely what had just occurred. Allow me to demonstrate the might of a fishman. Grasping a handful of seawater, he lifted a multitude of droplets. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The flames incinerated the water droplets, transforming them into steam, forcing Arlong to evade. Rodney inquired, "What did you just say?" Chapter 30. Exhausted Chakra. The atmosphere grew tense as Rodney's actions further enraged Arlong. His eyes transformed into bloodthirsty slits, a manifestation of a fishman's fury. You have harmed my beloved kin, and now you dare to humiliate us noble fishmen. He glared at Rodney, locking eyes with his crimson, ominous gaze. I shall kill you. You shall understand what true cruelty is. Kruby. Xiaoba. Join me in slaying him. Kruby assumed the initial stance of fishman karate. Oh, understood. Xiaoba wielded 6 long blades with his 6 arms, preparing for a simultaneous assault. After a bit of stretching, his still numb arms were ready. Water release. Water chaos wave. A torrent of water erupted from his mouth, pushing against Arlong, Kruby, and Xiaoba. Xiaoba chuckled. Is this human a fool? How could water possibly affect us fishmen? As he spoke, his 6 soft, floppy octopus arms waved about, indicating his great delight. Arlong snorted disdainfully. How could a mere human comprehend the strength of fishmen? No, wait. Arlong, look at his hands. Kruby noticed Rodney's hands moving incessantly, uttering a sharp command. Lightning release. Spark wave. Brilliant arcs of lightning erupted from Rodney, racing toward the 3 fishmen with blinding speed. Crackle. Ah! The 3 were rendered numb by the electric shock. And as Rodney halted the flow of water, he seized the opportunity while they were paralyzed. Inhaling deeply, he merely formed a single seal. His chest swelled, gathering a vast amount of chakra in his throat. And in the next moment, a raging inferno surged forth towards the trio. Fire release. Great fire extinguish. What? The wall of flames surged forward, the intense heat scorching their skin. The moisture on their skin evaporated rapidly, causing it to crack before the flames engulfed them entirely. Rodney heard several screams and the sound of heavy objects crashing into the water. Understanding well what had transpired, he ceased the chakra output, realizing that this had drained a significant portion of his reserves. Indeed, not everyone posses release the constraints of the mind and allow the body to be utilized to its fullest potential. 8 gates of Duinja. Second gate. Rest gate. Open, lift the limitations of physical fatigue, overexert the body's energy to restore stamina, and eliminate the exhaustion caused by energy depletion. Point 8 gates of Duanjia. Third gate. Life gate. Open, blood surges to the surface. In the vibrant green chakra, energy flows vigorously. This marks the final safe zone of the 8 gates of Dungeon. At this point, Rodney paused, considering his physical well-being. This was merely an experiment, not one that would endanger his life. The shackles within his body temporarily vanished, allowing chakra to circulate freely, which was sufficient as he stepped onto the roof. A tremendous force shattered the structure, akin to a cannonball being propelled into the water. Wave impact. Before activating the system, Rodney noticed Arlong in the water, his body charred and extensively burned. Arlong, upon spotting him, widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Human, how dare you enter the sea? This is the domain of our fishmen." He recognized that this human's method of attack involved spewing various flamboyant projectiles from his mouth, yet he was not a devil fruit user, as he swam effortlessly without any signs of fatigue. "Wait, Captain Arlong, look at this guy's aura." Crocodile sensed Rodney's overwhelming presence and felt apprehensive. He too bore burns and was in pain from the salt water, but such minor injuries were trivial for fishmen. The manifested chakra surrounding Rodney deterred him from attacking. Who knew what unique abilities he might unleash? Nonetheless, Rodney had no intention of utilizing any special skills. Empowered by an abundance of chakra, he executed the moon step, propelling himself like an arrow toward Arlong. Arlong refused to bow to a human and was unwilling to retreat. He aimed to defeat Rodney and tear him apart with his proud teeth. Vowing never to relent, even in death, he opened his mouth wide and lunged at Rodney. Unfortunately for him, a formidable fist met his teeth, shattering them. Rodney offered no respite. One punch followed another, as if he were striking a sandbag. With his right fist pulled to his waist, Crocodile, who was preparing to assist, gaped in astonishment. Fishman karate, 1500 tile punch, boom! An overwhelming force erupted, launching Arlong out of the water. Rodney did not linger. He broke through the surface. Stepping swiftly upon Rodney's current condition is as follows. He suffers from lingering physical injuries, with Arlong's threats being relatively minor in comparison. On the contrary, Crocodile has inflicted considerable harm upon him. The Fishman karate has left him with hidden injuries that, if not treated promptly, could lead to complications that I see. Then please continue to rest. Is there anything you require? Nojiko inquired. Nothing much. Where is Miss Nami? He has been lying down for 2 days, and it seems that Nami is busy excavating the valuables buried beneath the rubble. It is worth noting that these treasures are the long-exploited riches of villages, such as Cocoa Village. Oppressed by the Arlong pirates, Nojiko responded, Nami and the others are currently distributing those funds. What about Arlong's head? As per your instructions, it has already been severed by the butcher in the village. Thank you for your assistance. After saying this, he closed his eyes. With his hands immobile, he could not gather chakra, rendering him temporarily incapacitated. Damn it, I will never exhaust my chakra again. That I should never have opened the 8 gates. A day later, Rodney finally regained control of his hands. With Nojiko's assistance, he formed the hand seals to gather chakra. After half a day, his hands moved at an exceedingly slow pace, performing the seals. Hi. Su Yu Shun Wei. He slapped his hands on the bed, and black runes spread out like a spider's web. Summoning Jutsu. Boom. A plume of white smoke erupted, revealing a blue and white slug less than a meter in length at the bedside. Greetings, Lord Rodney. The slug's voice was ethereal and gentle, reminiscent of a caring older sister. Upon noticing Rodney's injuries, it asked, Are you hurt? Do you require treatment? Yes, please heal my hidden injuries, but I currently possess very little chakra. The slug explained, Without your chakra, the healing process will be slow. However, as long as your chakra does not deplete to the point where I can no longer maintain the summoning jutsu, it will suffice. Compared to the summoning beasts of Myuka Mountain and the Dragon Cave, the slug was more adept at healing. However, without sufficient chakra, it could not perform its formidable self-healing abilities when Tsunade was bisected. The slug had to maintain the contract while healing the 5 Kage, significantly slowing the recovery process. Yet, once Tsunade was restored, the 5 Kage quickly revived. Its healing capacity is influenced by the contract holder. But as it is not an exceptionally powerful medical ninja, the impact is not overly significant. Then I must trouble you. Let us begin, of course. The slug climbed onto Rodney's body and commenced its healing process. Instantly, Rodney felt a refreshing sensation, akin to quenching a long-standing thirst in the desert. It was as if he had plunged into an oasis. His chakra recovery rate began to accelerate. The slug elaborated. Lord Rodney, you have mastered the 100 healings technique, allowing your chakra to resonate with mine, that I am now expediting your chakra recovery. And once you complete the 100 healings technique, I will be able to transmit a small amount of chakra to you. Its sage chakra is not something an ordinary person can withstand. It can only restore a slight amount of chakra to the contract holder. Otherwise, the holder's body might not endure it, potentially leading to complications. I have regained some strength that in that case, I shall concentrate on refining my chakra. Mr. Rodney. Nojiko and Nami burst through the door, both startled to see the slug atop Rodney. Nami, maintaining her composure, pulled out a collapsible staff from her four-dimensional pocket and aimed it at the slug. Wait, it is not an enemy. As Nami's staff was about to strike the slug, Rodney hastily intervened. Nami paused, looking puzzled at both him and the slug. The slug turned his head and said, "Please do not worry. I am healing Lord Rodney. A talking insect? Nojiko and Nami exclaimed in astonishment. The pirate world indeed harbors numerous strange creatures, yet talking animals are still quite rare, especially in the East Blue, where even Nami, after years of adventures, had never encountered such an unusual being. Rodney explained, "The slug is my companion and can assist in treating my injuries that I see, but insects are rather disgusting." Nami shuddered at the thought. Despite her fierce demeanor, she still retained a ladle-like side. Upon hearing this, the slug's antennae drooped, appearing somewhat hurt. Realizing her misstep, Nami quickly apologized. "I am sorry. I am just a bit afraid of insects. It's quite all right. It does not matter." The slug's voice was soothing and reminiscent of an amiable older sister. If one did not think too much about the connection to the land of shadows, well, if one did not dwell on that, it will be fine. It seems this voice resonates with many older young women. Sonata Dano and Sakura are much better, the slug grumbled, overheard by Rodney. Rodney remarked, "It appears that the slug's sister harbors some grievances." However, from the slug's words, it was evident that it was not a summoning beast created solely by the system, but was connected to the world of Naruto, with the storyline likely nearing its conclusion, having progressed at least halfway. Thus, could it be possible to reverse summon through the slug, transporting oneself to the Whetbone Forest, and then from there enter the world of Naruto, Chapter 32. The restricted summoning technique with thoughts swirling in his mind. He could hardly contain himself. However, he refrained from asking, as Nami and Nojiko were still present. Nami inquired, "Mr. Rodney, how is your condition?" "I am recovering well. The slug sister's treatment is proving effective, and my body is gradually healing. The soreness in my muscles is dissipating, and my chakra is slowly returning. Soon, I will be able to rise and walk." That he then asked, "How is the situation with the villagers?" "Everyone has retrieved the treasures plundered by Arlong and is fervently repairing the village. After all, their houses were destroyed by him. We are preparing to erect a statue in honor of Mr. Rodney. A statue? That is unnecessary. I merely came to eliminate Arlong, and I owe you my gratitude for saving me. Otherwise, in my current state, I could have been devoured by a passing beast." Rodney replied with a smile, "That if you truly wish to repay me, perhaps you could assist me with a small favor." Helping requires compensation, you know," Nami replied with a glimmer of greed in her eyes, rubbing her fingers together. "Wait a moment," Nojiko sighed, casting a resigned glance at her sister. Sigh. "This child is rather materialistic due to her past experiences." "Compensation? That is acceptable. You can claim Arlong's bounty, which should amount to around 10 to 20 million berries. That should suffice, right?" "That is more than enough." Nami nodded vigorously, her eyes transforming into berry shapes. After a moment's thought, she added, "However, since you helped everyone, I will begrudgingly accept half. By the way, Mr. Rodney, what kind of assistance do you require? You possess some conscience after all." Rodney replied, "I plan to set off directly from here to the Grand Line. Please escort me to the entrance of Reverse Mountain. Traveling by merchant ship would be far too slowed. He intended to enter the Grand Line. He had already apprehended most of the notorious pirates in this area, rendering further stay here meaningless. The Grand Line? Mr. Rodney, are you preparing to enter there now? Nami thought for a moment, realizing that Rodney had already defeated both the Crete pirates and the Arlong pirates, indicating that he was likely unparalleled in the East Blue. Thus, it was only natural for him to venture into the Grand Line. That Rodney's response aligned with her thoughts. Remaining here had become meaningless. Miss Nami, I am aware of your exceptional skills as a navigator, so I would like to request your assistance in reaching the entrance of Reverse Mountain. I will enter alone. Hearing him call her an exceptional navigator, Nami felt a surge of pride and smiled, but then questioned, alone. How do you plan to cross the ocean currents? I will walk across. Isn't that obvious? Rodney could disregard the tumultuous currents and could traverse the cliffs, so there was no need for concern regarding his safety. He was likely unique in the entire world right, you can walk on water, so that shouldn't be an issue. Nami nodded and cheerfully asked, when do you plan to set off? Once my body has fully recovered, but for now, I shall impose upon you for a time. Nojiko shook her head and smiled. Not at all. You saved our village, and it is our duty to assist you. Please rest assured and heal here. We will prepare lunch now. With that, she and her sister left, not wishing to disturb Rodney's recovery. Such gentle young girls. The slug sister remarked that, yes, that's so. Indeed, Rodney replied, that be by the way, slug sister, may I ask you something? Upon concluding her thoughts, she relayed her previous speculation to Lady Slug. After contemplating for a moment, Lady Slug replied, that would not be feasible, Lord Rodney. Your contract is rather unique. I am unaware of when you formed this pact with me. Moreover, I lack the means to perform reverse summoning on you, as this is my first venture into an alternate world rich in natural energy. The wet bone forest, where various summoning beasts reside, does not entirely align with the realm of the hidden leaf. Typically, it is the ninja who have entered into contracts with them that either pass the pact down to their disciples or, by sheer fortune, find themselves in these lands. Should they successfully undergo the trials, they may forge a contract with these summoning beasts. Lady Slug, a splinter of the slug sage from the wet bone forest, is aware that other worlds exist beyond this one. However, she has never traversed to an alternate realm before and has only just been summoned here by Rodney. The abundance of natural energy in the pirate world is one of the reasons for the extraordinary size of its flora and fauna. For a summoning beast like Slug, which cultivates Senjutsu chakra, this environment is undoubtedly akin to paradise. The reason Lady Slug has come here is that the sudden emergence of this contract with Rodney astonished her, prompting her to investigate. Why is it not possible? He inquired, wishing to visit the hidden leaf. Upon reflection, he surmised that the system likely prohibited his wandering. That I apologize, Lord Rodney, but I am quite uncertain, Lady Slug said, her antennae twitching slightly, revealing a hint of discontent. Wait, am I unable to go to the wet bone forest? How am I to cultivate Senjutsu? He had been contemplating learning Senjutsu, but it now seemed unattainable, resulting in a profound loss. System, was this within your calculations? Lady Slug remarked, Lord Rodney, it appears you are knowledgeable about Senjutsu. However, you need not venture to the wet bone forest. You may simply seek out locations abundant in natural energy to practice. How so? Lady Slug elucidated. Ordinary ninjas enter the 3 great sage regions primarily due to the more abundant natural energy there, which facilitates their understanding of natural energy. Sages typically do not stray far from these sacred places. Yet the natural energy in this world is so plentiful, far exceeding that of Lady Tsunade's realm, that one could say it is a treasure trove. This was splendid news. If the East Sea's natural energy was this rich, what then of the Grand Line, the New World? Take, for instance, the Sea Kings from these regions. The Sea Kings of the New World dwarf those of the East Sea by a staggering margin. Here, they may reach merely a few dozen meters, whereas in the New World, they can stretch thousands of meters deep, rendering any comparison futile. Thus, the natural energy there must be abundantly sufficient. By the way, Lady Slug, you mentioned Lady Tsunade. Is she the 5th Hokage? Indeed. I am surprised you are aware of Lady Tsunade, Lord Rodney. Well, due to certain circumstances, I have come to know some matters from that realm. Is she still the 5th Hokage? No. Lady Tsunade has since retired. Currently, the 6th Hokage governs the Hidden Leaf. So the storyline has reached its conclusion, and the Hidden Leaf is now under the leadership of the new generation. The era of ninjas is on the brink of conclusion. Can they not come here? If Lady Tsunade could be summoned through reverse summoning, she could assist in case of injury. Lady Slug shook her head and said, "That is likely impossible, Lord Rodney. Your contract differs significantly from that of Lady Tsunade and cannot facilitate reverse summoning that IT only allows for my presence here or my return. Truthfully, I do not comprehend how this contract came to be. How should I put it? Someone assisted in transferring your contract to me. I consider myself the sole ninja in this world. Lady Slug, would you be willing to become my summoning beast?" Lady Slug's appendages twitched gently. Her voice soothing, "Of course, Lord Rodney. Your strength is remarkable, and I find this world quite intriguing." After all, apart from the Hidden Leaf, she had never explored other realms. Living for so long, such a novel experience was indeed rare. "Haha. Thank you, Lady Slug. It is nothing." As he regained some strength, he rose from the bed but still felt a wave of weakness, as if his very essence had been drained. Damn it, I could use a tailed beast power bank. In a certain sense, chakra had its pitfalls. Lady Slug slowly descended from his body, leaving a sticky residue on his clothing, an inevitable consequence of her slug nature. It appeared that he had inadvertently caused Noki and the others some trouble. What is happening outside? He wondered, noticing a commotion beyond the window. Peering through the orange grove, he observed a crowd gathered, seemingly engaged in a heated argument. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, and the door swung open, revealing Noki. Her expression fraught with anxiety. "Mr. Rodney, the Navy has arrived. They demand that we surrender you. You must leave at once. Surrender me. Why?" Rodney was bewildered, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. Chapter 33. Shamelessness? Under Naka's explanation, Rodney grasped the situation. It involved the Navy's Colonel Mouse, who was in league with Arlong. Colonel Mouse of the 16th Navy Branch, a shameless scoundrel, colluded with Arlong, oppressing the villagers and accepting bribes. Without him, Arlong would not have had the audacity to dominate the nearby villages of Cocoa West. This individual, under the guise of the Navy, had committed numerous vile acts, even seizing the 100 million berries that Nami had painstakingly saved to redeem her village. Truly despicable. Today he had come to collect the bribes owed to him by Arlong, only to find that Arlong had been vanquished. Thus, he sent out his men to probe the situation, and when a villager inadvertently revealed that Rodney was still bedridden, he seized the opportunity to profit from Rodney's predicament. Unfortunately for them, they had miscalculated. "Let us go, Lady Slug. My body is now capable of action that a few Navy officers are of little concern to me," he declared. Noki, still apprehensive, replied, "But your health." She was genuinely worried about Rodney's condition, having been bedridden for several days. Rodney shook his head. "This is precisely what makes it interesting that a ragtag bunch like them does not warrant my full strength." "Miss Noki, would you kindly assist me? I wish to pay a visit." "Very well." Urging him to persevere, Noki had no choice but to support him as they made their way toward Colonel Mouse. Near Nami's home, there was a grove of oranges planted by Noki and Nami's foster mother, Belmere, intended for sale to supplement their household income. She was a resilient woman and an excellent member of the Navy. Outside the orange grove, villagers from Cocoa West were obstructing the Navy, led by a man with a mouse hat, beady eyes, and a rather unsavory demeanor, sporting 6 rodent-like whiskers. "What you lot up to? Do you not know I'm a Navy colonel? I've come to commend the great hero who vanquished the vile pirates." "What are you doing? Do you wish to oppose the Navy?" Commend the hero? Were you when the Arlong pirates were terrorizing us? Are you still a Navy officer?" The voice belonged to a middle-aged man clad in brown, with a windmill spinning atop his hat, his face marred by several intersecting scars. "Mr. Aegean, a true man, severely injured by Crocodile while protecting Nami's mother. He treated Nami like his own daughter, and had circumstances permitted, he might have built a family with Nami's mother, creating a blissful household. Beside him, Nami chimed in, a bunch of scoundrels colluding with pirates." Colonel Mouse regarded her with a sneer. "I recall you were also part of the Arlong pirates." "Little girl, what is this? I suspect you have ties to them. Seize her. Dare you lay a finger on Nami? Try it and see. They would not allow anyone harm their precious one. The villagers initially approached to confront the outrageous Colonel Mouse out of gratitude for Rodney. But they did not intend to clash directly with the Navy. Their plan was to stall for time, allowing Noki to escort Rodney away. However, Colonel Mouse's threat to capture Nami changed everything. Who was Nami to them? She was their beloved, a child they had watched grow up, akin to family. Nami braved the elements, stealing treasures upon the sea, risking her life with every venture. How could they not be concerned? How could they not be enraged? Colonel Mouse's words ignited a powder keg, inciting the villagers' fury. We can tolerate your collusion with the Arlong pirates, but you shall not lay a finger on our treasure. The villagers' demeanor shifted, causing Colonel Mouse to take a step back in fear. Realizing the shift, he drew a pistol, aiming it at Mr. Aegean. You filthy peasants, dare to oppose the Navy. You're courting death, as he brandished his firearm. The villagers, though gripped by fear, stood their ground, glaring fiercely at Colonel Mouse, which underscored their unwavering resolve. That moment, a voice resonated. I am Rodney. Who seeks me? Upon hearing this, the crowd parted, allowing Rodney, supported by Nokigo, to approach. The once massive slug had now shrunk to the size of a palm, resting upon his shoulder. This was a split off from the slug. Her original form was too large, necessitating the emergence of a smaller version to accompany him. Mr. Rodney, your health has yet to recover. How could you venture out? One villager exclaimed. Indeed, Mr. Rodney, you need not worry. We shall handle this, another added. Mr. Rodney, why have you come out? Your condition is alarming. Nami gasped, her eyes urging her sister to take him back, questioning how he could be present in such a frail state. Nokigo shook her head, indicating her helplessness. That I am Josta Jada Rodney. What business do you have with me? Rodney declared. Colonel Mouse holstered his weapon. Observing Rodney's frail demeanor, as if he were a shell of his former self, thus lowering his guard. You may have slain a dragon, even I could not confront, but in such a weakened state. Surely you cannot withstand a bullet? He naively believed that the frail Rodney was an easy target. Clearing his throat, he introduced himself. I am Colonel Mouse of the Navy's 16th Division. I've heard you defeated the dragon pirate crew Arlong? Yes, and what of it? Rodney replied. Of course, Colonel Mouse exclaimed, his voice rising. You have thwarted our target, a plan long in the making. You have disrupted our strategy. Josta J. Rodney, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Such audacity. The villagers erupted in anger. You spend your days accepting bribes, failing to fulfill your duties, colluding with Arlong to oppress us. Now, you seek to shift the blame onto our benefactor? How could one be so shameless? Rodney blinked in astonishment, never having encountered someone so brazen. Are you suggesting that you intend to ascend to the second-in-command of the dragon pirate crew, only to ensnare us all? A performance akin to an undercover operation? Nonsense. You are the ones in league with the dragon pirate crew, oppressing the innocent. Were it not for Mr. Rodney, we would still be suffering. Where were you, Navy? Collecting bribes. And now you dare to slander Mr. Rodney. You are unworthy of being part of the Navy. Indeed, you are unworthy of being part of the Navy. Leave our village, the crowd echoed. Yes, depart at once. Out with you. Fury surged through the villagers as Colonel Mouse, visibly agitated, fired a shot into the sky, shouting, What is all this noise? Pirate Hunter Josta J. Rodney, I now suspect you are colluding with other pirate crews. Come with me to the Navy headquarters. What a disgrace. This is truly shameless, the elder slug whispered. Yes, I too have never encountered such a shameless individual. Rodney nodded, instructing the slug to dissolve the firearm in his hand. Very well. The elder slug expelled a corrosive liquid that accurately struck the gun held by Colonel Mouse. With a hissing sound, the slug's limited means of attack, her acidic secretion, possessed formidable corrosive properties, reducing the firearm to mere remnants of its stock. Why you are attacking the Navy? There are witnesses, Colonel Mouse stammered, mustering his courage to gaze at Rodney. Rodney regarded him with an expression of incredulity. Come now, think critically. Today, we merely sought to assess my injuries. There are no outsiders in the village. Are there? Did anyone witness anything? The villagers paused, then gradually dispersed. Yes, the weather suggests rain. I must return to gather my clothes. I shall join you, dummy, too. Though the sun shone brightly, they claimed rain was imminent. Rodney smiled, thinking, you may be shameless, but I can be as well. Chapter 34. Journey to Reverse Mountain. As the villagers departed, Colonel Mouse wore a grim expression, his fellow Navy members trembling as they aimed their firearms at Rodney. Oh, is this truly necessary? Are you really prepared to shoot at me? It will end poorly. You know, death is imminent, Rodney remarked, his gaze revealing a hint of crimson. With a flicker of illusion, those with weaker mental fortitude among the Navy froze, unable to move, as if caught in a nightmarish grip. Their eyes, wide with terror, fixated on Rodney. You, Colonel Mouse, still retained his mobility, a deliberate choice by Rodney to instill fear. But don't even think about escaping. Rodney smiled. You are a mere nuisance. And I shall deliver justice today. No. Don't kill me. I have money. I can give you everything. Colonel Mouse, terrified, fell to the ground, retreating against an orange tree, trembling and pale, his trousers dampened. Such cowardice, Rodney scoffed, though his gaze was indeed fearsome. His Sharingan not only enhancing his abilities, but also augmenting his intimidating presence. Mr. Rodney, how shall we deal with this individual? The elder slug inquired. Dispose of him. I cannot remain here indefinitely. To prevent complications later, it is best to eliminate him. As for how he meets his end, the people of Cocoa West Village shall not encounter him. Rodney replied with a grin, turning to Colonel Mouse. After all, I am not a monster. I shall grant you a head start of 40 meters. Rodney reclined in a deck chair, sheltered by a sunshade, sipping a chilled beverage in utter contentment. The shark ship, Xilobu, bravely navigated the waves while ahead. A manatee was being towed along. The manatee, Moo, was a sea creature brought over by Arlong and his crew from the Grand Line, possessing considerable strength in the East Sea. Unfortunately for it, it encountered Rodney, who swiftly rendered it unconscious. Upon awakening, it realized that the Arlong pirates had vanished, leading it to indulge its freedom. Just days prior, it had attacked the villagers of Kokoshia, seizing their sun-dried fish, only to be captured by Rodney and forced into labor. With a burden atop its head, Moo lamented its misfortune, questioning why it had to cross paths with such a calamity. Why must my luck be so abysmal? Nami, holding a nautical chart, stated, Mr. Rodney, our first destination is Loguetown, where we will exchange Arlong's bounty. After that, we shall find a way to sell this ship and procure a smaller vessel to take you to Reverse Mountain. The route will be as follows. Rodney nodded in agreement, replying, No problem. You may handle the arrangements. Were it not for Nami's insufficient prowess, he would have taken her along. Navigating the seas with a skilled navigator could avert numerous dangers. Alas, his chakra could only be condensed by him alone, leaving him unable to teach others. He sighed, dismissing the thought of parting with a fortune and resolved to consider it a benevolent investment. Shaking his head as he returned to his sunbathing. Lunch consisted of braised sea king, with Moo consuming the lion's share as it required sustenance for its laborious work. Dinner was enjoyed at the floating restaurant. Baratie, an unexpected encounter occurred, and he dined splendidly with Nami. During the meal, the culinary genius Sanji prepared a plethora of delights for Nami, yet most found their way into Rodney's stomach for Nami, being a delicate beauty and lacking combat skills, had minimal physical exertion and could not consume so much. Thus, everything was devoured by Rodney. Indeed, Sanji's culinary skills are commendable, he mused, provoking Sanji's ire and leading to a near altercation, which Nami ultimately diffused. Yesterday's dinner was exquisite, Nami reflected, still savoring Sanji's creations. Rodney held a packet of spicy strips, which he had requested from Baratie's chef the previous night. Although the quantity was modest, the flavor was delightful. He offered it to Nami, inquiring, Would you care for some? Thank you, that it's quite spicy and aromatic, Nami exclaimed, instantly captivated by the taste. The two engaged in conversation, and the entire packet of spicy strips was consumed. As the day progressed, they conversed, feasted, played cards, and read novels aboard the ship. Life at sea was undeniably monotonous. With Nami by his side, the atmosphere felt less dreary, but he was mindful of her youth. Thus, they continued their camaraderie until they reached Loguetown. There, they exchanged Arlong's bounty with Smoker and sold the shark ship, adhering to their prior agreement to split the bounty. Following this, they purchased a nimble little boat to proceed to Reverse Mountain. The shark ship had proven too cumbersome for Nami to manage alone, making its sail the wisest choice. Rodney acquired the navigation chart from Smoker, who reluctantly handed it over, wary of Rodney's potential to become a pirate. In Smoker's eyes, Rodney harbored no sense of justice, only a desire for wealth. And if he were to embrace piracy, he would undoubtedly become a troublesome force for the Navy. Nevertheless, Smoker ultimately relinquished the chart, acknowledging that while rare in the East Sea, it could be obtained elsewhere if necessary. With the chart in hand, Rodney, guided by Nami, approached the vicinity of Reverse Mountain at this juncture. Rodney instructed Nami to halt. The proximity to the currents posed a risk of drifting away, which would lead to complications. "Farewell, Nami," he called from atop Moo Moo's head, waving towards her. "Goodbye, Mr. Rodney. In a few years, I shall venture to the Grand Line to chart the seas. And I hope you'll be my ally then." "Absolutely," he replied, gesturing for Moo Moo to swim towards Reverse Mountain. Chapter 35. Reverse Mountain and the island whale Reverse Mountain, also known as Levis Mountain, is one of the two intersecting points between the Red Line and the Grand Line, the other being the holy land of Mariewa. This mountain is fraught with both wonder and peril, serving as the gateway to the Grand Line. Unless one traverses the windless zone, this route is essential for entry into the Grand Line. The currents of the four seas are so powerful that they defy gravity, causing the water to flow upward toward the summit, forming an X-shaped convergence. At this junction, the water cascades downward, marking the sole exit and the entrance to the Grand Line. Newton might exclaim in frustration, "Do those cartoonists ever consider respecting my principles?" Reverse Mountain serves as both the origin and terminus of the Grand Line. On the opposite side lies the end of the New World. However, one must first navigate the Red Line and then venture into the vast, perilous expanse of the New World, where one cannot predict the myriad of challenges that await. The mountain towers into the clouds, its peak obscured from view, and as one ascends, thick clouds shroud the midsection. The majestic ascent is unforgettable, with the mountain's surface bare of vegetation and revealing its crimson rock. How high can it possibly be? Rodney pondered, unaware of the actual height, but certain it was indeed considerable. Approaching the waterway's entrance, the sea defied physical laws, surging upward in a surreal display. Majestic white stone gates rose above the waterway, intricately adorned with mysterious carvings, standing vigil for countless years, having witnessed the hopes of many aspiring adventurers seeking the fabled treasure. They would remain there, day after day, year after year, standing resolutely against the elements. "Let us ascend," Rodney urged, patting Moo Moo's towering horn. Moo Moo responded with a call, propelled by the currents toward the mountain. The waters surged violently, akin to a waterfall cascading down, yet flowing upward. "Whoever dares tell me that water flows downward shall face my wrath." Moo Moo swished its tail, gaining speed as the wind whipped against Rodney's face, stinging his skin and causing him to squint. With the currents urging them onward, they pierced through the misty clouds. And after a few exhilarating bursts, they reached the summit, where 3 additional waterways converged, all streams rushing toward the same outlet. "Let us go." Rodney laughed heartily, urging Moo Moo to plunge downward. The descent was a thrilling roller coaster ride. Moo Moo remained steady, though the surrounding water frequently splashed, drenching Rodney. Yet he felt invigorated. The thrill surpassed that of a pirate ship. "Moo Moo, accelerate, accelerate, accelerate." Rodney cheered, exhilaration evident on his face. Bursting through the cloud cover, Rodney glimpsed the outlet below, as well as a dark island. "Wait, an island?" "Moo Moo, slow down, slow down, slow down, quickly slow down," Rodney shouted, realizing that at their current speed, they would surely collide with the island obstructing the exit. Why is there an island blocking the way? Moo Moo wished to slow down too. But despite its efforts to halt, the combination of their previous speed and the current pushed them onward at an alarming rate, threatening imminent impact. "Humans, why must you be so reckless?" A piercing wail echoed in Rodney's ears, as if dozens of individuals were clamoring about him, some even scratching a chalkboard with their nails and scraping glass with knives. The manatee, Moo Moo, painfully shut its eyes, its ears pressed against its skin. Its hearing was far more acute than Rodney's, enabling it to comprehend the language of animals, discerning the anguish, hope, and sorrow woven into that cacophonous sound. Yet above all, it was the harm to its hearing that prevailed. Unable to bear it any longer, its massive body rolled and plunged into the sea, with Rodney following suit, his feet seemingly glued to the manatee's scalp, his hands clutching its horns. However, sound traveled faster in water, intensifying the discomfort for both Moo Moo and Rodney, prompting them to surface once more that a colossal black island loomed before them. Though its approach had slowed considerably, it seemed inevitable they would collide. Just as Rodney prepared to act, the island stirred, revealing a gaping abyss, its white fangs resembling mountain peaks as seawater streamed through the gaps. Moo Moo, turn quickly if you wish to evade being swallowed. Upon hearing this, Moo Moo exerted every ounce of strength to escape the terrifying pull, successfully making it to the other side of the island. They both sighed in relief. Fortunately, Moo Moo was not a ship. Otherwise, maneuvering would have been quite the challenge. Rodney gazed at the island, murmuring, "Is this the island whale Laboon? How immense!" They had arrived beneath Laboon's massive eye, gazing up at the nearly 100-meter-wide orb in awe. Originally inhabiting the West Sea, Laboon had followed the Rumbar pirates here decades ago, entrusted to the care of the Twin Capes warden, Crocus, with a promise to return after circumnavigating the globe. Alas, the Rumbar pirates had been annihilated by other pirate crews in the mystical waters of the Florian Triangle 49 years prior. This pirate crew, which once brought joy even to weeping children, was now reduced to only Brooke, who had consumed the revive fruit and remained trapped in the mystical triangle. Laboon had waited 50 years. Yet the Rumbar pirates never returned. Unable to navigate the waterways back to its homeland, it yearned to reunite with its friends, day after day crashing against the red line, longing to meet the crew and fulfill their former promise. This was a whale imbued with human emotions, and it was truly pitiable. Daily, it battered the red line, its massive form now covered in scars. Had it not been for the healing of the Pirate King's doctor, Crocus, it likely would have perished long ago. Well then, let me assist it, Rodney sighed, gathering chakra near his vocal cords to amplify his voice. Laboon, look this way, I have news about the Rumbar pirates. To Laboon, the Rumbar pirates were akin to family, and upon hearing this, its enormous eye shifted toward Rodney and Moo Moo. The manatee, frightened to tears, felt faint, wanting to flee, but Rodney threatened, "Don't run. If you do, I'll stew you. You'll become just like the sea kings you consumed." Moo Moo lamented, "This is too difficult for me." TT. A piercing sound erupted again, causing Rodney to instinctively cover his ears. Though to no avail. "Kid, where did you learn about the Rumbar pirates?" At that moment, a burly elder wearing glasses and a floral shirt, adorned with a rooster comb-like headdress, stood atop Laboon's back, his gaze menacing. He was Crocus, the Pirate King's doctor and the guardian of Twin Cape, who spent his days reading newspapers in Laboon's company, tending to its wounds. T.O. Crocus. Laboon had become a dear friend. They had accompanied each other for decades, with Crocus only leaving briefly when he served on Roger's ship. Yet, despite their journey to Raftel, they had never encountered the Rumbar pirates. By then, Crocus had come to accept that the crew was likely no more. To spare Laboon from further futile waiting, he had delivered this news, which prompted Laboon to begin its relentless assault on the Red Line, seeking to reach the other side and personally search for the Rumbar pirates. Now, hearing a young man speak of such matters, Crocus suspected he might be a fraud. The lad appeared scarcely 20, while the Rumbar pirates had been a crew from 50 years ago, known to few. Where could this kid have acquired such information? Crocus mused, sizing up the young man, who seemed the type to be smooth-tongued and deceitful. Chapter 36. My special ability, kid. Where did you learn about the Rumbar pirates? Crocus inquired, still perched on Laboon's back. Unable to see Crocus, Rodney spoke to Moo Moo. Wait here for a moment. He leaped on a Laboon's damp skin, his feet adhering like suction cups as he ran straight up. Laboon, the island whale, was indeed as vast as its name suggested. As it grew, Crocus had to abandon external treatments and instead treat it from within, even making himself a cozy nook in its stomach, constructing various amenities that did not disrupt Laboon's daily life. Such was a marvel of pirate biology. Upon reaching Laboon's back, He found it far larger than any plaza. Crocus, the Pirate King's doctor, regarded him with an unfriendly expression. A recliner and a sunshade beside him, suggesting he was enjoying life. So, you claim to know about the Rumbar pirates? Indeed, I do, Rodney replied. Are you aware that this pirate crew was from 50 years ago? Of course, this island whale Laboon was brought out by them, though they are all long gone. Laboon's keen hearing allowed it to perceive even the subtlest sounds, and it was clearly disturbed, thrashing about in agitation. Wait, I haven't finished speaking, Crocus interjected. Kid, are you here to mock me and Laboon? Certainly not. 50 years ago, the Rumbar pirates were annihilated in the Florian Triangle by their enemies. Indeed, they are all dead. However, one named Brook, who consumed the revive fruit, has come back to life, but he remains trapped there. It is said that his shadow was taken by the warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, which is why he cannot escape. Rodney explained a sound emanated from Laboon beneath them, no longer sorrowful, but rather infused with a hint of joy that you're not deceiving me. Crocus asked. Rodney shook his head, asserting no. Why would I lie to the Pirate King's doctor? That would be self-destructive. Crocus stroked his beard, saying, Now I am curious about the source of your information. The fact that he was the Pirate King's doctor was not common knowledge, and Crocus found himself intrigued by Rodney's claims regarding the Rumbar pirates' fate. Rodney smiled. I consumed a peculiar devil fruit, occasionally granting me visions of certain events. I happened to glimpse the Rumbar pirates. Brook is a man clad in a black suit, wearing a tall hat, with an explosive hairstyle and thick lips, and he seems to be quite the lecher. As he spoke, he revealed his Sharingan, hoping to lend credibility to his words. That does sound like Brook, Crocus conceded, now fully convinced. This peculiar vision you possess, are you brave enough to venture into the Grand Line alone? He believed Rodney was underestimating the peril. The journey of a pirate was never a solitary one. Only through mutual support with companions could one hope to endure. And there's Moo Moo, whom I will release later. I'm merely honing my strength in the Grand Line, not seeking death. Besides, if he wishes to flee, no ordinary person could capture him. Once I reach a bustling place, I'll use my transformation technique to blend in, ensuring no one can find me. The power granted by this is not limited to mere abilities. Observing Rodney's confident demeanor, Crocus shook his head, retracting his recliner. Young man, if what you say is true, then Laboon and I owe you a great debt of gratitude. But a trifling matter. Rodney replied, shaking his head. Seemingly recalling something, he rubbed his hands together, smiling sheepishly. I don't have a log pose. Could you help me with that? In this tumultuous Grand Line, where magnetic fields were chaotic and the weather unpredictable, one could only navigate from island to island using a log pose to sense the magnetic forces, marking their course. Each journey required waiting for the log pose to recalibrate and point toward the next island. Crocus chuckled heartily. That's no issue. Follow me. Laboon, wait a moment. You'll soon meet the ones you've longed to see. With a resounding splash, Xilobu stirred into motion, its powerful tail creating towering waves as it swam to the edge of the lighthouse. The two disembarked, and Crocus soon learned that Rodney was a bounty hunter, having eliminated the formidable pirates of the East Sea, which explained the presence of the sea cow, Mo, as they entered the Grand Line. Truly, the audacity of youth is admirable. Today's young people, much like those of yesteryears, are equally bold. Please wait here for a moment. Crocus instructed as he entered the lighthouse to fetch a recording compass for Rodney. Meanwhile, Rodney gazed at the myriad scars etched across Xilobu's body, a testament to its battles, some of which were fresh wounds likely sustained recently, the result of its years of crashing against the Red Earth continent. Now, let's employ the summoning technique. With a resounding thud, a 20-meter-long slug materialized beside him, addressing him respectfully. Lord Rodney, how may I assist you? Dear Slug Sister, do you believe the whale's injuries can be healed? The Slug Sister's gaze fell upon Xilobu, noting its impressive size. However, compared to her true form in the wet-bone forest, it was still considerably smaller. After all, she was the embodiment of the entire wet-bone forest. Indeed, these injuries will mend swiftly, likely within half an hour. Lord Rodney, shall I commence immediately? However, I must request that you cleanse its skin of the seawater, as the salt can be detrimental to my mucus. While it may not be fatal, It would be quite uncomfortable. Being a slug, the salt would dissolve her cellular tissue. Though she would not perish due to her nature as a summoning beast, it would still be an unpleasant experience for her. Not a problem. Labu, could you please come a bit closer? Labu obediently approached, nearly pressing against the steep cliff. Here it comes, water style, water chaos wave. Chakra surged forth, a torrent of fresh water washing over Labu's skin, removing some of the salt from its surface. All done. I shall ascend now. The slug sister began to glide onto Labu, her 20-meter length resembling a doll atop it. Green healing chakra penetrated Labu's skin, stimulating the healing process of its wounds. While the old scars were beyond repair, the fresh ones could still be mended. Even without chakra, medical ninjutsu could still affect the physical body. Using chakra to promote healing, Labu felt a wave of comfort, far more enjoyable than the injections of healing medicine administered by Kuloka's AT. That moment, Kuloka's emerged, holding the recording compass, and upon noticing the slug sister atop Labu, asked curiously, "Oh, Mr. Kulokas, this is my partner, the slug sister, who can accelerate healing using her bodily energy, one of my abilities that is this ability yours?" "No, it is a summoning. These are eyes that can manifest miracles." The red eyes caused Kulokas to pause momentarily before he chuckled. "Indeed, just those two abilities alone are quite astonishing. Young man, this power of yours is truly unexpected. Is it all right if I share this with the old man?" "Of course, it's fine. You wouldn't divulge my abilities." "How reassuring. Here, this is the recording compass you requested. The magnetism is fully charged, pointing to the next island." "Now, which route do you intend to choose?" he inquired. "This is the starting point of the Grand Line, where 7 distinct magnetic forces extend outwards, representing 7 different paths. However, regardless of the path chosen, all will ultimately lead to the same destination, Raftel. Yet, once a path is selected, it cannot be altered. One must continue forward, as returning to traverse another route would be futile. The Grand Line, which path leads to Alabasta? That one. Kulokas pointed in a direction. Understood. We shall take that route. As for why that path, it's quite simple. In the anime, Luffy traversed that very route. He only knows what that path entails, while the other 6 remain shrouded in mystery. Thus he chose the one he was most familiar with. Chapter 37. Riding the Whale, all set. Lord Rodney. The slug sister gently slid down from Labu, its new wounds completely healed, looking quite healthy. However, treating Labu had drained a considerable amount of Rodney's chakra, requiring some time for recovery. The talking slug sister momentarily astonished Kulokas. Yet having weathered many storms alongside Roger, he had seen his fair share of wonders. Nevertheless, a talking slug was a rarity, a talking creature. Indeed, the slug sister is quite powerful, albeit not adept in battle. However, when it comes to healing, none can surpass her. Rodney confidently patted the slug sister, only to find his hand covered in mucus. What a remarkable ability! Kulokas marveled. Lord Rodney, the natural energy here is significantly denser than before. Nearing the level suitable for cultivating sage techniques, the slug sister whispered that if one were to cultivate, how long would it take? That remains uncertain, but it would be slightly slower than in the wet bone forest. Let us put that aside for now. Thank you for your help, slug sister. Not at all. I shall take my leave now. With a farewell, the slug sister vanished in a thin air, prompting Kulokas to exclaim once more. Your ability is truly remarkable. So, you're the one who used your fruit powers to send off such a large slug? Precisely. I summoned the slug sister back to her origin, Rodney replied with a faint smile. He then asked, Old man Kulokas, when do you plan to set sail? What? Do you wish to accompany me? Well, if there is a favorable wind, I certainly wouldn't mind hitching a ride, Rodney boldly asserted, knowing that unless there was a task at hand, he would undoubtedly follow Kulokas. Very well. I must first visit Sabati Archipelago to summon an old friend. Will you accompany me there? Sabati Archipelago? Are you seeking the Dark King? Really? Poor Moria is in for a rough time. Despite the aging crew of the Pirate King, age does not equate to weakness in the pirate world, especially among the ancient monsters of yore. Garp, Sengoku, Whitebeard, and Rayleigh may have seen a decline in power, but by how much? Even if they were not as formidable as in their youth, they still stood at the pinnacle of this world. Your esteemed self remains as esteemed as ever. Coloca's, a ship's doctor, was accustomed to rough waters, able to handle himself well. The only concern was facing Moria, who would pose a bit of a challenge. Bringing along a Dark King would certainly ease matters, especially if he needed to compel Moria to return Brook's shadow. Furthermore, Coloca's was eager to reunite with the first mate. Oh, by the way, I sent your crewmate Buggy to prison. Rodney mentioned. Huh, that little rascal Buggy. You imprisoned him? Well, I suppose that's just his misfortune. Coloca's laughed, recalling the red-nosed fellow, not particularly concerned, as he believed Buggy would never remain captured for long. Though timid, he was a man whom the captain valued highly and would not be easily subdued. He continued, So, Rodney, is it? Prepare yourself. We shall be departing shortly. Just like that. Indeed. Coloca's nodded, and they boarded Laboon, planning to rest within its body for the night. As for provisions, they would manage while at sea, needing only to prepare fresh water and fine wine. Suddenly, Rodney's vision flickered as a task appeared before him. Task. Dissolve Baroque works task level. Be reward. Shuriken shadow clone technique, water style, water barrier, mastery of sage arts, permanent chakra fruit, 5,000 task points. Task. Defeat crocodile task level. Be reward. Bloodline limit. Boil release, fire style. Phoenix fire jutsu, fire style. Head hardening, lightning style. False darkness, lightning style. Thunder tiger, 5,000 task points. Point 2 tasks. Surprised, Rodney fell into contemplation. Having merely intended to traverse the route to Alabasta, how had he suddenly been assigned 2 tasks? However, the rewards were undeniably enticing. Is it typical for B-level tasks to offer such high rewards? What's wrong? Coloca's noticed Rodney had halted, seemingly entranced, staring ahead as if lost in thought that it's nothing. Just recalling some matters. Rodney shook his head and approached the cliff, where he beheld the sea cow surfacing from the water, saying, You are free now. Go wherever your heart desires. The manatee Moo silently entered the ocean, moving with remarkable swiftness, as though it wished to leave at once. That, oh dear, do you find me so detestable? Indeed, it seems so. Moo was even more afraid of Rodney than of Aaron, yearning to escape this harbinger of doom, for at least then it would be free from the peril of death. Now, it could truly claim to be free, yet it remained uncertain as to who would provide sustenance, as it had previously relied on Xiaoba for care under Aaron's watch. And so, we too must depart. It has been far too long. Let us embark on a journey. Laboon. Kuroka's patted Laboon's skin, prompting an excited and joyful call from the creature. How shall we proceed? Rodney inquired. We will venture into Laboon's belly. Heading first to the nearest location, young Rodney, which coincidentally aligns with your chosen route. Indeed, I am bound for Alabasta. Kuroka's pondered for a moment before replying. If I recall correctly, you are a bounty hunter, are you not? What do you intend regarding the warlord of the sea there? Alabasta is the domain of Sir Crocodile, one of the warlords who frequently eliminates pirates attempting to reach the country, causing the populace to revere him as a hero. The warlords are pirates sanctioned by the world government, permitted to plunder without fear of being hunted down, regarded as the government's lackeys. Crocodile, Moonlight Moria, and Don Quixote da Flamingo act as a sieve, systematically eliminating passing pirates and thereby significantly alleviating the Navy's burdens. Though their presence is irksome, one cannot deny that these 3 have, to some extent, aided the Navy. Haha, old man, do not underestimate me. I cannot yet contend with the warlords. Well, perhaps not yet. He recalled that Crocodile's fruit was countered by water. Sand absorbs water, rendering it ineffective, much like Gura. Yet he wondered if water created by chakra would have the same effect. If so, even without Hokage, he could defeat Crocodile. The Sand fruit abilities are a boon in Alabasta, yet they are also easily countered. Furthermore, Crocodile is wholly focused on seeking the clues to Pluto, with little time for Hokage training. Making the odds about even in a confrontation, he was akin to a certain overzealous deity who entered the fray too soon and ended up ensnared. Rodney continued, I have matters to investigate in Alabasta. My eyes have witnessed certain events that I must clarify. Oh. Kuroka's inquired, intrigued. Might I ask what you have seen? After a moment's reflection, Rodney replied. Someone is covertly utilizing dance powder. Dance powder, such a substance, is utterly unusable in a water-scarce nation like Alabasta. Dance powder is employed for artificial rainfall, yet its effects are exceedingly domineering, drawing moisture from the surrounding area to create precipitation. To resolve a water crisis through the plunder of others is nearly fatal for a desert nation. Did you see who it was? Rodney shook his head. Only fragments remain in my memory, which is why I wish to investigate and eliminate that individual. He made a gesture as if to behead, radiating an aura of menace. Then go forth, but I may not be able to accompany you, old man. No, I am truly grateful for your escort. If Mumu were to take me, its speed would diminish over such vast distances. I also need to await the pirate ships arriving from that direction to ambush them, which would be quite troublesome. Go fetch some liquor and water. Let us make some preparations, and you should assist me as well. Certainly. Chapter 38. Whiskey Peak. The days of sailing continued as before, yet with a distinct difference. Laboon's size was now ample enough to accommodate them within its belly. The blue sky and white clouds above were a product of Kuroka's idle artistry. Devoid of darkness, radiating brightness, it was astonishing that whatever pigments he used had not been corroded by Laboon's gastric acid. The pale green gastric acid spread out like a vast lake, with a small island floating at its center, upon which stood a quaint wooden cabin, accompanied by a coconut tree. Several garments were hung between the tree and the cabin on a makeshift clothesline, as if one were to overlook the clamor. This could very well be deemed a suitable locale for leisure and respite. Why the clamor, you ask? Because Rodney had summoned a multitude of shadow clones, diligently practicing the 6 powers and fishman karate. His chakra now allowed him to create hundreds of shadow clones, each honing their skills, subsequently relaying their experiences back to him, resulting in a geometric increase in training velocity, a formidable acceleration indeed. Kuroka's could not help but marvel. The youth of today are truly astonishing. Even their ability to walk upon water is enough to inspire. By the way, what devil fruit has this lad consumed? The capabilities he displayed were manifold. Foresight, healing, duplication, and water walking, and he certainly possessed further hidden talents. If properly cultivated, in due time, he would undoubtedly carve out a place for himself upon the seas. Kuroka suddenly felt as if he had been cast aside by the tides of time. No, rather, he found himself unable to keep pace with the era. Such troublesome abilities would have been fearsome in their day, yet the weakness of the clones meant that, otherwise, he could dominate the seas merely through them. No wonder this lad boasted that no one could capture him if he so desired. Returning his focus to the reading material in hand, his gaze deepened with contemplation. This author is remarkably skilled. As I read, even this old man feels a surge of excitement. Jiraiya, is it truly an impressive creator? Laboon navigated through the deep sea, following Kuroka's indicated direction. With its massive form, the creatures of the sea, far larger than those in the East Blue, dared not approach. The ever-changing weather above posed no concern. Even the mightiest waves at the surface did not affect the depths of hundreds of meters below. This depth was considered shallow for Laboon. Before long, Laboon surfaced, and Kuroka's emerged from the valve atop its back. In the distance, land had appeared. A sizable island adorned with enormous spherical cacti, shrouded in a thin mist that rendered it somewhat ethereal. Casting a glance at the magnetic compass on his wrist, Kuroka's informed the newly surfaced Rodney. The compass's magnetic force is waning. We must pause here to recharge it. Rodney was still in the learning phase. The compass remained in Kuroka's possession. Each island possessed a unique magnetic field, and the compass needed time to record the local magnetic forces before it could point towards the next destination. Thus, they would have to wait, though the duration remained uncertain. Anywhere from a few hours to a year, time was unpredictable that we've scarcely traveled a few days. Rodney remarked that, is it truly so swift? Do not underestimate Laboon's speed. It moves with remarkable quickness. Its size limits it to the depths of the sea, preventing entry into shallower waters, thus allowing us to ascend first. Patting Laboon affectionately, Kuroka's declared, "We shall ascend now. Once the magnetic force is fully charged, we will set forth." Laboon responded with a call, acknowledging the command. "Then I shall leave it to you. Rodney, he tossed out a rope and retrieved a board resembling a surfboard. Very well. Rodney secured the rope around his waist and leapt from Laboon's back ahead of Kuroka's. He landed steadily upon the ocean surface and executed a technique, slicing through the water with Kuroka's in tow. The rope he held served to guide him, while the board acted as a surfboard, propelling them swiftly toward the awaiting island. In no time, they reached the shore, where Kuroka's observed, "This is Whiskey Peak. I am familiar with its name, yet I have seldom visited. Whiskey Peak lies in close proximity to Twin Cape." But the specifics remained unknown to him. What he did not know, Rodney was well aware. This was a town welcoming to pirates, yet in reality, it served as a gathering place for bounty hunters, as well as a subsidiary of a secret criminal organization known as Baroque Works. With a slight smile, he suggested, "Old man, let us first explore the town. Given its name, I wonder if there is whiskey to be found." Indeed, Kuroka's agreed. Many pirates at sea were known to be heavy drinkers, drawn to fine spirits. The two, one old and one young, made their way towards the town nestled beneath the towering spherical cacti. Due to their understated arrival, they did not encounter the typical scene of townsfolk welcoming them with open arms. However, the presence of two unfamiliar faces in this town still drew the attention of others. In the shadows, an individual held Rodney's previous bounty poster, remarking, "Jostad Jade at Rodney, the bounty hunter from the East Blue, with a bounty of 3 million berries. Quite the lucrative target. I wonder who the old man beside him is." Alas, what he remains unaware of is that the bounty on Rodney issued by the Navy has already been rescinded by Cap's men. This warrant has long since lost its validity. The warrant was obtained previously, but regrettably, the speed at which it was revoked was rather swift, leaving them uninformed of the specific details. The bounty hunters in the town have already set their sights on Rodney, eager to capture him and deliver him to the Navy for a reward. Therefore, let us prepare a banquet to offer this bounty hunter a splendid evening. And oh, objections. They gathered together, chuckling wickedly, unmistakably not of good character. They have always operated in this manner, aware of their own meager prowess. Thus deciding to band together, exploiting the arrogance of this group to deceive them, leading these Na'vi newcomers, oblivious to the perils of society, to suffer a harsh beating. Numerous inexperienced young pirates have already fallen prey to them, earning a bounty in return. Unfortunately, Rodney is well aware of their true nature, and he is accompanied by a seasoned veteran. Rodney and Kuroka's had not wandered for long before being encircled by a group of individuals. Their faces alight with anticipation, one among them eagerly inquired, "Excuse me, are you two pirates? Is this the moment?" Kuroka's chuckled. The old man was a pirate for a few years, but now he is retired. Wow, why would the old man retire? Aren't pirates the heroes of the sea? Someone asked. Age has taken its toll. My health is failing, Kuroka's replied with a smile, secretly perplexed, for the reputation of pirates upon the sea is rather unsavory. He had traversed this path himself. It was unlikely anyone would welcome or idolize pirates, and it would be a stroke of luck if they did not flee upon sighting them. This was the first time he had encountered a town that welcomed pirates, and it felt rather peculiar. "I asked the person beside you your grandson?" Rodney, maintaining a smile, remained silent. Before Kuroka's could respond, someone interjected, showering flattery. "Your grandson must be a powerful pirate, right?" Rodney continued to smile, listening to the sycophants, while Kuroka's, intending to clarify, hesitated upon seeing the mischievous expression on Rodney's face, sensing he was harboring something nefarious, and thus remained silent. T that moment, Rodney spoke, his voice elongated, captivating the attention of the crowd. "I am a bounty hunter." The atmosphere shifted to one of awkwardness. The clueless individuals were at a loss for words, realizing their previous flattery had been entirely misplaced. A strange, eerie silence enveloped the scene as Kuroka's chuckled heartily, departing with Rodney from the gathering. "Curse it, this brat is toying with us. Indeed, but we must find a way to capture them. Is he not a bounty hunter like us? We're the pittance." "No, you are mistaken. Just look at that smug grin. For some reason, I have an overwhelming urge to land a punch on that face. Count me in." "Yes, me too. Same here." Chapter 39. Diamond Barbie. Rodney and Kuroka's entered a tavern, where the air was thick with the scent of alcohol, neither exceptional nor dreadful. The wine was acceptable, albeit with a somewhat low alcohol content, Coloca's, being the seasoned veteran he is, could discern the alcohol's strength merely by its aroma, while a novice like Rodney could only follow suit, exclaiming 666 in admiration. "What can I get for you, gentlemen? We have excellent wine made from last year's bountiful harvest. Tea tastes delightful," the tavern keeper recommended. Coloca's waved his hand dismissively. "Bring me the strongest liquor. Wine is akin to fruit juice. What is there to enjoy?" It seemed the old man had once reveled in hearty feasts and copious drinking, seeking the strongest spirits for the most perilous of escapades. "Right away," the tavern keeper replied with a smile, turning to procure the strongest drink available. The patrons, sharing glances, recognized this newcomer as a hapless fool, audaciously requesting the most potent liquor. No need for any poison. This will be your downfall." The drink Coloca's requested was soon served, and Rodney remarked, "I'll have a cup of oolong tea." "What is oolong tea?" The tavern keeper blinked, clearly perplexed by Rodney's request. "My apologies. I seem to have forgotten something." Slapping his forehead, he grabbed a bottle of whiskey and another bottle of an unknown clear liquid. Mixing them together, his fingers channeling fire chakra that ignited the concoction. As is commonly known, oolong tea is indeed flammable. Extinguishing the flames, he savored a sip. Rodney silently placed his cup down, rolling his eyes. Slumping over the table without rising, the crowd murmured. Coloca's remarked, "You, my boy, have quite the poor tolerance for alcohol. How do you expect to navigate the seas with such weakness?" With that, he raised the bottle and downed it in one go. Pointing at Rodney, "Bring me 10 more bottles and charge this lad for them." After 10 bottles, Coloca's too succumbed to inebriation. "Humph, 2 lightweights. I could take on an entire barrel." One patron scoffed. "Humph, I can manage 3 barrels. I can handle 10, 20 barrels." Unbeknownst to them, the tavern filled with bounty hunters erupted into a cacophony of banter. "Quiet down." At that moment, 2 individuals entered, silencing the ruckus. The newcomers were a middle-aged man with long curly hair, clad in a suit, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner, exuding a certain amiability. Yet, with his arrival, the previously noisy tavern fell into a hushed stillness. Following him was a tall, dark-skinned nun, dressed in traditional nun attire. But her face, a square jaw devoid of a beard. Had she possessed one, she might have been mistaken for a man. The newcomers were Xilobu, the mayor of Whiskey Peak, and the nun, in reality, members of the Baroque works. Mr. Point 8 and Miss Monday. Mr. 8 was not merely a mid-level agent of the Baroque works, but also the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's Guard, undercover within the Baroque works to protect Princess Vivi and investigate the organization's secrets, having infiltrated the Baroque works alongside her. However, he had been dispatched here by Crocodile to oversee the bounty hunters, capturing inexperienced young pirates who had just ventured into the Grand Line, using these unfortunate souls to procure bounties. A significant source of funding for the Baroque works that Mr. 8 surveyed the now-quiet crowd and declared, "The bounty on the East Blues bounty hunter is merely 300,000 berries. Eliminate him and deliver him to the Navy's branch for the reward." 300,000 berries? That's rather meager. A bounty hunter, the weakest in the seas, is truly useless. Indeed, I believe we need not even resort to intoxicating them. Just an old fool, hardly worth anything. Toss him into the sea. Whether he survives is up to his luck. A few conversed. They approached to lift Rodney away, but the drunken Rodney waved them off, sending them crashing into the wall. What tremendous strength! Witnessing those individuals embedded in the wall, unable to extricate themselves, a collective gulp echoed through the crowd. Mr. 8 frowned, instructing, "Miss Monday, you handle this." All right, Miss Monday approached, extending her bear-like hand toward Rodney. However, her wrist was seized by another hand, quicker, smaller, yet far stronger. Rodney opened his eyes, his dark gaze brimming with mockery, as if it could speak, like this. Miss Monday twisted her wrist, freeing herself from Rodney's grip. Her voice, contrasting her rugged appearance, emerged in a youthful tone. "You possess great strength, but mine surpasses yours." Rodney. "Who said that? Moreover, I wasn't even using my full strength." Having acquired the skill of extraordinary strength, he was enveloped in chakra, unleashing a powerful gust that could easily shatter walls, a skill that amplified his strength. The more chakra he expended, the greater his power, provided he allocated it wisely, resulting in immense destructive capability. While the chakra consumption remained manageable, he sat there, chakra surging, generating a tempestuous wind that rustled the garments of those around him. Kalokas, unable to resist, opened one-eyed to gaze at Rodney. This lad, does he harbor hidden talents? No wonder she dares to venture alone into the Grand Line. Miss Monday squinted her eyes, seized her nun's attire, and with a tearing sound, the fabric disintegrated in her hands as if it were made of paper, revealing safety shorts and a pink plaid romper beneath that, of course. The most striking aspect was her muscular physique, akin to one sculpted from bronze. Rodney, is this the muscular Barbie? No, this is more like a manly figure. I assent it. Miss Monday had a rather masculine appearance, which made it somewhat uncomfortable to behold. It was not a matter of prejudice, but there was an undeniable peculiarity. Damn it, what kind of twisted imagination does the artist possess? I have never encountered a man stronger than myself. So tell me, can your strength surpass mine? Miss Monday spoke with a voice that belied her formidable frame. With a single hand, she lifted a cabinet from the tavern and hurled it toward Rodney. He effortlessly caught it and tossed it aside. Under the influence of his superhuman strength, the cabinet filled with liquor felt as light as a feather to him, though even in his normal state, it was not particularly challenging to handle. Seizing one side of Kalokas, he smashed through the wall and bolted into the street, only to find a throng wielding knives and guns surrounding them, clearly prepared for a confrontation. TSK. Old man, stop pretending. You should go hide up top. With that, he tossed Kalokas onto the rooftop. Kalokas landed safely, plopping down on the roof, exclaiming, "Ha! Let me see your strength." Boom! Miss Monday similarly shattered the wall, opting not to use the door, but rather the opening Rodney had created. However, she was a head taller than Rodney, necessitating her forceful entrance. Her muscles rippled with an aesthetic of raw power, though Rodney found no appreciation in it. Miss Monday raised her fist and brought it crashing down upon his head. Fishman karate, super strength, upper-level exploding palm. The upper-level exploding palm, enhanced by superhuman strength, collided with Miss Monday, creating a resounding impact that fractured the ground beneath Rodney's feet as he redirected the force into the earth. Unfortunately for Miss Monday, she was knocked back by the blow, prompting Rodney to press his advantage. Slicing, super strength, leaf hurricane, bang! Miss Monday was sent flying by a kick. Although it was superhuman strength, it lacked lethal force, merely injuring her and rendering her unable to recover for a short while. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and take him down. Mr. 8 urged the stunned pirate hunters, snapping them from their shock at Miss Monday's defeat. Guns raised, they opened fire on Rodney. Chapter 40. Eternal Pointer and Little Garden. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Although Rodney did not comprehend how this group could fire dozens of rounds without magazines, he still had to evade. While dodging, he swiftly acted, pressing his palm against the ground. Earth style, earth wall. A wall of earth suddenly rose, deflecting the incoming bullets. Water style, water surge. A torrent of water erupted from behind the earthen barrier, sweeping the group away as if flushing a toilet. Only a few remained, including Mr. 8, that observing his subordinates' ineffectiveness. Mr. 8 scoffed, utterly useless. I shouldn't have let you handle this. As Rodney poked his head out, he declared, prepare to fire. Guns emerged from his curly hair, firing ready. With a tug of his bow tie, the curly cannon launched. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets the size of lychees were shot forth. Rodney punched through the earthen wall, colliding with the bullets, resulting in a deafening explosion. Slicing, a figure surged forward, appearing before Mr. 8, delivering a knife hand strike to his neck. Mr. 8 was knocked unconscious, collapsing to the ground. Rodney then turned his gaze to the approaching pirate hunters, smiling slightly. Shadow clone. Boom, boom, boom. 3 clones dispersed, charging into the oncoming crowd. Like a tiger among a pack of wolves, they overwhelmed the hunters effortlessly, akin to how a single figure could encircle 100,000 ninja troops. Piling them together, Rodney slapped Mr. 8 awake, asking, Baroque works? Do you know of it? Mr. 8 was taken aback. Naturally, my target this time is you. I'll eliminate you all. Rodney smiled now. Tell me the location of Baroque Works headquarters, or help me summon a few people over for easier disposal. He pressed a kunai against Mr. 8's chin, adding, think carefully, your life hangs in the balance. Who on earth are you? What are your intentions? Are you trying to extract information from me? Rodney chuckled. Joster J. Rodney. All you need to know is that I intend to dismantle Baroque works. Now hurry, make a decision, or else I'll take you out. Why is a bounty hunter from the East Blue so strong, yet only worth a mere 3 million berries? That was due to having offended someone previously. The bounty was rescinded long ago. Your intelligence network is truly lacking. Coloca's approached with his hands behind his back, chuckling, you won't extract anything like this. Rodney replied, oh, I will make him talk. The Sharingan need not be utilized for now. He has his own thoughts, no need to rush. Mr. 8 surveyed the unconscious pirate hunters. They were all members of Baroque Works, who had organized this group to deceive unsuspecting novice pirates. Sighing, he said, Baroque Works is in Alabasta, but I don't know the exact location. You might get lucky there, that's all I can disclose. He and Princess Vivi had infiltrated Baroque Works to investigate the truth, but thus far, they had uncovered nothing. This man before him, though a bounty hunter, was an enigma. Aligning with Baroque Works might inadvertently expose the hidden truths. Rodney, however, did not perceive Mr. 8's true intentions and was disinclined to know. Had he not deemed him a good person, he would have eliminated him outright. These individuals merely sought pirate bounties. Being a sieve to filter out the wicked was not a bad thing, preventing a horde of evildoers from wreaking havoc upon ordinary folk. Enough, you are of no further use. With a squeeze at Mr. 8's neck, he rendered him unconscious. Was that the conclusion? Certainly not. Rodney rummaged through Mr. 8's belongings, discovering what he sought, chuckling, aha, here it is. In his hand lay an eternal record pointer, quietly resting. The pointer contained the magnetic coordinates of Alabasta, perpetually directing towards location, unchanging for eternity, an eternal pointer. How did you know he had it? Coloca's inquired, puzzled. Rodney replied, it is more likely for a member of Baroque Works to carry an eternal pointer. So, I merely wanted to check if he had one. He acknowledged that there was an element of chance involved, but crucially, he had guessed correctly. Tossing the eternal pointer in the air, he said, old man, let us be off. That didn't take long at all. Well, there is still some liquor in that tavern. Let us take it with us? Let us go. Although both possessed considerable strength, they could only carry away half a warehouse of alcohol. Rodney hoisted Coloca's, who balanced a large plank atop which rested barrel after barrel of liquor, and they made their way to Laboon's mouth. Entering inside, they placed the liquor in a storage compartment within Laboon's body and set forth on their journey once more. Little Garden. After several days of sailing, nearing nightfall, Laboon halted before an island. They intended to spend the night there. Stepping onto the island, Rodney inhaled deeply, catching a whiff of sulfur. This island had a volcano. Else the sulfur scent would not be so potent as, oh, this must be Little Garden, Coloca's remarked, setting down the barrel of liquor. The island is volcanic, and the smell is quite unpleasant, Rodney noted, pinching his nose while surveying the surroundings. The trees bore a Jurassic resemblance, akin to cycads, along with a variety of other strange plants that its nothing. You'll get used to it after a while. Let us see if we can find some game for Laboon's dinner and gather something for ourselves. Rodney waved his hand, venturing into the jungle. Oh, that old man can go start a fire. Kurosaka's contemplated and then set off to gather dry branches. Rodney wandered through the jungle, the sky dimming as the waning sunlight filtered through the leaves. Reducing visibility, he halted in his tracks and looked up to behold a saber-toothed tiger sprawled atop a fallen trunk, its piercing gaze fixed upon him, its elongated teeth resembling lethal blades capable of easily piercing his flesh. This was his first encounter with a living saber-toothed tiger. Due to the vastness of the ocean, the islands scattered across it lacked communication, leading to disparate developments. Some had evolved into modern societies, while others remained entrenched in ancient times. Many islands boasted unique species that vanished beyond their shores. This particular island, owing to its unique climate and location, harbored a plethora of long-extinct ancient species. Including dinosaurs, the saber-toothed tiger here was not even the apex predator. Rodney pondered for a moment, contemplating the prospect of hunting a larger beast. This saber-toothed tiger would hardly suffice for his needs. Away with you! With a surge of brute strength, he unleashed a shockwave that sent the saber-toothed tiger scurrying away, tail tucked between its legs. Climbing a tree, he gazed into the distance and spotted a brachiosaurus feasting on the leaves of a cycad. A creature nearly 100 meters tall. They moved in herds, and one individual bore numerous old scars, its fierce gaze far more intimidating than that of the other brachiosauruses, likely indicating its status as the leader. You shall be my prey. With his target in sight, Rodney flexed his fists, producing a series of ominous cracks. In an instant, he appeared before the brachiosaurus leader. Colossal punch, his devastating blow struck the brachiosaurus leader squarely on the head, toppling it to the ground with a thunderous crash, akin to a mountain collapsing. Willing to perish, Rodney inquired of the other brachiosauruses, who hastily shook their heads and fled. Well, I shall feast on the thigh of this one, and then perhaps I can consume the entire brachiosaurus thereafter. Given its massive size, it should adequately satisfy my hunger, while allowing the remainder for further hunting by Laboon. Gripping the brachiosaurus body, he heaved once, twice, thrice. This is quite the exertion. Even in my state of enhanced strength, dragging this beast is exhausting. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of thunder compelled Rodney to glance upward. Was it raining? A giant clad in armor, wielding a sharp axe and round shield, emerged, eclipsing the sunlight. He beheld the fallen brachiosaurus leader and the struggling Rodney, the human. The giant's voice resonated like thunder, laced with curiosity. Another human has arrived here. Human, do you possess any wine? Indeed. Would you care for a drink? The giant replied with a unique laughter. Jababa, splendid. Allow me to assist you. Come, take my hand. Very well. Rodney leaped onto the giant's palm, which was the size of a small pickup truck, and pointed the way. Let us proceed that way. Jababa, we are off. The giant began to drag the brachiosaurus, with Rodney in tow. Chapter 41. The glory of warriors, by the way. I am called Baroque. What is your name? Baroque's voice was akin to the sound of drums being struck nearby. Rodney, you may call me Rodney. Greetings, Jababa, are you and your crew here to gather magnetic energy? Baroque inquired. Baroque was one of the captains of the great giant pirate crew, known as the Red Demon, and a close friend of the Blue Demon, Dongli. Their friendship had turned into a century-long duel sparked by a trivial question posed by a young girl regarding who could hunt the larger prey, resulting in a protracted conflict that ended in a stalemate every time. That 100 years of fighting over such a minor issue seemed, well, somewhat of a waste of life. However, the lifespan of the giant race is 3 times that of humans, rendering a century merely a third of their existence, which they could afford to squander. They were good friends, always striving to best each other in combat for the sake of honor, but their rivalry did not diminish their camaraderie. Just out for a hunt, I brought a permanent compass, Rodney replied, shaking his head at You are quite fortunate. If it were a recording compass, you would need to remain here for an entire year to gather sufficient magnetic energy. Baroque remarked. The little garden was notoriously treacherous. Using a recording compass to land on the island would require a year to fully accumulate magnetic energy, while it posed no threat to Rodney. It was a nightmare for less capable pirates. Volcanoes erupted with regularity, as routine as daily meals, and apex predators like the Tyrannosaurus rex roamed the land, often accompanied by oppressive heat, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to survive here for even a year. Moreover, Baroque and Dongli had established a battle signal based on volcanic eruptions, engaging in combat multiple times a day. Anyone unfortunate enough to be caught in their skirmishes would find death to be a swift companion. Just then, Rodney caught sight of a giant seated in the very spot where he had just landed, a barrel of ale in his hands that appeared no larger than a standard cup for an ordinary person. With a single gulp, the giant drained the entire barrel. Baroque noticed the giant and exclaimed, Dongli, Baroque, have you come for a drink as well? The long-bearded giant was none other than Dongli, Baroque's adversary for the past century. They typically used the eruption of the central volcano as a signal to engage in battle and refrain from skirmishing at other times. Indeed, I came at Rodney's invitation. I heard there was fine wine to be had. He greeted Rodney and Dongli with a jovial yo. Then let us partake together. Wine is best enjoyed in the company of friends. Dongli bellowed as he finished off a barrel of ale. Kurasuka spotted Rodney and chuckled. I encountered Dongli while gathering firewood. I heard he's from the great giant pirate crew. So I invited him over. His age indicated he had some knowledge of the great giant pirate crew, although by that time it had already begun to decline. Baroque sat down, dismembering the Brachiosaurus leader, stripping a nearby tree to fashion skewers for roasting the meat, and spearing the chunks of flesh onto them, placing them atop a fire fueled by tree trunks. He accepted the barrel of ale from Dong Li, lifted the lid, and downed it in one go. The long-awaited taste of fine spirits. Baroque laughed heartily. As he sat with Dong Li, they reminisced. It had been far too long since they had shared ale with friends. To friendship, the giants were generally quite simple in nature. If you extended goodwill towards them, they would reciprocate, treating you as a friend. Cheers. Kurisakas and Rodney raised their cups. Unlike the giants, drinking from barrels was simply too cumbersome for them. Before long, the Brachiosaurus meat was ready for roasting, and they indulged in hearty draughts of ale and generous bites of meat. Dong Li asked Kurisakas, "You mentioned knowing about the great giant pirate crew. How are my comrades faring? Dissolved? That cannot be. Even if we were to depart, Yorelu and Shamrlu would uphold the crew's ventures." Dong Li protested. "I disbanded decades ago when I ventured into the sea." "I heard it from another giant," Kurisakas replied. "Impossible. Shamrlu and the others should still be able to hold on. The great giant pirate crew comprised 4 captains: Baroque, Dong Li, Shamrlu, and Yorelu. Baroque and Dong Li had remained engaged in their century-long duel, never departing. Yet they believed that even if they were to leave, the other 2 captains could sustain the crew. Many years ago, the great giant pirate crew was captured by the Navy after losing 2 powerful captains. Just as they were about to face execution, they were saved by Sister Galmero. Since then, the crew has vanished from the seas, and the giant race has become a rare sight," Kurisakas explained. "What? I had no idea," Baroque exclaimed, smiting his forehead in self-reproach. "Thank goodness for that, sister," Dong Li remarked gratefully. That moment, Rodney interjected, cautioning, "You might want to reconsider expressing gratitude towards that individual." Dong Li and Baroque turned their gazes toward him, while Kurisakas looked on in surprise and asked, "You have seen something?" "Indeed, it was a conspiracy," Rodney replied. "This was a performance orchestrated by Sister Galmero in collusion with the Navy, intended to facilitate Galmero's entrance into Elbaf and to quell the animosity between Elbaf and the Navy, thereby enabling the Navy to introduce giant troops. This is the deceit spun by Sister Galmero and the Navy." "What? Such a thing exists?" Kurisakas was taken aback, astounded by the revelation. "Despicable Navy! How dare they deceive our kin? They prefer to trust their friends over a nun whom they had never met." Rodney turned to Kurisakas and inquired, "Have you heard of a figure in the underworld known as Yamalba?" "Yamalba?" Kurisakas pondered briefly before responding. "I have heard it is a trafficker of people. Indeed, she is revered as the Virgin Mary in Elbaf. Yet in truth, she is nothing short of a human trafficker, selling the children she adopts to CP. Furthermore, she has also adopted one of the 4 emperors, Big MOMAS, for Sister Carmelo being a user of the soul fruit. He refrained from mentioning it. Discussing it further would bring no good. What is it about this mouth of his that cannot resist the urge to spoil things? A moment's thrill from spoiling leads to a lifetime of enjoyment. After all, there are no pirates pursuing here. Big that monster. Kurokas recalled the time they allied with Garp against the Rocks pirates, and that woman within the Rocks crew, amidst a gathering of monsters, was indeed formidable. Now, she stands on the same level as that young Shanks. One of the 4 emperors. Could it be that she has been trafficking our giant kin's children? Not at all. However, the Navy now boasts a giant army, along with several fortunate ones," Rodney remarked. Suddenly, Dong Li rose and declared, "Let us continue the battle." Bragi also stood up. "Indeed, let us press on. Only those who survive can return. I shall revive the giant warrior pirates. Let us go." Having spoken, the 2 grasped their great swords and axes, clashing with such fervor that the storm of battle made it difficult to keep one's eyes open. Kuroka stood firmly on the ground, guarding his drink. Rodney, with his back to the storm, seemed as if his feet were glued to the earth. Goodness, how did it escalate to a fight so quickly? Rodney could barely turn his head. Is this what giants are like? The mere aftermath of their battle unleashed such terrifying energy. Yet, Bigum is even more fearsome, at the tender age of 5. She gravely injured and nearly killed the captain of the giant warrior pirates, Yuru, leading to his eventual demise. Although her voracious appetite played a part, It only underscores the terrifying nature of that monster. This is the essence of giants. However, monsters abound in the ocean. Rodney, you have a long journey ahead. Kurokaz calmly savored his drink and remarked, their skirmishes matter little to me, regardless of how long they fight. It will always end in a stalemate unless interrupted by external forces. Otherwise, this is how their lives will conclude, a waste of existence. The strength of Baroque and Dongli is indeed comparable. Even the fabric of their clothing and the quality of their weapons are remarkably similar, making an unexpected outcome unlikely. Unless someone intervenes or an unforeseen incident occurs, like a slip of the foot, leading to an unexpected advantage for the other. Giants fight for glory. The reason they began battling is no longer significant. Indeed, it has lost its importance. They would fight to the death for the honor of warriors. Chapter 42. Wano. The battle between Baroque and Dongli concluded once more in a draw. They lay on the ground, gazing at the vast starry sky. Dongli asked, Baroque, how long do you think we will continue to fight? Perhaps for a long time. After so many battles, has it been nearly a century or has it already reached a century? Over these years, have we not always ended this way? The future will likely be the same. Clap, clap, clap. Dongli, you truly live up to being my dearest friend. Ha, indeed. We are lifelong rivals. The two giants lay on the ground, engaging in casual conversation. Rodney and Kurokaz dragged a Tyrannosaurus and a Triceratops, along with an Ankylosaurus, to the shore to present as dinner for Laboon. Dongli's gaze fell upon them, and he suddenly said, Baroque. How about Baroque, being his lifelong friend, immediately grasped his intent. Well then, Lippy, so, young Rodney. Rodney turned and asked, is there something on your mind? We wish to ask you a favor. What is it? Please speak, that we would like you to visit Elbaf and see how things are done. If all is well, we shall find peace of mind if I happen to pass by some day. I shall. Rodney did not guarantee that he would definitely go to Elbaf, only that he would say so. Then we entrust this to you. As a token of our gratitude, we will present you with a gift. Baroque said that, your belongings are too large for me. Perhaps it is best to forego that. Dongli chuckled. No, it is not a material object. We currently possess nothing of value, only a permanent pointer directing to Elbaf, which we cannot give you. That IT is a fighting technique, that a giant's combat technique? Could it be the legendary skill known among our kind as the hero spear? I wonder if you can master it, for no human has ever wielded a giant skill. Baroque and Dongli stood up and proclaimed, the giant's ultimate technique. The Elbaf spear, Wano. Here it is assumed that Big Mom's Wano is a giant skill. Wano. Rodney's eyes sparkled. The destructive power of Big Mom's Wano is immense, although it likely stems from her training within the Rocks Pirates. Given that the giant race has regarded her as a formidable foe, it is improbable that she could have learned it otherwise. The key question is whether a mere human like myself can learn it. Rodney inquired, as the disparity between giant and human physiques is vast. Mastering Wano is no simple feat, even among giants. Perhaps so. Dongli rose and said, I will simplify Wano for you, allowing you to learn it more easily. And you can further refine it upon reaching Elbaf. I understand. Please teach me, esteemed masters. Clap, clap, clap. Then let us begin. Watch closely, Rodney. I shall first demonstrate the complete version of the Elbaf spear. Baroque stood and raised his axe, stating, the most crucial element is the weapon in your hand. Without a resilient weapon, attempting to execute this move solely with one S-body will impose great strain. The expectations for the weapon are high. Our weapons have endured a century of combat, and after using this technique, they may well be rendered unusable. He lifted the axe and, aiming at the empty sea, swung down with great force. Elbaf spear, Wano. The axe unleashed a grand spiral of energy, the fierce and violent force compressing into a sharp spear, seemingly capable of piercing through anything, creating a massive hole in the sea until the power dissipated. Swallowed by the encroaching waters. Crack. This strike also shattered his well-worn weapon, marking its end. Rodney's Sharingan recorded Baroque's recent movements, and he exchanged task points from his store for a standard straight blade from the hidden cloud village. Imitating Baroque's recent actions, he concentrated a substantial amount of chakra into his arms and the blade. Elbaf spear. Wano. Boom. The spiraling sword energy similarly compressed into a spear, but did not travel far before dissipating mid-air. Quite impressive, such a learning aptitude. You are indeed an exceptional warrior, Dongli exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Even they took a considerable time to master the Elbaf spear. Their first attempt had not produced such sword energy. Baroque affirmed, Indeed, a natural-born warrior. Given time, you shall surely master it. Dongli continued. Baroque just demonstrated the full version of the Elbaf spear. I will now teach you the simplified version, which, while it may seem unnecessary for you, will greatly assist in your mastery. He stood up and swung the great sword in his hand. Elbaf spear. Wano. This strike, while significantly weaker than Baroque's earlier demonstration, still held considerable power, and cracks began to form in his weapon. If he attempted several more such strikes, it might very well shatter. Such an attack, even a giant's weapon, cannot withstand continuous use for long. This is one reason why they seldom employ this technique. Dongli and Baroque began instructing Rodney on the intricacies of using Wano, illuminating many previously unclear points for him. When using the simplified version, the success rate increases significantly, and its destructive power remains quite formidable. With an attack range of 40 meters in front of him that, if he attempted the true Wano, he likely could not perform it. Elbaf spear. Wano. The spiraling sword energy pierced through a nearby tree. Demonstrating commendable power, crack, his straight blade developed fissures before shattering, leaving only the hilt in his grasp. Wano significantly reduces the lifespan of weapons. To continue using a blade, one must learn Hokage. Prior to that, Rodney would either need to constantly change weapons or find a high-quality one. Alas, had I known, I should have taken a third-generation ghost blade from Loguetown. Then I wouldn't have been left weaponless after the white fan shattered. Shaking his head, he suddenly recalled the corpse of the sword Saint Ryoma from Wano that Moria had unearthed, which still bore the exceptional blade. The 21 Forge Akihiro. I remember that blade's quality was quite good. With this in mind, he turned to Kuroka's beside him and said, Old man, I would like to ask you for a favor too. What is it? As Kuroka's turned to inquire while tending to the wounds of Baroque and Dongli. He remarked, I just noticed that there's a fine blade in the possession of a zombie under Moria's command that I would like to request that your friend take it to the Sabati archipelago, where I shall retrieve it. Ditto. Have you taken a liking to that knife? Came the reply. Very well. I shall inform the first mate. You can collect it from him when the time comes. Consider it a token of gratitude for your assistance in finding a friend for Laboon. He had yet to determine an appropriate gift for Rodney, but it seems he has now found one. However, we must ascertain whether that knife is indeed of good quality. If not, he can prepare another token of appreciation later. Thank you for your trouble, old man, Kuroka said, waving his hand as he resumed his work. Baroque and Dongli were perpetually beset by old and new injuries. Their physical afflictions were numerous, yet their giant physiques allowed them to endure. For any ordinary person would have perished long. It would be prudent to avoid combat for the next few days. It would not bode well for your health. You must heed the doctor's advice. Kuroka's admonished. With a chuckle, Baroque responded, Doctor, that simply won't do. Our battles occur daily. The eruption of a volcano merely signifies the commencement of our conflicts. You could afford a rest for a day, Kuroka's insisted. Concerned for their well-being, Doctor, that would not be our style, they retorted, leaving Kuroka's exasperated, reminiscent of the crew members aboard the ship who, despite being forbidden from drinking, would indulge nonetheless. Very well, let us forego fighting this evening. Kuroka's conceded, gesturing dismissively as he leapt down from Dongli's shoulder, opting for a well-deserved rest. The elderly must not overexert themselves, for it is detrimental to their health. We too shall rest, Baroque and Dongli remarked, collapsing onto the ground and swiftly falling into slumber. Their snores resonated like thunder, rumbling through the air. Rodney, disturbed by the cacophony, abandoned the prospect of sleep and sought a quiet corner to continue his studies on Elbaf's spear and the six styles. Rest? That could wait until tomorrow. After all, he could afford to sacrifice one night's sleep. Chapter 43. The journey to Alabasta. After a fortnight of sailing, Rodney finally arrived at his destination, the port city of Alabasta, known as Oilseed Flour. Not long ago, he had bid farewell to Laboon and Kuroka's before entering this country, and on the day of his departure from the Little Garden, the colossal goldfish capable of devouring islands had been shattered by Dongli's Elbaf spear, marking the end of his sword's lifespan. During those 2 weeks, aside from his training, Rodney had dedicated a portion of his time to learning navigation and medicinal knowledge from Coloccas, with a primary focus on the latter. Medical ninjutsu predominantly employed chakra to stimulate rapid cellular division, thereby accelerating healing. However, cellular division is finite. Excessive stimulation could lead to a shortened lifespan, suggesting that minor injuries should be treated with medicine instead. Simultaneously, he had inquired of Coloccas which wild edibles were safe and which were not. Yet he primarily consumed meat, remaining cautious of plants, as ingesting a peculiar specimen could lead to dire consequences. There would be no one to lament his fate. Over the course of these 2 weeks, he diligently committed Coloccas' words to memory, utilizing his Sharingan to reinforce his recollections, transforming them into his own knowledge. The Sharingan proved invaluable as he neared Alabasta. He bid farewell to Laboon and Coloccas, propelling himself through the ocean using the wave-pushing technique. It was then that he encountered a sea cat, which he promptly adopted as a steed, as the inhabitants of Alabasta regarded sea cats as sacred creatures. Their presence was also seen as an omen of his entrance into the climate of Alabasta. Upon being transported to the port, he dismounted onto the shore, and amidst the astonished gazes of those nearby, he inquired, "Excuse me, is there a place where water is sold?" Though water release could indeed conjure water, the thought of drinking water he had expelled felt peculiar. While he had resorted to this technique when his drinking water had run out at sea, he preferred to avoid it when possible. Upon setting foot on the land, he was immediately greeted by a sweltering wind that assailed him. This place bore little resemblance to a coastal city. Rather, it felt more akin to an arid interior. Gazing into the distance, a vast expanse of yellow sand met his eyes. It was evident that this was a nation beleaguered by scarcity of water. A local pointed the way, and Rodney tossed him a bill of reasonable value, thanking him before departing. Due to the dearth of fresh water, aside from taverns, there were establishments dedicated solely to serving water. Where the prices rivaled those of spirits, he purchased a barrel of water, hoisting it onto his back, and then acquired a map of Alabasta. Unfolding the map, he noted that he was in the port city of oilseed flour. He would need to travel westward, traversing the desert to reach the only major river in Alabasta, the St. Dora River. After crossing the river, he would arrive at the parched city of Iruma and then head north through the oasis of Yuba to reach the stronghold of Crocodile, known as the Dream City of Rain. However, he could also navigate the waters, starting from oilseed flour and entering the mouth of the St. Dora River. Indeed, the river was a wide expanse formed by the influx of seawater. Had it been fresh water, one could only imagine the thriving population it might sustain along its banks. Alas, it was a saltwater river. Traveling along the St. Dora River would expose him to the attacks of the resident St. Dora catfish, which would present a considerable challenge. The overland route would be fraught with difficulties as well. He produced a coin, designating one side for land travel and the other for water. With a flick, the coin spun through the air before landing in his palm. Heads. Very well. I shall travel by land. After confirming his direction with another passerby, he purchased a sand sled and quickly learned to operate it under the guidance of the proprietor. The sand sled functioned like a sailboat on the desert, propelled by the winds, which were capricious in this area to prepare for such unpredictability. Rodney exchanged for wind release. Breakthrough. Just in case, he secured the water on the sand sled, steadied himself, and tied a rope around his waist before raising the sail. With a swift gust, the sled shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, and Rodney adjusted his course toward the direction of the St. Dora River. Pirate hunter Jostad Jadot Rodney. Has he already arrived at Oilseed Flour? A cultured female voice inquired from the hidden office of the Baroque Works, the largest casino in the kingdom, Rain Banquet, having effortlessly defeated Mr. 8 and Miss Monday. Their strength was not to be underestimated. However, since the boss had ordered his elimination, and with advanced operatives in Alabasta, such as O'Hara, she decided to send Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. 2 Devil Fruit users should suffice to subdue the suspected Devil Fruit user known as the Pirate Hunter. With the mission team established, the woman smiled and redirected her focus back to her work. A stroke of good fortune awaited Rodney. After traversing the desert, he managed to command the sand sled across the St. Dora River, only to discover that the sled was not limited to swift movement on sand, but could also glide across the water's surface. Though it leaked slightly, he deemed such details trivial, as the slow leak would not hinder his crossing to the opposite bank of the St. Dora River. That sufficed. Peering down into the depths of the river, he noticed a massive shadow approaching. What in the world? Something else is coming. Such occurrences were all too familiar during his maritime travels, where sea monsters would often surface unexpectedly. Wind release. Breakthrough. A gust propelled the sail, and the sand sled surged forward once more as a colossal creature erupted from the depths, its gaping maw swallowing a mouthful of water. With eyes the size of houses, it appeared somewhat bewildered. Yet upon spotting Rodney, it thrashed its enormous tail in pursuit. Be why the gods. What catfish grows to such a size? What do they consume to reach such proportions? Rodney thought, disregarding the sled's direction as he unleashed multiple fireballs, which detonated against the St. Dora catfish. The creature recoiled in pain, attempting to evade, its massive form crashing against the water's surface and sending waves surging, propelling the sand sled even faster. Rodney chuckled and exhaled another gust, urging the sled onward at an even greater speed. As he emerged from the water onto the sand, he lowered the sail, hoisted the sled, and drained the water from within, shaking off his long robe. He had donned a garment suited for Alabasta to shield himself from the sun as harsh rays, complete with wind-blocking sunglasses, an ensemble that had cost him a pretty penny, courtesy of that unscrupulous merchant. The sun blazed with intensity, scorching the desert during the day, devoid of any shade. The temperatures soared, and the sand became searing hot, were it not for the special materials of his ninja footwear. He feared they might have melted away. Within mere minutes, the sand shovel had dried under the sun, and after being repositioned atop the sand, its remaining water was stowed away in his waist pouch. Raising his sail, he surged forth once more in no time. He arrived at the port city of Aluma, which, in stark contrast to the prosperity of Canola Flour, appeared rather desolate, with few people in sight. This scarcity was due to Alabastan's location in a parched desert region, characterized by arid conditions and scant rainfall. Moreover, the use of dancing powder had rendered the atmosphere outside the capital extremely arid. Indeed, some areas had not seen rain for over a year, leading to widespread discontent across the nation. Recently, the palace had been rocked by revelations that the king had been secretly utilizing the globally banned dancing powder. Further intensifying the people's grievances, it was rumored that rebel forces were gathering near Canola Flour, though the numbers were still relatively small. Rodney tucked away his sand shovel and halted before a modest inn, perhaps the only inn in this sprawling city. Once a thriving metropolis, it had now fallen into a state of desolation, with many residents relocating to the nearby oasis of Yuba or crossing the St. Dora River to Canola Flour. The available water here was woefully inadequate to sustain such a populace. The proprietor of the inn was a frail old man, his face kind and cheerful as he remarked, "Dear guest, it would be wise for you to depart. This place is hardly suitable for living." "But why do you remain here, good sir?" Rodney inquired. "Because this is my home," the old man replied. "There remains a trickle of water that allows us few who have stayed to survive for a while longer. Unless absolutely necessary, I shall not abandon my home." They would not easily forsake their abode. Chapter 44. Distilled water and assault. In light of the proprietor's response, Rodney pondered for a moment before asking, "Are you merely waiting for rain? Have you not considered digging a well to extract groundwater or employing other methods to procure fresh water?" The proprietor shook his head, stating, "There is but a single well in the town. Normally, after a few rainfalls each year, the groundwater suffices for everyone's daily consumption. However, with over a year without rain, it has long been depleted. It is precisely because of the scarcity of fresh water that many have chosen to leave. As for other methods to obtain fresh water, I am not privy to such knowledge. We have always relied on rain and groundwater." Rodney fell silent. Logically, being near the coast should allow for the distillation of seawater into fresh water. Though consuming distilled water excessively is detrimental to health, it could significantly reduce the immediate need for fresh water. Yet the locals seemed unaware of this, observing the technological disparities in this world. It was evident that progress had taken a misguided turn. The isolation of coastal regions hampered communication with the outside world, resulting in disparate lifestyles. Some resembled modernity, others the medieval era, and some even harkened back to ancient times. Their daily lives lacked vibrancy, and technology primarily served the upper echelons of society, while the lower classes remained distanced from such advancements, adhering to time-honored traditions. Despite the presence of cyborgs capable of emitting lasers, many still lived as though in antiquity. Rodney found it bewildering. Was not technology meant to serve humanity? It appeared that the inhabitants of this world had devoted their energies solely to warfare, neglecting the plight of the common people, resulting in abysmal productivity and a disregard for human life. Damn it, Rodney exhaled. He was not a scientist, and instigating a technological revolution in this world seemed utterly implausible. He could only manage what was within his limited capacity. His perspectives clashed with the prevailing norms, and even though he had integrated to some extent, he still felt a sense of dissonance. Rising to his feet, he inquired, "Do you have any concave glass here? A pot lid will do, but concave glass would be preferable." "Concave glass, you say? Let me think. I believe we do have some. What do you intend to do with it?" "Just a little experiment," Rodney replied with a smile. The proprietor produced a sizable glass dish, seemingly used for serving food. He also requested 2 bowls, one large and one small. Heading to the banks of the St. Dola River, he filled the larger bowl halfway with seawater, placing the smaller bowl within it and burying it in the sand, positioning the concave glass over the larger bowl to cover it and exposing it to the sun. Curious, the proprietor asked, "Dear guest, what is the purpose of this?" "To extract fresh water from seawater," Rodney explained. The proprietor was taken aback. "Extract fresh water from seawater? Surely you jest." Influenced by technological ignorance, the proprietor had no understanding of distillation. However, they had been known to extract fresh water from moist, sandy soil. They continued to rely on the whims of nature. Without rain, survival was grim, and the water in the sand was a mere trickle. Although the concave glass diffused light, the intense heat from the sand and sun caused the seawater to evaporate rapidly. Water vapor ascended, blocked by the concave glass, allowing Rodney to collect refreshing droplets as the heat met the cooler surface. Thanks to the curvature of the glass, the droplets gravitated toward the center, ultimately falling into the smaller bowl, while the water in the larger bowl continued to evaporate. In no time, Rodney unearthed the steaming glass in both bowls, revealing the smaller bowl brimming with warm distilled water, while the surface of the larger bowl was coated in a layer of salt crystals, with a mixture of water and salt sludge at the bottom. He offered the distilled water to the proprietor, saying, "Give it a taste." Trembling, the proprietor took it. It was mild, devoid of any saline bitterness, and though it felt slightly different from the water he was accustomed to, it was undoubtedly fresh water. "Fresh water, truly extracted from seawater?" he exclaimed, tears of joy brimming in his eyes. "If only you had come sooner, so many would not have departed, and countless lives could have been spared." Rodney cautioned, "Though this is fresh water, prolonged consumption may not be beneficial for health. It is wise to supplement your diet with vegetables and other foods, as distilled water lacks essential trace elements. Oh, and remember to store some ice for the evening," he added. The desert's drastic diurnal temperature fluctuations, soaring to 40 or 50 degrees Celsius during the day and plummeting below zero at night, made the condensation of distilled water a critical step. His water was merely cooler than the steam, and utilizing ice would be optimal. He jotted down the necessary materials and steps for distillation on a piece of paper and handed it to the proprietor. The old man received it with reverence, realizing the significance of this knowledge for those unfamiliar with the method. Water in the desert symbolized the prospect of survival. They would no longer be beholden to the whims of the heavens. All gratitude was directed toward the person before him. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Dear guest, Rodney." Remember every step outlined above, and it would be prudent to fashion a superior collection device. Having rested sufficiently, Rodney prepared to depart. "Master Rodney, are you truly leaving? Might you stay a few more days? Once word spreads of your achievements, you will undoubtedly be celebrated as a national hero akin to Lord Crocodile." The proprietor earnestly pleaded that he believed that Rodney would surpass Crocodile in greatness. While Crocodile protected the people, Rodney's method had the potential to save many more lives. "In no need, it is but a small matter. I have more pressing endeavors to attend to," Rodney replied, raising his sail and departing with the sand shovel. The proprietor watched his retreating figure, resolute in his determination to ensure that the name Rodney would be celebrated throughout Alabaston. Not long after leaving Aluma, Rodney halted the sand shovel before him that a tortoise the size of a house blocked his path, that on its back rested a chair with a sunshade, occupied by two individuals, a man and a woman. The man, with dark skin and clad in a brown overcoat adorned with the number 5 on both his left chest and the right lower corner, sported dreadlocks and sunglasses, resembling a rock star. The woman, wielding a small parasol and donned in a lemon-yellow fitted dress emblazoned with cut lemon motifs, wore a yellow hat, exuding an air of fashionable beauty that conveyed a sense of schadenfreude as she smiled. Gazing at the wanted poster in her hand bearing Rodney's likeness, she chuckled, "Oh my, we've found him. It's a pity the bounty has been revoked. 300,000 barrel is no small sum for pocket change. How unfortunate." The man beside her interjected, "Let us cut to the chase, Miss Valentine. After we dispose of him, our mission will be complete." Miss Valentine, dissatisfied, retorted, "We specifically journeyed here to eliminate this fellow. The sun is scorching my skin." Mr. Point 5 wore a stoic expression, casually inserting a finger into his nose to extract a lump of mucus, which he pinched between his fingers before aiming it at Rodney, declaring, "Eliminating him is merely a trivial task. Quite simple." With a flick of his finger, the mucus was propelled away, resulting in a resounding explosion. Boom! A fierce detonation erupted, stirring up vast clouds of dust that a shuriken, adorned with an explosive tag, shot forth, embedding itself into the seat behind them. As the tag ignited, flames erupted, prompting Mr. 5 to seize the explosive tag. When it detonated, while his hand became charred, he remained otherwise unscathed. With a hint of pride, he proclaimed, "I have consumed the bomb fruit of the paramecia type. Explosions pose no threat to me." Miss Valentine, chuckling nearby, remarked, "Is this his final struggle? Mr. 5, how pitiable indeed. Such is the fate of the weak." Their mission concluded. Mr. 5 pushed Miss Valentine aside, and a flurry of shurikens whizzed past, embedding themselves into the sand behind them. Turning to look, Rodney stood there unscathed, grinning as he exclaimed, "Surprises, motherfucker!" Chapter 45. Assassination of the Baroque works. Rodney shed his long cloak, tossing it aside, and with a swift motion, produced a handful of shurikens. The multitude of shurikens soared toward Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. "Such trivial tricks, daring to showcase them before me," Mr. 5 scoffed, extracting another lump of mucus to counter the incoming projectiles. Boom! As a consumer of the bomb fruit, Mr. 5's entire body served as a bomb. Even the expelled mucus could detonate, and he could exhale explosive air. Such a terrifying ability, yet he frivolously employed it for nasal hygiene. Did he not fear drawing blood from his own nose? Miss Valentine leaped into the air, buoyed by the wind, and with an exaggerated grin, declared Mr. 5, "That individual still stands there." She had consumed the float fruit, granting her the ability to manipulate her weight freely from 1 kilogram to 10,000. The recent explosion allowed her to hover momentarily in the air. "Dada, your taste is quite exquisite, those yellow and white stripes," Rodney remarked, surveying the view above. "Ah, I shall kill you. Behold my attack." 10,000 kilograms, crushing down, Rodney observed and took a step back. Bang! The weight of Miss Valentine, now 10,000 kilograms, crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater as sand surged into the void. Emerging from the pit, she wore a furious expression. Manipulating her weight, she lightened herself to leap and momentarily hover. Indeed, one cannot trust a woman's weight, Rodney mused silently. Like the tea that moment, Mr. 5 charged forward, swinging a fist aimed at Rodney. Should he make contact, the ensuing explosion would be devastating. Rodney evaded, unleashing a vacuum orb. The invisible air bullets struck Mr. 5, causing explosions that forced him to stagger back, though he remained unharmed, exclaiming in astonishment, "How can this be? The vacuum orb should easily penetrate this fool's body." Brushing off the dust, Mr. 5 said, "I anticipated your sneak attack. If you touch me, my body will explode. Any attack will merely trigger an explosion." "Ah, so that explains it. I thought you were a simpleton." Rodney chuckled, realizing the vacuum orb was nullified upon contact with Mr. 5, leading to the earlier spectacle. Then fire style. Phoenix fired jutsu. Fireballs surged forth as Rodney charged alongside them. The fireballs did not strike Mr. Five, but served as a feint, creating a cloud of smoke that obscured vision. Mr. Five heard a voice proclaiming, "Fishman Karate." 100 Brick Fist. The overwhelming force of the punch pierced through the smoke, striking Mr. Five and sending him flying. This time, no explosion occurred, for Mr. Five was caught off guard. Such a valuable fruit wasted. Shaking his head, Rodney, utilizing his Sharingan to navigate through the smoke, swiftly approached Mr. Five from behind, spinning his body to unleash a dragon-shaped whirlwind that sent him soaring. Leaf Dragon God! Bang! Mr. Five crashed to the ground, unconscious. Rodney turned to Miss Valentine, offering a smile that, coupled with his crimson eyes, instilled terror within her, leaving a lasting psychological scar. Yet, she felt fortunate to be airborne. If the wind carried her away, she might yet survive. However, her relief was short-lived as she felt a tightness around her ankle. Glancing down, she saw a steel wire tethered to an unknown weapon, the other end held by Rodney. "Come down," he commanded, yanking Miss Valentine from the sky. "Aw!" she screamed as she fell, landing with a cold shuriken pressed against her throat. The man who had effortlessly defeated them grinned and said, "I have a few questions for you. Which high-ranking agents from Baroque works are currently in Rainy Day?" He slightly opened his eyes, his blood-red pupils emanating a cold light that sent chills down Miss Valentine's spine. Despite the sweltering heat, she felt as if she were plunged into an icy abyss. Without a moment's hesitation, she blurted out, "Mr. 2, Miss Merry Christmas, Mr. 4. I saw them a few days ago. I don't know about the others. They must be on a mission to— Oh, I see that if you're deceiving me, this will be your fate." He smiled, casting the shuriken toward a nearby sand dune that a scream pierced the air as Miss Valentine stiffened, turning to see a gun-toting vulture and a comically dressed otter, both shot through by the shuriken and lifeless, their blood staining the sand. These were mid-level operatives of Baroque works, known as the Unlucky Pair, tasked with gathering and relaying intelligence while monitoring other members. Should they discover any negligence, they would employ explosives to eliminate the culprits. This instance was no exception, though they fell victim to Rodney instead. Rodney smiled. "I'm not a monster, after all. Perhaps there was just a minor oversight, right?" Miss Valentine nodded vigorously. Yes. There are still omissions. Also, the vice president. Miss All Sunday, Mr. 1, Mr. 2. Beyond that, I truly do not know. I swear. I'm not lying. Please believe me. Very well, I shall trust you. Rodney's smile and those swirling crimson eyes were the last things Miss Valentine beheld. She felt something emerge from her neck, gradually losing strength, yet devoid of pain. Warmth enveloped her, rendering her comfortable. "But I never claimed I wouldn't kill you," Rodney whispered softly, burying Miss Valentine's body beneath the yellow sand before turning his attention to Mr. Five. That approaching the severely injured and unconscious Mr. Five, he retrieved a banana from his waist pouch. If a devil fruit user dies, there is a significant chance that their fruit-S power will attach itself to a nearby fruit, transforming it into a new devil fruit. Of course, this depends on chance. Success is not guaranteed. Killing Mr. Five now might not ensure that he acquires the bomb fruit-S power. Just like SC Chardinger's cat, Rodney's fruit remained uncertain. He could either gain Mr. Five's abilities or not. However, in the hands of a martial arts master, it would undoubtedly be superior to Mr. Five's. For instance, if the bomb fruit were consumed by Garp, it would not only enhance his already formidable punching power, but would also cause explosions upon contact with an enemy, an unfathomable level of might. Playing with mucus was trivial, if suited for close combat. It should be utilized as such. Training martial arts to deliver explosive punches was far more appealing. Why resort to such foolishness? Regardless, let us proceed. With a shuriken in hand, he plunged it down, ending Mr. Five's life. Subsequently, he noticed the banana in his grasp began to change. Its yellow skin gradually turned red, adorned with swirling patterns reminiscent of vines. The bomb fruit emerged. However, Rodney chose not to consume it, opting instead to keep it for later. After all, the bomb fruit seemed rather redundant to him, as there exists a bloodline limit in Naruto known as explosive release, not to mention Deidara, the artist who, during the Ninja World War, utilized an explosive technique called landmine fist, which functions similarly to the bomb fruit. Although it could only cause explosions upon striking the target, it was sufficient for his purposes. And he still had explosive tags, did he not? Alas, upon reflection, the capabilities of certain office worker seem to be the most practical. Whatever they touch transforms into a bomb, proving to be exceedingly useful. The Killer Queen, third bomb, devourer of the vanquished, time rewinds by an hour. Haha. Putting an end to unrealistic fantasies, I buried the corpse of Mr. Five and approached their mode of transport, the waterway transport turtle. After casting a brief glance at it, I wielded an illusion to control the creature, leaping onto its back and commanding, "Let us go." Tayuba! The waterway transport turtle stirred up a cloud of dust upon the sandy ground, moving at a speed slightly superior to that of the sand sled. Chapter 46. Yuba. Yuba, a city constructed within a desert oasis over the past decade, serves as a vital junction connecting Rainland and Aruma, a necessary stop for desert merchants to rest and resupply. It is an essential thoroughfare. Since its establishment, Yuba has flourished, but with over a year without rainfall, the oasis has begun to gradually wither, while the encroaching sands draw ever closer. Recently, nomads have entered the vicinity, exacerbating the scarcity of water resources, and the waterway that supplies Yuba has been dwindling. The architect of Yuba is Dorit, the father of the future rebel leader. The scandal surrounding the dancing powder emerged shortly before Rodney's arrival, causing a national uproar and casting doubt among many who had placed their trust in King Cobra, prompting radical elements to join the rebellion. However, Dorit has always maintained his faith in the king, convinced that he would never engage in such treachery. His son, though believing in Cobra, chose to join the rebellion for the sake of the oppressed, and, possessing an innate charisma, managed to ascend to the position of leader. Yet he has not yet made his move. Rodney arrived in this once thriving oasis, which still outshines Aruma in prosperity, though the passers-by wore expressions of sorrow as water sources dwindled. The frequency of merchant caravans has diminished, leading to a decline in local services. The residents, unable to earn a living and facing threats to their lives, are compelled to relocate for their safety. The trees that remain are hardy, drought-resistant species whose names escape me, yet one could find respite in their shade, only to be greeted by a gust of sand. "A sandstorm is approaching," Rodney exclaimed. In the distance, yellow sands rolled ominously, reminiscent of an apocalypse, as the dust was whipped high into the air, descending like a monstrous beast intent on swallowing this pearl of the desert, just as he assumed the locals would seek shelter indoors. A group emerged, led by a somewhat portly elder, whose rough hands gripped a shovel with unwavering determination in his eyes. "Come on, everyone. Yuba shall never be consumed by such a mere sandstorm. We will restore Yuba to its former glory." His words carried an undeniable force, inspiring the robust young men to raise their shovels and shout in unison as they charged forward, determined to prevent the waterway from being engulfed by sand. For it represented Yuba's last hope. Rodney observed this scene with a sigh, feeling somewhat intrusive, yet unable to restrain himself. After all, it was merely a matter of lending a helping hand. He purchased a wind-resistant face veil from the system shop, designed to be breathable and sandproof, paired with windproof sunglasses, truly a full arsenal. The sandstorm approached swiftly, and as Rodney entered its embrace, visibility plummeted. The individuals he had seen earlier were gathered by the waterway, attempting to shovel away the encroaching sands. However, mere human effort could not contend against nature's fury, especially as some were working against them. Rodney appeared at the side, manifesting clones, startling the group. The elder, who was none other than Dorit's son, Kosha, stepped forward to inquire, "Who are you?" Rodney offered no reply, his clones positioned on either side of the waterway, synchronously declaring, "Earth release." Earth flow wall. Before their astonished eyes, walls of earth erupted from the ground, merging to form a lengthy barrier against the sand. The clones tirelessly continued to construct the protective wall. Once the storm subsided, Rodney's clones dissipated from exhaustion, and when Dorit and Kosha finally located him, he was panting heavily, perched atop the carcass of a deceased purple scorpion. "Esteemed guest, may I inquire your name?" Dorit extended the highest courtesy of alabasta to Rodney, his son Kosha, and the others following suit, acknowledging that this stranger was deserving of such respect. The construction of the sand barrier had significantly eased their daily labor, safeguarding the waterway, and thereby protecting the lives of the city's inhabitants. Rodney, you may call me that. He rose, having expended a considerable amount of chakra, leaving him with only a fraction of his usual reserves. Nevertheless, he still had some left, as since mastering the 100 Heroes technique. He had made it a habit to infuse a portion of chakra into his forehead daily. Though the 100 Heroes mark had yet to manifest, he did not intend to use it just yet. After all, it was not a moment of dire necessity, and he preferred to reserve his resources. With a smile, he said, "Uncle, I wish to stay here for a few days. Would it be possible to waive my travel expenses?" Dorrit turned away, responding, "Of course, it shall be waived. You have done so much to protect the lifeblood of this city. I will do everything in my power to accommodate your wishes. I am the mayor here. Dorrit, and this is my son, Kosha." Kosha remained somewhat taciturn, yet his gaze toward Rodney was imbued with respect, albeit tinged with caution, for Rodney had just exhibited the powers of a devil fruit user, abilities he had witnessed before, though none as extraordinary. "Thank you, uncle." Rodney chuckled, dragging away the scorpion he had defeated during the construction of the earth wall. Such a sizable creature must be delectable. Initially, the onlookers contemplated assisting him in moving the scorpion, but upon attempting to lift it, they found it a struggle, while in Rodney's hands, it felt as light as paper. Settling into the finest room at the inn arranged by Dorrit, he exhaled deeply. The water resources here were exceedingly precious, and bathing would be quite the hassle. Thankfully, Rodney possessed water release, yet to avoid any misunderstandings, he chose to bathe at night. Knock, knock, knock. A voice at the door. "Come in." The one who entered was Kosha. "I apologize for the intrusion. My father sent me to check if Mr. Rodney requires anything. Oh, it's nothing. This place is quite comfortable. By the way, where is the scorpion I defeated?" Rodney inquired. "It is placed at the back of the inn. May I ask, what do you intend to do with it?" "Eat it." "Eat a scorpion of such size?" Kosha was taken aback. They had never considered such a creature could be consumed. "Naturally, though. By the way, I will need you to procure an iron plate, a few stones, and firewood, as well as some seasonings. I wish to prepare an iron plate dish." "Yes, iron plate scorpion." Understood. Kosha departed silently. Although puzzled, he chose to fulfill Rodney's request. Soon, he returned with the necessary items as twilight descended. Rodney ignited the flames, dismembering the scorpion, discarding the inedible parts, and revealing the tender white flesh beneath its shell. Reminiscent of the meat found within crab claws, sizzling on the iron plate, he sprinkled seasonings, eliciting tears of longing from the nearby children. "Come, let us feast together," Rodney called, inviting everyone to a bonfire gathering. The festivities continued late into the night, and as the party dispersed, individuals returned to their respective homes. That night, after bathing, Rodney donned a robe and ascended to the rooftop of the inn, where the starry river of the night sky dazzled with beauty. Lowering his gaze, he appeared to see someone beckoning him. Upon closer inspection, it was Dorrit. He leaped down, chuckling. "What is it?" "Uncle Dorrit, staying up late is not good for an elderly person's health." Dorrit chuckled and shook his head. "It's nothing. I am accustomed to it. I rise later in the morning. What about you?" "Can't sleep." "Not quite. I was merely curious about the source of Yuba's water, having constructed the earth flow walls along the waterway." He had yet to discover the origin of the water. Dorrit did not withhold the truth, stating that as groundwater, emerging from deep within the earth to invigorate this city that I see. "Can wells be dug here?" Rodney wondered aloud. "This is not Eruma, close to the Santoro River. We reside in the heart of the desert, relying on groundwater and rainwater for sustenance. Digging wells is quite challenging. We have been making efforts in that regard." Dorrit replied, acknowledging that he was not an obstinate individual. He understood the necessity of well digging, but had encountered difficulties in finding water despite numerous attempts. Nevertheless, Dorrit faced the sandstorm unflinchingly, embodying a spirit as resilient as iron. He would not be defeated by such adversities and would continue to strive for the future of Yuba. Chapter 47. When drowsiness arrives, it delivers a pillow. Oh, it is. Rodney pondered for a moment. He did not possess an intuitive understanding of the water scarcity in Yuba, particularly when compared to the severe drought faced by Aluma. However, the presence of sandstorms loomed large in his mind. Were it not for the valiant efforts of Dado and his companions, Yuba might very well have suffered the same fate as Aluma. Given the recent sandstorm's intensity, it seemed likely that it would not take half a year for this place to become desiccated. The fact that Kusha remained indicated that the situation had not yet deteriorated to the extent that he would need to join the rebel forces, reflecting his confidence in Kabura. Yet, Crocodile was a formidable obstacle, intent on erasing the oasis city of Yuba from the map. Nevertheless, the atmosphere here felt somewhat peculiar, but Rodney decided not to dwell on it. His priority was to dismantle the Baroque works before the revolt and to defeat Crocodile. The Sansan fruit, after all, was a critical factor, bidding farewell to Dado without inquiring about the old man's presence. Perhaps he was nocturnal. Rodney stood before a cramped window, gazing out at the serene, silent desert enveloped in darkness. If only he had the sands of the guardian crane or Gara at his disposal. It would be intriguing to witness Crocodile's expression in their confrontation, that would undoubtedly be entertaining. However, sand against sand held little significance. Crocodile's weaknesses were glaringly apparent. His over-reliance on the powers of his fruit allowed him to wield terrifying strength in this advantageous environment. Yet upon contact with water, his sand would congeal, causing him to temporarily lose his fruit's capabilities. And in that moment, his power would significantly diminish. To that point, Crocodile would be considerably weaker than Rodney. How delightful it would be to manipulate him at will. With such thoughts, he could not help but chuckle, laughing like a villain with an unpleasant visage. The following morning, as dawn broke and the sun had yet to rise, the air remained relatively humid. Rodney awoke early, had a modest breakfast, and unexpectedly encountered Kusha, who was laboriously carrying a shovel. Curious, he inquired, "Kusha, with no sandstorm in sight. What are you up to?" Kusha explained, "I am digging a well. Yuba cannot solely depend on water channels. Otherwise, we shall all perish here. Water is undoubtedly a precious commodity in this region, akin to life itself. The human body requires moisture, particularly in this arid desert. Indeed, Yuba's water reserves were dwindling, and reliance on those water channels alone was no longer feasible. I shall lend a hand," Rodney offered with a smile. "Is that truly appropriate?" "You have already assisted us immensely," Kusha replied, somewhat taken aback. "Not at all. I have nothing pressing to attend to, and spending some time here is quite agreeable." Rodney reassured him, shaking his head. "Just prepare several shovels for me. I can put them to good use." Recalling the abilities he had demonstrated during the sandstorm, Kusha nodded in understanding. After expressing his gratitude, he dispatched someone to fetch a collection of shovels. Shadow clone technique. Rodney summoned a dozen clones, and together with Kusha, they sought out a nearby area with vegetation to commence their excavation. "Hey everyone, let's dig for water," Rodney called out. "All right," the clones responded in unison, brandishing their shovels. Utilizing their chakra and remarkable strength, they dug an impressive pace that a few clones, finding shovels cumbersome, opted instead to employ earth release techniques. Kusha stood there, momentarily bewildered, holding his shovel and unsure of what to do, as the clones had already unearthed a considerable amount of sand. Rodney tossed a shovelful of sand aside, crouched down, and felt the damp earth. This was not parched. It seemed they had indeed found the right spot. He summoned several clones to initiate a frenzied digging mode. As they delved deeper, the sand grew increasingly moist and cool. Nodding in approval, Rodney realized he was now in a pit over 10 meters deep. "Kusha, Kusha," he called out, "Mr. Rodney." "I'm here," Kusha replied, leaning over the edge of the pit. Rodney announced, "We've struck the right location. There should be water here." "That is splendid news," Kusha exclaimed, clenching his fist in sheer joy. "Go fetch some tools for transporting the sand. I've compacted the surrounding area, and I can no longer lift it," Rodney instructed. "Understood. Please wait a moment," Kusha replied eagerly, racing back to gather a group to assist with the task. Soon, the clones began working alongside Kusha and others to transport the sand. The quantity increased, and the weight grew heavier as they prepared to distill the moisture from the sand for consumption, demonstrating that even in poverty, there were ways to survive. Had they not been situated in the heart of the desert, they might have already devised a method for distilling seawater. "Hey, we've dug it up. There's water," Rodney shouted. "Wait, don't dig anymore." A middle-ranked ninja approached urgently. Noticing Rodney standing atop the murky water as several clones continued their work, and the water level steadily rose. Water! We have water! Ha! Yuba can once again thrive. Rodney exclaimed. Thank the heavens! We will surely overcome the sandstorm. Once the rains return, Yuba will regain its former splendor. The revelation of fresh water was undoubtedly a morale booster for the people. The presence of water symbolized life. Revitalizing Yuba's essence. Fantastic! Water has emerged. Kusha clenched his fists, knowing that Yuba could endure for a while longer. Rodney returned to the water's edge, casting a protective wall of earth around the water pit. Let us find a few individuals to construct a cover to shield it from the sun's direct rays, preventing unnecessary evaporation. Of course, Mr. Rodney, Kusha replied, quickly organizing for the best masons in Yuba to construct a sunshade and an entrance, ensuring that the sandstorm would be unable to overwhelm it. Although retrieving water might prove cumbersome, it was far preferable to let it evaporate into the AI as the crowd rejoiced. Rodney's gaze drifted towards the horizon, where clouds of dust were rising. Narrowing his eyes, a crimson hue flickered within, enhancing his vision. Piercing through the haze, he discerned a large turtle, adorned with a plume of smoke, swiftly making its way towards them, pulling a pink cart that bore a somewhat feminine appearance. Kusha noticed the unfolding situation as well. Rodney exhaled lightly, saying, It's likely an assassin coming for me. Kusha advised the people of Yuba to remain hidden to avoid any repercussions. However, Kusha was about to assert his willingness to assist when he was interrupted. These individuals are formidable assassins. Your presence would be futile. I am better suited to deal with them. With that, he leaped away, vanishing from Kusha's view, leaving only his silhouette behind. Watching his retreating figure, Kusha clenched and unclenched his fists, grappling with indecision before ultimately deciding to alert everyone to take cover. TSK, what a time to arrive. Rodney stood in the path of the water-dispensing turtle, blocking its route as the cart's door opened. A throng of individuals emerged, among whom was a bald man with cross-desiring weaponry. One was promptly delivered. Chapter 48, Baroque Works. The exquisite blade known as Hokage, wielded by Mr. 11, was the very reason this individual ascended to the rank of mid-level agent within Baroque Works. Absent this remarkable sword, his prowess would bear no distinction from that of the countless elder billionaires beneath the mid-tier. The leader of the assassination team, dispatched to eliminate Rodney, was none other than the ostensible strongest high-level agent of Baroque Works. Mr. Point 1, Dasbones, the wielder of the superhuman cutting fruit. He possessed the ability to transform any part of his body into a razor-sharp blade, simultaneously hardening his skin to the toughness of steel. Beside him stood Fray, known as Mr. 2, a cross-dresser. Mr. 3 and his partner were notably absent, while Mr. 4 and his companion, Mississippi Christmas, alongside Mr. 1's partner, Mississippi Fingers, were present, accompanied by a cadre of less formidable assassins, including Mr. 9, Mr. 11, and the blue-haired girl. Miss Wednesday, a princess of this nation. Undercover within Baroque Works, she sought to uncover the truth behind the dance powder affair, leveraging the formidable strength of her subordinate, Xilobu, to successfully infiltrate the ranks of mid-level agents. The failures of Mr. 5 and Mississippi Valentine had directly alarmed Crocodile, who resolved to dispatch Mr. 1 and his associates to locate Rodney. If he could be recruited, it would be ideal. If not, they would collectively vanquish him. Crocodile would never allow a threat to persist, Mr. 1 proclaimed. The pirate hunter of the East Sea, the red-eyed Rodney, I extend to you an opportunity to join Baroque Works. Should you choose to accept, your past transgressions will be forgiven, elevating you to the rank of Mr. 5 or higher. If you refuse, prepare yourself, for a blade will form upon your arm, sharp enough to rival your fingers, without a doubt. Should Rodney decline, they would undoubtedly rush forth to eliminate him here. Rodney scratched his head, squinting with a smile. In that case, I shall open my eyes and unleash my murderous intent, with a fierce glint in his red Sharingan. He dove headfirst into the sand. Mr. 1 immediately shouted, Mississippi Christmas. A plump old woman with a rapid-fire speech replied, Understood, understood. No more nonsense. Her mouth elongated, sprouting whiskers, and her skin sprouted fine black hairs, transforming her into a humanoid mole. Miss Christmas, having consumed the animal fruit of the mole, swiftly burrowed into the sand in search of Rodney's whereabouts, that Mr. 11 felt a tightening around his ankle as a powerful grip yanked him down, silencing any scream before he was entombed in the sand. "Fool! What an idiot, Mr. 11!" Mississippi Christmas scolded as she retrieved his lifeless body to Mr. 1. With keen eyes, spotted the explosive tag on Mr. 11's chest and bellowed, "Everyone, run! Rodney's bomb paper." Mr. 1 and his cohorts possessed far more intelligence regarding Rodney than others, including knowledge about the explosive tag, which they had tentatively dubbed bomb paper, renowned for its substantial power. Boom! The explosive tag on Mr. 11 detonated, sending the group retreating and hastily dropping to the ground. Following the explosion, they were left covered in sand and peculiar debris. Princess Vivi, still on her feet, tightened her grip at the sight of a face emerging from the sand. Startled into silence by a large hand covering her mouth. "Quiet. Come with me," it commanded, dragging her into the sand as a shadow clone transported her to Yuba. The remainder would commence a battle. Emerging from the sand, shaking off the dust, Rodney unsheathed Hokage Dao, its straight blade adorned with flame-like patterns, a superior weapon compared to the standard long sword he possessed. With Hokage Dao crossed before him, he stood firm upon the earth, challenging the gathered agents. "Who wishes to step forward and embrace death? Have you taken Mr. 11's sword? Then allow me to demonstrate my prowess." Funk Ray's voice, akin to that of a quacking duck, elicited a grimace from Rodney that in the realm of animation. This character exuded charm and humor, albeit with a hint of madness. Yet in reality, it was another matter entirely. "Farewell." With such actions and tone, he mused, "Perhaps it is best to forego the blade." Stabbing the sword in the sand, a mole suddenly emerged, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? You nearly struck me. That would have meant death, surely." A voice echoed, urging retreat. Mississippi Christmas glanced up, witnessing the glinting blade raised high, descending rapidly. In an instant, she dove into the sand, while the hole she vacated was torn apart by a fearsome sword aura, dry sand swirling inward. This individual approached with a playful demeanor. Mr. Point One solemnly observed, "He is entirely dismissive of Mississippi Christmas, treating her, and indeed many of us, as mere playthings." Understanding Rodney's mindset, Mr. 1 and Funk Ray exchanged glances, advancing from two directions, one forward and one back. Mr. 1's fingers curled into claws, blades sprouting from his fingertips as he lunged at Rodney, who parried with Hokage Dao, sparks flying in the exchange. Ballet fist, elegant swan dance. Funk Ray executed a flurry of kicks utilizing ballet techniques against Rodney. A shadow clone appeared beside him, intercepting Funk Ray's strike before vanishing. What was that? Mr. 1 thought, increasingly aware of the trouble Rodney posed, more formidable than any foe he had previously encountered. His eyes glimmered with ferocity as he unleashed a relentless assault. Every strike met with precision by Rodney. Funk Ray, astonished, noted, "He is nearly equal in strength to Mr. 1. What a terrifying opponent. However, I too must utilize my finest skills." Taking a deep breath, he leaped into the air, delivering a spinning kick towards the engaged duo below. Human anomaly fist. Recollections of that summer. Rodney, with a sweeping strike, repelled Mr. 1, his body spinning as a violent dragon-like whirlwind formed, swirling up copious amounts of sand, transforming into a fearsome yellow dragon. Leaf Dragon God. Funk Ray's assault collided with the Leaf Dragon God, instantly consumed by the swirling sand dragon. The abrasive grains stung his face, some tearing at his skin. Drawing blood, struggling against the wind, Funk Ray managed to pry his eyes open, spotting Rodney at the heart of the sand dragon. Gritting his teeth, he spun his body rapidly, unleashing a torrent of spinning kicks to close in on his target. "Behold my signature move, Human Anomaly Fist. 320,000 revolutions. Rest easy." Rodney countered with Leaf Great Whirlwind. A powerful kick struck Funk Ray's leg, sending him crashing to the ground, unable to rise. Still feeling nauseated, Rodney acknowledged that while the Sharingan could replicate the physical techniques here, Funk Ray's Human Anomaly Fist was one he wished to avoid learning, sensing it would cost him something of great importance, perhaps his integrity. Shifting his gaze to the onlookers, he declared, "All right, who shall step forward next?" A sudden dog bark echoed, and a hefty figure brandished a baseball bat, hurling it straight at Rodney. He nimbly dodged, watching as it landed behind him. "Is this your attack? A mere baseball?" He scoffed, reveling in his triumph. Yet, as he basked in his confidence, the baseball erupted with light, prompting him to flee in haste. Boom! What the hell, a bomb! Rodney sprang from the sand as Mole's claws clutched his ankle, preventing his escape. Mr. Point One pursued, swinging his arm, the blade gleaming ominously, intent on decapitating him. Chapter 49. Mr. 1's blade was met by Rodney's Hokage, and in an instant he launched another wave of attacks, fingers sharpened into deadly points, aimed at Rodney's heart. Point 6 styles. Iron block, his muscles hardened like steel, though his body remained immobile. Withstanding the strike was sufficient. The clash resonated with a metallic sound as fireballs descended from the heavens. Reminiscent of a meteor shower, Mr. 1 swung his arms, shattering the fiery projectiles aimed at him. With a clang, Hwajo was sent flying by Mr. 4's baseball bat, embedding itself atop a nearby, doomed eye in a flash. Rodney darted over, retrieved the Hwajo, and assumed a stance that made Mr. 1 feel an ominous chill. "Retreat," he commanded, hardening his body to the toughness of steel to Elbaf's gun. Gu. The spiraling blade of chakra tore through the desert, kicking up vast clouds of dust, carving a deep gash into the sands. Mr. 1 stood at the center of the chasm, even his steel-like body sustaining injuries from this immature Gu technique. Beside him, Mr. 4 and several lesser foes lay incapacitated, some unconscious while others lay lifeless. "Terrifying. Is this person a monster?" Mr. 1 murmured. The so-called monster regarded the Hwajo in his hand, grinning as he remarked, "What a fine blade. It should last a while longer." "Hey, you over there, shall we continue?" Mr. 1, struggling to rise, shot back. "Is your strength truly that of someone just setting sail?" "Indeed, I've probably been at sea for about a month now." "Or so it seems," Rodney replied with a smile. "Mr. 1, des Bones, what do you say? Care to join me? The terms are negotiable. Though I'm a lone wolf, I wouldn't mind having one or two capable allies." In essence, he was keen on Mr. 1's abilities, hoping to recruit him. Mr. 1 remained silent, adopting a fighting stance, clearly prepared for a life-and-death struggle. "Very well. I shall grant you a more visually appealing demise that a layer of lightning enveloped the Hwajo. After all, even a kunai, devoid of craftsmanship, could be imbued with chakra. How could the Hwajo not? What fruit is this?" Mr. 1 could not help but inquire. Initially, he assumed Rodney possessed a fire-based fruit akin to the Maramara no Mi. But with the sudden appearance of lightning, he was left bewildered. "Who knows? I might be a magician. What you see could merely be an illusion." Rodney shrugged, chuckling as he looked at Mr. 1. "Come now, let me grant you a swift exit." Transforming his fingers into blade-like edges, he crossed them before his chest and suddenly slashed towards Rodney. Dust slash. Rodney felt countless tiny blades intertwining, forming a dense web of sword energy that if struck, he could very well be reduced to cubes. A chill ran down his spine as he wielded the Hwajo, truly dancing with it, leaving trails of afterimages in the air, and in an instant they clashed dozens of times. His Sharingan spun within its sockets, accurately capturing Mr. 1's movements, and several openings were spotted. Alas, Mr. 1's body, as sturdy as steel, could not be easily penetrated, even by lightning-infused chakra. "Your swordsmanship is quite impressive. If it weren't uniquely yours, I might just envy you," he mused as the possessor of the Sharingan. Failing to replicate techniques would be a disservice to those eyes. Regardless of suitability, copying first and adapting later was the strategy. Using the same moves against enemies could be infuriating, even if one could not win outright. Look at it this way. It could easily be resolved, yet you insist on mirroring your opponent's techniques, purely to vex them, right? Speedy resolutions would be ideal, given your chakra reserves. Unfortunately, Mr. 1's techniques were developed post-consumption of his devil fruit, rendering them unsuitable for Rodney, even if copied. Unfazed by Rodney's mood, the intermediate and advanced agents have fallen victim to his lethal prowess, rendering the Baroque works an inconsequential entity, akin to a disbandment. The system has determined that the mission is complete, that a substantial sum of mission points has been credited, and he consumed a permanent chakra fruit before their very eyes. replenishing his chakra entirely while simultaneously elevating his chakra limit by an additional 30%. Lord Rodney, has your chakra suddenly restored? Inquired Sister Slug. Indeed, I merely utilized a secret remedy akin to the military rations. Entirely harmless to the body, Rodney replied with a smile. He then turned to Princess Vivi and asked, So, Princess Vivi, what brings you to seek my presence? I wish to express my gratitude and invite you to the royal capital. Alabasta, she responded. Rodney had dismantled Baroque works, severing their investigative pursuits, yet their existence was undoubtedly detrimental to the kingdom. Meriting her respect toward his actions, the IT was nothing, just a matter of convenience. I will visit the capital at some point. But not at this moment. He shook his head and added with a grin, If you intend to investigate the dance powder, I can assure you it is no longer necessary. I will unearth the mastermind behind it. This is not a challenging task. The mastermind? Is it truly possible? It appears that His Majesty the King has indeed been wronged. Kosha clenched his fists. Even if he were to become the leader of a rebellion, he would still choose to trust the benevolent king, believing that the uprising was merely a consequence of pressure and the interference of Baroque works. That, of course, Princess Vivi, King Cobra, is a competent ruler. Were it not for the water scarcity in Alabasta, this nation would likely be thriving beyond measure. He held faith in enlightened leaders like Cobra, believing that in a more favorable location, prosperity would be assured. Alas, Alabasta's dire lack of water constrained its economic growth. Thank you for your kind words. I have always held great faith in my father. Yet this is our nation, and we shall undoubtedly guide our people towards prosperity. Indeed, Vivi, I have confidence that you and His Majesty will achieve that. Thank you, leader. Perhaps you could assist me in the future. Princess Vivi and Kosha shared a childhood bond, both deeply invested in their people's welfare. Suffused with hope and goodwill for their nation, Mr. Rodney, might I inquire as to the identity of the mastermind? Vivi asked, A man whom you cannot afford to provoke, ambitious and unscrupulous. He is my target. Rodney replied, glancing at the two of them. Prepare some items for me. Your status as a princess should allow you to procure them. Yes, certainly. I will promptly inform my father to send the items. Very well. 3 days later, Rodney's injuries had healed, and he ventured to Rain Base, equipped with the items prepared by Princess Vivi. The largest casino in Rain Base, known as the Rain Banquet, the vice president of Baroque Works. Codenamed Miss All Sunday, whose real name was Nico Robin, reported, 3 days ago, our agents sent to ambush Rodney have been annihilated. The figure shrouded in darkness was none other than the warlord Crocodile, an ambitious man seeking the ancient weapon Pluton to become the pirate king. With a cigar smoke swirling around him, his scarred face bore an ominous expression as he placed his golden hook heavily on the table. After a lengthy silence, he inquired, Mr. One, did he also fall? Indeed, according to eyewitness accounts, his chest was completely shattered, his spine fractured, and his upper body was beyond repair. It is likely that he survived due to the abilities of his fruit, but there is no doubt he is dead. Additionally, Mr. Two's body is missing. Miss Wednesday is unaccounted for. Not concern yourself with her. The advanced and intermediate agents have been nearly eradicated. Even if the remaining personnel were to be promoted to advanced agents, it would be futile. However, ensure that Miss Wednesday is located. She holds significant importance for both the kingdom and us. Crocodile calmly assessed the situation. Baroque Works was finished, and his painstaking efforts had come to naught. His plans to accumulate influence over several more years for a more convenient coup had been utterly disrupted without the support of Baroque Works. Josta Rodney, what exactly do you desire? After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, gather all available information on Rodney within a day. I wish to see his dossier on my desk by tomorrow. Understood. Nico Robin nodded before departing. As he observed her graceful figure, Crocodile exhaled a plume of smoke. Nico Robin, a most useful assistant, yet she is a restless soul. He extinguished his cigar in the ashtray. Currently, she still had value. The ancient weapon Pluton, crafted in the Prosper's Water 7, was the most formidable warship in history. Capable of sinking an island with a single cannon blast. It lay dormant somewhere in the world, while the historical text detailing Pluton's location resided within Alabasta, yet the precise location remained undiscovered. Only Nico Robin possessed the ability to decipher the historical text. Thus, she could not be moved just yet. Pluton, with its acquisition, I could stretch forth my hand as if to encompass the world. Upon leaving the office and returning to her workspace, Robin opened a drawer containing a stack of documents regarding Rodney, bounty hunter, wielder of peculiar weaponry, explosive paper, and the enigmatic red-eyed Rodney. Were all his actions merely to eradicate pirates? For the sake of wealth? No, he lacked for nothing. She sought to analyze the essence of Rodney's character, as these documents have been compiled by her informants since the inception of his notoriety. Beginning with the destruction of the Krieg pirates, his attacks employed various elemental assaults, capable of expelling copious amounts of water. Her gaze sharpened. She was certain that Crocodile would meet his downfall at the hands of this bounty hunter. Would she seize the opportunity to escape amidst their clash? She could conceal herself during their battle and continue her investigations in the shadows. However, if Rodney were to falter, would she not fall prey to Crocodile's grasp? Having worked alongside him for 2 years, Robin understood the nature of the man, ruthless and unscrupulous, willing to resort to any means to seize power, a pirate who dared to covet a nation, inspiring her profound trepidation. Adding to this was his possession of a Logia-type devil fruit. Perhaps it was best to observe the situation unfold. Should Rodney emerge victorious, collaboration would be prudent. The whereabouts of Pluton would surely pique his interest. Robin believed few would reject the temptation of the ancient weapon Pluton, a chance to ascend to dominion over the world. Such an opportunity was rarely forsaken. If Rodney were to learn of her intentions, he would undoubtedly scoff. Once sufficient mission points were amassed, acquiring several tailed beasts would be far more appealing. Capable of combat, evasion, and functioning as a power source, a tailed beast bomb could obliterate a mountain peak. The Sharingan offered potential for enhancement, while the planetary devastation was certainly formidable. Why then should he be fixated on the firepower of Pluton? Would the world government spare him upon its acquisition? Rodney yearned for a tranquil existence. It seemed. Chapter 51. Would you care to join me? In Rain Base, Rodney arrived in this still thriving city, known as the City of Dreams. The environment was splendid, a true oasis, and it had not suffered from water shortages even over the span of nearly 2 years. Though it was daylight, a refreshing breeze swept away the heat, and the date palms were laden with ripe fruit, appearing quite delectable and seemingly ready for consumption. Seeing no one was watching, he plucked a few and popped them into his mouth. Relishing their sweet flavor, in this city of Rain Base stood several pyramids, prompting his contemplation that, I see this as an Egyptian motif, but why construct pyramids? They are tombs, are they not? What is this, a headstone collision? Are you the king of laughter? Ha 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 ha. I, the king of kings, reign supreme, while the pharaohs dwell in the dust. No, I must not dwell on such thoughts. Vivid images invade my mind, ha ha ha. Clearing my throat to dispel the sudden apparition of Dio that had sprung forth in my thoughts, I direct my gaze toward the grandest of the pyramids, adorned with blue and white stripes and edged with golden bricks. Its pinnacle crowned by a statue of a crocodile with bananas atop its head. The Rain Banquet, the largest casino in Alabasta, is under the discreet ownership of Crocodile, a man of caution, with the public face of the establishment being Nico Robin. Yet, Robin has not revealed her true identity, for her bounty is astronomically high. Commanding the kingdom's largest casino, Crocodile is akin to a gold mine, living lavishly as he indulges in nurturing crocodiles, perusing ledgers and, on a whim, dispatching a few pirates, all while enjoying a comfortable existence. However, driven by ambition, he relinquished his tranquil life, donning a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs and a stylish black and white striped outfit. Embracing a life of full board, completing a day tour of Marineford, participating in the Paramount War, and boldly confronting the admirals, emerging as the top outputter, upon entering the Rain Banquet, I find it relatively tranquil. Devoid of the usual cacophony, though the occasional raucous shout from a gambler, driven mad by losses, disrupts the peace as staff swiftly eject them. Ignoring such disturbances, I exchange 10,000 berries for chips and approach a gaming table. Refraining from immediate betting, instead focusing intently on the dealer's movements. Examining the dealer's technique, I stroke my chin, squinting and activating my Sharingan to meticulously record their actions. Not bad. Their dealing speed is commendable. though still slightly sluggish for someone of their caliber, adequate for deceiving the average person. After observing for a while, I joined the fray, leveraging the gambling techniques copied through my Sharingan and executing movements so swift they are imperceptible to the untrained eye. Successfully amassing a considerable stack of chips, the dealer, seeking to outplay me, finds themselves stripped of their chips, instantly realizing they have encountered a master. Hastily, they summon the owner. Emerging is a graceful figure, exuding a blend of maturity and intellect. Though the sun in Alabasta has darkened her skin slightly, a trivial concern, as a few years of care will restore its luster. Noticing Rodney's surprised gaze, Robin instantly comprehends that he recognizes her, though the source of his knowledge remains a mystery. After all, her face on the bounty poster reflects her youth, making it difficult to identify her. The red-eyed Rodney possesses truly extraordinary eyes. Instinctively, she averts her gaze from those oddly enchanting orbs, maintaining a polite smile. "Good day, Mr. Rodney. Have we met before? I've seen your profile. Cough, cough, I don't recognize you." Suddenly recalling those Risku images in her mind, she coughs again and inquires, "Miss, all Sunday?" After a brief silence, Robin smiles and replies, "Ah, so you're already aware. Follow me. The VIP room awaits you. Then let us proceed." Following Robin into the opulent VIP chamber, I sink into a sofa so plush it seems to envelop me. "So, what brings me here?" "Nothing much, Mr. Rodney. There exists a significant conflict between the Baroque works and yourself, and of course, I haven't done anything, yet you are pursuing me." Rodney's face is a mask of indignation as he bellows. "I merely came for a holiday, and you send assassins after me. Now that this feud is established, there can be no coexistence between us. One of us must perish." Robin retorts, "Was it not you who initiated hostilities?" "Whiskey Peak, Mr. 5, Mr. 1, they were struck hardest by your hand, were they not? Our Baroque works is, after all, a legitimate assassin group, gravely weakened by your attacks, and yet you dare to bite back?" Robin muses whether she has overestimated this man's integrity. What of the dignity of the strong? Who taught him such shamelessness? "If you seek compensation, state your terms. We shall consider them." Robin's words serve merely as a stalling tactic as Crocodile approaches, and she aims to delay him momentarily. She feels no particular concern for Rodney, merely a pirate hunter. Should her true identity be revealed, this man would likely draw his blade. Her bounty is exceedingly high. Since O'Hara's destruction, she has navigated a life fraught with betrayal and intrigue, existing in a state of constant vigilance. Her sole ambition is to decipher the true history, to uncover the secrets of that enigmatic blank century. Thus she has made a pact with Crocodile, striving to unveil the historical truth. My terms. Rodney ponders, grinning. "Then I propose you surrender yourself to me. After all, you're not the true mastermind behind Baroque works." Robin's heart skips a beat, yet she maintains her smile, though her eyes chill. "That jest is ill-timed, Mr. Rodney. Not amusing? Then let us consider another." Crocodile's head, he rests his chin on his hand, exuding an air of indifference as he prepares for something, though the cast is yet to assemble. "Ah, old sand, why have you yet to arrive?" Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords. Our Baroque works cannot contend with him. You wish to eliminate him. Who wouldn't he want to eliminate a warlord? Alas, his bounty has remained stagnant since his elevation. Otherwise, with his strength, a few 100 million would be trivial. The warlords are recognized pirates by the world government, their bounties preserved, and they're shielded from capture by the Navy. Yet, should they lose this title, their bounties would skyrocket, and the Navy would pursue them relentlessly. Old Sand is no fool like Buggy, who relies on luck to retain his warlord status. He could very well ascend to the ranks of the 4 emperors, provided he escapes from incarceration first. Rodney's gaze roams over Robin's curvaceous form with clarity, calculating that the bounty of the demon child appears to surpass even Crocodile's. Robin steps back, maintaining her composure. "My purpose extends beyond merely exchanging myself for a bounty from the world government, I am aware. You're also a historian, that I harbor some interest in those histories myself. What say you, Nico Robin? Care to join me? Your prospects are far brighter with me than under Crocodile's shadow. Allying with a tiger seldom ends well." Robin chooses silence, recognizing this man mirrors those she has encountered, perhaps even more avaricious. In truth, she misjudges Rodney. His curiosity about history is genuine. The blank century. How intriguing it is to ponder. What secrets does the world government conceal, and what transpired during that 100 years of silence? Alas, he cannot decipher it. Otherwise, with his knowledge of the true historical text, he could swiftly uncover and comprehend it. It can only be said that he has arrived in this era prematurely. Had he come a decade later, he would have completed the narrative. By then, the Reaper would still be in elementary school. Thus, what truly transpired? The insatiable curiosity within him urges him to adopt a congenial smile. Miss Robin, do consider my offer. My terms are quite favorable. Should you join me, I shall elevate you to the position of first mate. Are you not but one man? No, you lack even a ship, do you not? Chapter 52. Sand Crocodile confronted by Rodney's inquiries. Robin expresses her reluctance to respond, feeling an innate sense of deception emanating from him, an aura that renders trust impossible. Years of navigating the treacherous waters of the underworld have honed her instincts to perceive the truth behind his facade. You jest, my standing here is quite satisfactory. She wears a formulaic smile, devoid of any flaws. Oh, is that so? After analyzing the historical texts, will Sand Crocodile spare you? Do not jest. Once he discovers what he seeks, he will never let a knowledgeable person like you slip away. So you are aware that Robin's expression darkens. She knows all too well the cold-hearted nature of Crocodile. Yet from the outset, she never intended to divulge the true contents of the historical text to him. The fact that Crocodile is the real owner of Baroque works is a secret even the higher echelons of agents remain oblivious to. How does he know? I possess unique sources of intelligence. He squints, provoking Robin's desire to strike his face. Yet, Rodney speaks a truth. Aligning with the tiger rarely yields favorable outcomes. This crocodile, is more fearsome than a mere man-eater. He knows how to lie in wait, seeking the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow. That matter need not concern you. Is that so? Rodney glances around. By the way, what is the purpose of summoning me here? My chips remain unexchanged, amounting to several million berries. Rest assured, you shall not lack for that. Indeed, this man exudes an innate greed. Furthermore, the boss wishes to meet you, so please wait here for a moment. I see, sitting carelessly on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other. The fruits and fine wines on the table remain untouched. What if they are poisoned? It would be a trivial matter for him to administer poison. After all, Crocodile is a ruthless and merciless pirate, devoid of any so-called warrior's honor. Robin-chan, since your boss is yet to arrive, shall we engage in a conversation? Hey, don't ignore me. That would be quite tedious. Honestly, at this rate, you'll never find a husband. Robin resolutely refused to engage with him, feeling that if she did, she would be ensnared in Rodney's incessant chatter, which would be quite bothersome. This man is not only greedy, but also a loquacious individual. Indeed, not accepting the position of his first mate was a wise decision, for otherwise, she would have no peaceful days to enjoy. Although for someone like her, as long as there are books to read, it could be considered tranquility. How dull, Robin-chan. How about I tell you where the poneglyph is located? This time, Robin could not contain herself. Sight out, of course, I know the locations of more than just one of those. He said with a grin. Where is it? Humph. Robin. Humph. What are you talking about? Just spit out. If you leave it half said, you might end up with a twisted tongue. The poneglyph? I'm quite interested. Rodney, why not become my subordinate? I'll give you the location of Mr. One. Suddenly, a fine cloud of sand emerged from the crack of the door, coalescing into a humanoid shape on the sofa opposite Rodney. Finally, a tall man with a scarred face, dressed in a suit and draped in fur, with a sinister demeanor, appeared. Crocodile, by the way, in this sweltering desert, are you not bothered by your heavy attire? Crocodile, I expected a more imposing opening line or a negotiation. Yet you suddenly blurt out such a remark. Your focus rather peculiar. He chose not to respond, feeling that to do so would diminish his standing. Robin stood behind Crocodile, who paid no heed and continued. If what you say is true, then Rodney, I believe we can cooperate. Rodney opened his eyes, and for the first time, Crocodile met those blood-red orbs, exuding an aura of malevolence, bloodshed, and ominousness, reminiscent of Sharingan. He chuckled. Baroque works? What a joke to AS for Mr. 1. He indeed possesses some skills, but unfortunately, he is no match for me. Besides you, the entirety of Baroque works is beneath me. Tell me, why should I join your ranks? To seize control of this world." He spread his arms wide, his expression fervent, proclaiming, "I shall not hide it from you. I have come to this country in search of the ancient weapon, Pluton. Once I obtain the information about Pluton and locate it, I can wield its power to become the pirate king and claim this world." He did not mind revealing this to Rodney, for regardless of whether Rodney knew the location of the poneglyph, his ability to handle his agents alone was enough for Crocodile to take him seriously. Should he refuse, he was prepared to enact a bloodbath today, possessing the powers of a Loguetown devil fruit. He believed himself invincible, that no one could harm him. Umph. The last invincible one has ceased to think. Crocodile extended his hand toward Rodney, saying, "Come now, Rodney, work for me." Gazing at that massive hand, Rodney inquired, "Did you cause it not to rain throughout all of Alabasta?" "It was I who used dance powder, transporting it to the port and into the palace, simply to frame Cobra, allowing me to ascend to the throne and fulfill my dreams. Come, Rodney, if we succeed, you can have everything you desired." He was unafraid of Rodney leaking this information. If he did not agree, he would simply be a dead man. "That sounds splendid." Rodney smiled and extended his hand. While Robin looked on with disdain, Crocodile displayed a grin. Seemingly this man was not so difficult to deal with after all. Unfortunately, Crocodile's right hand was not grasped. Instead, his fingers were forced into various seals. And he shouted, "Water style. Water surge. What?" A torrent of water materialized from thin air, instantly solidifying Crocodile's sandy form, rendering him unable to elementalize, exposing his true self. How could this be? This person's ability. With a fierce glare, his left hook lunged toward Rodney's throat. The attack swift, precise, and merciless, without a hint of originality. I believe that in the desert nation of Alabasta, no one could conquer oneself. However, it appears that adversaries do exist, and this particular foe could be deemed a mortal enemy. Without vanquishing him, peace would remain elusive. Water release. Tidal waves, columns of pressurized water, surged forth from the depths, all aimed at the ethereal form of Crocodile, suspended in the air. Trouble, sandstorm. A swirling vortex of sand materialized in his palm, capable of toppling structures at close range, drawing up droplets of water. Once the sand, now saturated, fell back into the depths, only a gentle breeze remained. From the water emerged two figures, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than Rodney, who had been lurking beneath the surface. Crocodile's eyes widened as the sand in his right palm swelled like boiling water, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a crescent-shaped blade of sand. Crescent sand dune. It struck one of the Rodneys, who transformed into water and was absorbed by the sand. Water. Can one create another self using water? Where is the other? Turning to locate the second figure, he discovered the opponent rushing towards him. Is this the true form? Desert Diamond Blade. His fingers morphed into 4 sand blades that shot forth towards Rodney. Water release. Water whip. Rodney yanked his palm, and a long whip of water materialized in his grasp, striking out at the incoming Desert Diamond Blade. Effortlessly, his body was sliced apart by the blade, transforming into a puddle of water. Such troublesome abilities. Resolving not to linger any longer, he hurried away, soaring towards the city beyond the rain-soaked ground, glancing down at the residents below who gazed up at him, contemplating whether to eliminate them to silence their tongues. Yet, Rodney did not grant him the luxury of time to ponder. Water release. Water shark bullet. A shark, entirely composed of condensed water, burst forth from the surface. Hurtling towards him, a flying shark? Made of water? Without further contemplation, he absorbed the water shark bullet with a crescent sand dune, hastily moving to the safety of a sand dune outside the rain-soaked terrain, where he found a semblance of security. Such measures must be devised to eliminate him. Has he arrived? Without water, how will you contend with me? A figure sped towards him, and he wondered if it was a pirate capable of the 6 styles. In the New World, pirates often possess a few techniques of the 6 styles, as it is common for Navy personnel to defect to piracy. Knowing a few moves is not unusual. However, the presence of a newly minted pirate wielding the 6 styles raises concerns. Crocodile, Damn creature, desert great sword. His arm transformed into sand, seeping into the ground, as a sand blade erupted in Rodney's path, attempting to cleave him in two. Boom. His form dissipated into a cloud of white mist. Vanishing from sight, the crocodile's face darkened. How many skills does this individual possess? The ability to survive with ninjutsu is indeed formidable. For those unacquainted with such techniques, distinguishing the true body from the shadow clone becomes an insurmountable challenge. An irksome predicament. Furthermore, the art of substitution and transformation that a skilled lower ninja could easily contend with numerous foes. Here, the lower ninjas are not merely from Konoha, but from other villages. Earth Release. Earth Flow River. The sand beneath him became exceedingly soft, causing Crocodile to slide backward, summoning a massive Earth Flow River alongside Earth Dragon bullets. At the river's origin, a colossal Earth Dragon opened its jaws, unleashing mud bullets. Rodney emerged from the sand, unleashing a torrent of flames. Composite ninjutsu. Earth Dragon Fire Flow. The flames ignited the mud bullets, delivering a dual blow to the enemy. The Earth Dragon Fire Flow collided with Crocodile, shattering his form into sand. Such an attack could never affect me, a being of the natural element. The airborne sand coalesced in a half of Crocodile's visage, sneering disdainfully that, of course, I merely sought to test my new skill. Crocodile, I am quite curious about what happens when your fragmented form encounters water. Rodney chuckled, droplets of water gathering around him. Crocodile's eyes widened. Despite being in the desert, where did this water come from? Clapping his palms together, he bellowed, Water release. Water surge wave. A torrential wave surged forth, forcing Crocodile to retreat repeatedly. He immediately activated his powers, causing the surrounding sand to collide with the incoming water wave. Merging the two, the water swiftly sank into the sand, leaving behind only a damp patch of earth. Water release. Water whip. The water whip lashed against Crocodile in midair, inflicting pain. Upon contact with water, his form solidified, rendering him vulnerable to defeat without the need for haki. Moreover, this individual overly relies on his fruit, neglecting martial arts and haki training that in the more accessible regions of the Grand Line. Crocodile had reigned supreme over weaker foes, resulting in minimal growth in strength. In summary, he is akin to that pretentious deity, truly a victim of his own hubris. Rodney gripped the water whip tightly, encircling Crocodile with it. Lightning release. Thunderous wave? Old Sand was sent into a state of paralysis. His movements hindered, the water whip shattered, and Rodney himself lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Crocodile's face, causing him to bleed profusely. Yet astonishingly, he managed to withstand it. Roaring, "This is my territory!" A vortex of sand spiraled from his palm. Swirling over the sands, a devastating desert tornado surged towards Rodney. Rodney unsheathed his blade, firmly grasping the hilt Elbaf spear. Might of the nation! A spiraling wave of sword energy erupted, disrupting the destructive tornado and scattering it. Shave. Leaping over the dune, Crocodile's golden hook reflected the sunlight, casting a dazzling gleam as he swung his arm, sending the golden hook entwined with sand hurling towards Rodney. Crescent sand dune, upon contact, it could absorb the moisture from a person's body, rendering them into a mummy, a fate Rodney wished to avoid at all costs. Boom! A wooden figure appeared, decaying and fragmenting upon contact with the crescent sand dune. Where is he? A swirl of yellow sand enveloped a figure behind him. Rodney, I've got you now. Chapter 54. The Pinnacle of Survival. I've got you now, Crocodile sneered, a hint of triumph gracing his features. After enduring humiliation, he finally managed to capture the bothersome adversary. Before him stood Rodney, entirely encased in sand, save for his head. Despite being ensnared, fear was absent from his expression. He remained composed, a subtle smile gracing his lips, softly uttering, "Do you genuinely believe you have captured me?" "What?" Crocodile paused. Was it yet another shadow clone? When did you come to the erroneous conclusion that you had seized my true form? With a sudden pop, Rodney transformed into a wooden post. Crocodile thought to himself, as expected, and quickly turned, dispersing the sand to shield himself. His body abruptly split in two, sand oozing from the wound. Glancing back, Rodney brandished his blade, hacking down repeatedly without a hint of strategy, completely shredding his form. Useless. You can no longer utilize water, can you? Perish. Rodney, Crocodile coalesced his form, sand condensing into a razor-sharp blade in his right hand. Thrusting towards Rodney's chest, Hetue, a mouthful of moisture-laden phlegm splattered on a Crocodile's head, drenching him thoroughly. Crocodile, my apologies, my throat is a bit unwell. Cough, cough. Let us continue. Rodney displayed an apologetic grin, exuding innocence. Yet his eyes gleamed mischievously. I do believe you have misunderstood my intentions. You are insulting me. No, I meant no offense. Rodney tilted his head, remarking, I find this quite amusing. You scoundrel, I will assuredly slay you and turn you into a mummy. Displaying you at the pinnacle of the rain feast, Crocodile erupted, expecting some profound philosophy from his foe, only to find himself belittled instead. Such indignation. If Crocodile were to endure this, he would no longer be a warlord of the sea, nor the sand crocodile. Crocodile pressed his hand against the damp sand, and Rodney felt the ground beneath him suddenly soften, the surroundings beginning to sink. Desert sunflower, with a gaze reminiscent of a death stare. Crocodile addressed Rodney. I owe you my gratitude. There were no underground water veins here until your water allowed me to manipulate the sand, creating quicksand. However, I assure you, I shall fulfill my promise. I will unearth you and place you directly atop the rain feast to dry. The tone of his speech was suffused with pride. Evidently, he was in a splendid mood. The desert sunflower technique required the manipulation of the subterranean water veins beneath the dunes, thus controlling the sand mounds to create quicksand, ensnaring individuals and ultimately burying them alive. However, the underground water sources in the rain-soaked terrain were not nearby, leaving him with no choice but to conjure a small quicksand pit using Rodney's water, sufficient for his purpose of annihilation. Despite his fear of water, he ingeniously crafted a terrifying skill from his own vulnerability. This tactic, of course, was only effective against those lacking strength or special abilities. A skilled martial artist, or someone with keen reflexes and observation haki, could easily extricate themselves, and as the quicksand engulfed his knees, Rodney remained unperturbed, for he knew this would not be his demise. He gazed calmly at Crocodile, instilling a sense of panic in his adversary, who suddenly recalled Rodney's ability to traverse through sand and hastily attempted to manipulate the sand to eliminate him within the quicksand pit. Desert Blade. The desert blade cleaved through the quicksand pit, striking Rodney, who dissipated into a cloud of smoke, vanishing from sight. This again? Crocodile, repeatedly toyed with by Rodney, lashed out in frustration with his desert blade, leaving a series of gashes across the sand, only for them to be swiftly reclaimed by the shifting grains. Where is he? Bastard! Just hiding away. Maintaining his villainous demeanor, Crocodile could no longer contain his fury. His composure shattered. Anyone subjected to such mockery would be incensed. Rodney, ever the survivor, remained concealed in the sand, occasionally observing Crocodile from a distance. Noticing the opportune moment, he resolved to strike. Crocodile, still venting his rage, paused to scrutinize his surroundings, attempting to sense something through the rhythmic movements of the sand beneath him. Unfortunately, having devoted himself to the development of his devil fruit powers, he lacked observation haki. Suddenly, a figure erupted from the sand, a blade reflecting the sunlight with a chilling glint, exuding a terrifying aura of death. Lacking haki, Crocodile deemed this attack a mere feint, unable to inflict harm. Therefore, he focused on locating Rodney's true form. That was his only chance. Thud, staring blankly at the blade that pierced his chest, a weapon belonging to one of his subordinates, now turned against him, he thought, but I can't use haki. I should be able to elementalize. Rodney's voice interrupted his thoughts. Can't comprehend. Look at your feet. Crocodile looked down to find handcuffs ensnaring his ankles, and Rodney stated nonchalantly, Sea Prism stone handcuffs, specifically designed to subdue devil fruit users. As he spoke. Another Rodney emerged from the sand, smiling at him. And what about you? He asked it. I'm not a devil fruit user, came the self-evident reply. My powers stem from a different source. What a terrifying ability. Crocodile stumbled back a few steps, blood dripping as he exclaimed, Monster! Are you trying to cloud my judgment with rage? Anger clouded his mind, diminishing his cognitive abilities and increasing the likelihood of a surprise attack. Truly insidious. Yet he had to admit, it was a well-executed plan. Even if he were to be eliminated, one could still commend the execution. However, a glimmer of survival flickered in his dilated eyes, shining brightly as he bellowed, drawing the blade from his chest and removing the sea prism stone cuffs. I am Crocodile. I'm destined to become the Pirate King. How could I falter here? Desert Greatsword. A blade of yellow sand erupted from the ground, piercing through the two Rodneys before him. Bam! Bam! The two Rodneys dissolved into smoke, leaving Crocodile wide-eyed, even the blade in his hand vanishing from existence. Another illusion. Naturally, it was a trick, apart from the sea prism stone handcuffs. Everything else was a ruse. This time, the genuine Rodney appeared, declaring, Crocodile, you have lost. Even if you revive through dreams and fervor, how long can you stand? My strike has pierced your heart. Indeed, the pirate world was as it was. A surge of adrenaline could momentarily revive one on the brink of death, spouting dreams in a desperate bid to regain vitality, bolstered by luck and buffs, perhaps even leading to a miraculous comeback. With witnesses possibly bowing in admiration, seeking to cling to his success. Unfortunately, Crocodile was not the protagonist. A few shouts might ignite potential, but they were inadequate against someone as cunning as Rodney. His body sought to quickly transform into sand. But it was futile. Upon glancing down, he saw the sea prism stone cuffs he had discarded once more constricting his ankles, a hand emerging from the sand giving a thumbs up. Crocodile let out a bitter chuckle. What exactly is your ability? Ninjutsu, a power distinct from the devil fruits. Rodney explained it. I see. But I remain unconvinced. That's of no consequence. Ninjas are fundamentally assassins, and I'm not one to don the title of an assassin while acting like a berserker. He retorted, bending to grasp the hilt of his blade. A bounty of 70 million. I'll claim it. With a flash of steel, he executed a swift draw, severing Crocodile's throat. The blade's spine rested against his arm as he wiped the blood from the edge. Truly insidious, the once mighty Crocodile fell. Mission. Defeat Crocodile mission level. B status. Completed reward. Bloodline limit. Boil release. Fire release. Phoenix flower. Fire release. Head hardening. Lightning release. False darkness. Lightning release. Thunder Tiger. 5,000 mission points. Activation. Bonus mode. Chapter 55. Sengoku's reaction bonus mode. Rodney opened the system panel and quickly understood. From now on, besides missions, he could also exchange task points by eliminating pirates. Based on their bounties, 10,000 baratie equated to a single mission point, while 100 million baratie yielded a mere 1,000 points. Seeing this, Rodney was overjoyed. This meant he could accumulate significantly more mission points. Wait, Crocodile had a bounty of 70 million before becoming a warlord of the sea. That is 700 mission points. System, you've deceived me, the system replied. Extract a fruit. Old sand is dead. I wonder if I can obtain his sand fruit point. 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed, 3 seconds passed. At last, the apple in his hand showed no signs of change. It appeared futile. The sand fruit had likely materialized somewhere in this world. How disappointing. Biting into the apple, he dragged Crocodile's lifeless body back into the rain-soaked terrain. 3 days later, the World Economic News reported that a newly emerged pirate hunter had slain one of the warlords of the sea. Crocodile, who had been found guilty of assembling the Baroque Works assassin group and secretly using dance powder to frame King Cobra, with recorded evidence of his crimes. Yes, Rodney had borrowed a recording snail for Princess Vivi, concealing it on him when he encountered Crocodile, extracting exactly what he needed from the overly confident warlord. Naturally, he had edited the conversation, for the mere mention of Pluton, a term akin to a taboo, could lead to unforeseen consequences. The news of Rodney's victory over Crocodile quickly spread like wildfire across the Grand Line's first half, as the warlords of the sea were recognized by the world government as pirates representing strength, unmatched by ordinary pirates. Thus, the idea that a little-known pirate hunter could slay one of them was hard for many to accept. However, the incident involving the pirates attempting to usurp a nation sent shockwaves through the world. That was a country. If Crocodile succeeded, it would imply that a pirate could ascend to kingship. This inevitably led to speculation about another warlord, Doflamingo, and whether he had similarly ascended to power at Team Marine headquarters. Marine Admiral Sengoku, known for his wisdom, contemplated a report in his hands. From the outset, he had disapproved of the warlord system, but was overruled by the higher-ups who permitted pirates to join the world government. These warlords, driven by various motives, exploited each other and the government, and once they revealed a flaw, the government would eliminate them. The initial concept was to establish a balance between the four emperors, the warlords and the marines. However, it had instead become a source of considerable trouble for the world government. Crunch, crunch, the sound of Sunbei being devoured echoed in the office. Beside Sengoku, a burly elder was greedily munching on the snacks without restraint. Sengoku's forehead throbbed with veins as he could no longer restrain himself. Garp, quiet down. Crunch, crunch. General Zhangguo rose to his feet and approached Garp, snatching the Sunbei from his hands and devouring it in one swift motion. Ah, my Sunbei! Zhangguo! Leave me some! Garp exclaimed as he and his old friend tussled over the remaining snacks. But General Zhangguo had already finished them all. That did not eat in my office. Do you think this is a leisure room? Zhangguo admonished. Isn't it? Garp retorted while picking his nose. Garp, you rascal! Ever since Roger's demise, Garp has slipped into a semi-retired state, frequently treating his office as a tea room, indulging in tea and Sunbei at will. However, do not mistake me for one of your laid-back companions, you scoundrel. I am quite busy, and your frequent snacking only exacerbates my cravings, despite Zhangguo's stern demeanor as a Navy admiral. Characterized by his disciplined and responsible nature, he had fully embraced his true self after stepping down from his position. Why did he get along so well with the playful Garp? Because they were both jesters at heart. Garp sauntered to Zhangguo's desk, opened a drawer, and expertly retrieved a bag of Sunbei, tearing it open and munching away. Garp, that was meant for me to enjoy after work. Zhangguo protested. Oh, come now. You devoured my Sunbei, so what's the harm in my having a bag? You rogue, that very bag you just consumed was mine. Go indulge in your donuts instead. Garp burst into laughter upon spotting an article about Rodney on Zhangguo's desk. Oh, isn't that the lad Rodney? Has he truly grown strong enough to reach this level? Do you know him? Of course, he's quite remarkable. He helped me retrieve my grandson, and in return I taught him the 6 styles. What? You imparted the 6 styles to him? It's not a big deal. He's a promising talent with a strong capacity for learning that I don't know what fruit ability he possesses, but it seems particularly troublesome. However, he poses little threat in the face of Hokage. Garp spoke with his mouth full of Sunbei, rendering his words somewhat indistinct. Stop eating and explain yourself clearly. Garp briefly recounted his encounter with Rodney, leading Zhangguo into deep contemplation before he finally asked, Garp, do you think this young man can be trusted? He's trustworthy enough. The only thing that concerns me is his eyes. They give off a peculiar sensation. According to him, it's a result of his fruit ability. He didn't disclose which fruit. No. Zhangguo pinched the bridge of his nose, accustomed to Garp's antics. His advancing age had raised his blood pressure, prompting him to inquire, what about his abilities? He brought back my grandson. So his abilities are decent. He can wield several elemental powers, water, fire, wind, earth, and lightning, and he excels in leg techniques and swordsmanship. His learning capacity is commendable, but his physical attributes are rather weak. I reckon he's even weaker than Luffy to wield so many abilities. What on earth is his fruit? Zhangguo resumed his contemplation. Garp, however, remained unconcerned, saying that lad has accomplished a few things in the East Blue, so no need to fret. After all, didn't he defeat Crocodile? By the way, where is he now? Still in Alabasta. I hear he's been invited by the royal family. I see. Zhangguo scratched his head thoughtfully. Garp, what do you think about making him a warlord of the sea to replace Crocodile? Zhangguo expressed his thoughts, believing that having a pirate hunter take on the role of a warlord would be preferable to letting another pirate assume the position. I don't think it will work. That lad is quite greedy and unlikely to share his bounty with the world government. Garp chuckled. Speaking of which, the rewards for being a pirate hunter are indeed generous. It makes me want to join in. Shut up, you scoundrel. Regardless, we must give it a try, for your grandson has stirred up quite a bit of trouble. As a close friend of Garp, Zhangguo was well aware that Ace was Garp's grandson, though he remained oblivious to Ace's true identity. Perhaps he knew, but chose not to speak of it as long as the world government did not hold him accountable. Who could blame him for being my grandson? Garp guffawed. Upon mentioning Ace, Garp couldn't help but burst into laughter, eventually dozing off mid-chuckle. Garp. Jean-Gua delivered a punch to Garp's face, waking him from his slumber. Oh no, I fell asleep again. Huh. Stop laughing. Ace has turned down the position of warlord and has set off to seek the red-haired pirates. Then let him go. That damned red-haired must be taught a lesson. Garp exclaimed angrily, initially intending for Ace to become a pirate. That cursed red-haired has led Luffy down this irreversible path. Jean-Gua glared at him, knowing that the lad had no interest in learning hockey and relied solely on his fruit ability. Why on earth did you let him set sail? The child has grown up. I couldn't stop him. His convictions are something I, as his grandfather, cannot stifle. Garp's tone turned serious, leaving Jean-Gua in silence. Suddenly, he burst into laughter again. Truly, he is my grandson, just like me. Ace had already prepared himself to forsake his life. The conviction in his eyes resembled that of Jean-Gua's greatest adversary, prompting him to allow Ace to leave. Otherwise, with his capabilities, not even 10 Aces and Luffys would escape from him. Chapter 56. Please take care of me. Captain. So, Garp, do you think you would be willing to become a warlord? Uncertain, Garp replied, continuing to munch on sunbed tea that moment. The door swung open. An elderly lady entered, greeting the two men. Jean-Gua, Garp, the newcomer, with silver hair, meticulously styled, possessed eyes that sparkled with wisdom and a gentle demeanor reminiscent of her beauty and youth. Vice Admiral Tsuru, like Jean-Gua, was a strategic mind supporting the Navy. Oh, little Tsuru, would you like some senbei? Garp generously offered the snack from Jean-Gua, but Tsuru graciously declined. Jean-Gua poured her a cup of tea, while Garp was left to serve himself. Tsuru, you arrived just in time. I need your counsel regarding whether Rodney can be considered for the position of warlord. The one who defeated Crocodile? I believe he can. What makes you say that? Tsuru replied. Jean-Gua, you tend to overthink. You must realize he is a pirate hunter, far preferable to a pirate becoming a warlord. The real question is whether he will agree. Indeed, will he agree? He should, considering Garp mentioned he is somewhat greedy. Then let's remove the stipulation about sharing a portion of his earnings with the world government, that we don't really need that small sum. Have the Gora CI agreed? Tsuru inquired. Jean-Gua confirmed. They proposed it to me, which is why I am contemplating Rodney's candidacy for warlord. Garp, you should go and speak with him. No, I prefer to remain idle. Garp chuckled. That lad is quite easygoing, as long as you don't provoke him. There was a time when Luffy annoyed him, and he ended up buried in the ground, starving for quite a while. It was rather amusing to recall. Then I shall pay him a visit. I have a few inquiries of my own, Tsuru stated. Jean-Gua pondered for a moment before asking, is it regarding Doflamingo? Yes, Doflamingo, a pirate who became the king of Dressrosa, raises numerous suspicions. His methods closely resemble those employed by Crocodile, and I wish to inquire further. Tsuru had a long-standing rivalry with Doflamingo, having pursued him relentlessly before he became a warlord, forcing him to flee. If given the chance, she would relish the opportunity to take him down. Very well, you may proceed. I entrust this matter to you. Let us hope this individual is trustworthy. Jean-Gua resolved to delegate the task to Tsuru. Understood. Tsuru nodded, conversing with them a while longer before departing from Jean-Gua's office. Garp, put down the senbei. If you keep eating, there will be none left for me. Ha ha. Don't be so stingy, Jean-Gua. I'm quite hungry now, Garp. Upon hearing the sound, Granny Crane smiled faintly and subsequently departed from the naval headquarters with her companions. In the capital of Alabasta, Alabama, Rodney was invited by Princess Vivi and others to reveal Crocodile's nefarious plot, thus restoring King Cobra's honor. After a brief period of joyous celebration, the long-drought nation would soon welcome the much-anticipated rains. Reclining in the guest chamber of the palace, Rodney lay on the bed, savoring the exquisite cuisine of the evening, which brought him great pleasure. However, he felt that it was not prudent to linger here for too long. It would be best to depart after a while. The palace was enveloped in a profound silence, making the faint sound of breathing from someone other than himself particularly conspicuous. Who goes there? He inquired, brandishing a kunai and hurling it towards the source of the sound. Mr. Rodney, you are indeed something. I have come to pledge my allegiance. A figure emerged from the shadows. Yes, that you, Robin? Rodney asked with a smile as he reclined once more. Miss Robin, What brings you here at this late hour? Are you perhaps feeling lonely in the night and in need of a warm embrace? He patted the space beside him, adding, I wouldn't mind. You might not mind, but I certainly do. Robin maintained her smile, replying, Hey, Mr. Rodney, you truly have a knack for humor. However, I must regretfully inform you that I have grown accustomed to solitude. As I mentioned, I have come to pledge my allegiance and become your subordinate. She had reflected upon it. Although Rodney was indeed stronger than Crocodile, after observing him for several days, he appeared to be a decent person. She was uncertain, however, whether he would be willing to offer her protection, given that she was a wanted criminal and her notoriety surpassed even that of Crocodile. Why ever not? I am one of the few historians capable of interpreting the historical texts, and I could be of considerable assistance to you. Rodney was taken aback by the unexpected refusal. The extermination engine. Who would dare to desire it? Your previous employer met his demise at my hands, and I have no desire to see you meet a similar fate at the hands of others. I believe we could engage in a fruitful discussion. I possess numerous skills that could aid you in managing your business and gathering intelligence. With a flourish of her hand, she manifested an additional arm from her own. As if it were genuine, the powers of the flower fruit enabled her body to sprout limbs like blossoms, making it exceptionally suited for gathering information. None of that is what I seek. Rodney replied, shaking his head. Robin gritted her teeth and declared, I can reveal to you the location of Pluton. Forgive me, but I have no interest in that relic. Rather than seeking out a possibly dilapidated Pluton, I would prefer to pursue Poseidon. Ancient weapons are not limited to just one that you are knowledgeable about ancient weapons. Robin inquired, her voice trembling with curiosity. What of it? Pluton, Poseidon, Uranus. Why are they not referred to as the three brothers Zeus? Rodney quipped, his compulsive tendencies surfacing. You know their names? Robin questioned, astonished. Indeed, the historical text detailing the location of Pluton is housed within Alabasta's mausoleum, and Poseidon was born over a decade ago. How old is he now? As for Uranus, I seem to have forgotten. How can that be? Do you truly possess knowledge of the genuine history? Robin leaned in eagerly, her tone earnest and fervent. Please, I implore you to share it with me. I am willing to pay any price. What transpired during that century of absence? I must know. I long to know. O'Hara, Robin's homeland, harbored the world's largest library, the Tree of Knowledge, which contained an immense collection of books and invaluable texts from across the globe. It was a sacred archaeological site of the West Sea, where renowned scholars congregated to unravel the mysteries of that blank century in history, among them Robin's mother. Due to her devil fruit abilities, she was regarded as a monster by the local children, in her quest for her mother's attention. Robin secretly studied the historical texts and successfully passed the examination, becoming the youngest historian. She undertook all this merely to set sail alongside her mother. However, ultimately, due to O'Hara's research into that blank century, the world government initiated the Buster Call, annihilating the entire island. Robin was the sole survivor, and in her final moments there, she was only able to see her mother once before their eternal separation. Pursued by the world government, Robin embarked on a life of wandering, but her status as a wanted criminal and the exorbitant bounty on her head led to incessant betrayals, rendering her life a tragic tale. All she desired was to uncover the true history. Apologies, but I do not possess that knowledge, Rodney said, sitting up and setting aside his playful demeanor. He felt that perhaps he had taken the jest too far. He resolved to share what he could. Whether she could obtain it would depend on her own efforts. Do you truly not know? Disappointment flickered in Robin's eyes, yet Rodney's next words rekindled her hope. However, I do know the locations of those historical texts. Miss Robin, I can share that information with you. Whether you can acquire them is entirely up to you. Thank you ever so much. Please share it with me. He informed her of several locations. The mausoleum in Alabasta and the base of the Golden Bell in Gaia Island. But upon hearing that some texts were in the possession of the four emperors, despair washed over Robin. Those places were utterly inaccessible to her, at least for the time being. Just when Rodney thought he could finally rest, he heard Robin cheerfully say, Captain, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Rodney responded with a puzzled expression. Robin gazed at him with a smile, asserting, with the power to defeat Crocodile, surely you can provide me with temporary shelter, right? You are unlike Crocodile. You are not a bad person. Chapter 57. Historical text, the moonlight poured in like water as a man and a woman locked gazes across the room. In a secluded chamber, the atmosphere was charged with unspoken possibilities. If the man were to take the initiative, who knows what might unfold? Don't go around labeling me as the boss. I'm accustomed to working alone and have no need for an assistant. Robin, the extermination engine, a killer of captains, aside from Luffy, who possesses the protagonist's aura and extraordinary resilience. Few can withstand it. He certainly does not wish to see her meet a similar fate. That will not do. Do not speak like that, Captain. Such thoughts will lead to a lonely life. Hey, I am single and proud of it. One person's meal means the entire family is fed. I absolutely will not accept you. Well then, I shall lay down on the floor here tonight. Captain. Robin smiled as she took the blankets from Rodney's bed and spread them on the ground, retrieving a piece of clothing from her backpack to cover herself. She lay down and cheerfully said, "Good night, Captain, but I don't even have a ship." Rodney grumbled, feeling quite exasperated as he gazed at Robin sleeping peacefully beneath the bed. Rendered speechless, is this some sort of adhesive? It reminds me of when Robin joined the Straw Hat crew. She did so of her own volition. Though they were not aligned at first, they eventually became partners. What on earth does it mean to have her as my crew? I thought it was merely a jest. Surely she sees me as a protective shield. Miss Robin, are you not afraid that I might tie you up and hand you over to the world government? Captain, if you were so inclined, you could have done that during the rain banquet. Thus, I'm certain you harbor no ill will towards me, and you must be a good person, Captain. You will protect me. Your crew member, won't you? But I don't even have a ship. And Miss Robin, do not go around handing me good person cards. That's final. I'm going out to sleep tonight. With that, he flung open the window and leaped out. Fearing that staying here might lead to unforeseen troubles, the captain is rather shy in certain aspects. But does this mean he has accepted me? After some contemplation, she lay down on the bed, disregarding its scent, and swiftly drifted off to sleep. The following day, Rodney returned to the palace for breakfast, prepared by the wife of the captain of the guards, Xilobu. The couple bore an uncanny resemblance, even sharing similar voices. The meal was quite delightful, and he packed a few pastries to take back to his room. Robin had already risen, seated by the window, perusing the local literature. "This is for you. Eat it while it's warm." "How thoughtful, Captain. I initially thought you were the sort to remain single for life, but you are rather considerate." "Thank you. Please refrain from using the term considerate. I'm not that kind of person." "So, are you truly prepared to become my crew member?" "Indeed," Robin replied with a smile. "Captain, you will protect me, will you not?" "While I can protect you, I must clarify that I can only ensure your safety until we reach the New World," he stated. "But, Robin, although I fear you might inadvertently bring about my demise, I must ask, are you genuinely ready to become my subordinate? Once you join my crew, there will be no turning back. Betrayal is not permitted. The captain planning to monopolize me for a lifetime? How unfair." She tilted her head thoughtfully. "That could work. As long as the captain does not betray me, I will absolutely never betray you. Please refrain from using such adorable gestures and expressions, or it may tempt me to confine you underground. Cough, cough. Now, back to the point. Let's enjoy our collaboration." Rodney extended his hand, clasping it with Robin's. "Nico, Robin has officially joined Rodney's team to AS for whether she would be captured by the world government. Apologies, but Rodney, who is adept at disguising himself, has never feared such matters." The desert night was somewhat chilly. As two figures stealthily made their way toward the mausoleum, one figure emerged from the shadows, causing a group of guards to freeze and collapse with a single glance. Such a useful ability. Captain Rodney, a gentle and intelligent voice echoed as a graceful silhouette stepped into the light, the silvery moonlight cascading upon her beautiful visage. Robin surveyed Rodney's crimson eyes, a smile still adorning her face. "Enough with the small talk. Let me locate the mechanism," she said. Before the mausoleum stood 9 stone statues, arranged in a neat 3x3 formation, their edges worn smooth by the passage of time and the erosion of sand. Rodney was unsure which one concealed the true mechanism, so he created clones to seek it out. Upon pushing aside a seagull sculpture, a dull rumble resonated, revealing a stone staircase before them. The historical text lies beneath the mausoleum. "Captain, How did you know there was a mechanism here? You haven't been here before, have you? Robin inquired curiously. How could that be? I merely caught a glimpse, Rodney replied. A glimpse? Robin questioned, bewildered. Let us head in. I will explain later. All right. Robin eagerly stepped into the passage, descending into the underground hall beneath the mausoleum. Rodney instructed his clones to stand guard and entered alongside Robin as they ignited torches to illuminate their path. A hand appeared on Rodney's shoulder, taking the torch from him, freeing his hands. Such a convenient ability. Robin walked slowly, not in a hurry, but rather intrigued by the reliefs adorning the walls. Rodney observed these carvings. Sensing an Egyptian influence, even in the illustrations, these reliefs chronicled many mythological tales of Alabasta, the lives of great kings, and events of significant impact on Alabasta. However, Rodney was utterly lost, and soon they arrived before a grand door. Approaching, he pushed open the stone door, and a musty odor wafted forth. Stepping inside, he found the torches and ignited them all, illuminating the hall as bright as day. Robin had already reached the historical text at the center of the hall. Crafted from indestructible materials and encrypted with incomprehensible script, readable only by those who understood IT in this world. Only one person could decipher the text before her. Staring at the tadpole-like characters felt akin to reading celestial scripture, utterly unintelligible. Let us leave it be. It merely records the location of the Pluton, which I am not particularly concerned about. With nothing to do, he retrieved his blade, Huazhou, and struck the historical text, Duong. The impact reverberated through his body, sending tingles across him. Robin turned, visibly upset. Captain, the historical text is indestructible. Please refrain from damaging historical artifacts in the future. She harbored a strong disdain for those who desecrated history. Rodney chuckled awkwardly. I merely felt compelled to test its reputed indestructibility. And the result? Indeed, it is quite difficult to destroy. All right, please step outside and wait for me. Yes, after taking a few steps, he glanced back at Robin. Wait a minute, I am the captain here. What kind of attitude is that? Robin continued to focus on the historical text, entirely ignoring him. Rodney sighed. Feeling humiliated, he pulled out some jerky from his pouch and sat outside the door to eat. Halfway through, Robin emerged, saying, Captain, I have discovered the location of the Pluton. Would you like to know? Not particularly. I only brought you here because you wish to know. I have no need for such information. The fate of Crocodile stands before me. I certainly do not wish to become the next him. That was only because he was unaware of the Pluton's location. Had he known, he could have dominated the seas. Hey, don't underestimate the 4 emperors, nor should you take the world government lightly, with 170 member countries. The accumulated resources over the years, a potentially decrepit ship might not be their match. Rodney waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern for such matters. He had no intention of opposing the world just yet. If one day the captain desires to know, I shall inform you. Robin said earnestly, That would require a truly dire situation for me to seek such knowledge. Rodney mused, feeling that he was far more likely to abduct Shirahoshi from Fishman Island than to use the Pluton. I shall help the captain keep this secret. I am most grateful. They closed the door behind them and departed the underground hall, sealing the passage and leaving the mausoleum as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 58. Appointment to the 7 warlords of the sea in the desert. A sand sledge sped across the dunes, and on the sledge, Rodney maneuvered it skillfully while Robin sat behind him. Captain, are we really leaving Alabasta just like this? You saw the historical text, did you not? There is no longer any reason to linger here. I am a pirate hunter, Robin. Following me only leads to bloodshed. He smiled at Robin. It will be quite exhausting. Robin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, smiling back. Well, I've already decided to follow the captain. However, Captain, since I'm with you, you must protect me. Suddenly feeling quite tired. I wish I could be a salted fish. Rodney sighed, resembling a fish without dreams. Looking at this man devoid of combat spirit, Robin found it hard to believe he was the same individual who had battled Crocodile and slain him. So should I truly follow him? Robin needed a protector, yet the man before her suddenly seemed unreliable. Captain, a man cannot be without dreams. You have a dream. Indeed, I aspire to become the Hokage. Hokage. Yes, I am a ninja. The title of Hokage represents the pinnacle of a ninja's achievements that I know of 7 Hokages. Rodney declared, if I were to become Hokage, I would be the first Hokage of this world, and I am curious about what kind of individuals those 7 Hokages are. Oh, the first was a gambler. The second was his brother, a genius master of forbidden techniques. The third was a brilliant strategist, albeit a lecher. The fourth possibly was as well. The fifth was a perennial loser at gambling who also liked to act youthful. The sixth was a little yellow person, and the seventh was a lecher who raised foxes. Thus, the 7 Hokages of Konoha are characterized as such. Minato, being Jiraiya's disciple, carries this inherited instinct, although in his youth he flirted with Kushina, leading to his romantic downfall. Robin glanced at him, questioning, so are you a gambler or a lecher? Guess do you think I would guess? Will you guess or not? Will you guess or not? Will you guess? All right, no more games. Rodney interrupted the guessing game. Gazing into the distance at the Santora River, let's take the water route. Is that how we proceed? The sand sledge cannot remain on the water for long. If something goes awry, only you can traverse the water. Are you suggesting you will carry me across? Robin asked that no, I would never carry you. By the way, Robin-chan, if you ever encounter a brat named Momonosuke, do not underestimate him simply because he appears to be a child. Eliminate him at the first opportunity, decapitation style. Rodney's sudden ferocity startled Robin. What has this kid done to elicit such a response? Do not ask why. Just know that this brat must die. Rodney's expression darkened, sending a shiver down Robin's spine. She nodded, I understand. Yet her curiosity lingered about what the boy had done. She wanted to press for answers, but refrained upon seeing his expression. What exactly did Momonosuke do? Momonosuke must die. Under Rodney's control, the sand sledge glided onto the surface of the Santora River. We will travel by water to the rapeseed fields, purchase a small boat, and keep an eye on the river. I often face ambushes from below the water. You must trust my luck. All right. The sand sledge sped across the water, creating massive waves and carving a long wake on the tranquil surface. Its speed on water vastly surpassed that on sand. With Rodney controlling a massive Santora catfish's propulsion, they reached the estuary in no time. Wait, Captain, that is a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters. Through ship, Robin beheld a grand ship approaching from a distance, its sails emblazoned with a prominent character for crane. Rodney twitched the corner of his mouth. No wonder they could not capture Mingo. Such a conspicuous emblem was impossible to overlook. Never mind him. Let us depart, he instructed, draping a veil over Robin's face as they nonchalantly sailed past the crane's vessel. That moment, a woman aboard the ship, distinguished by a long sword at her waist and a beauty mark on her chin, called out, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Rodney?" "I am," he replied, halting the sand sledge. "What does the Navy want with me?" "Seeking vengeance for Crocodile?" As he spoke, he adjusted the sledge's course, furled the sails, and positioned himself protectively behind Robin. "No, you misunderstand. Please come aboard. We have other pressing matters to discuss," the woman clarified. "Wait for me here. Do not be afraid." He patted Robin's shoulder, ensuring she concealed her identity, and handed her a bundle of explosive tags, saying, "Detonate them if necessary." The provision of the explosive tags was primarily to reassure Robin. For Crane was no ordinary vice admiral. She was a strategic mastermind of equal caliber to an admiral, posing a significant challenge. This revelation instilled a sense of dread in Robin, as suspicions arose that Rodney might have betrayed her. Yet his actions subtly comforted her. "I will," she affirmed, "but don't grip too tightly. It might detonate." With that admonition, he leapt onto the warship. His eyes widened at the sight of numerous female sailors. And a spirited elderly lady, hands clasped behind her back, smiled and greeted, "Hello, Mr. Rodney." "Greetings, Vice Admiral Crane," he replied. It is remarkable to see someone of your youth possessing such strength. The seas now truly belong to your generation." She remarked with a smile that no, we younger ones still have much to learn from esteemed veterans like you. "Admiral Carp's fists are truly formidable," he said, shivering involuntarily at the thought of Carp's might. Crane chuckled softly. "I had intended to notify the Alabasta royal family, but upon discovering your departure, I decided to take a chance and seek you out here. Fortuitously, I found you. By the way, I hear you studied under that fellow Carp for some time?" "Yes, I learned a portion of the 6 styles. Oh, how proficient are you?" "I have mastered them all. However, whether I can utilize them effectively is another matter, he replied. Crane nodded, sensing the pleasantries had run their course. She stated her purpose. I am here specifically to seek you out. The world government desires you to succeed Crocodile as one of the Shichibukai. Me. The Shichibukai? Rodney pointed at himself incredulously. Indeed, Crane confirmed with a nod. You exposed Crocodile's schemes, defeated and killed him, proving your strength. Therefore, Jose J. Rodney, do you wish to become one of the Shichibukai? Let me ponder this. Rodney began weighing the pros and cons. Becoming a Shichibukai would undoubtedly bring numerous benefits. Yet there were drawbacks as well, such as mandatory summons from the world government and the obligation to pay a portion of his earnings. The mandatory summons is not a major concern. It merely entails paying a certain income tax to AS for that income tax. Noticing Rodney's inner conflict, Crane added, your contract is special. You will not have to pay income tax to the world government. They are quite affluent and do not need your meager contributions. Given your unique position, the world government has granted you this exemption. All you need to do is continue hunting pirates, and we, the Navy, will provide you with our utmost support. Unlike the traitorous scoundrels, Rodney was a pirate hunter, aligning him more closely with justice. Climbing to prominence atop Crocodile's corpse, he had demonstrated his prowess, making him well suited for this role. Is that so? I suppose I have no reason to refuse. Smiling, he inquired, what must I do? The commission order is already prepared. You merely need to sign it, Crane instructed, summoning the woman who had addressed Rodney earlier to present the commission and a pen. The document bore the world government's decree appointing Rodney as the new Shichibukai, detailing the responsibilities and obligations associated with the role, along with the benefits he would receive upon signing. With a swift stroke, he signed the commission and remarked, Vice Admiral Crane, I suppose I am now half a member of the world government that I wish to request assistance from the Navy. Please state your request. Crane replied that I would appreciate a small boat. So I need not purchase one from the oilseed flour market. Very well, Crane directed the female sailors. Provide them with one of the lifeboats. Thank you immensely. By the way, Mr. Rodney, I have some inquiries regarding Crocodile. Certainly, please proceed. Thus unfolded Chapter 59, A Chance Encounter at Sea. News of Rodney's appointment as a Shichibukai swiftly made headlines in the World Economic Journal, capturing the moment he engaged in amicable dialogue with Crane. Immortalized by a photograph, the article sang praises, branding Rodney as a partner of justice, a faithful ally of the Navy, and an enemy of pirates. The emergence of the new Shichibukai sent ripples of shock throughout the world. In Dressrosa, a flamingo guffawed with delight at the newspaper. He, Crocodile, it seems your ambitions remain unfulfilled that I expected you to succeed. Tossing aside the paper, he raised a glass of blood-red wine to his lips, savoring the sweetness of victory, a pleasure he had long since tasted. Aboard the Whitebeard pirates, the world's strongest man chuckled at the news relayed by his sons. Gura, that kid was defeated. Rodney, a newcomer. How long can he thrive in these seas? He should manage for a while, a pineapple-headed man chimed in. If he cannot even reach the New World, then he has little to boast about. Only in the New World, the true domain of pirates, could one measure their worth. Compared to the New World, the first half of the Grand Line felt like a paradise, and the Four Seas merely a haven. Gura, Marco, this lad is no ordinary fish. He will reach the New World. Why do you hold such high hopes for him, old man? It is simply a feeling, my children. Let us commence the feast. Oh! In an instant, the ship erupted into a lively celebration. Ah, Captain, you are now renowned across the seas, Robin remarked, perusing the newspaper aboard the ship. Rodney reclined on a deck chair, replying, Is it such a big deal? I have merely succeeded Crocodile as a Shichibukai. I stand to gain considerable benefits while the world government acquires a formidable ally. It is a fair exchange, and I have a plan that necessitates this position. Could you share what this plan entails? A secret. However, in a few days, the other Shichibukai may find their situation rather precarious. He had divulged some of Crocodile's plans to Crane, and this astute elder likely aimed to uncover a flaw in Doflamingo, hoping to apprehend him. Yet Doflamingo's methods, though akin to Crocodile's, were much cleaner, making it difficult for the Navy to pinpoint weaknesses. Nonetheless, Crane would certainly make things uncomfortable for him. Rodney clapped the deck. remarking on the practicality of the Navy's vessel. Though it was a lifeboat, it was far from diminutive, equipped with its own sails and cabin, providing ample comfort for him and Robin. It would be even better if we had books. Robin often lamented, "Sister, having books implies we need a larger ship. The Crocodile's bounty is sufficient for us to construct a fine vessel in Water 7. Rodney declared, covering his face with a newspaper. "Call for me in case of special circumstances." "I shall take a nap now." Robin gazed at him in exasperation, letting out a sigh. Being burdened with such a languid captain was indeed her misfortune. The wind was steady, the weather fair. Everything appeared normal. Robin, having spent considerable time at sea, had acquired some genuine skills, though not as professional as Nami. The weather of the Grand Line was as capricious as a child's temperament. Just moments earlier, the skies were clear. Yet in an instant, dark clouds gathered, and fierce winds surged. Observing the threatening skies, Robin promptly roused Rodney, and together they furled the sails to prevent the mast from breaking, securing the items on deck before retreating into the cabin. "This is maddening. How can the weather change so abruptly? Captain, have you never experienced this before? I always traverse the seabed. After entering the Grand Line, I followed Laboon through the depths. When have I encountered such conditions? This is my first time. Then I truly am a burden to the captain." "Not at all. This experience is quite novel." The diminutive vessel bobbed precariously upon the cresting waves, inducing a wave of nausea within Rodney. "Captain, muster your spirits. Seasickness is simply pathetic." Robin urged. "I apologize, Robin, but I truly cannot help my pallor," Rodney replied, his gaze drawn to the towering waves crashing against the ship. "Captain, over there!" Robin exclaimed, spotting the imminent danger through the porthole. In silence, Rodney rushed out of the cabin. Water release. Water barrier. A wall of water surged up alongside the small boat, thwarting the oncoming waves and averting disaster. "Captain, your presence is truly reassuring," Robin smiled. "Indeed, but I'm currently leaning over the rail, being sick." Rodney retorted. "Did I take back my previous statement?" Robin replied. The rain ceased abruptly, the air grew colder, and tranquility returned, yet pure white snowflakes began to descend upon Rodney's head. "Is it snowing? What a wretched weather," he muttered. His body quickly regained its composure as he stood atop the mast, utilizing water release to wash away the seawater from the deck. Fresh water served a greater purpose in cleansing the deck, preventing the corrosive salt of the sea from damaging the wood. The ship's timber was treated with a special coating to resist the salt's decay. As the temperature continued to drop, Robin retreated to the cabin to wrap herself in her clothing. While Rodney's skin reddened, steam rising from his form. Boil release. This bloodline limit, a combination of fire and water chakra, was his first, granting him amplification effects. By manipulating steam, he enhanced his physical prowess for combat, augmenting both strength and speed. Furthermore, he could unleash a potent corrosive mist, a technique famously used by the 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei, to dissolve a Susanoo. However, it required a confined, unventilated space for optimal use. Crossing his arms, Rodney felt the snowflakes around him melt within a meter of his warmth. The surging power within him compelled him to clench his fists, without resorting to brute strength in his boil-release state. He could rival his own monstrous strength. Yet combining the two might prove too much for his body to endure. The backlash from merging boil-release and brute strength could exceed the damage inflicted by opening the 3rd or 4th gate of the 8 gates. Given his current condition, he risked injury after a single blow. The snowfall soon ceased, temperatures rose, and he released his boil release. "Captain, we have strayed from our course," Robin noted, observing the slight deviation in the compass due to the recent storm. "Is that so? No matter, Robin. Prepare for battle. Our business has arrived," Rodney declared, activating a Sharingan to survey the horizon. "It appears to be a formidable adversary. Captain, do you recognize them?" "I suppose so. They are notorious in the North Sea," he replied, dispatching a shadow clone to scout ahead while he and Robin hoisted the sails to accelerate their journey. The shadow clone skimmed across the water surface before plunging into the depths. Utilizing the wave propulsion technique to approach the pirate ship, it was indeed a declaration of war, yet the vessel before them was merely a pirate ship. Floating beside it on the water was a colossal snail. Resembling a small house, that a cacophony of screams erupted from the pirate ship as a robust young man, exuding an aura of nature, engaged in senseless slaughter. No pirate could withstand his might. He was a savage force, dispatching a pirate with a mere flick of his wrist. Hey, this is rather dull. Speak quickly. Where is Wesky? The young man demanded, hoisting a pirate by the collar. The pirate, already on the verge of death, could offer no answer. Upon realizing the pirate's silence, the young man delivered a fatal blow, observing the remaining pirates with disdain. A bunch of weaklings. Tell me where that guy Weskier is, or I'll waste no more time. I'm very busy. At that moment, the cabin door swung open, revealing a stunning woman with pink hair, her figure voluptuous and legs long, clad in a pink combat suit that added an alluring touch to her presence. She dragged a gaunt man in a white lab coat, declaring, "Yongji, we have located the target. The mission is complete. Tisich, these fools are useless, then I'll eliminate them." She sneered, striding toward the remaining pirates, only to be enveloped by a fireball in the next instant. Chapter 60. Germa 66. The fireball surged forth, crashing into the young man named Yongji, hurling him from the pirate ship and into the sea. The pink-haired woman exhibited no concern, merely locking eyes with the assailant, who happened to be Rodney. Those eyes, that face. "Are you the newly appointed warlord hunter, Rodney?" she inquired. Germa 66? Rodney tilted his head. "This eyebrow. My lady, haven't we met before? Germa 66 is a formidable military organization in the North Sea, known as the War Experts, led by the Vinsmoke family. This army operates as mercenaries globally, lacking a fixed territory, and possesses a colossal snail capable of traversing the Red Line, boasting formidable combat prowess and advanced technology. The current leader of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke Judge, once collaborated with the world's strongest scientist, Dr. Vegapunk, to uncover the blueprint of life and genetic factors. This experiment was halted by the world government, resulting in Vegapunk's capture, while Judge returned to his kingdom with the experimental data, applying it to his children, transforming all but Sanji into formidable modified beings. Furthermore, he cloned and enhanced soldiers, establishing the fearsome new Germa 66 army, whose soldiers fear neither death nor disobedience, making them exceptional tools of war and easily replenishable. "How klitsch, Mr. Rodney. Yongji is not so easily defeated," Reiju stated flatly. "Yongji, judging by the name, he must be the fourth brother. I know a golden-haired chef with curly eyebrows. I wonder if he is related to you." Reiju's hand trembled slightly, a flicker of anxiety and hope igniting within her. Sanji was the only brother she cared for, the one who had always treated her with tenderness and called her sister. Rodney's words shattered her long-held composure in an instant. "Is there truly a connection?" Rodney's smile widened with delight. "That chef named Sanji is doing quite well. Having been adopted by another chef and running a seaside restaurant in the East Blue, he is not just the head chef. He is the best cook there." "Thank you," Reiju replied. "You should leave quickly. Getting entangled with Yongji is not advisable. That IT will be troublesome, and this is our Germa 66 mission." Hearing of her brother's well-being, Reiju smiled contentedly, offering a kind warning. "That I apologize, but I'm quite intrigued by the individual you have there." He propped his chin on his hand, squatting at the ship's railing. Suddenly, a figure burst from the sea. Yongji, clad in green Germa combat attire, ascended using his jet-powered shoes, hovering in mid-air, furious. "How dare you ambush your lord, Yongji? I shall slay you." "Yongji, wait." Rodney attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Yongji had already charged forward. The gust of his punches was easily evaded by Rodney. "Robin." "Understood." Six-petal flower. "Anchor flower." 6 arms sprouted from Yongji's body, restraining his arms and neck. A member of the green prowess. His strength was formidable. The anchor flower merely halted his movement, but that pause granted Rodney an opportunity to leap from the ship and join forces with his clone. Fishman karate, monster strength, double 1,000-tile punch. 2 fists collided with Yongji's body, once again sending him crashing into the sea. This attack did not inflict significant damage, for his body was a scientific marvel of Germa 66, featuring skin as tough as steel. The combat suit he wore was a specially designed shape memory armor, which significantly reduced the damage he sustained. However, it bought some time So, you intend to oppose Germa? Reiju declared. Even if you divulge his whereabouts, I shall not hold back. My father's orders must be executed. Her cloak unfurled like butterfly wings, yellow spots appearing upon it, while a faint purple powder swirled around her. Oh, I thought you differed from that foolish brother of yours. Yet you remain a compliant little girl, just like it. No matter how well endowed, you still haven't matured. Due to her modifications, Reiju could not defy her father's commands, rendering her a puppet, a mere tool in existence. Indeed, that a similar laugh echoed behind Reiju, startling her as a hand pressed against her back, followed by a low whisper, water release, water prison technique. As soon as her words fell, Leijio was enveloped by a wave of water, startling her and causing her to choke on a mouthful of liquid. The water clone seized the unconscious Whisker from her grasp and tossed him to Rodney, who then passed him on to Robin below. He was intrigued by this scientist-like individual who was being pursued by the Vinsmoke family, curious to see if he could extract any valuable information. Well then, farewell, he stated, leaping backward and plunging downwards. Suddenly, the water prison transformed into a vivid purple, and a purple water arrow pierced through it, striking the chest of the water clone and shattering it. Coughing violently to expel the water from her mouth, Yongji flew in, drenched but with his green hair seemingly untouched, as if he had not been soaked at all. Approaching Leijio, he mocked. You truly are useless, Leijio, his tone devoid of any respect for his sister. Leijio was acutely aware of this, letting out a cold huff as she retorted, Aren't you going to hurry up? Whisker still holds the secrets of our Germa. I know, you're so noisy. Yongji snapped, his fist colliding with a resounding clang. The guy's been getting on my nerves. Let me take care of him. A mere warlord is nothing but a trifling insect before Germa 66. Do not underestimate him. Anyone capable of defeating the natural-type crocodile is certainly not to be trifled with. Treat him with seriousness. A swift kick aimed at Yongji to send him flying toward Rodney and the others, who had already distanced themselves. Captain, why are we bringing this person back? Robin inquired, still unclear about the situation. I sense a potential profit in this, and also, Robin-chan, we are being targeted by Germa 66. Germa 66. Aren't they from the North Sea? Do they even still exist? Robin, well-read, had some knowledge of Germa 66, though was limited to mere recognition of the organization. She was unaware of its current existence or its leadership. After all, being from the North Sea, Germa 66 was more widely discussed in manga than in literature. Indeed, they have caught up with us. Rodney sneered, leaping into the air toward Yongji, instantly creating several shadow clones. Then, transformation technique. What? Yongji, confronted by so many versions of Rodney, braced himself. The next moment, he heard the resounding sounds of explosions. Suddenly, several alluring, voluptuous women appeared before him, their presence overwhelming. His eyes transformed into heart shapes. His movements momentarily halted as the women dissipated into smoke, their powerful fists crashing into his face with the force of thunder. Thud! Yongji fell back into the water once more. Indeed, your Vinsmoke family is filled with lecherous individuals, Rodney remarked as he returned to the ship, earning a disdainful look from Robin. Captain, your interests are quite peculiar. Could you refrain from claiming our acquaintance in the future? The thought of others knowing I associate with you is utterly embarrassing. Huh. It's merely a tactic to lure the enemy. No, indeed, you are a lecher. Do not slander me with such a calm demeanor. Hee. Leijio could not help but facepalm. Despite being a modified human who had lost much of her desires, why did her foolish brothers still possess such appetites? The jets beneath her propelled her forward at high speed without the need for moonwalking, pursuing Rodney. Fire style. Dragon fire technique. Fire style. Head hardening. Lightning style. Angry thunder tiger. Flames intertwined with thunderous tigers surge forth, forcing Leijio to retreat from the terrifying assault, just as Yongji emerged from the depths. Water style. Water collision wave. A massive wave crashed over him, submerging him once more. Yongji thought. Chapter 61. Negotiating terms. Is this the method of attack employed by the new warlord? Quite troublesome. Leijio evaded the waves, hovering in midair as she called out, Yongji, how long do you intend to play around? Below the surface, Yongji's jet shoes expelled two torrents, propelling him skyward as he furiously declared, "I must dismantle him." When has he ever endured such humiliation? He is the pinnacle creation of Germa 66. A war machine, always crushing his foes. Never has he been treated in such a manner. Do you think that illusion will deceive you? It was an accident. I will not be fooled by such tricks a second time. Just behave yourself, Yongji. I will kill this guy. With that, his jet shoes propelled him forward. Fire style. Head hardening, a small fireball of chakra formed in his mouth and shot forth. You dare to show off such trivial skills in front of me? Yongji did not evade, preparing to catch the fireball with his hand. Boom! The compressed chakra exploded upon contact with him. The power of this B-rank ninjutsu proving formidable as yet another figure was sent flying. Once again landing in the water, did we not agree to teach him a lesson? Leijio mused. Given Yongji's Germa battle suit and modified body, most individuals would either be killed or severely injured by such an attack. Assessing the situation, it seemed he had sustained injuries, though not particularly severe. I've never seen someone so stubborn. The force of head hardening exceeds that of a cannonball, and he dares to take it head on. What a fool. Rodney clapped his hands. Captain, is he dead? No. If he were dead, that woman would not be so calm in the sky. Leijio was surrounded by a pink toxic mist. The reputation of the poisonous powder was well earned, as she could absorb potent toxins without the aid of a devil fruit. So, Magellan, you may withdraw from the group. TCH, toxins? This is Rodney's current weakness. He has no resistance to poison. The slug lady excels at healing, but is not skilled in detoxification. Then, ninjutsu. Mist concealment technique? Exhaling a cloud of white smoke, a thin mist enveloped the sea, surrounding them. Although it was just a thin layer, a host of water clones emerged, creating a foggy expanse on the ocean's surface. Without a moment's hesitation, Leijio soared over, her jet shoes blasting forth a tremendous gust of wind that pierced through the fog, yet the ship was nowhere to be found. What a troublesome individual. Why is Yongji not resurfacing? Leijio furrowed her brow. Even if injured, Yongji should not take this long to emerge, unless a foreboding thought crept in her mind. Beneath the waves, Rodney's multiple shadow clones held Yongji tightly. Their skin flushed as they restrained him, preventing him from ascending to the surface with any speed. Even with his monstrous strength, the boiling water enhanced their grip, making it easy to suffocate him once he reached his limit. Above the surface, Rodney emerged from the mist, dragging the unconscious Yongji, smiling. Were you looking for this guy? Yongji. You fool, you actually lost him? He is supposed to be a masterpiece of my father. Masterpiece? Rodney queried, scratching his ear. Isn't this emotionless wretch the true unfinished product? Vince Smoke Gaji's only true masterpiece is you, is it not? A being with the strength of a modified human and yet filled with emotion. A living, breathing individual. As for Gaji's other sons, aside from Sanji, the other three have lost much of their emotions, becoming fearsome battle machines, devoid of fear, while Leijio could understand the emotions that exist between individuals. Even if not as intense as Sanji's, he laughed heartily, his body transforming into a puddle of water. Leijio bit her lip, catching Yongzi, whose eyes suddenly opened wide, mirroring the crimson gaze of Rodney. A wave of disorientation washed over her, as distant memories surged forth. A gentle, golden-haired woman embraced her and a small, equally tender boy, softly singing a lullaby. Mother, Sanji. Surprisingly, the illusion succeeded. Yongzi's hand struck Leijio's neck, lulling her into the dreamscape he had woven for her. Could even a modified human possess a fragile heart? Yongzi hoisted Leijio and made his way towards the fog-enshrouded ship, the true form of Rodney, along with Robin and that fellow named Wesker, awaited them on board. Splash! The shadow clone dissipated as it brought the unconscious Yongzi aboard. Robin inquired, Captain, what is your intention in bringing them back? Her gaze swept over Yongzi and Leijio, ultimately lingering meaningfully on Leijio. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I am merely intrigued by the battle suits they wear. The technology of Germa 66 is undeniably advanced, especially in biotechnology, and the shape memory armor they possess boasts formidable defensive capabilities. How does one remove it? Searching for a mechanism on Yongzi, attempting to disassemble the shape memory armor he wore. Not there, to Rodney's astonishment, Leijio had already broken free from the illusion, raising doubts about whether she had willingly succumbed to it moments ago. Silently positioning herself in front of Robin, she smiled. Miss Legio's swift awakening surprises me. Drawing her blade, she pointed its sharp tip directly at Youngzi's throat. This time, it was serious. This was a fine blade that could inflict substantial harm upon you. How can I trust you? However, should the mission fail, my father will not spare you. She whispered softly. Iji and Niji are not like us that it is I, Orochimaru, who will end your lives, not Rodney. With a flick of her hair, she revealed a pallid face, her voice hoarse, without the telephone bug. How do you plan to contact your father? If you encounter a maritime disaster during your mission and perish, I wonder if Miss Legio would be willing to accept such a fate. Let me first send your worthless brother away. Raising her blade, she was about to strike down when Legio hastily exclaimed, Wait! Oh, what troubles Miss Legio? Are you afraid? If so, do share the method to dispel this tortoise shell. With a flourish of her blade, she murmured softly. Biting her lip, Legio tapped several spots on Youngzi's body, seemingly activating a mechanism. The battle suit on Youngzi contracted, transforming into a green pull tab, emblazoned with the number 4. Originally designed for emergency treatment and ease of operation, it now served to disarm herself, leaving Legio exasperated. Very well, she declared, seizing Youngzi, and then steel wires shot out, securely binding every part of him except for his head. Like a mummy, he was suspended at the rear of the ship, submerged in the sea. After all, he was a modified human. He wouldn't die, merely swell from the waterlogged state. Chapter 62. I shall cultivate Hokage. He retrieved a chair from the cabin, sitting down with a flourish, saying, Now, let us discuss the matters between us. Miss Legio, that I am quite curious about this so-called worthless Weskier and what threat he poses that necessitated the special retrieval by you of Germa 66. Legio turned her head away, offering no reply, not willing to speak. Then let me inquire of this fellow. Dragging the seemingly lifeless Weskier up, he pried open his eyelids, directly using illusion to control him, rendering him a puppet devoid of self-awareness. Now, Mr. Weskier, do tell why you are being pursued by the Vinsmoke family. Weskier's eyes were vacant, his expression blank, because I was once a scientist researching biotechnology alongside Vegapunk and Vinsmoke Judge. To prevent my exposure of his research and to seize my technology, Judge sought to eliminate me. Not wanting to collaborate with the world government, I was left to drift upon the seas. Snap! A finger snap dispelled the illusion, and Weskier's body fell once more. Rodney chuckled. It seems fortune favors me. I have encountered quite a catch. TSK, Miss Legio, thank you for delivering this researcher. Now, I shall keep this researcher safe. But please pay the ransom. Ransom? Legio was taken aback. Indeed. Rodney grinned, resembling a sly fox, his hands crossed over his knees. The two operatives of Germa 66, the scientifically modified humans, poison powder and winch green, well, if we were to convert it to pirate bounties. Let me calculate 200 million berries each, and that is a friendly price. This is robbery. I am not robbing anyone, Miss Secretary. Do you think I'm engaging in theft? Alas, no. Captain, you are merely conducting a business transaction. I wonder if Miss Vinsmoke would be willing to negotiate with our captain? Robin wore a professional smile, clearly feigned, we have no money. Then it shall be so. Disarm yourselves, though. Is that so? Taking advantage of Legio's inattention, he replicated her movements, tapping a few mechanisms on her battle suit, disarming her and replacing it with a fitting casual outfit. He tossed the pink pull tab, marked with the number 0 in his hand. Smiling, every move you make escapes not my gaze. Now, sleep for a while, Miss Legio, and immerse yourself in delightful dreams. His eyes spun with 3 tomo, this time utilizing a greater chakra reserve. Legio shivered, desperately resisting, yet could not withstand the gentle whispers of her mother calling her name, her brother affectionately referring to her as sister. A swift chop struck her neck, plunging her into an illusion. TSK, my mastery of illusion still requires refinement. Stowing away his Sharingan, he turned to gaze at Robin, only to find her regarding him with a meaningful expression. What is that look in your eyes? Oh, nothing much, merely contemplating that the captain may indeed be a scoundrel. Why do you say that? I only seek a sum of money. Are we not to construct a ship in Water 7? I fear my funds may run dry. No, I mean in other respects. The captain's abilities are exceedingly perilous. Henceforth, I shall avoid direct eye contact with you. Or rather, I should refrain from appearing in places where the captain is present. Hey, what do you take me for? Robin pondered for a moment before replying. A peculiar pervert with unusual tastes. Rodney. This conversation is going nowhere. Who has peculiar tastes? It's merely a seduction technique. Yet even the progenitor of chakra, the goddess Otsutsuki Kagaya, would be momentarily stunned by such a maneuver. Do you believe I could perform a reverse harem technique on you? Rather than dwell on Robin's comments, he redirected his focus to the colossal snail bearing a castle upon its back. Stroking his chin, he mused, Robin, how about we change our location? With this creature, we can effortlessly traverse the calm belt at a swift pace, far more comfortably than our small vessel. That sounds good. I wonder how many volumes of literature in Germa's library I have yet to peruse. Robin was intrigued by the giant snail's library, so with the aid of shadow clones, they transported several individuals and their luggage. Rodney utilized a Sharingan to seize control of the snail, making it his own, directing it to advance in a certain direction. Youngzi, due to his modified nature, awakened rather quickly, only to find himself once more dragged into the sea by several shadow clones guarding him, leading to another bout of suffocation. His face was left swollen from being submerged. Weskier, too, regained consciousness, and upon seeing Rodney, appeared utterly despondent, but soon roared, I will never surrender my research to you Germa scum. Humph, damn Vinsmoke Judge. Do you truly believe your technology can bend me to your will? Not a chance. No, Judge, you will never obtain my research. Darling, I am coming. Producing a vial of potion from his pocket, he prepared to pour it into his mouth. Rodney hastily intervened. Wait, old man, are you insane? Look closely. I lack the curled eyebrows. I am not a Germa person, merely a passing pirate hunter and a warlord of the sea. Do you think I would believe your nonsense? Rodney, are all scientists deaf to reason? Feeling a headache coming on, he used his Sharingan to incapacitate Wesker. Captain, did you glean anything of worth? Robin reclined on a beach chair on the castle's terrace, engrossed in a book. Nothing, with a grim expression. He sat on a nearby chair. Do I truly look like a villain? How could they mistake me for one of Germa's? Robin, you should give it a try next time. Captain, can't your eyes compel him to speak the truth? No, illusions can only serve a temporary purpose. They cannot be relied upon for a lifetime. After all, I do not possess the power of otherworldly beings, and even if I did, I would not squander it on that individual. That would be a waste. If I were to acquire such power, it would be best utilized on someone of royal stature or a formidable general, not on a mere scientist. That would indeed be a travesty. What is this otherworldly power? Robin inquired with curiosity. That it is a rather formidable illusion, though whether I can attain it remains uncertain. Rodney replied, shaking his head. He was still unaware of the evolution of the Sharingan, which had not been clarified to require emotions or whether it could be exchanged through the system. If it were reliant on emotions, then the kaleidoscope version would mark the end of the line, unless the system offered Senju cells for purchase. Otherwise, excessive use of the kaleidoscope would lead to blindness. After all, he had no foolish Ududu or an overly reliant older brother to swap his eyes for him. Instinctively touching his eyes, he smiled and asked, Robin, has Miss Reiju awakened? Captain, do you wish for her to join our crew? No, Reiju would only heed the commands of Vinsmoke Judge, and she must comply. Our orders would hold no weight for her. If one day she were to turn against us under Judge's command, I would have nowhere to lament. It is better to calmly negotiate a ransom. And as for this snail, I shall take it. It is far more useful than a ship. I initially planned to purchase a vessel in Water 7, but it seems unnecessary now. This snail is infinitely more advantageous than a ship, boasting greater speed, albeit requiring frequent resupply, which is not an issue, especially if it consumes meat. The only concern is its acceleration. Being an animal, its burst speed will undoubtedly be slower, so I can always seek modifications later, perhaps installing a jet propulsion system. Robin blinked, sensing that her captain's behavior resembled that of a brigand. Yet she cared not, as long as he ensured her safety. Thus, they navigated the treacherous waters of the ascending currents without incident, avoiding the Sky Islands. After all, the inexperienced Rodney was no match for that ostentatiously long-eared. over-the-top deity. The most potent Logia fruit, the Rumble Rumble fruit, had been bested by Luffy's infuriatingly nonsensical rubber physics in this world, where scientific rationale held no sway. To be vanquished by such scientific means was the epitome of absurdity. Alas, for those of us who lack the means to cheat, it is prudent to avoid confrontation. Hockey! Hockey! I shall train in hockey! Chapter 63. Vinsmoke Judge. Buru, Buru, Buru. Buru, Buru, Buru. Buru, Buru, Buru. The transponder snail vibrated incessantly as Rodney approached and connected the call. The snail instantly mimicked the visage of the caller, its gaze turning fierce, with two upwardly curled whiskers sprouting from its mouth. This marvelous creature, capable of imitating human faces and conveying voices, intrigued Rodney upon its first use. Moshi Moshi, who is this? You are not Reiju. Who are you? A man's voice responded, somewhat grating and imbued with a condescending air. Vinsmoke Judge. Indeed. And you are? Judge inquired. Your children? They are currently my captives, along with Lady Reiju and your worthless son. Impossible. They are my finest creations. No one in the first half of the Grand Line could possibly defeat them. Judge's thoughts dictated that only an emperor or a vice admiral could contend with his children. How could they falter in the first half of the Grand Line? Such a trivial task could not lead to failure. Hey, don't underestimate them. Let us discuss terms, shall we? Your 2 children, 200 million berries each, with the added bonus of 2 devil fruits. That is extortion. Oh, I thought your illustrious Vinsmoke family would not concern themselves with such trifling sums. How disappointing. It seems your family is on the decline. After all that, I apologize, but you currently possess no territory and are akin to mercenaries without purpose. Ha ha ha. Without hesitation, Rodney mocked him. For what harm could come from ridiculing someone like Judge, a father who views his offspring merely as tool for the family's revival? Discarding his wife as a mere vessel for procreation is a man devoid of any paternal qualifications. Rodney felt no kinship towards such a person, and thus finding amusement in his disdain became a source of joy. Ew. You dare reveal your name. Our Germa 66 technological prowess will ensure you regret this. Oh, by all means come. I'm the warlord Rodney. Should you approach me, I shall annihilate you. I will shatter your technological might and demonstrate that in the face of absolute power, your technology is but a farce. Provided you can even find me. Warlord, you bastard. Do not think that just because you've recently become a warlord, you can act with impunity, Judge roared. Apologies, but warlords truly can act as they please. Ha ha! Do not think the old man can leverage the world government. It is futile that I will manage my spoils as I see fit. There is no reason for me to hand over your children. I wonder how the world government would react upon discovering your past collaboration with Dr. Vegapunk on the lineage factor. How intriguing. Where did you learn of this? Yanji. No, he would never betray me. Could be Reiju. Judge began to doubt his own children, while Rodney's gaze grew colder. A man who cannot trust even his children is unworthy of the title of father. TSK, the urge to deliver a fatal blow to him intensified. Decide your terms wisely. If you manage to locate me, I shall present you with a grand gift. Wait, you. The call was abruptly terminated by Rodney, who turned to find Robin smiling at him. He inquired, is there something on my face? Nothing. Today the captain looks quite handsome. Of course. When am I not handsome? Only for today. Please do not indulge in excessive narcissism. Captain, you seem quite angry just now. A man like Judge no longer deserves the title of parent. He shook his head and stated, to be frank, Judge's actions towards his children and wife render him unworthy of humanity. Having witnessed Sanji's past through my own eyes, I briefly recounted his childhood to Robin. That pitiful past, which could hardly be deemed a childhood, left Robin in silence. Prompting her to reflect on her own upbringing, in comparison to Sanji, she felt fortunate in some respects. Subsequently, she remarked, Captain, I support your decision, and I must say, Captain, you are rather awkward. Awkward? I merely find him displeasing, and do not misuse words when addressing me. Otherwise, you shall accompany my doppelganger to guard Yanji tonight. By the way, what shall we have for dinner? Who knows? All the unrelated personnel aboard have been cleared by the captain. Even the chef. Robin replied with a smile. Who could have imagined that those clones would dare to attack me? Truly, those chefs armed themselves with weapons to fight. Germa truly is a band of battle maniacs. The memory of entering the kitchen only to find a throng of chefs brandishing knives against him left Rodney's mind in disarray. Is every member of Germa a soldier? Captain, cannot you control them with your eyes? No, that would be a waste of my chakra, Rodney asserted, believing chakra should not be squandered on such frivolities. Moreover, this war machine could operate without clones. Thus it was better to eliminate them altogether. This is the captain's choice, so Captain, tonight's dinner is entrusted to you. Germa's library is quite impressive. I took a look. Please inform me when it is time to eat. And do not use your powers to conjure ramen again. I can hardly endure another meal of ramen. With that, Robin departed, leaving Rodney in a state of bewilderment. If I can cook, why would I need ramen? Cooking merely implies edible food. Rodney entered the kitchen, staring at the fresh and lavish ingredients before him, lost in thought. How can I avoid inadvertently crafting a culinary disaster? Had I known, I would have controlled those chefs. I need to find a cook. In a fit of impotent rage, Rodney reluctantly seized a chef's knife and began to prepare a meal. Moments later, boom! Hearing the commotion, Robin gazed at Rodney, now covered in soot, with several dark lines etched across her forehead. Captain, are you attempting to create an explosive? No, I was merely trying to cook. Who knew that fish would explode? Rodney vehemently denied. No, it is simply that your culinary skills are lacking. You knew, yet you still asked me to cook? As captain, it is only right to care for your crew, is it not? I am the captain. Is it not the duty of the crew to prepare meals for me? Captain, you are merely exploiting me. I am a historian. Did you not claim to possess a multitude of skills? It is but a simple task to cook a meal. No, such matters are best left to the captain. Thus, the two engaged in a heated argument. I could see that moment. Lucio approached, as Rodney did not restrict her freedom. After all, without the Germa battle suit, she could not leave this place. Hearing their quarrel, she suggested, why don't I cook instead? Surely you would poison the food. No, or perhaps, being a noble lady who has never lifted a finger in her life, she would be utterly incapable of cooking. It would be far simpler for her to concoct poison. Rodney and Robin exchanged glances, and Rodney remarked, Robin, let us have ramen. After a brief silence, he added, eat up, Captain. I desire tonkatsu. Very well, I shall have miso, Rodney replied. With that, he exchanged berries for 3 steaming bowls of ramen. Robin accepted hers with a word of thanks and departed with the bowl in hand. Rodney then handed the remaining bowl to Lucio. Eat, he urged. Where did you procure this? Mind your own business. Just eat. Poisoning you would be futile anyway. Thank you. As she received the ramen, its enticing aroma stirred a rare appetite within her. Upon looking up, she noticed that Rodney had already left, his distant complaints reaching her ears. Damn it. I might just vomit from this ramen. How can that Naruto kid eat for decades without growing weary? I must find a chef. This man, he seems to possess a fundamentally good nature, albeit with a rather peculiar temperament. Taking a mouthful of the perfectly textured ramen and sipping the broth, she was pleasantly surprised by the delightful flavor. Chapter 64. Adding to their troubles, the Germa kingdom, the only nation in the world without a fixed territory, is unpredictable in its whereabouts. Relying on advanced technology, a fearless army, and the princes and princesses of the Vinsmoke family, they form the formidable Germa 66 that instills fear across the globe. As a nation rooted in technology for generations. Germa's scientific advancements far surpass those of most countries in the world, achieving a level of excellence in certain aspects that is unparalleled. They exist as mercenaries, traversing the globe, swiftly tearing apart enemies for their employers. The rulers of the Germa kingdom, the Vinsmoke family, once conquered the entire North Sea through sheer force, a testament to the nation's former glory. However, that splendor has long since faded. The current head of the Vinsmoke family, the commander of Germa 66, Vinsmoke Judge, is willing to employ scientific means to alter his children in a bid to restore the nation's past glory, endowing them with immense power at the cost of their emotions, transforming them into mere combat machines obedient to his commands. The Germa kingdom consists of numerous colossal snails that carry their territories, floating upon the sea, capable of disassembling and reassembling at will. Facilitating swift movement and combat, these snails can traverse the Red Earth continent without navigating the upside-down mountain or the calm belt, significantly reducing time loss, making them an exceedingly efficient mode of transportation. In the palace's council chamber, a statue of a giant eagle spread its wings, engraved with the number 66, symbolizing Germa's 66. Beneath the majestic eagle, a lavish throne was occupied by a tall man adorned with a metal helmet, golden hair flowing, and a comically pointed mustache. Vince Smoke Judge, the father of Lucio and others, is a selfish and hypocritical man. With a resounding crash, he slammed his fist onto the table, shattering it into pieces, and bellowed, "That damned bastard! Does he truly believe that becoming a warlord makes him invincible? Huh. I must eliminate him. He is merely a dog of the world government, as one of the member nations of the world government. Killing a warlord is but a trivial task. Though the Germa kingdom lacks territory, it can still participate in world conferences and hold some influence with the Navy. Otherwise, Sanji's bounty would not merely be for capture alive, but rather for his life or death." His gaze fell upon the two sons, Ichiji and Niji, in the forest below. "Then, Ichiji, Niji, you shall venture to the Grand Line and teach that arrogant Rodney a lesson. Let him know that becoming a warlord does not grant him the liberty to do as he pleases." "Understood, father." Ichiji spoke with a foolishly exaggerated accent, yet he was the eldest of the four brothers. Compared to the proud and arrogant Niji and the reckless Yanji, he was far more composed and prudent. Better suited to lead Germa 66. Very well. I shall ensure that scoundrel meets his demise at my hands. Let him witness the technological prowess of Germa. Niji sneered, his palms crackling with electricity, having gained unique powers through scientific modifications. Unlike the devil fruits that rendered one immobile in the presence of sea stone or seawater. Speaking of which, Yanji and Lucio truly are useless, getting defeated by such a fool. Niji scoffed. That cannot be said. Rodney is capable of defeating Crocodile. Capturing Lucio and Yanji is no trivial feat. Niji, do not underestimate him, Ichiji warned. Haha, Ichiji, you are too cautious. As long as we join forces, few can stand against us. Lucio and Yanji are merely failures. We are perfect. Frowning at his brother's words, he chose not to retort. Rising from the throne, Judge proclaimed proudly, "Go forth, my proud sons. Use your strength to shatter that fool's arrogance. Let him understand that the dignity of Germa is not to be insulted. And make them aware of our might. This man remains obstinately set on subjugating Rodney through violent means." "Yes, father." "Understood, father." The sea breeze blew gently. Thanks to the snails, Rodney and Robin need not worry about the weather affecting their voyage, granting them some leisure time. Robin could sit comfortably reading, while Rodney began sparring with Yanji. Indeed, without the enhancement of his battle suit, this brute was merely a tough-skinned powerhouse, posing no significant threat, making him an excellent practice partner. "Curse it, another useless clone. Why not face me one-on-one if you have the guts? Let us see if I don't smash your head open, you impudent fool." Each of Yanji's attacks was deftly evaded by the real Rodney, who skillfully employed techniques such as shave, moonwalk, and paper drawing, occasionally countering with finger pistol and gale kick, while the other clones mounted feigned assaults. Yes, under the training with numerous clones, he had mastered his 6 powers. Utilizing them against Yanji, as long as he did not kill him, that would suffice. Rodney is truly a battle enthusiast, Robin mused. Beside Robin sat Lucio. Despite her freedom being curtailed, her treatment was evidently far superior to that of Yanji. She occupied her previous quarters, and as long as she refrained from misusing poison, Rodney would not harm her. She found herself rather enjoying the experience, relishing the rare sense of ease. There was no oppression. Rather, it was quite amusing. No, the captain is merely striving to strengthen himself. He is typically quite lazy, Robin remarked softly, turning a page. The captain possesses many strategies, but as he often states, the body is the foundation of revolution. Only with a strong physique can one unleash formidable power. Moreover, Miss Lucio, the captain is well versed in a plethora of intelligence. Lucio pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Including my past? The secrets of Germa?" Robin continued reading, a smile gracing her face, opting not to respond. Once again, Lucio observed the erudite beauty before her, wondering why she always spoke in half-truths. Did she not fear loose lips? Suddenly, a splash echoed, and Lucio realized her foolish brother had fallen into the water again. Each time Yanji clashed with Rodney, he ended up submerged. It seemed he had just been kicked into the sea, judging by the earlier force. He likely sustained only minor injuries that, oh well, let him climb back up himself. Bang, bang, bang. The shadow clones dissipated into smoke, and the experience and memories gained from battling Yanji provided Rodney with newfound insights, enhancing his hand-to-hand combat abilities. With his task points reduced to 2,000 after exchanging for numerous ninjutsu, he pondered thoughtfully. What he required were not ninjutsu, but rather auxiliary techniques or other tools. Narrowing his eyes, he seemed to formulate a plan. The data on Weskier appeared to still be in the works. Having learned of Weskier's identity, Rodney used Jinjutsu to compel him to document his research findings. Afterward, he would release him, for a scientific weakling held no value to him at present, but that did not mean he would lack utility in the future. Rodney was not in a hurry. After exchanging for a few items, a small black insect fluttered from his sleeve and entered the castle. Yanji, having climbed from the sea, sought to trouble Rodney once more, but unfortunately, as he ascended the castle, he encountered a shadow clone smiling at him that moment. He understood that such a smile could only herald misfortune. Scoundrel, what do you intend to do? It's nothing, just asking you to take a nap. Suddenly, several steel wires shot out, entangling him. Humph, do you think a mere few can restrain me? Don't be ridiculous. Just as he was about to exert himself to break free, a gigantic foot loomed before his eyes. Y-U-G. Thud. Once again, he plunged into the depths of the ocean, followed closely by several shadow clones. And once more, Y-U-G found himself submerged, on the brink of suffocation and unconsciousness that Y-U-G. Can we do something practical in the realm of the living? Art is an explosion, indeed. Captain, your laughter is quite repulsive. What do you know? This is called art. Robin, a certain yellow-haired fellow, once said that art is akin to Patrick Starr, and I wish to emulate him. So, Captain, what are you planning to blow up? Germa. Their bodies and battle suits are rather resilient against explosions, aren't they? They can't be killed, but I can certainly create some inconvenience for them that I derive great pleasure from causing trouble for my enemies. Their discontent brings me joy. Captain, your character is not only twisted but also quite vile. How can you say that? I merely wish to celebrate. Chapter 65. The Golden Cicada's Escape. Water 7,800 years ago. The infamous battleship, the Queen of the Underworld, was constructed here, in the world's most formidable shipyard, where a cadre of highly skilled shipbuilders congregated. Among them, the most renowned was Tom, the fishman shipwright who crafted the Oro Jackson for the pirate king Roger over 20 years ago. He was sentenced to a reprieve for building pirate ships for the pirate king and, 14 years later, upon the completion of the sea train, was wrongfully accused and taken to Judicial Island to face execution. In his lifetime, he had 2 disciples, one being the current mayor of Water 7 and president of the Carrera Company, Icebug, and the other, Frankie, who has now become quite eccentric. Captain, it's inappropriate to discuss such uncertain matters in the future. You initially spoke of capturing that snail, and now you mention destroying it. What a fickle man you are! On the streets of Water 7, Robin, dressed up by Rodney, walked alongside him, each holding a black box. Robin's skin had become fair, a beauty mark graced her eye, and some details of her features had changed, rendering her unrecognizable from the notorious demon child depicted on the bounty posters. Point 1 could only say that makeup is truly formidable. After all, there are CP9 agents on this island, and if Robin were to be recognized, it would spell trouble. The 7 warlords may be tolerated by the world government, but Robin is a different matter altogether. For she is the only person capable of reading the true history that if she were recognized, it would be catastrophic. Therefore, Rodney employed makeup techniques to disguise Robin, transforming her into another person, codenamed Batman. Don't say that. After all, that snail is equipped with a tracking device that it's truly frustrating that such a useful item has such a feature that cannot be dismantled. Rodney scoffed. This detail was voluntarily disclosed by Reiju. Those snails transmit a form of bioelectric wave that allows them to sense and locate one another, originally intended to facilitate the identification of allies on the chaotic battlefield. However, now it is being used to track them. Being pursued daily by Germa 66 is incredibly troublesome. Thus, they commandeered another ship, transferring useful items while leaving behind shadow clones and YUG, before departing for Water 7, leading Germa 66 in another direction to avoid complications. He no longer expects a bounty. For what he gathered from Gaji's words, he is a miser, utterly uncooperative. Since you lack sincerity, allow me to teach you a lesson, even if I am merely using cunning tactics. Miss Reiju, are you sure you wish to follow me? Dr. Whisk has already departed. Rodney turned his gaze to the black-haired beauty behind him and smiled. Since you have decided to accompany me, betrayal is not an option. After completing his documentation, Dr. Whisk was released by Rodney, but the documents were hidden elsewhere. Nevertheless, Reiju chose to follow him, the reason unknown. Yet, according to Robin, as long as she avoids encountering Gaji's direct orders, she retains a degree of freedom. In other words, this young lady, who has obediently conformed to her father's wishes for years, has finally entered a rebellious phase. As long as you are not defeated by Germa 66. I shall never betray you, Captain. Besides dyeing her hair, Reiju had also undergone some facial adjustments, and the tattoo on her long legs was concealed beneath long pants. She had never had the opportunity before. Even during missions, YUG was always by her side, preventing her from expressing such desires, forcing her to comply while suppressing her innermost wish for freedom. Truth be told, she envied Sanji for pursuing the life he desired. But now she too can. With Rodney providing cover, even if he fails, she could claim that she was coerced by special means, and her father would understand that she could not defy his will. Thus, she could extricate herself, returning to Germa 66, to the Vinsmoke family, becoming the cold-blooded poison that strikes without blinking. This was her contingency plan, a way to absolve herself of responsibility, yet it also represented her rebellion against fate. She yearned to experience a different way of life, as long as it diverged from her past. Hearing Reiju's words, Rodney replied, "Oh, that won't be a problem. At the very least, I can easily help you escape. When it comes to fleeing, there is likely no one more skilled than him. With shadow clones, substitutes, and transformations combined, he could be said to operate with impunity. Moreover, I am absolutely confident that once we enter the Grand Line, my strength will grow exponentially. By then, you need not worry about your safety. The New World is teeming with pirates. No pirate captain dares to claim the title without a bounty of at least 50 million. This means they will undoubtedly accumulate numerous mission points, which can then be exchanged for ninjutsu and bloodline limits." But he couldn't help but smile at the prospect of a bright future, prompting Reiju to ask, "Has he always been like this?" "Occasionally, I have grown accustomed to it. Miss Reiju, having such a captain, our future seems rather bleak." Indeed, indeed. "Hey, could you two show me some respect? I'm the captain, after all." "Captain, could you provide me with some funds? We need to purchase supplies." Robin extended her hand toward Rodney, requesting operational funds. "No rush. We will discuss it after the ship is built, and afterward, we will take a trip on the sea train to the culinary capital, where we can find a more reliable chef. I see it is indeed essential to have a chef. Otherwise, tasting the captain's dark culinary creations could lead to unfortunate consequences." Robin pondered seriously, finding it reasonable. After all, her cooking was merely average, neither particularly tasty nor inedible. As for Reiju, being a lady, there was no need to think. And Rodney. It goes without saying, after his last cooking attempt, he had blown up the kitchen. A chef was indeed necessary. Thus, taking the sea train to the culinary capital to find a chef was of utmost importance, preferably one with combat capabilities. They walked and chatted, the atmosphere amiable, when suddenly Rodney smiled and said, "It's exploded." "What exploded?" Germa snailed. "Oh." Time rewinds to a moment ago, where a snail adorned with the Germa 66 insignia was steadily approaching another moving snail ahead. Iji and Niji, clad in Germa battle suits, utilized their jet shoes to exit the castle and catch up with the snail ahead. "Be cautious. We are now in the territory of the 7 warlords, and it would be unreasonable to lack defensive measures." Iji, sporting a red punk hairstyle, surveyed the eerily quiet castle behind his sunglasses. "What is going on? Is there no one here?" "Of course not. This is our Germa territory. They would never submit to others. They must have been eliminated, right? Unlike his older brother Iji, Niji strode into the castle without a care. Iji furrowed his brow, trailing behind. The castle's design was quite similar, and they made their way to the hall, where they found Uji, whose face was swollen and tied to a chair, unconscious alongside Reiju, who lay nearby. Uji, Reiju. Just as Niji was about to approach them to awaken the two, he was pulled back by Iji. Come out at a shadow clone emerged from the darkness, smiling as it said, "Truly impressive. You, the second pillar. I never expected your senses to be so keen. Did you detect me?" Iji replied, "I do not recognize you." "Then, where's the ransom I seek?" Niji smirked derisively. "You dare to demand ransom from us? A person like you, do you know whom you are provoking?" The shadow clone idly dug at its ears and blew on its fingernails, inquiring, "Who's there?" You shall pay for this." Niji, accustomed to arrogance, could hardly endure such indignity. Sparks of electricity crackled around him as he instantaneously appeared behind a shadow clone, delivering a knee strike that met only emptiness. "Where is he?" "That was a mere illusion. Take a look at your legs." Another shadow clone emerged, wearing an insincere grin. "Niji, your legs?" Niji glanced down to discover an explosive tag affixed to his thigh. With a sizzle, the tag ignited, erupting in a deafening explosion that caused him to stagger backward, his legs numb from the impact. While this was hardly detrimental to him, it ignited a fiery rage within Niji that "I will kill you." Chapter 66. Boom, boom, boom. Oh dear, are the Germa folk so impatient? However, since there is no ransom, I am rather disappointed. You do not intend to pay me a ransom, which means our negotiations have collapsed. Yes? This fellow is for you. He seized Uchi and tossed him to his two companions. "What do you mean?" Iji questioned, clutching Uchi in confusion. "It means we shall mutually activate the explosive tags." With a swift hand sign, the chaos began. Boom, 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 boom. A cacophony of explosions ensued, reducing the entire castle to rubble. Damn it, is this lunatic not afraid of self-detonation? Iji and Niji dashed beyond the blast radius. While the explosions held no threat for them, they soon realized the detonations relentlessly pursued them. What is happening? Why are the explosions following us? Niji inquired. "I don't know. Split up?" Iji grasped Uchi and flew in a different direction, but the explosions inexplicably altered course, tailing him. Niji suddenly understood. "Iji, it's Uchi. The explosions are tracking him. I understand now." He tore open Uchi's shirt, revealing his upper body plastered with explosive tags. This it. Iji scoffed, witnessing tags appearing from thin air, following closely behind them before detonating. Suddenly realizing he concocted a plan and hurled Uchi forward, colliding him against an explosive tag conjured by the summoning technique. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion erupted, and a dark figure shot forth. It was Iji, unadorned by battle attire, caught in the blast of numerous explosive tags, and it was a miracle he emerged unscathed. Niji caught the injured Uchi. Iji's actions seemed entirely normal to him. They possessed no fraternal bonds. Not in the absence of employing the 8 gates of Dunjia. This is indeed the case. Thus, he requires alternative ninjutsu techniques. Chapter 67. The City of Water, Carrera Company. This shipbuilding enterprise encompasses various operations such as hull manufacturing, maintenance, and upgrades, ranking among the top 3 shipyards globally, with aspirations for the foremost position. The president of this company is a disciple of the legendary shipwright Tom, who established Carrera Company after Tom's passing. Over the course of 8 years, he amalgamated 7 other shipbuilding firms, elevating Carrera Company to the status of the world government's designated shipbuilder, rendering the government unable to act against it overtly. This individual possesses formidable abilities, and his shipbuilding craftsmanship is unparalleled in contemporary times. Aside from Frankie, few can surpass him. Rodney would certainly not seek out Frankie, that eccentric, as he felt that engaging with such a character would lead him to drift away from something significant. Upon Rodney's arrival, Icebegu promptly came forth to greet him, recognizing not only a major client, but also one of the 7 warlords, necessitating exceptional service. "Greetings, Mr. Icebegu. I am Rodney. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." "Hello, Mr. Rodney. The honor is mine. We are but craftsmen who earn our livelihood through skill. After exchanging casual pleasantries with Rodney, the group was led to Dock Number 1, the finest dock at Carrera Company, where numerous exceptional vessels are constructed. Although there are orders from the world government, military vessels are not produced here. Such strategic resources could never be entrusted to Icebegu's company, lest a daring pirate attempt to plunder them. Thus, the offerings to the world government consist solely of merchant and civilian ships. I am uncertain of the type of vessel you require, Mr. Rodney. Please specify your requirements, and I shall endeavor to accommodate you. Though Icebegu is a highly skilled shipwright, he felt he had overstated his confidence. What if this individual were to make some peculiar demands that he could not fulfill? That would be quite awkward indeed. Rodney replied, in terms of size, let it be akin to an ordinary military vessel. The design is up to your creativity, provided it is not too unsightly. Utilize the most durable materials at your disposal, and for the interior, basic facilities will suffice. Additionally, I require a training room with sufficiently sturdy walls. That will be all that truly all? No further specifications? Surprisingly, Icebegu found this to be quite manageable, even believing that other shipwrights could accomplish it. His secretary, Khalifa, an operative of CP9, diligently recorded Rodney's requests. Adjusting her glasses, wondering if this seven warlord was jesting. The requirements for the vessel were surprisingly modest. Having observed numerous eccentric demands from high-profile individuals during their undercover work, she was taken aback by the simplicity of this man's requests. Make the kitchen a bit sturdier. I fear it may explode. Icebegu, Khalifa, what do you intend to do in the kitchen? Why would it explode? Robin and Reiju stifled their laughter, with Reiju softly suggesting, Captain, perhaps we can forego that request. After all, we will never allow you near the kitchen again. Robin interjected. A library must be included, with ample bookshelves, preferably positioned by a window for optimal lighting. Very well. The bedroom should also have good lighting, Reiju added. Rodney continued. In that case, let the crew's lounge be situated above, well constructed, while the kitchen, bathroom, and training room are on the ground floor. 10 lounges should suffice. And if space is limited, expand the hull. Understood. Icebegu nodded. The requests were not excessive and could be accomplished with ease. After discussing further details, Rodney provided Icebegu with a deposit, agreeing to settle the remaining balance upon completion. This was a customary practice, and Icebegu made no objections, nodding for Khalifa to record it. Delivery would be expected in about a month, as it was not a large undertaking. However, the cost would be quite steep. Estimating around 200 million, that a good vessel often costs in the hundreds of millions due to the expensive materials involved. Labor costs were relatively negligible. Icebegu and his team were not the type to skimp on expenses or substitute inferior materials, as that would be a grave insult to their craft in a rush on my part. I happen to be heading to the culinary capital. 200 million, you say? I am still short by 50 million. Icebegu, the payment might need to be postponed. I must first find a few pirates. That is quite all right. After all, Rodney is one of the 7 warlords and would not default on his payments. Then, I must entrust this to you, Mr. Icebegu. We shall take our leave now. Farewell. Exhaling deeply, he turned to his secretary, Khalifa. It appears we shall be working overtime tonight. The shipwrights nearby, upon seeing the long-legged Khalifa, whistled, Boss, looks like you'll be burning the midnight oil with Khalifa tonight. Be sure to enjoy it. Icebegu maintained a friendly rapport with the shipwrights, engaging in playful banter without issue. However, President, that is sexual harassment. Khalifa's long legs kicked out at him. You lot, Khalifa, wait, it was merely a design, bang. Icebegu fell to the ground, resigning himself to the unexpected turn of events. As the trio departed, Khalifa exchanged furtive glances with several shipwrights before a man with a pigeon perched on his shoulder feigned a stomach ache and discreetly tailed them. Captain, someone is following us, Robin suddenly remarked as they walked along. Activating the powers of the flower fruit, an eye and an ear appeared in the blind spot of the pursuer, observing the voyeur. I am aware, Rodney nodded, stating, among those just now, several were from CP9. It is likely one of them did not worry. After all, he was adept at stealth. How could he not send someone tracking him? CP9. Robin fell silent. Realizing this was the most formidable intelligence agency aside from CP0, capable of infiltrating any situation if they were to discover her identity. She instinctively touched her cheek, recalling that her face had now changed, rendering her less recognizable. Relieved, she said, "The one following us had a pigeon on his shoulder. It seems to be a worker from dock number 1. Are you suggesting the one with the pigeon on his shoulder is Rob Lucci?" The only CP9 operative known for having a pigeon on his shoulder was indeed Rob Lucci, a cold-blooded individual. At the age of 13, he had executed a hostage to eliminate a pirate who had coerced a king with 500 soldiers, a case of dark justice. Believing that the soldiers' weakness had made them a liability to the king, thus leading to the crisis which he sought to prevent by eliminating them. Ugh, what kind of logic is that? Rodney was at a loss for words. However, since he was being followed, there should be a price to pay. That pigeon looks quite plump. Perhaps I shall stew it for some nourishment. Leading the two women into an alley. They emerged with Rob Lucci trailing behind. Meanwhile, Rodney, employing a technique of duplication and transformation, followed closely behind him. Rob Lucci had initially been conducting routine surveillance on the new 7 warlord, but midway through, he sensed that someone was tailing him. As the strongest of CP9, how could he not notice when someone was following him? Yet upon glancing back, he saw nothing, or rather, there was no one he could suspect. Everyone around him was engaged in their own activities, presenting no cause for suspicion, though the feeling lingered uneasily in his mind. "Excuse me," coming through, a burly man lumbered past him, carrying a wooden post. Silently stepping aside, Lucci suddenly felt as though something was amiss on his shoulder. Turning to look, he discovered that the pigeon he had been carrying was gone. Hadori, calling out to the pigeon, he received no reply. Unfortunately for him, the pigeon that had been his constant companion was missing. Damn it, who stole it? His gaze immediately fell upon the burly man who had just passed by. However, in the throng of the crowd, there was no sign of the man, and not only had he lost Hadori, but the figures of the 7 warlords, including Rodney, had also vanished as if they had never existed. This time, Rob Lucci had lost both his companion and his quarry. Chapter 68. Encountering a Pervert. Rob Lucci was furious, having come out only to find his pigeon missing. Yet he now found himself engulfed in deep trepidation. Who could so effortlessly snatch Hadori from beside him? This was a master. Hadori is his pet, and can also be considered a companion. This pigeon is remarkably intelligent, and has been by his side for quite some time, that he holds a deep affection for Hadori. And now that he has lost it, he feels a twinge of anxiety. However, as a seasoned member of CP9, he knows that he must remain composed in such situations. Thus, he decides not to chase after the person, but to focus on finding Hadori. Meanwhile, Hadori, the tie-wearing pigeon, is being held in a fierce grip by Rodney's doppelganger, who gazes at it with malicious intent, contemplating where to find a tasty morsel. Truth be told, this pigeon is rather plump. Although it may not be filling, it certainly appears succulent. Slurp. Hadori! Woe is me. How did I end up captured in the blink of an eye? I truly have no idea how to consume you. Terrified, Hadori's eyes brim with tears as it stares at the menacing figure before it, causing its little heart to race uncontrollably. "Master, why do you not come? There is hardly enough meat here." In his grasp. It weighs only about 1 or 2 gene, scarcely enough to satisfy it. It feels like a nuisance to prepare it. What with the plucking and cooking, and consider my own culinary skills, just thinking about it is bothersome. Perhaps it's best to issue a warning to Rob Lucci instead. In the end, Rob Lucci successfully located his pigeon, bound with steel wire to a wooden stake, its feathers plucked and bearing a look of utter defeat. With tears filling its eyes that IT had been treated most unfairly. Forget it, there's no need to pursue. The trio he encountered along the way was merely shopping, yielding no useful information. Yet, was Hadori's plight a warning directed at me? Such trivial pirates, indeed, the sense of disdain for the pirates filled his heart. Yet he felt a chill. Hadori had been taken without him noticing, a testament to their terrifying strength. He chose to return and relay the news of the warlord Rodney constructing a ship in Water 7 to the world government, although he received no response. Meanwhile, Rodney, accompanied by Reiju and Robin, was out procuring necessary items. While the Carrera Company would handle all the furniture, daily necessities still required personal attention. They planned to inform the Carrera Company for transport back once the ship was completed, allowing them to sail away immediately. In the meantime, They could explore this aquatic metropolis. The towering spire at the center of Water 7 resembled a fountain, with the sea currents rushing into it, gushing forth and flowing along the sloped waterways of the city that a labyrinth of intricate canals crisscrossed the city, forming a sophisticated waterway system, where the primary mode of transportation was by boat. Given that land routes were far fewer than waterways, the locals had grown accustomed to such a lifestyle, even raising a species of fish known as brew, which would serve as a means of transportation when boats were unavailable. This fish resembled a horse, covered in pale yellow scales, with fins for limbs, possessing a gentle disposition, working tirelessly, and being particularly amenable to humans. They had impressive carrying capacity, often used for transporting people and goods. With a fare of merely 1,000 berries, with 3 persons in their party, they chose to rent a 4-person brew, and Rodney, along with the 2 ladies, explored the splendid sights of Water 7. Indeed, he occupied 2 seats himself. Water 7 boasts a rich historical heritage and a unique water city culture. Such a fountain city upon the sea is a rarity in the Grand Line. Akin to a pearl within ITAS for the items they purchased, they had already been delivered to the Carrera Company, alleviating any concerns, for they had ample funds. "Captain, where to next? The culinary capital?" Robin inquired. "Well, I need to find a chef and perhaps deal with a few pirates, for our fund for shipbuilding are running low. And so is our operational budget that we still need to procure resources," he said, casting a sorrowful gaze at the 2 ladies. "Do you have any idea how much you just spent on clothing?" "Just for garments. Captain, don't be stingy. Those were merely daily necessities," Reiju chimed in. "Captain, we only added a few items to our wardrobe, and besides, didn't you also buy a few outfits?" she continued. "And isn't it time for you to change your shoes? I haven't seen you swap them out." "I wear ninja footwear that silences my steps, and I have changed them. All right? You just haven't noticed?" he retorted. "Captain, don't you walk on water with those shoes?" Robin had always assumed Rodney's lack of shoe changes was due to their ability to allow him to tread upon the surface of water. "Certainly not. That is merely my ability," he clarified, removing his ninja footwear to stand barefoot on the water's surface before sitting back down on the brew. "This is not technology. Only the wealthy can afford such luxuries. Mind you, without a doubt, Germa is affluent, exceedingly so, otherwise they could not sustain the research expenses and the production and operation of clone soldiers. The profits from a single war would far exceed what Rodney earned from hunting pirates." "Is this your ability, Captain? What kind of devil fruit did you consume?" Reiju asked, intrigued by the myriad of abilities he possessed, which were unheard of at sea. "Why couldn't it be something you learned?" "There are more paths than just the devil fruit route. While consuming a superior devil fruit can elevate one's power dramatically, it does not ensure invincibility if one lacks knowledge of the various types of devil fruits. Consuming one truly comes down to luck. Strength or weakness hinges on one's fortune. Otherwise, if one were to accidentally consume a useless fruit, they might end up as a landlubber, and sometimes one's own ability could lead to calamity. As some fruits are genuinely worthless, that so. So, Captain, you're not an ability user," Reiju pondered, choosing not to press further on the matter. "I heard there is a type of meat called water meat here. I'd love to try it. Would you care to join?" "I think I'll pass. I'd rather explore a bit." "Robin, would you like to come along?" Reiju asked that I, too, wish to purchase some books. "Captain, you can go on your own. Just remember to return by nightfall." All right. The 3 parted ways, and Rodney swaggered towards the vendor of water meat, a local delicacy that even impressed Luffy, though it was rare for him to find anything he wouldn't eat. But surely one must give it a try, right? Thus, he excitedly dashed into a restaurant to buy water meat, a dish that Brew also particularly relished, known for its tender, juicy texture and delightful flavor, as a renowned tourist destination. The scenery here was indeed splendid. He purchased a generous amount of jerky, savoring it while admiring the beautiful surroundings. However, a group of peculiar individuals soon obstructed his path. How shall I put this? In broad daylight, they donned odd clothing, their demeanor far from normal, striking bizarre poses before him. It was entirely reasonable to consider them strange. Before him stood several stout legs clad in stockings, truly an eye-watering sight. What the hell? You're not some third gender from the sea. Why dress like that? No, wait, I forgot they were oddballs. The Frankie House, or Frankie family, known for their ship dismantling work, had a rather poor reputation in Water 7. Asking anyone about them might invite scorn and even a spit in response. They were notorious for their unscrupulous dealings, and during times of financial need, they even moonlighted as bounty hunters in the eyes of Water 7's residents. They were nothing more than rogues, bandits, and shameless scoundrels. "Oi, you fellows in stockings, what do you want?" One of the burly men began to speak. Rodney took a step back, then activated his Sharingan, rendering the group before him unconscious. As they collapsed to the ground, he tossed them aside to avoid blocking the path and disrupting traffic. I've done a good deed today. Thinking this, Rodney felt a sense of elevation within himself. Well, time to continue my journey. After all, there's nothing pressing at the moment. Tomorrow, I shall indulge in a feast at the culinary capital, Puru. Chapter 69. The aroma of food is irresistible in the culinary capital. Puru, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, not the scent of perfume, but rather the enticing fragrance of various dishes, sweet, savory, sour, and spicy, invading his nostrils, making one's mouth water. Rodney, Robin, and Reiju, having just disembarked from the sea train, were unable to resist the temptation to enter this gastronomic paradise and indulge heartily. "How fragrant!" Robin exclaimed, truly deserving of its title as the culinary capital. Even the station is brimming with food stalls. Flanking the roads on either side of the station, an array of food stalls formed a long line, enticing those who had just arrived. The mere scent was enough to keep Rodney rooted in place. If that gluttonous fellow, Luffy, were here, he would likely devour everything without paying, with the straw hats trailing behind to settle the bill. Takoyaki, freshly made takoyaki. Seafood fried noodles, seafood fried noodles. If it's not delicious, you don't have to pay. Heidi's grilled meat, Heidi's grilled meat. Assuredly, once you have savored the delights for the first time, you will yearn for a second helping. The clamor of voices fills the air, creating an atmosphere of vibrant excitement. A throng of tourists lines up beside the various food stalls, contemplating their culinary choices, while some locations have already formed long queues. "Captain, which delicacy shall we indulge in first? Or should we seek out the chef? Captain, Captain," Lucio inquired but received no response. Turning her head, she noticed the captain had already ventured to a roadside stall. With a smile, Robin remarked, "The captain has but a few great passions, and eating is certainly among them. Come, let us follow him." She gestured toward several lines of eager patrons. Lucio glanced over and was bemused to spot Rodney among them, realizing that he had sent a clone to queue for him. Truly, there is no one quite like him. Very well. Initially, I found Rodney somewhat unreliable, but now I see him as even more so that I have grown accustomed to it, although the captain can be capricious at times. He is still a figure upon whom one can rely, provided one overlooks his occasional lapses into madness and nonsensical ramblings. Unsure of what to say, I opted for silence. 0.6 servings of takoyaki. "Please, certainly, 4 servings of Neptune-style barbecue." "No problem. And another order of grilled sea cow snake, please." "Patience, dear guests." Rodney and his clones returned bearing an array of snacks, each face alight with satisfaction. Robin and Lucio also held the delicacies he had procured. With snacks in hand, Robin remarked, "Captain, we have yet to exit the station. Should we not be on our way?" "Indeed, it has been half an hour, and we remain ensnared in this veritable labyrinth of food stalls. While we have sampled a few delights, we have not become entranced. Rather, it is the captain who has not paused for a moment." Upon hearing this, Rodney halted his consumption, fell silent for a moment, and replied, "Impossible. I distinctly recall traversing a considerable distance and indulging in numerous dishes. That cannot be. It is a straight line. How could we not have made it?" Lucio countered, "No. Captain, take a closer look. We are scarcely 50 meters from the platform. Do not disregard significant landmarks. Am I under some sort of illusion?" The clones wore solemn expressions, entirely oblivious to their own indulgence in the culinary delights. "Only you could manage such a feat, right?" They chimed in unison "It seems we should be departing." Acknowledging his error, he took the lead with newfound awareness. After a few steps, he paused, exclaiming, "Wait, that smells divine. I shall return momentarily." He prepared to depart. His legs grew weak, and he collapsed, his feet now devoid of sensation. "Lucio, only you could accomplish such a thing," she remarked, retracting her pink poison arrow. Captain, it is merely a standard anesthetic toxin. I believe it prudent to ensure we do not remain trapped here until nightfall. As for your clones, they sat in silence. Their attention focused on their snacks. Point two of the clones hoisted the original and carried him away from the enticing food stalls. However, upon exiting the station, Robin and Laguetown fell silent. Indeed, this was the gastronomic capital. The streets were lined with restaurants. The locations of inns were a mystery. Rodney's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "This is not good," Robin murmured. "Indeed, there is no hope." Laguetown echoed, "As expected." Rodney's insatiable appetite triumphed over the anesthetic, and with a swift motion, he dashed forward, accompanied by his clones. "Let us seek out an inn, and hopefully he will not overindulge." Robin could not help but sigh. The lineage of gluttony persists through countless traversals. Rodney embodies this trait. When he wishes to eat, nothing can deter him. Especially when his body craves nourishment, his appetite vast, and his digestion rapid. It seemed unlikely they would escape today. Should we consider residing here? He pondered. Thoughts of ninjas and pirates faded from his mind. They paled in comparison to the allure of a good meal. Laguetown and her companions found an inn. With a bustling first floor housed a lively restaurant, teeming with food enthusiasts drawn to the culinary delights. Due to their unreliable captain, they not only sought lodging, but also aimed to identify their targets. For pirate crews were known to frequent this area, making it a potential hunting ground. However, these ruffians were wary. A flag fluttered atop the highest point in the food capital, depicting a skull adorned with lipstick, a top hat, and a collar trimmed with fur, resembling the haphazard doodles of an untalented child. Yet, this was the emblem of the four most formidable pirate crews upon the seas, Big Mom's crew. Typically, the territories of the four emperors lie within the New World. However, Big Mom's passion for gastronomy compelled her to claim this city, even though it resides in the first half of the Grand Line. After all, how could she resist such a culinary paradise? Each year, the gastronomic capital is obliged to send countless delicacies to the New World, and Big Mom's pirate flag serves as a protective banner over this territory. Any who dare to threaten the gastronomic capital must reckon with her crew. The Navy, wary of Big Mom's formidable crew, sees this merely as a food island and refrains from risking confrontation with a four-emperor. Thus, they turn a blind eye to her influence extending into the first half of the Grand Line, opting for peace whenever possible. Black Gun Moros, Black Gun Pirate Crew, bounty of 13 million berries. Demon Blade Beauty Luffy, Demon Blade Pirate Crew, bounty of 10,040,000 berries. Bloodsword Yodel, Tequila Pirate Crew, bounty of 27 million berries. Leveraging the bounty notices obtained from Baroque works, Robin identified several targets amidst the crowd, stating, "A few more should suffice, but first, we must locate the captain, or perhaps one of his clones. Then let us proceed," hoping the captain has not succumbed to overindulgence. The two women meandered, wishing to encounter their captain or one of his clones. After an extensive search, they ultimately halted before a restaurant hosting a competitive eating contest. Rodney had advanced to the finals, having transformed into a rotund figure, gorging himself with abandon. "This is simply irresistible," Robin exclaimed. "Laguetown, I believe I shall linger here for a few more days before returning to Germa. I must seek a more reliable ally." Presently, both women regarded the situation as increasingly dubious, in the midst of their conversation. The contest concluded, and the victor was none other than Rodney. He triumphed in the Uncle Burger competitive eating contest, earning himself 100,000 berries and a 7-day free meal voucher at Uncle Burger. Burping with satisfaction and patting his stomach, the portly Rodney stepped forward to claim his berries, converting the free meal voucher into 10,000 berries, totaling 110,000 berries. "Ah, ladies," he said, "I seem to have overindulged. I feel a bit unwell. Captain, it is time to get to work. We have located our targets. Oh, where are they? When it comes to work, he can be quite dependable. Follow us." "All right, I too must engage in some exercise. I have eaten rather too much. It is not that he is greedy. Rather, the dishes are simply too tantalizing. Ah, how delightful." Chapter 70. Sada Tavern. Sada Tavern. This establishment is more of a dining hall than a tavern, as most patrons come for the delectable offerings prepared by the owner, Sada. It is said that Sada's culinary skills rank among the finest in all of Peru. Once a renowned chef, He accompanied a pirate crew as their cook, but returned in disarray after losing a hand. For a chef, losing a hand is a devastating blow. Cooking becomes extraordinarily challenging, as the coordination of two hands is essential. Moreover, he was left with a shoulder-level amputation, rendering the prospect of a prosthetic arm unfeasible. Thus, he resorted to opening a tavern. While he can still prepare some dishes, the daily offerings are limited, and the establishment primarily serves beverages. Nevertheless, the tavern remains bustling with patrons, drawn in by the special meals served. The aroma alone is irresistible. Sada Tavern welcomes both pirates and ordinary folk alike, but brawling is strictly prohibited. Of course, such disruptions are rare in a place under the protection of Big Mom. Even though she has not explicitly forbidden disturbances, everyone understands the unspoken rule. Who would dare to stir trouble? This is precisely why this place enjoys such safety. However, generally speaking, as long as it does not interfere with the tributes to Big Mom, they tend to overlook matters here. After all, it is merely an island renowned for its culinary delights, and there is little need for excessive fuss, unless someone were to utterly destroy the island. In which case, not only Big Mom, but also the Navy would seek retribution. The primary concern lies with the Navy. Big might even consider making you her son-in-law. Today, a considerable number of pirates have gathered here, taking over this tavern. Hey, Sada, where's your food? A menacingly robust man occupies a table, his mouth filled with yellowed teeth and his face adorned with excess flesh, towering nearly 2 meters in height, instilling fear in all. He bears a long sword, its blade gleaming ominously, radiating a strong scent of blood, evidently stained with the remnants of many a battle. This is Bloodsword Yodel, the captain of the Tequila Pirates. Boasting a bounty of 27 million berries. Hailing from the South Sea, he has annihilated several pirate crews and, having found no worthy opponents, has now arrived at the Grand Line, where he has similarly dispatched numerous rivals. Basking in the limelight, his visit here is to savor the famed delicacies of Sada's Tavern, having intentionally driven away all other patrons under the guise of reserving the establishment. A crowd gathers outside, anxiously watching, fearing for Sada's safety. These despicable pirates, don't they fear being discovered by the Navy? Someone whispers, the Navy, do they dare act recklessly here? Besides, those fellows are far too busy to concern themselves with this place. Another scoffs, displaying clear disdain for the Navy. We must find a way to rescue Sada. It can't be easy for him and his son to run this tavern. Though young Lester is quite capable in a fight, he is unlikely to stand a chance against this band of pirates. What should we do? In the kitchen of Sada's Tavern, an elderly man and a youth stand at the stove that one-handed Sada skillfully stirs the food. His expression calm, while the aroma of the sizzling meat fills the air. Beside him, a handsome young man, clad in a chef's uniform and wearing a chef's hat, though not that of a head chef, stands nearly 6 feet tall and robust, albeit with a somewhat youthful visage that belies his stature. Dad, are we really going to cook for that man? What other choice do we have? Can we possibly defeat them? They are pirates with bounties of 20 million. While that might not be much in the Grand Line, it is sufficient to intimidate us, Sada replies, ladling a small scoop of fish sauce into the dish for seasoning. Lester, I know what you're thinking. Now is not the time for impulsiveness. But Dad, you could easily defeat him. The young man is aware of his father's formidable strength. Though not a notorious pirate, Sada's prowess is sufficient to handle the threat outside. Harmony brings prosperity. Harmony brings prosperity. Sada asserts as he plates the dish. Take it to him. Do not provoke him further. Lester clenches his fists, reluctant to acquiesce. The spirited youth is unwilling to endure such humiliation, even though he has faced similar situations before. Go on. Sada remains oblivious to his son's expression and continues focusing on the stove. With the ingredients prepared, Lester carries the dish out of the kitchen and into the main hall, where drunken revelers are already indulging in the fine wines on the shelves. The sounds of laughter, curses, and pounding on tables fill the air as inebriated pirates display their ridiculous antics, prompting Lester to feel he could easily take them all down. Keeping his head down, he approaches the tavern's only clean table, the one occupied by Bloodsword Yodel. Your order, please enjoyed. He presents the dish before Yodel, bowing his head. Gahaha, I can hardly wait. Yodel rubs his hands together. inhaling the delightful aroma with satisfaction. Sada's dishes are sure to not disappoint. Oh, he grabs a fork, spearing a piece of meat and popping it into his mouth, causing juices to splatter everywhere. The flavors tantalizingly unforgettable. This is it. This is what I've been waiting for. Gahaha, simply delicious. I shall feast on this every day henceforth. Yodel cackles, his voice akin to a horse owl, unpleasantly grating. Lester gazes at Yodel, who is engrossed in his meal, and a glint of coldness flickers in his eyes. The boning knife concealed beneath his clothing is drawn, capable of easily slicing through soft bones and peeling thick skins. He aims it directly at Yodel's heart. In a flash, a fork intercepts the blade, glistening with sauce. You little brat, how dare you attempt an ambush? Seeking death. Yodel snarls, infuriated. Seeing his attack thwarted, Lester swiftly alters his strikes, targeting Yodel's vital points, clearly intent on delivering a fatal blow. Alas, opportunity strikes but once. Yodel, possessing immense strength, finds his fork bent in their struggle and seizes Lester's slender arm. Just as he prepares to exert force, he realizes he cannot command his own limb. My hand! How could this, boss? Your hand, a still-conscious subordinate exclaims. Yodel, belatedly lifting his gaze, sees that his forearm has vanished, the cut clean and smooth. Blood gushes from the wound. Unstoppable. Ship's doctor. Dr. Frank, where are you? Yodel calls out in a panic. Boss, Frank is drunk. One pirate remarks. FCK. Yodel curses vehemently in South Sea slang, pressing down on the wound. Though the pain is excruciating, what angers him more is that the boy who ambushed him has vanished without a trace. In his stead stands another man with a healthy, sun-kissed complexion, wearing a familiar smile and wielding a sword. Wait, why does that sword look so familiar? Isn't that the boss's sword? Indeed, that's the boss's sword. A pirate rubs his eyes in disbelief. How could their captain's sword be in the hands of a stranger? Kid, I will have your life. Yodel roars, his fury magnified by both injury and the stranger's smile. Intent on cleaving him in two, and no longer concerned with his wound, he advances with a bloodied fist. The blow lands on the ground, shattering the floor beneath. A bounty of 27 million. TSK, this trip has not been in vain. But Yodel, why are you so tall? Shouldn't you be under 6 feet? You little brat, Yodel bellows, driving the sword deep into the bridge of his skull, effectively ceasing Yodel's brain activity. With a leap off the corpse, a notification chimes. Host has slain the pirate with a bounty of 27 million. Reward, 270 task points. Chapter 71. Lester boss. How could this happen? The captain with a bounty of 20 million, no. Run, wait, is that the new Shichibukai wizard Rodney? Someone suddenly recognizes Rodney and utters his new moniker. The title wizard was bestowed by someone unknown, but it certainly sounds far more appealing than Red Eyes. Originally, it should have belonged to Hawkins, one of the supernovas, yet it has now been attached to him, while the moniker luck manipulator he had crafted seems to have dwindled in circulation within the East Blue. Well, have you been discovered? All pirates, men to the left, women to the right, and those who do not identify as either stand in the center, or I shall dispose of you, he perches atop Yodel's corpse. Demanding, are you not hurrying? Yes, under the weight of the Shichibukai's reputation, no pirate dares to flee, fearing for their lives. Hey kid, you displayed quite the bravery just now. What is your name? Rodney inquires, opening a bottle of wine with interest. Lester. Alfred Lester. Alfred, that surname reminds me of Butler Hero. Rodney suddenly asks, can you cook? Yes, I'm quite skilled in the kitchen. Faced with the legendary Shichibukai, Lester feels no discomfort. Rather, he senses a strange kinship, devoid of any fear. Is that so? Rodney's eyes light up. I am in need of a chef. Would you care to join me? Young Lester. No, thank you for the offer, but I am content to remain here. An one-armed man emerges from the kitchen, a plate of food in hand. Lester is better off here in Pulu. The seas are far too perilous, and he lacks the means to survive out there. Lester's father intends to argue, but is interrupted by Sada. Enough, Lester, you are my son. Stay here and be a chef in Pulu. Do not entertain any thoughts of venturing out to sea, Sada declared resolutely, aware that his son yearned for the ocean due to his own past exploits. However, The memories of those times instilled in him a profound fear of allowing his son to tread the same perilous path into the realm of uncertainty and adventure. It was far too dangerous. As a father, he wished to provide the very best for his son, and he was determined to prevent him from following in his own footsteps, even if the one enticing his son was a titan of the sea. Rodney, Titan, my foot. I'm just trying to make a living. That's so. Then I regret to inform you, Lester, that it seems I must seek other chefs. Does anyone know of any skilled cooks here who wish to set sail? Since the boy's father disapproves, Rodney would not press the matter. Thank you immensely for your understanding regarding the chef. Wait, Lester exclaimed loudly, tears streaming down his face as he nearly shouted, I have grown up. I want to venture into the sea, just like you once did, to experience the freedom you spoke of. He longed for his father to take pride in him, to savor the culinary delights of the Grand Line, to create exquisite dishes and become a renowned chef whose name echoed across the ocean. He aspired to be the greatest chef upon the sea. You fool! Sada struck his son's face with a fist. Just as before, though with greater force. Gasping for breath, he said, That place is far too dangerous for a child like you to venture. Even as a chef, it could be perilous. I should never have shared those things with you. Stay at home and do not go anywhere. You are the fool. Lester cried, tears flowing freely as he nearly roared. We had a pact, didn't we, with Mom? I want to become the world's greatest chef. How can I remain stagnant here? Pulu is the culinary capital. I've tasted all the famous dishes here since childhood. How can I grow without experiencing more? How can I fulfill my promise to Mom? Sada fell silent. Rodney handed Lester a piece of paper, offering to wipe away his tears and snot, saying, Well, how should I put this? I really shouldn't be getting involved, but you see, Lester was a bit hasty just now. I must clarify. The sea is dangerous, and anyone on my ship must possess strength. Even chefs need to be able to protect themselves. After all, we are not a pirate crew. We are a hunting team. A team that hunts pirates, requiring all hands to be capable. Lester, in certain respects, is still too weak that I can do it. Lester's face flushed as he declared, Even if I'm not strong enough, I can train. Dad is strong. I haven't fully harnessed Dad's abilities. My physical strength is insufficient. His voice trailed off, growing quieter and tinged with shame. In the presence of this man, he felt anything but strong, even weak in comparison. Sada was rendered silent by his son's words. Rodney extended a hand, saying, Let us see how you fare. Test your physical prowess. Lester was uncertain of what to do, but reached out nonetheless, only to have his hand grasped tightly. Struggling with all his might, he exclaimed, Oh! Lester possessed considerable strength. Though he could not match Rodney, he was still stronger than many, even surpassing some adults, though he paled in comparison to those with remarkable physical conditioning or who had evidently trained. One could only describe his strength as average. Not bad. How old are you? 17.17, you say? You can still train? Your physical condition is acceptable. Not bad at all. This young man has potential for development, if only his father dad. I want to set sail. No. Sada flatly rejected. Why not? You are not strong enough. What does it take to be strong enough? Defeat them. Sada pointed toward the group of pirates restrained by Rodney. The pirates. Rodney, Lester must defeat at least 10 pirates. Otherwise, I will not permit him to set sail. In the sea, weakness is a sin. Lester must be formidable enough. Otherwise, sending him out to sea would be tantamount to sending him to his death. Rather than that, it would be better for him to remain in Pulu for life. Though he may not become the world's greatest chef, he could still aspire to be the finest chef of the culinary capital. I have no objections. Rodney shook his head. I can do it, Lester asserted firmly. Then go out and fight. Those watching disperse. Everyone scatter. Rodney's words held weight, and the crowd fled in fear. As for you, whoever defeats him may leave. I, Rodney, speak with authority. However, there are only 10 slots available. The pirates' eyes gleamed with hope. If they could not defeat the famed Rodney, surely they could best a mere cook? They scrambled to sign up. And Sada personally selected 10 pirates to challenge his son, Lester, standing outside Sada's tavern. Lester brandished a boning knife in one hand and a cleaver in the other, one sharp, the other heavy. Is this a chef's standard? And is it really wise to wield kitchen tools to fight? If anything goes awry with the dishes I prepare, it is your fault for being a foolish father." A pirate grinned menacingly, brandishing his knife with chaotic, uncoordinated strikes, relying solely on brute strength, his energy waning rapidly. Lester, who had often sparred with Sada, recognized the pitfalls of such an opponent and easily evaded the attacks. Seizing the moment when the pirate showed signs of fatigue, he struck decisively. Rodney observed in astonishment. Had this lad killed before? He remained remarkably calm. Sada silently watched as Lester defeated one pirate after another. He was well aware of his son's capabilities. After all, he had personally taught him the art of the blade. How could he not triumph over this ragtag group? He was merely giving himself a reason, a means to allow his son to leave. The child had grown. To keep him bound here would stifle his growth, yet he feared for his son's safety on the treacherous sea. Truly, the complexity of a father's feelings as his son matured was profound. "Father, was this how you felt when you sent me out to sea? I think I am beginning to understand." After defeating the last pirate, battered and bruised, Lester stood before his father and declared, "Father, I have earned the right to set sail." "Indeed, you have earned that right. You truly resemble me. Mary, our child is even more like me." A faint smile appeared on his face. "You have grown, Lester." Chapter 72. The Black Pearl. Allow me to introduce our new chef, Lester Alfred Lester. From this day forth, he will be responsible for our meals on the ship, Rodney announced to Reiju and Robin, pointing at the still-injured Lester. "Hello," Lester responded with a deep bow. "I am Lester, and from now on, I will be in charge of everyone's 3 meals a day. I look forward to your guidance." "Hello, Lester. I am Robin. I look forward to working with you, though. And for heaven's sake, never let the captain cook. You will surely regret it," Robin said with a smile. "Huh, why not?" Reiju interjected. "Just remember that. I'm Reiju. This is our hard-earned advice. Absolutely, positively, and unequivocally do not let the captain cook, as we do not wish to perish." Hey, could you avoid saying such things in my presence?" Rodney grumbled. "That was merely an accident. My cooking is still edible. After all, I once prepared braised sea king." "Captain, that was merely roasting it over a fire, and you burn it every single time," Robin chimed in with a timely jab. Rodney clutched his heart. Why did I bring you aboard? Is it merely to insult me daily?" Lester wiped the sweat from his brow, suddenly realizing that the captain's status aboard the ship seemed rather low. "By the way, Lester, how did you acquire those injuries?" Reiju inquired. This is a testament to a man's growth," Rodney interjected. "Lester has become a man, well, in spirit at least. Lester, it seems reasonable yet feels somewhat off. What exactly is amiss? By the way, where is our ship?" Lester asked curiously. "Robin, it is still under construction, and we're not only searching for a chef, but also collecting bounties on pirates. Captain, what is your mission objective?" "Oh, here it is." He pulled out a blood-stained bundle wrapped in burlap from his pocket, the head of a bounty worth 27 million baraties. "Indeed, that aligns with the captain's style. Fearing complications, have you chosen to bring the head back instead?" Robin dragged over a woman whose neck was broken, having succumbed to a joint technique, the demon blade beauty, Luffy, with a bounty of 10,400,000 baraties. Indeed, very much in line with your character. The limbs conjured from the Hana Nomi sprouted from Luffy's back and other areas, swiftly utilizing a joint technique to snap her neck. Robin's fruit ability rendered her exceptionally skilled in assassination, making it a remarkably simple task to eliminate Luffy while she ventured alone to the restroom. Meanwhile, Reiju presented a figure with skin transformed into a deep purple-black hue, blood oozing from every orifice, eyes wide open in death, proclaiming, 13 million berries, quite effortless indeed. I had anticipated a more formidable challenge. Yet hunting pirates pales in comparison to previous profits. The bounty from single conflict could yield immense rewards, sufficient to sustain Germa for an extended period. While the profits from pirates were substantial, their erratic movements across the seas, coupled with the presence of particularly formidable individuals among them, posed considerable challenges, making it far simpler to engage as mercenaries in warfare, where resistance was not nearly as vigorous. Rodney could not help but retort, "Who has it as easy as your family, miss, with your grand estate and vast wealth? Let us make a trip to the nearby Navy branch to exchange for berries. Otherwise, our ship might never return, and We may need to hunt a few more for future expenditures. Very well. I shall scout ahead. Robin agreed to the task. Although Rodney's abilities were indeed convenient, they paled in comparison to her stealthy prowess. Besides, even if he were to go, he would remain oblivious to the bounties of the pirates. What if he stumbled upon a few with meager rewards? After amassing a fortune in bounties and indulging for half a month in the culinary capital of Puru, they boarded a sea train back to Water 7. Their vessel was already more than halfway constructed. There was no need to elaborate on Icebego's craftsmanship, and his design was met with approval from Rodney and the others, perfectly tailored to Rodney's specifications while incorporating his own ideas. The trio was thoroughly satisfied, and Lester found it particularly agreeable, especially after witnessing the kitchen's design. By the way, I still need to purchase some knives, Lester mentioned. Didn't you bring cooking utensils from home? Rodney inquired. Those are for chopping vegetables and cooking. The new ones are for combat, Lester asserted matter-of-factly. Why not switch to a different weapon? A chef's knife or something? I'm a chef. I only know how to wield chef's knife. My father taught me solely how to use it, that he once said that a chef's knife is still a knife. Why can't it be used for battle? What on earth did your father teach you? Sanji remarked a chef's hands are meant for cooking. Yet he conceded that there was some truth to what Lester said. Regardless of skill, one should still fear a chef's knife. Although Rodney found the ship's chef's demeanor somewhat peculiar, he refrained from commenting and provided him with a budget to procure the knives he desired: bone saws, cleavers, and slicing knives. Another fortnight passed, and their ship was finally complete in Dock 1, under the guidance of Icebegu and his secretary Khalifa. They arrived to settle the remaining balance. Mr. Icebegu, please just sign here. Rodney and Lester presented 2 black boxes filled with stacks of berries. Let's inspect the ship first. It's a wonderful feeling to be trusted. But we'll verify the goods before payment. That brings greater peace of mind that if anything is unsatisfactory, we can make adjustments. Accepting payment and then having to modify things seems troublesome. And no worries. I trust your craftsmanship. Mr. Icebegu, Rodney boldly handed the money to the secretary, followed by Lester. Khalifa, her face obscured by money, remarked, to receive your praise is an honor. Icebegu instructed his crew to take the money from Khalifa, wiped his brow, and smiled. Now, please follow me. Your ship is ready. If there are any issues, we shall rectify them immediately. Led by him, they reached the waterway of Dock 1, where a sailboat, slightly larger than a warship, rested quietly. Its hull was painted in a color matching the ocean, as if merging with the sea itself. This was the camouflage color Rodney had requested. After all, they were a hunting vessel, Icebegu explained, in accordance with Mr. Rodney's specifications. We constructed the hull using the most robust materials available. While it may not be on par with Pluton, it is among the finest and sturdiest wood in the world that we exerted considerable effort during its construction. F-ton, Shinkyoku, an attack capable of shattering stone, left no discernible marks on the hull, much to Rodney's satisfaction. This expenditure was well worth it. Noticing his approval, Icebegu beamed and asked, would you like to board and inspect? Lester, go check the kitchen. You all can assess whether it meets your expectations. The items they purchased had all been delivered aboard by the Carrera Company, ready for departure once everything was in order. Captain, the kitchen is perfect. I am very satisfied, Lester exclaimed as he peeked out. The study is splendid as well, Robin added, noting that its design was entirely her own, crafted precisely to her specifications, with her purchased books neatly arranged by the Carrera staff. Reiju had no particular demands for her living quarters. Cleanliness sufficed, and she expressed her contentment. In that case, Mr. Icebegu, this ship is flawless. Thank you immensely. Flawless is a strong term. I wonder what name Mr. Rodney intends to give her. The Black Pearl. The others exchanged puzzled glances. I think the name Dark Sphere sounds quite fitting, Robin suggested. Venomous Pink is also a decent choice. How about Chef's Delight? Captain, what kind of ridiculous names are those? They pale in comparison to mine. Let us call her the Black Pearl, or perhaps the Caribbean would suffice. Captain, your naming skills leave much to be desired, yet it is far superior to your Dark Sphere. Still, Venomous Pink remains the best. Chef's Delight it is, Icebegu remarked. None aboard can name a ship. Ultimately, Rodney, in his capacity as captain, decisively named the new vessel the Black Pearl. Chapter 73. The eerie weather at sea, the weather over the ocean, is as fickle as a child's temperament. Ever-changing. One moment, the skies are adorned with blue and white, basking in the brilliance of a clear day. The next, a tempest arises without warning, leaving one no refuge. The winds howled, and the waves surged, transforming the tranquil sea into a raging beast intent on engulfing them. Lower the sails, lower the sails. Robin, quickly readjust the course. Reiju, lend a hand. Reiju, take the helm. Lester, hold steady. Rodney delegated tasks. As the Black Pearl surged through the tumultuous waters, he and his shadow clones furled the sails to prevent the mast from being torn asunder by the fierce winds, while Robin simultaneously established their position and directed Reiju in steering the ship. Though not a professional navigator, she had acquired knowledge in this regard. Maneuvering the helm posed no difficulty for Reiju. Meanwhile, Lester was frantically securing the items in the kitchen. Ouch! One of the shadow clones dissipated as a hailstone the size of a fist plummeted to the deck. Hail? This is bad. The storm had turned into a hailstorm, and each hailstone was substantial. Never mind. Let's take shelter in the cabin. Hail poses no threat to the Black Pearl, he mused, shaking his head as he and his clone prepared to retreat below deck. The storm had diminished, and while the waves remained turbulent, they were no longer a threat, merely a source of discomfort as the ship rocked. Wait, Captain, don't return just yet, Robin suddenly shouted. There's something enormous in the sky. Rodney activated his Sharingan and looked up at the clouds, where a massive hailstone, resembling a meteor, plummeted towards them at great speed, its landing spot unmistakably their location. However, the sailboat relied on the wind for propulsion, and given the ferocity of the current winds, raising the sails was futile, rendering their movement agonizingly slow. Even the waves offered no assistance. Captain, allow me to handle this, Reiju declared, donning Germa's battle attire. My strength should be able to slow the descent of the ice. Let us go together. Robin, take care of Lester and command the ship, Reiju urged. Let us move. Leaving a few clones to assist, they activated Moonwalk, ascending step by step into the sky. Reiju felt their ascent was too sluggish and grasped his hand, propelling them towards the falling. I see, and oh, need to push. I'll shatter the ice directly. Monster strength. Rampaging fist. Her fists, raining down like a torrential storm, began to shatter the icy surface, causing it to gradually splinter into smaller shards that cascaded downward. Fire release. Great fireball. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. The clones below, stationed atop the ship's mast, employed fire release to either vaporize the hailstones or shatter them into even smaller fragments, ensuring they posed no threat to the Black Pearl. After much exertion, the storm subsided, and the once overcast sky transformed into a clear blue expanse with scarcely a cloud in sight. Truly, this cursed weather. With a hint of sarcasm, I remarked, returning to the Black Pearl with Reiju. We hoisted the sails anew and inquired, Robin, how long do you estimate it will take us to reach the next island? Robin, her expression clouded with concern, replied, Captain, I bear some unfortunate news. It appears we have strayed from our course. Oh no, Rodney exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. How can this be? Isn't the compass pointing towards the next island? Well, yes, Robin conceded, but we were just blown off our intended path by the wind. However, this does not hinder our voyage. Yet, Captain, we are approaching the perilous waters of the Bermuda Triangle. Shouldn't we exercise a bit more caution? Robin asked, her worry palpable. The Bermuda Triangle was a necessary passage for them, yet also served as the lair of Baroque Works' former warlord, Gecko Moria. Speaking of Moria, he had become a relic of the past, focusing solely on the development of his devil fruit powers while neglecting to hone his haki, much like the former warlord, Crocodile, who had been forsaken by the tides of time. Indeed, it was Rodney who had outpaced Crocodile, whereas Moria had been vanquished by one of the four emperors, Kaido, who had left him a recluse, a mere shadow of his former self, obsessively crafting figurines capable of defeating Kaido in his prime. Moria had been an ambitious youth, rallying a band of comrades to venture into the new world, aspiring to make a name for himself, only to encounter the self-destructive Kaido. Kaido, known for his reckless pursuits, was deemed the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, surviving against all odds, bolstered by immense strength and an indomitable will. Over 2 decades ago, he had seized Wano country, trafficking in and processing sea stone while establishing a center for addiction rehabilitation, where future figures like Luffy and Kid would undergo treatment with limited success. When Moria crossed paths with Kaido, misfortune befell him. His entire crew was obliterated, leaving him to flee back to the Grand Line in disgrace. His spirits crushed, he had once believed the title of Pirate King was within his grasp, only to discover that he had been stripped of that ambition. Returning to the Grand Line, he did not prepare to train his haki. Instead, he commenced the creation of zombie figurines, having heard whispers that Kaido possessed the bloodline of the Oni tribe, prompting him to collect their remains. This sedentary lifestyle had led to his unfortunate corpulence. Had he chosen to train diligently and cultivate his haki, complemented by the powers of the shadow fruit, he could have achieved greatness on the high seas. Luffy, for instance, could contain 100 shadows. A remarkable feat, and Moria had once battled Kaido and emerged alive. His physical prowess was certainly commendable. Alas, he had chosen a misguided path, leading him to become a mere recluse. Rodney remarked, "We need not concern ourselves too much with Moria. He has imprisoned a friend of an old man, who has since rallied other allies to rescue him. Moria is undoubtedly in a precarious situation. The strength of the Dark King, Rayleigh, is a topic that requires no elaboration. Each remnant of the bygone era, Whitebeard, Garp, Rayleigh, and Sengoku, was formidable in their own right. Moria would find no favorable outcome in facing Rayleigh, who wields the corpse of the legendary swordsman, Ryuma, using Brook's shadow. The likelihood of a confrontation between them is significant, but Rayleigh should secure victory with relative ease. After all, he is merely an overweight individual fixated on fruit development. Despite the troublesome nature of his devil fruit power, Rayleigh, even in his old age, was Roger's right-hand man. He could not possibly be of merely vice admiral caliber. Dealing with Moria should pose little challenge. Rodney, however, was not worried. He simply pondered when they would arrive at Sabiti Archipelago to acquire the legendary sword. "KSH, are you so certain, Captain? That is a fellow warlord of the sea, after all. What if that old man fails?" Reijiu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Rodney's expression turned incredulous. "What? You suggest Rayleigh could be bested by Moria? Preposterous! If Moria had the capacity to defeat Rayleigh, he would have long since ventured into the New World to confront Kaido, instead of languishing here, crafting zombies. Am I mistaken? That old man is formidable." "No doubt. It is not a matter of strength, but rather how long it would take to defeat Moria," Rodney asserted. "That man is none other than the Dark King, Rayleigh." Upon uttering those words, an eerie silence enveloped the cabin. Lester gaped in astonishment. "Captain, you actually know the legendary pirate. Do not regard me with such awe. I do not know Rayleigh personally. I am merely acquainted with the ship's doctor of the Pirate King, having accompanied him for a brief period aboard a whale," Rodney clarified. "It is perhaps due to the isolated nature of the Devil's Triangle that news has not circulated. However, they should have departed by now. The Devil's Triangle was indeed a necessary passage." Yet one could not help but wonder how Laboon had managed to resist seeking out Brook during that time. Surely, Crocus must have posed a considerable obstacle. "Captain, what is your plan?" Robin could not restrain her curiosity. Given his vast knowledge, enigmatic abilities, and rapid ascension to the rank of warlord at such a young age, could he possibly be a celestial dragon? As that thought crossed her mind, she felt compelled to delve deeper into the implications. Rodney regarded her with exasperation. "If I were a celestial dragon, I would certainly be indulging in a life of luxury, surrounded by concubines, reveling in excess, and idling away my days, rather than toiling upon the seas." That does hold some merit. Based on the captain's character, he would undoubtedly choose such a life. Chapter 74. The Devil's Triangle, the Devil's Triangle, a mysterious expanse where inexplicable disappearances abound, is said to claim over 100 vessels annually, with ghost ships laden with the departed rumored to roam its waters. A.S. Rodney and his crew ventured into the Devil's Triangle. The surrounding fog thickened ominously, shrouding the sky and obscuring the sunlight, casting an oppressive gloom that rendered visibility near impossible. Even the Byakugan would struggle to pierce through the murk. Aside from the sound of crashing waves, silence reigned, and the absence of sunlight brought a chilling drop in temperature. The frail Lester could not resist rubbing his hands together, nervously asking, "Captain, I heard from my father that this place is haunted." "Haunted? Perhaps that I cannot say for certain, but there are indeed zombies, talking ones at that." "Zombies?" Lester paled. Terror etched across his face. "Come now. With your stature and build, it is quite unbecoming to display such fear," Robin teased with a smile. "It is said that many have mysteriously vanished from this place." "Captain, do you have a plan for our escape?" "Uncertain," Rodney replied, casting a disapproving glance at Robin, who seemed intent on instilling fear in Lester. The lad was evidently timid, likely due to a lack of exposure to the wider world. "Captain, we can escape, right?" Lester tugged at Rodney's sleeve, his eyes brimming with hope. "Perhaps. You and Reiju may remain behind as support. I am unsure how toxins would affect zombies, but it could be beneficial," Rodney contemplated, preparing to leave a clone to relay messages. "Captain, are you truly planning to confront the warlord, Gecko Moria?" Reiju inquired. "Certainly. The Navy has not prohibited me from taking action against the warlords." "Have they?" he replied with a smile. "Then allow me to assist in ridding them of that thorn in their side, as long as the Navy did not intervene." He would continue his assault on the warlords. After all, they would seize any opportunity to eliminate them. Moreover, he had a mission to fulfill. Mission: eliminate Gecko Moria mission rank. B rewards: Chidori, Raging Lion's main technique. 5 elements ceiling, hidden shadow, snake hands, water release. Water dragon bullet, 2nd generation simplified version, water release. 5 fish shark, mist concealment. Silent killing technique, permanent chakra fruit 2, explosive chakra fruit, 3,000 mission points. Chidori, that could work well, especially in conjunction with my Sharingan. The only drawback is its loud sound, making it unsuitable for assassination. The abilities of the Sage of Mount Mayaboku and Uncle Snake, along with the simplified 2nd generation Water Dragon Bullet, are also appealing. One must remember that the original Water Dragon Bullet requires over 30 hand seals. Merely witnessing those seals would deter its use. So, what was Kakashi thinking? Why resort to using the Sharingan to replicate the Water Dragon Bullet when he could have simply dispatched Zabuza with any other jutsu? Why expend such effort only to fail in his showboating? It seems a 50-50 chance, as he could spar with anyone. "Captain, look at the surface of the sea." Lester's exclamation jolted Rodney from his reverie. He turned his gaze to the water, where debris floated ominously, interspersed with desiccated corpses. "Is that Moria's zombie army?" Curiosity stirred within, and casting a kunai laced with steel wire, I ensnared the corpse and drew it forth. The body was withered, its tattered garments still revealing a semblance of opulence, albeit marred by decay and desiccation. Numerous livor mortis marks adorned its surface, and the rigidity of death was evident, with stitches still visible in certain areas, indicating that this body had long since succumbed to the finality of life. Robin gazed at the attire draped over the corpse and remarked, "This individual is clad in the regalia of the kingdom of Kuroya from the Western Sea. Such garments are typically reserved for burial. It is inconceivable that this person could possess such attire here, unless they had prior arrangements with a skilled artisan. Unless, of course, they were aware of their imminent demise and adorned themselves accordingly." Rodney interjected, "This corpse was procured illicitly." "Procured illicitly?" The trio regarded him with confusion. Moria's ability allows him to infuse the shadows of others into corpses, transforming them into zombies imbued with the powers of their shadow owners. To encounter an army of undead, Moria has commanded his subordinates to pilfer corpses from around the globe and seize the shadows of living beings to create formidable zombies. Rodney elucidated point one of Moria's 3 bizarre subordinates. The surgeon Hogabak has been raiding graveyards worldwide, modifying and preserving the remains before Moria injects the shadows into them. Initially, these zombies retain the personalities of their original owners, but eventually become obedient to Moria. These corpses thus gain the abilities of their shadow owners. However, if the original was a devil fruit user, the shadow cannot inherit their powers. If it were otherwise, the perilous Yami Yami no Mi would not allow such a threat to persist, and Moria's abilities would inevitably attract the ire of the world government. Moreover, those stripped of their shadows cannot expose themselves to sunlight. Doing so results in their incineration to ash. Now I understand. Robin smiled. Captain, do you have a strategy to confront him? Certainly, he replied. Zombies are averse to fire and cannot withstand salt. Contact with salt will revert them to mere corpses, restoring their shadows to their original bodies. As for fire, my fire techniques will suffice, and with water techniques, it should work, though the latter requires standing on the ocean surface. Otherwise, only fresh water can be summoned. This place resembles a refuse dump, Reiju observed, gazing at the debris and scattered remnants of corpses drifting on the surface. Could it be that Rayleigh and Moria clashed? A confrontation is inevitable. The question remains how severe it became, or rather, one might say, what state Moria was left in. Casting the body back into the depths, it served no purpose aboard the ship. Better to consign it to the sea as nourishing fodder, akin to a whale's fall. Everyone, remain on high alert. By the way, Robin, Reiju, and Lester, take care to avoid a girl with a parasol and pink twin tails. Her abilities compel one to involuntarily reveal their darkest secrets. I trust you would prefer not to endure public humiliation. Rodney considered the ghost princess Perona as powers a more formidable challenge than Moria's, for he certainly wished to avoid being struck by her melancholic specters and inadvertently divulging his own sordid past. Reiju remained unfazed, for her history had been meticulously crafted. Even if exposed, it bore little consequence. However, Robin and Lester's expressions shifted, revealing their unease about undisclosed secrets. Captain, what is that? Lester suddenly ducked behind Rodney, pointing toward an ethereal shadow lurking behind the mast. Rodney exclaimed, What in the world? That white shadow resembles a sheet, or perhaps a doll fashioned from a white cloth, sporting comical arms and a head the size of a football, expressionless, with a lower half akin to a tadpole's tail. Drifting curiously toward us that a specter, Rodney cautioned that not let it strike you. It is merely a projection. Have we been detected? The specter glanced at them, tilted its head, and then vanished into the void. Captain, that was. We have been discovered. One of Moria's 3 bizarre subordinates, the ghost princess Perona, possesses such powers. And you too should be wary while bathing. One among the 3 is a transparent being who consumed the transparent fruit. Reiju, I recall that Sanji's dream was to obtain the transparent fruit, right? Rodney chuckled at the thought of Sanji's dismayed expression. It is widely known that Sanji's aspiration is to acquire the transparent fruit. As for All Blue, isn't Fishman Island just that? Impudent fool. The battle attire of Germa 66 already has cloaking capabilities, yet he still yearned for the useless transparent fruit. Chapter 75. The terrifying 3-masted ship Moria-sama. Moria-sama, the girl with pink twin tails and a parasol, floated mid-air, reporting to a peculiar figure about the sightings of her ghostly projection. What? A shrill voice inquired. In the shadowy seat, a towering figure loomed. Nearly 7 meters tall, with pallid skin and hair resembling flames, albeit more akin to flourishing green onions, yet in fiery hues. With pale skin, a pair of horns protruding from his forehead, he bore a demonic visage. Pointed ears and an elongated neck, marked by suture-like lines emanating from the center of his brow. His collar stood erect like the wings of a bat, clad in a dark Gothic overcoat that enhanced his sinister aura, his corpulent form obscuring his feet, while one arm dangled, bandaged from his slender neck. Moonlight Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had consumed the shadow fruit, but presently found himself in dire straits. Damn Rayleigh, to be so thoroughly beaten over a mere skeleton. My dragon horse's corpse is ruined. He was a legendary swordsman of Wano. Perona, what has transpired? Moria bellowed that Moria's injuries were inflicted during the encounter when Rayleigh, accompanied by Kuroka's and the now skeletal Brook, sought to reclaim his shadows. The dragon horse's corpse required a shadow adept in swordsmanship, and Brook was the perfect candidate. How could he forfeit such a valuable shadow? In his hubris, Moria even contemplated crafting Rayleigh into a powerful zombie to combat Kaido, intending to slay Rayleigh and seize his corpse and shadow to fill the body of the demon Oz. The outcome? The old man taught him a lesson, impressing upon Moria that he was still no match for Rayleigh. Rayleigh had subdued Moria effortlessly, the dragon horse zombie wielding Brook's shadow, capable of employing his swordsmanship. Yet, even with such strength, it was no match for Rayleigh. After defeating the dragon horse and reclaiming Brook's shadow, he acquiesced to Kuroka's request, retrieving the autumn water, and left Moria without one of his claws. Departing in his slippers, Rayleigh had come looking for someone and had no desire to engage further. Otherwise, Moria would have faced far greater losses. Fortunately, one of his 3 bizarre subordinates, Hokage, was a skilled surgeon who reattached his arm. Otherwise, Moria would have been left with a useless limb. Moria-sama, a ship has intruded. Perona announced that, "Oh, really? This is an opportune moment to replenish the zombies lost to Rayleigh's onslaught." When Rayleigh approached the terrifying 3-masted ship, he did not merely destroy the dragon horse and the demon Oz. He decimated all who stood in his path with his conqueror's haki, causing some frail zombies to become detached from their shadows, rendering many unusable. Yet there are only 4 of them? Moria expressed disappointment, having anticipated a larger number, only to find such a meager count disheartening enough to dissuade him from action. "Perona, you and Absalom will handle this matter." Reclining back into his seat with disinterest, Moria had grown accustomed to delegating responsibilities to his subordinates during these years of indulgence. "Understood, Moria-sama. New playthings await." Perona floated away, vanishing into the walls. Meanwhile, the 4 aboard the Black Pearl gazed contemplatively at the imposing, terrifying 3-masted ship. The terrifying 3-masted ship was reputed to be the largest sailing vessel in the world, resembling a small island. The central body, akin to an island, was connected by thick chains to towering outer walls, allowing seawater to fill its interior. The massive entrance resembled a gaping maw, ready to swallow any intruding vessels. Once the door closed, it would trap those within, rendering escape impossible. That had been the case. However, now the walls bore numerous signs of repair, a gaping wound evident, with zombies laboring to mend it. Upon closer inspection, the cut appeared smooth and precise, clearly the result of sword energy. "Captain, did Rayleigh create this?" Leiji gazed at the opening and inquired. "It should be so." Rodney was equally perplexed. It was not merely a slash of sword energy upon the wall, but the gate had mysteriously vanished, leaving a substantial breach that was likely created by Rayleigh. Judging by its size, it seemed quite suitable for Luffy to enter. The Black Pearl sailed through, disregarding the cacophony of the zombies clamoring on the surrounding walls. Rodney summoned a slug and distributed it among the other 3, enabling communication through these palm-sized slugs. This is a telephone slug, Captain. It doesn't quite feel like one." Leiji mused, curiously poking the soft, cool body of the slug, which was coated in a viscous fluid. Rodney explained, "This is my contracted partner. You may call her Sister Slug. She is a split entity, interconnected with her other forms, allowing us to communicate via her. Additionally, she can assist us in healing." "How marvelous. I've never heard of such a thing," came the response. "Pleased to meet you. I look forward to your guidance," Sister Slug said softly. "She can speak?" The 3 were taken aback. While this world was replete with remarkable creatures, encountering a talking slug was a novelty for them. Indeed, Sister Slug is quite amiable. She is far easier to deal with than the social gangs of Myaboka Mountain or the bullies of Dragon's Cave, Rodney remarked. "Especially that gang of toads from Myaboka Mountain. They are no different from thugs, smoking and drinking. If it weren't for their bald heads, they would likely perm their hair." "You flatter me. The sages of Myaboka Mountain and Dragon's Cave are indeed quite approachable," Sister Slug replied. "An old, senile toad and a white snake who hides in a cave, smoking and watching the commotion. Can those 2 truly be considered sages?" Sister Slug was at a loss for words. Her essence was the entire wet bone forest, and she was unsure how to respond, being somewhat of a recluse herself. "Enough of that, Sister Slug. These are my companions, Robin, Leiji, and Lester." "Greetings, Miss Slug," Leiji and Robin said politely. While Lester, somewhat nervous, called out, "Sister Slug, hey, is it really appropriate for someone who stands at 1.8 meters to address her like that?" "Oh, I forgot, you're still young," came the teasing reply. That moment, Sister Slug's antennae twitched as she asked, "Lord Rodney, are there any other companions aboard your ship?" "No, just the 4 of us," Rodney responded, sensing something and inquiring, "Sister Slug, where is that extra fellow?" The slug's perception was based on sensing natural and life energies. Heightened in this energy-rich world, relying on her innate ability to navigate without eyes, easily evading attacks, and recognizing individuals. Even a small part of her split form could sense nearby entities. Thus she had already detected the presence of an additional person aboard when they first arrived, mistakenly believing him to be one of Rodney's crew. However, the suspicious demeanor of the newcomer prompted her to question Rodney. Behind that mask, there's a rather peculiar individual whose body structure is not entirely human. I see, Rodney replied, flipping his hand to reveal a shuriken nestled between his fingers. Clashing in the air, he then pulled back the connected wire, which spun around the mast, seemingly ensnaring something invisible. Robin understood. 6-petal flower, anchor flower. Delicate arms sprouted from the mast, intertwining. Captain, indeed something is there. It possesses considerable strength, Robin stated gravely. I knew there was someone when Sister Slug mentioned it. Invisibility fruit? What? How can you see me? Came the startled voice from the anchor flower. How curious. There is clearly someone present, yet you seem unable to see, Sister Slug pondered aloud. Rodney smiled. We shall soon reveal him. Chapter 76. Landing on the island, the invisibility fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit, was Sanji's dream, yet it paled in comparison to the allure of all blue. However, this fruit had been consumed by Absalom, shattering his aspirations. As for Absalom himself, he could no longer be regarded as entirely human. His body had been altered by hogback, endowed with the jaw of a lion, the skin of an elephant, and the ferocious strength of a beast weighing 300 kilograms, rendering him a hybrid of beast and man. A chimera, or perhaps an incomplete one before Rodney and the others. Absalom's true form emerged, adorned with a white round hat resembling a blue-patterned pot atop his head, long golden hair, a tall frame, and a conspicuous lion's mouth, all clad in a black suit. Although he could break free from the wires binding him, Robin's limbs restrained him effectively. Sister Slug sensed the peculiarities of Absalom's body and remarked, how strange, though he possesses animal tissue. He is not of human form, yet there is no sign of rejection. This transcends the realm of medicine, does it not? Ha! This is the masterpiece of Dr. Hogback. Why can't I break free? Woman, release me. Oh, how beautiful! Absalom's eyes sparkled with hearts as he beheld Robin and Leiji. This lecherous individual would once have licked Robin's face upon seeing Nami bathing. Damn it, Rodney seethed, his fury rising at the thought. I'm not even laid eyes on her, and this scoundrel is already as disgusting as that brat Momonosuke. This world is rife with the abnormal. Anything could happen, Sister Slug noted. Rodney stepped forward, twirling 2 kunai before driving them into Absalom's shoulders, effectively crippling his arms. Ah! Absalom screeched in agony as the kunai pierced the bones of his arms. The pain unbearable. Oh, think a mere 300 kilograms of force could reduce you to this state. How trivial, Rodney scoffed. Now, tell me about Moria's current situation. No, I will never betray Lord Moria. No way, Absalom retorted defiantly. Moria was known to treat his subordinates well, and their loyalty and respect towards him were evident in how Absalom and Perona willingly refer to him as master. Quite the resilient fellow. You are not stronger than me. Before me, you are merely a puppet. I never intended to use this, Rodney stated, releasing an illusion that dulled Absalom's eyes and ensnared him in a trance. Now, speak. What is Moria's condition? Master Moria is currently recuperating. Recuperating? Yes, he was injured by the Dark King Rayleigh. His left arm was entirely severed. Dr. Hogback reattached it, but it will be unusable for some time that I see, with Moria's left arm incapacitated. His combat effectiveness will be significantly diminished. Thus, Rodney would not need to exert excessive effort in dealing with him. Will the corpse of the demon Oz? Oz's body has not been activated. It remains in the freezing chamber. Then perish. Rodney commanded Robin to release her powers, allowing Absalom to free himself from the wires, and he leapt off the Black Pearl in a daze. Plop. He sank into the sea without so much as a struggle. The remaining 3 fell silent. If memory served, a devil fruit user drowning would spell their demise. What exactly is the captain's ability? Lester inquired. IT is ninjutsu, Sister Slug kindly explained, utilizing an energy known as chakra in conjunction with hand seals to perform various wondrous techniques. Enough of that, Sister Slug. Discussing ninjutsu could take all night, and we must take our leave. Leiji, Lester, I entrust you to look after things here. Robin and I will proceed. For any matters, we can communicate through Sister Slug. Rodney had no desire to elaborate on ninjutsu, knowing it would serve no purpose for them. The Black Pearl had already docked, and Rodney and Robin prepared to disembark, waving to the remaining two on board, saying, "Farewell, we shall return shortly. Captain, I will have a meal ready for your return." Huh, did I just set a flag? Let us go, Captain. The two ventured into the thick fog, their figures swiftly vanishing from sight. Robin, be cautious. The fog here is dense, making it easy to get lost, I am aware. However, Captain, doesn't this environment seem rather eerie? Moreover, there are numerous signs of destruction. As I surveyed my surroundings, I was enveloped by a plethora of Gothic architecture. Eerie and mysterious, steeped in an aura of terror, particularly accentuated by the thick fog that shrouded the area, amplifying its sinister atmosphere. Tombstones stood in solemn rows, as if I had wandered into a vast graveyard. Occasional terrifying cries echoed in the air, instilling a sense of being ensnared in a realm of the dead. To my astonishment, there were signs of battle scattered about, unmistakably left by Rayleigh. Fear not. Simply regard those zombies as if they were mere humans that I did not claim to be afraid. Rather, I found the darkness oppressive. Did you not bring a lantern? As a historian, she was an atheist. How could she possibly fear such things? My apologies, I did not bring one, but I can disperse the fog around us. Wind release. Great breakthrough, a tempestuous gust erupted from my mouth, sweeping away the dense fog and significantly enhancing visibility, allowing a glimmer of light to penetrate. Truly an impressive ability. Captain, your ninjutsu proves quite useful. However, the fog is returning. Alas, lantern plants are far more convenient. While clover offers a permanent solution, the fog will inevitably return. I lack the large and small sun mushrooms as well. Must I resort to hand-to-hand combat with zombies? I muttered nonsensically, though Robin had grown accustomed to my eccentricities. After all, who among us at sea is entirely sane? The giant slug on my shoulder sounded an alarm, declaring, "Lord Rodney, something approaches from the FOG. T bears no life force, yet it is alive. This form of existence is quite astonishing that in her perception, the zombies emitted no life essence. Yet they were capable of movement, a peculiar phenomenon that intrigued her. Such is the power of the devil fruit. Dear slug, you must learn to accept it as commonplace," Rodney remarked with a smile. Though the fog did affect his Sharingan to some extent, he could still discern many things within the mist, such as the writhing zombies drawing nearer. I recall that they fear fire. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Fireballs struck the zombies with precision, igniting them in a frenzy of flames, illuminating the fog as their twisted forms glowed ominously. Let us proceed. I shall carve a path. Fire release. Great fireball, despite not having incinerated many foes with this technique. It certainly proved advantageous for clearing a route. Navigating the scorched ground left in the wake of the great fireball, Rodney and Robin traversed the terrain as if strolling through their own garden. Midway through, Rodney abruptly halted, summoning a shadow clone to hand over a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs. "That I entrust this task to you." The shadow clone smiled faintly, inquiring, "What is your plan for its disposition?" "We shall discuss that later." Understood. The shadow clone dove into the earth, utilizing earth release to depart. "Captain, what have you done?" "Nothing of consequence. Merely enlisted help to resolve a significant inconvenience. The subterranean route was chosen to avoid detection. Lest our plans fail," Rodney explained. "Robin, instead of seeking Moria, let us pursue a nefarious doctor. What say you?" "I shall follow your lead, but do you possess the confidence to defeat Moria? He is a seasoned warlord of the sea." "Was Crocodile not the same?" "I have a trump card prepared for that fellow, albeit at considerable cost." The mere thought of the nearly 3,000 task points spent on that technique pained him. Yet it was a price worth paying to confront Moria, as he would surely earn it back in due time. Chapter 77. Sindori Moria's three peculiar subordinates: Absalom of the Graveyard, Princess Perona the Ghost, and the genius Surgeon Hogback. Among them, Hogback was the most pivotal underling of Moria. Though his combat prowess paled in comparison to Absalom and Perona, his abilities rendered Moria's zombie army formidable. Once heralded as a genius surgeon, he had miraculously saved countless lives, earning renown across the seas. Yet he was a selfish man, valuing wealth over the sanctity of life, a doctor from Chailin County. Years ago, he began serving Moria, employing his surgical skills to create various stitched zombies and monstrosities. Enhancing their strength, as Rodney and Robin approached a courtyard, they beheld a ghastly graveyard. The mournful hoots of owls piercing the night air. A fog enveloped the scene, with an ancient castle looming ominously amid the gravestones. A tolling bell echoed, heightening the terror. Lord Rodney, there is but one life form within, not particularly tall. It should be the one you seek, the slug declared. Moreover, beneath those tombstones lie numerous corpses, likely as feeble as the zombies we encountered earlier. So there is no need for concern. The slug meticulously sensed all the hidden zombies, leaving Rodney in awe of the convenience of sensory chakra. It was natural energy. She could perceive not only chakra, but also life, energy, and other entities. Although she lacked eyes, she could still comprehend much, akin to the observation haki, which proved an incredibly handy skill. For Rodney, mastering the armament haki was paramount. The Conqueror's and observation haki were not of immediate concern. The Conqueror's haki, while capable of clearing out weak foes, had yet to reveal other applications to him. Observation haki served as a means of perception, allowing him to sense enemies beyond sight and assess situations in advance. Certainly, at its pinnacle, it might grant glimpses into probable futures, but such foresight was not guaranteed, as the future remained an enigma, not predetermined. The most potent form of observation haki was innate, such as sensing an enemy's emotions or conveying one's will to others. These were inherent traits, unattainable through mere training. In contrast, the Conqueror's haki represented a kingly quality, one that could not be strengthened through training. It demanded the growth of the wielder's will. For Rodney, acquiring mastery over armament haki was the utmost priority, with other forms not warranting immediate attention. Then let us prepare to enter, Robin. Very well. Rodney pushed open the iron gate of the courtyard. Creak, the rusted door emitted a grating sound, and the two walked side by side. The rustling sounds whispering in their ears from beneath the shadowy tombstones. Iron-gray hands emerged, reminiscent of the undead seeking to feast upon their brains. No, they were indeed zombies, albeit this time devoid of protective plants and lacking their usual dapper attire. Decayed, emaciated bodies or those wrapped in bandages like mummies crawled forth from the earth, their throats rasping like torn bellows. Their movements were sluggish, awkward, and jerky. Hey, that one lost its hand. Do these zombies even possess any offensive capabilities? No. You should be asking whether these creatures could truly stand up to Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Are they merely here to deliver food? Rodney silently mourned for Moria. Even the newly set sail Luffy had been unable to defeat him, let alone challenge Kaido. It should be noted that even Luffy in his Gear 4th form was no match for Kaido, having succumbed to the effects of his addiction to the King's Haki. Though Kaido's addiction had no sway over Luffy, who had exchanged intelligence and emotional acuity for sheer combat strength. Had Luffy possessed a modicum of sense, he could have avoided many pitfalls along his journey to becoming the Pirate King. Moria's failure to navigate the proper path amid the excesses of his powers only widened the chasm between him and Kaido, rendering revenge an increasingly distant dream, given the myriad monsters lurking in the new world. Captain, we rely upon you. Understood. Fire release. Phoenix fire. The fireballs erupted among the zombies, sending them fleeing in terror. Fire! Fire! Run! Hey, this is dangerous. What if it ignites something? One zombie lamented, accusing Rodney of cruelty. Rodney, exasperated, retorted, "Do not forget that you're already zombies." Indeed, we have become zombies. This sudden realization of their plight left them feeling despondent. The two gazed at the horde of zombies squatting beside the tombstones, drawing circles in the dirt, momentarily questioning their presence in this macabre scene. Captain, they are rather amusing. Amusing? Where do you see amusement? Dear lady, your sense of humor is rather peculiar. He could not help but scoffed at that moment. One zombie suddenly perked up, exclaiming, "Even as zombies, you should not burn us." Yes, yes, Captain, let us wash them away with water. If that is your desire, so be it. Water release. Water surge. Sudden torrents of water swept away a horde of zombies, leaving behind a landscape dotted with puddles. Gravestones ask you, and not a single trace of the undead in sight. With the cleanup complete, they pressed onward, stepping into the ancient castle. Under the guidance of Sister Slug, they arrived before a grand door, beside which stood an ancient well. To their astonishment, the well-less wheel began to turn of its own accord, revealing a slender woman with iron-gray skin and stitched seams, who inexplicably held a stack of plates in her hands. Upon seeing them, she stiffly uttered, "Welcome," and immediately began hurling the plates one after another. Whoosh! The plate soared through the air, and Rodney's hand twitched, causing the dishes to shatter mid-flight. Meanwhile, the wooden wheel bore an equal number of shurikens, corresponding to the plates that had just been thrown at that Sindoli. "Captain, do you know her?" Robin inquired I suppose. Rodney replied, "A pitiable soul. Sindoli was once a renowned stage actress. During a medical visit, she sewed a button for Hokage, who subsequently fell in love with her. However, due to her existing engagement, she chose to withdraw from this nascent romance, only to tragically fall from the stage and meet her demise. Hokage joined Moria's ranks because Moria promised to resurrect Sindoli. After enhancing her corpse through combat modifications, Moria brought her back to life, transforming her into Hogage's maid. Since her past memories were not erased, she developed a profound aversion to plates, much like the original owner of her shadowy form. Yet, it seems this body retains a flicker of her original memories. Then, allow me to grant you release." From his pouch, he retrieved a cube of salt, which he had taken from the kitchen before departing. Salt can purify these zombies, liberating them. With a flick of his finger, he sent the salt directly into Sindoli's slightly parted mouth, where it landed with precision. Upon contact, a dark shadow erupted from her mouth. Sindoli's lifeless body collapsed, and Rodney caught her. Cold and devoid of warmth, he carried her beneath a tree, using earth manipulation to dig a hole and enter her remains. "Captain, do you care for this person?" Robin asked. Throughout their journey, Rodney had dispatched the zombies with either flames or forceful punches, yet before this beautiful zombie, he opted for purification and burial, which surprised Robin. "I do not care. Merely know a bit of her story and feel pity. It's just compassion." She was like a decorative vase beside Hokage, mocking him, yet secretly revering him as her master, living like a marionette. Many zombies are like that, but Rodney had a deeper understanding of this particularly unique one, thus granting her a more dignified end. "Let us proceed and meet the genius doctor who has strayed from our path." With that, he pushed open the heavy door, and Robin followed closely behind. Chapter 78. The Ghost Princess. Tap, 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 tap. The sound of 2 footsteps echoed in the dim corridor, where even the candelabra's feeble flames failed to illuminate the way. Upon entering the castle, the temperature dropped further, and the chilling atmosphere, combined with the peculiar and grotesque paintings adorning the walls, sent shivers down their spines. The artwork depicted bizarre figures, many of which bore stitched seams, exuding an absurdity that was hard to ignore. Rodney scrutinized the murals, prompting Robin to ask, "What troubles you, Captain? Is there something amiss with these paintings?" Sister Slug remarked. "It's peculiar. They resemble those outside, yet differ somehow, as if they inhabit the very canvas." Since her arrival in this world, she sensed her previously established worldview crumbling, for this was a realm devoid of reason and rife with the extraordinary. Indeed, these are all zombies. After a moment's contemplation, Rodney delivered a punch that shattered the wall. "Ah, that is quite dangerous." The painted figures miraculously dodged the blow, crying out in alarm. "Oh, is that also a zombie?" Robin asked, slightly taken aback. "Yes." Rodney retracted his fist. "Merely a fright, and no need to concern yourself. Their combat prowess is negligible." He gestured with his pinky, indicating this is their level of strength. Moria Zombie Legion comprises animal zombies, frightful zombies, soldier zombies, general zombies, and special zombies. The animal zombies are grotesque creatures modified and stitched together by Hokage, while the frightful zombies are those dwelling within the castle, with some possessing a modicum of combat capability, mixed with soldier zombies. The primary combatants are the general zombies, once formidable individuals in life. Their corpses stolen by Moria and filled with the shadows of others. They are revived as tireless monsters, obedient solely to Moria's commands. "Hey, we have our dignity, you know," one of the zombies protested. "Silence, or I shall feed you a bag of salt. Rodney tossed a grain of salt in his hand, causing the zombie to promptly shut its mouth in fear. If these are zombies, then the paintings on the walls, Robin mused, must also be zombies, given the sheer number observable. Indeed, they all are, Sister Slug affirmed, adding, not just the paintings, even the seemingly decorative animal trinkets are zombies. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the paintings flickered, and some animal-headed decorations exhibited similar behavior. Many of the adornments in this castle are zombies. Do not linger too long. Just proceed with caution. Captain, do you not find this path excessively long? Robin queried that it is indeed a bit tedious. Without a guide, this place is rather troublesome. Let us take a direct route then. Once more, Rodney unleashed a punch, expanding the previously created hole to allow passage. In a daze, he seemed to glimpse a white shadow darting past at great speed, so the shadow clone has yet to succeed. Meanwhile, a zombie swaggered into the castle, chuckling. The transformation technique is so convenient. By the way, where exactly is Perona's room? This zombie was indeed the shadow clone, tasked with restraining the ghost Princess Perona using the sea stone handcuffs it bore. Her abilities were quite troublesome. If he could use Hokage, it would be another matter, but currently, he felt something was holding him back. He found himself in an impasse, unable to break through the barrier between him and armed Hokage. How embarrassing! Oh well, I might as well complete the task assigned by the main-bodied. Am I merely a tool? He shook his head and noticed an object resembling a sausage, adorned with a mask. Approaching, that seems to be Perona's pet. Her aesthetic and values differ greatly from those of ordinary folk. This sausage-like creature bore a tricolor pattern of blue, white, and brown, wrapped in bandages with stitched seams, clearly a zombie's hallmark. Wearing a mask and a spherical hat, most would not find it endearing. However, Perona found it quite adorable, provided it remained silent. Rubbing his chin, he pondered aloud, I shall follow this creature, concealed in the shadows. He trailed behind the so-called toy bear, moving stealthily without detection. Stealth, stealth, stealth. Important matters warrant repetition thrice. Sensing something behind him, yet the toy bear lacked a neck, its body had to move as a whole to turn. Thus, the shadow clone followed closely, mirroring its movements, ensuring it remained undetected. Nothing seems amiss. He scratched his head and continued onward, ascending the staircase and passing by the eerie artworks. The zombies, recognizing him merely as another zombie trailing behind the toy bear, remained oblivious to any peculiarities. They arrived at a door, pushed it open, and entered the room, illuminated by flickering candles. Before a pink, princess-themed bed lay a girl with twin pink ponytails and a crown. Perona, the ghost princess herself. Having consumed the supernatural ghost fruit, Perona could separate her soul from her body, manifesting small spectral forms. However, in the absence of her soul, her body lay in a deep slumber, reduced to an empty shell. At this moment, the entity becomes exceedingly fragile. Thus, it is entirely normal to engage in theft. Otherwise, given the extent of the ghost fruit's bug, the only path for the rather unfortunate Rodney, with his low luck, is to meet his demise. Not everyone possesses the divine prowess of Usopp. The peaceful visage of the girl in slumber is serene, while the shadow clone rubs its hands together, chuckling maliciously, contemplating a change of anime, and perhaps dyeing its hair yellow, which might lead to a transformation of sorts. Regrettably, Rodney is a person of integrity. One cannot force sweetness from a bitter fruit. With a clatter, the sea prison handcuffs procured from Smoker materialize in hand, crossing over the plush teddy bear to reach the girl's bedside. After a couple of clicks, her arms are locked away, and a swarm of translucent ghosts uncontrollably rushes from various points of the terrifying three-masted ship, all converging into Perona's body. Sea stone can suppress the abilities of those who possess them. Once locked in sea stone handcuffs, their powers become sealed, and the souls released by Perona will instinctively return to her body the moment they lose their powers. After all, they are not dead. There remains a connection between the soul and the body. The body requires the soul. Without it, the body will gradually decay like a corpse. However, as long as the vital organs do not deteriorate, it will continue to live until the throat, blood vessels, heart, and other essential organs rot away, leading ultimately to the extinguishment of life. There is no sensation of pain as the body has lost consciousness. is a state worse than a vegetative one. For the absence of the soul precludes any chance of recovery. Baroque, having consumed the Revive fruit, can only activate its powers after death, allowing his soul to return from the underworld, requiring merely to re-enter his body for resurrection. However, the mist of the Devil's Triangle led Baroque's soul astray, and by the time he found his body, he had already become a skeleton. As Perona's soul returns to her body, her sparkling eyes widen in astonishment, exclaiming, "What is happening? Why has my ability vanished? And were these shackles on my hands? Wait, who are you? Why are you at my bedside?" Kuma, the teddy bear, belatedly realizes the situation and furiously swings its paw. The shadow clone easily catches its paw, commenting, "This strength is rather feeble. The bear's power seems quite lacking, doesn't it? Is this not a zombie toy crafted from a bear's body? How can its strength be so diminished? Or perhaps my own strength is simply too great?" With that, it hurls Kuma out the window. Perona's room is situated quite high, and Kuma falls unimpeded. Kuma! Chapter 79. A wise choice. Good luck on the exam. How infuriating. Kuma is so adorable. How could you? Tears brimmed in Perona's eyes. You must jump down immediately. The shadow clone, still resembling a zombie, is under Moria's command, capable of directing these zombies, much like Absalom, who also commands his own zombie army. But the true authority lies with Moria. Naive, the transformation back into its true form startles Perona tremendously. "It's you? Wait, I feel like I've seen that face somewhere before." Due to the dense fog, Perona had not clearly seen Rodney's ghostly form. But upon closer inspection now, there's a nagging sense of familiarity, as if he were a significant figure. Significant figure recalling a particular report that featured a radiant smile. This person as cold sweat cascades down as she stiffly raises her head, meeting a pair of crimson eyes surrounded by 3 swirling tomo. These eyes just at Rodney. How could he be here? Why, you are the warlord Rodney. Why are you here? Why would you act against us? Our master Moria is also a warlord. Typically, warlords refrain from engaging one another, aware that the Navy and the world government are ever watchful. Should a confrontation arise, it would merely benefit the Navy or other powers. Even if a skirmish were to occur, it would hardly escalate beyond a few exchanges, concluding with threats. Perona, though not particularly well-versed in this matter, understands that a warlord should not act against another warlord. The shadow clone chuckles lightly. Of course, it is to deal with you lot. Lingering in such a dark place will inevitably lead to decay. Let me take you to see the sun. No. I like it here. We all do. Perona shakes her head vigorously, feeling quite content in her current surroundings. Yes, that's so. The shadow clone displays a deceptively kind smile, grasping Perona's arm and bringing her to the windowsill. The ground far below obscured by what seems to be a shadowy forest. The true nature of the surroundings remains a mystery. What are you planning? Oh, nothing much. I merely wish to see if a fall from here would be fatal. Surely you are not afraid, are you? As one of Moria's trio of oddities, you would not fear such a trivial height, would you? The moment it speaks, its old trickster nature becomes apparent. Isn't that a given? At this height, without any powers, I could very well perish. Please, no. I do not wish to die. Perona cries out. Then, join me, the shadow clone states. The power of the ghost fruit is formidable, and has taken a liking to her. Although Perona's personality and preferences are somewhat peculiar, this is inconsequential. A disobedient child can often be corrected with a few firm lessons to know. I would never betray Master Moria. If he finds out, he will surely kill me. Perona shakes her head even more fervently. That's so. It appears there is no opportunity for collaboration between us. Alas, it is truly regrettable to lose such a capable subordinate. Its tone drips with feigned sorrow. Indeed. Had I met you first, I would have certainly joined you. I believe you. Then farewell, Miss Perona. The shadow clone smiles warmly. Farewell. Wait, do not let go. She hastily grasps the shadow clone's arm, bound by the sea stone. Perona lacks any significant strength, and the firm grip of the other begins to slip. Please, I do not wish to die yet. I will go with you. Captain, Perona capitulates to the malevolent force, undoubtedly recognizing the shadow clone as such. She resolves to strategically yield, planning to seek Moria's rescue later. Yes, Master Moria will surely come to my aid, she firmly believes, yet unbeknownst to her, the individual before her harbors a deeply sinister nature. Brimming with cunning, there is no chance he will allow Perona an escape route. Such a valuable pawn shall not be squandered. Miss Perona, a most astute choice. Rodney pulls her up and, with a vigorous leap from the terrace, takes her with him. Ah! Perona's terrified screams echo through the air. Meanwhile, Moria, who had been resting, opens his eyes, seemingly hearing Perona's voice. What is happening? Could it be a hallucination? Rubbing his chin with the only arm he can move. Suddenly, a zombie rushes in, flustered, exclaiming, "Master! Master! There is trouble! Dr. Hogback has been killed." What? Moria, startled, hastily rises from his bed. His corpulent form renders movement cumbersome. Enraged, he demands, how could Hogback come to harm? And what of Absalom and Perona? The zombie, trembling with fear for Moria's imposing presence, stutters. I don't know. Absalom has been unaccounted for since the beginning. Miss Perona just moments ago vanished with a ghost, and Dr. Hogback was slain by 2 intruders. What are those 2 fools doing? Without Hogback, my zombie army cannot grow stronger. Ah, Moria, infuriated, rages, how dare they? Where are those 2 worthless wretches? Moria holds his companions in high regard, although he often claims that as long as one does not die, they will not be lost, and that humans are no match for zombies. He genuinely cares for his subordinates. His hatred for Kaido stems from the slaughter of all his comrades, which only intensifies his regard for Absalom and Perona. Otherwise, he would not have single-handedly ventured into Blackbeard's territory merely to rescue Absalom. Yet now, with Absalom gone, he finds himself betrayed. With his short legs, though not particularly short, he strides forth, commanding, "Gather all zombies. Go kill them." Yes, the zombies immediately disperse, transforming into bats. The shadow behind suddenly fractured into numerous rotund black bats, their wings flapping as they scoured every corner of the ancient castle in search of the individual they sought. Meanwhile, Rodney and Robin had just dispatched the surgeon Hokage, a man who had been conducting experiments in the laboratory until he was located by Sister Slug. Without hesitation, Rodney plunged a shuriken into his brain, obliterating the genius mind brimming with medical knowledge that, in Rodney's words, such a person was not worth mourning. His worldview, shaped by the norms of a regular human, ultimately felt out of sync with this realm. He was no saint, merely acting in accordance with what he deemed right, indifferent to the opinions of others. Get lost. Suddenly, an entity flew into the castle. Lifeless, and certainly not a zombie, Sister Slug remarked. It seems they are searching for something, and numerous zombies are converging towards us. Some of the more formidable zombies within the castle have also begun to stir. Robin, quicken your pace, Sister Slug. Lead the way and help me find the one who is the largest. In the highest room came the response that, is it true that such an enormous being as Moria resides in the highest chamber? Doesn't he tire from climbing? Rodney pondered, or perhaps he would allow the shadow to ascend first. Then swap places with the shadow warrior. It felt as though the ability to interchange positions with the shadow was conceived out of Moria's aversion to climbing. All right, Rodney leaped, shattering the ceiling with his fist and vaulting through the opening above. Robin unleashed her ability, sprouting hands that propelled her upward. Boom! This process was repeated thrice, and upon reaching the 3rd floor, they were intercepted by a throng of general zombies. These undead were once formidable warriors who had perished for various reasons, only to have their corpses stolen and infused with shadow by Moria, transforming them into obedient puppets. If the original body disobeyed, then the shadow bearing the same power would be taken, creating an undying legion that, despite lacking capabilities, mirrored the strength and speed of their original forms, fearless of death, tireless, and impervious to pain. Chapter 80. Moria. The strength of the general zombies far exceeded that of the typical undead, as they had been powerful fighters in life, and after being converted into zombies, their battle-hardened bodies, paired with the shadows of capable individuals, yielded considerable power. Robin, hold them back. Understood. 30-petaled flower. Bind. Arms sprouted from the bodies of the general zombies, temporarily restraining them and rendering them immobile. Any attempt to break free required considerable effort. Below, Rodney took action. Shuriken flew forth, each bearing an explosive tag, embedding themselves in their legs or abdomens that he spoke in a low voice. "Withdraw your arms. We're leaving." Grasping Robin's hand, he stepped forward, seemingly teleporting through the throng of zombies. Explosions erupted as the tags detonated, strategically targeting areas that would incapacitate the general zombies. Zombies felt no pain. Even when attacked, they continued their relentless assault, unbothered by the state of their bodies, as long as they could still move. Once their legs were lost, their mobility was diminished, and crawling would drastically slow their speed. Fire style, great fireball technique. A robust pillar of a wooden plank was shattered into splinters by the shadowy angle gun of Moria. The pitch-black shadow melded almost seamlessly with the gloomy surroundings. Despite being a member of the Superman class, Moria had developed abilities akin to those of the Nature class. His shadow sorcerers possessed similar capabilities, which was quite peculiar. This fellow had a remarkable talent for fruit development. Unfortunately, he lacked mastery of Hokage, treading a path similar to that of Crocodile. Both sought to exploit external means to achieve their ambitions, one aiming to seize the title of king of the world through the acquisition of the legendary Pluton, while Moria sought to pilfer the shadows of the strong to resurrect the corpse of the formidable Oz, thereby creating powerful zombies to exact vengeance upon Kaido. Regrettably, Oz would likely meet his demise with a single blow from Kaido. It is worth noting that the shadows Moria sought to steal typically required him to engage personally, implying they must be weaker than he. Otherwise, he would be unable to conquer them. Given his robust physique, the likelihood of stealthily snatching away someone's shadow was minuscule. Thus, to claim the shadows of his foes, he had to incapacitate them, but such individuals were generally weaker than him, if he couldn't even best Kaido. It was futile to expect success against those even feebler, and no matter how many he sought, a single breath of Kaido's dragon would likely spell their end. Moreover, the zombies capable of wielding those shadows were even more troublesome to locate. Enveloped in mist, Moria lurked in the shadows as two old coins began their duel, each wary of the other's deceitful tactics. Chapter 81. The Gathering of Shadows. As a ninja, one must learn the art of concealment. Remaining as motionless as stone, locking onto a target, and poised to strike with the swiftness of the wind, this, however, was impossible. Since Rodney had chosen to hide, he would never willingly reveal his position. He believed in striking decisively. If he could not achieve a one-hit kill, he would first send a shadow clone to probe the waters. As anticipated, a shadow clone appeared and was promptly dispatched by a lurking shadow, crushed flat beneath an oppressive weight. Damn, how could you be so ruthless? The memories of the fallen clone returned to Rodney's body, who, concealed beneath the earth, coughed softly and inquired, "Sister Slug, where is that fatso?" Sister Slug replied, "To the northeast of Lord Rodney, approximately 300 meters away, hiding behind a tree, although that tree hardly conceals his bulk." Understood. Rodney commenced his journey through the earth. Meanwhile, Moria, realizing his efforts had been in vain, scoffed. What sort of ability does this fellow possess? How could he miss? Suddenly, a strange sound reached his ears. The ground beneath him felt unnaturally soft. Soft? Rumble. He plummeted into a pit, a low voice resounding. Fishman karate. Mighty blow. 2,000 watts. Moria felt his abdomen being struck with tremendous force. Though he could not see his assailant, the sensation was unbearable. That punch expelled the breakfast he had consumed earlier, and the pain in his severed arm intensified. "Cursed Rodney! Should I ever lay hands on you, shadow sorcerer?" After switching places with the shadow once more, he realized he could not afford to delay any longer. "You zombies, get moving and find him." His situation was dire. One arm was incapacitated, pain coursed through his belly, and his subordinates were nowhere in sight. Only a gaggle of inept zombies remained. Panic gripped him. Fire release. Headbutt. With a fierce headbutt, the zombie horde was instantly obliterated, quaking in fear of the flames, utterly devoid of combat capability. "Rodney, you ignorant fool! How dare you cause a ruckus in my domain? In that case, I shall seize your shadow." Shadow angle gun. Once again, a shadow clone bore the brunt of the attack. That Moria's fury surged anew. This method of combat was utterly nauseating. Where on earth did this pest come from? Earth release. Quake. The ground beneath him began to tremble as if alive, causing Moria's massive form to teeter precariously. What is happening? An earthquake. He suddenly recalled he was aboard his terrifying three-masted ship at sea. How could there be an earthquake? Could it be that this fellow had the power to induce one? Could it be akin to Whitebeard's abilities? What was his true power? Elbaf's spear. Mighty nation. The mist before him was rent asunder by a wave of sword energy, hurtling directly towards him. Moria seemed to hear the sound of his bones fracturing, a wave of discomfort washing over him. Despite the thick layer of fat shielding his abdomen, blood gushed forth, and in some areas, bone fragments were visible. It was the accumulation of years of lethargy that rendered him incapable of fully utilizing Rodney's strength. Ah! It hurts. It hurts so much. He howled. How could this be? The power of the giant clan. How could you possess it? Anything is possible. Emerging from a mist, Rodney declared, Moria, defeated by Kaido, you are no longer the formidable foe you once were. Your singular focus on creating the ultimate zombie renders you incapable of defeating the beast Kaido. That monstrous entity, do not utter that name in my presence. This wave of chaos was nothing short of perfect as the shadow angle gun tore through Rodney's body once more, but it was merely a substitute. 30 rotating flowers, arms sprouted forth, ensnaring Moria's formed this. The flower fruit? Nico Robin, and I am here as well. The poison pink lady glided gracefully through the mist. Who are you? Poison pink, toxic mist swirled around Reiju, transforming into arrows. In an instant, they pierced Moria's wounds, the pain surpassing even that of his injuries, leaving him disoriented. Realization dawned. This was poison? Despicable. All's fair in love and war. You have likely long since lost your ambition to contend for the title of Pirate King. Have you not? Have you been so frightened by Kaido that you have lost your nerve? Moria, how about you hand over your head, worth 300 million berries, to me? Himph, I will assuredly slay Kaido. But before that, I shall eliminate you. Magician Rodney. As he spoke, the shadows beneath him unfurled like hair freed from the constraints of a rubber band, extending outward to connect with the shadows of countless zombies. He howled toward the heavens. Come forth, all shadows aboard the terrifying three-masted ship. Bestow upon me your combined strength. Countless dark shadows surged forth, drawn into Moria's corpulent form, imbuing him with immense power. 100, 200, 300, more and more shadows gathered, causing Moria's physique to swell. The energy coursing through him became visibly palpable. Observing the dire situation, Rodney raised his weapon. Elbaf's spear. Mighty nation. The sword energy swept through the mist, shattering everything in its path. A colossal hand intercepted the blow, sustaining only minor injuries. Kid, I shall show you the consequences of inciting my wrath. Hee. The shadow fruit is the strongest. You are no match for me. 1,000 shadows infiltrated his being, and his form ballooned from 7 to over 10 meters in height. I am indeed invincible. None can stand against me. The surge of power filled him with unprecedented confidence, making him feel capable of striking down Kaido, kicking Garp, and crushing Whitebeard beneath his weight. Yet his rational mind cautioned him that this was but a delusion. The recent confidence was merely an illusion born of a sudden spike in power. Should he truly confront Kaido, he would undoubtedly be defeated. He was far from Kaido's equal and needed to find sufficiently strong shadows to resurrect the corpse of Oz, thereby granting him the strength to overcome Kaido. Before him lay the perfect shadow capable of animating the body of Oz. All he needed to do was incapacitate his opponent. Oh dear, how vexing. In this state, restraining myself from killing him is quite a challenge. Magician Rodney, I shall claim your shadow to bolster my strength against Kaido. With the weight of a mountain, his fist swung, producing a thunderous crack in the as his fist moved, a powerful gale erupted, uprooting trees and sending dust swirling like a ravenous beast unleashed from its cage, intent on tearing apart and devouring everything in its path. Disperse. Execute the backup plan I have prepared. Leggio approached Robin, lifted her into her arms, and soared into the sky, while Sister Slug concluded her spiritual communication and returned to Wet Bone Forest. Rodney had no intention of confronting Moria in his current state. He knew that defeating him would require considerable effort, and he had a more effective strategy in mind. Don't even think about escaping. Moria pursued, albeit at a sluggish pace, as he was never adept at speed, especially in his present condition. Although his strength had indeed increased, so too had his weight, necessitating considerable exertion to move. Rodney instructed, Legio, Robin, return to the ship and initiate the Black Pearl's departure. I am uncertain what may transpire here. Captain, what are you planning to do? Finish him in one go. Chapter 82. Explosive water surge on the Black Pearl. Perona, locked away, gazed with tear-filled eyes, tortured by the aroma of Lester's cooking wafting from the kitchen. She lamented her current state of weakness, unable to muster the strength to escape. Wah, Master Moria, where are you? Why haven't you come to rescue me? Perona wept inwardly, her hunger intensifying as the tantalizing scent filled the air. Come, eat, Lester said, presenting a plate of seafood fried rice before her. Perona turned her head defiantly, declaring, I am a subordinate of Master Moria. I would rather jump overboard and perish than consume anything from you. Seeing Perona's resolute demeanor, Lester was at a loss for words, scratching his head as he replied, Is that so? Well, I happen to be a bit hungry myself. Miss Legio has gone out to assist the captain, and I need to prepare the meal for their return. With that, he returned to his cooking. Lester, possessing limited combat abilities and merely a cook, had initially envisioned himself as a chef with basic self-defense skills. In recent days, Rodney had provided him with specialized training, adequate for dealing with ordinary pirates, but against formidable foes, he would still be relegated to serving meals. The kitchen door swung open as Legio shouted, Lester, hurry out. The captain has initiated the backup plan. Backup plan? Wait, does that mean? He quickly turned off the stove and dashed out of the kitchen to lend assistance. Rodney's shadow clone stood beneath the Black Pearl, pushing the ship with their combined strength, aided by the gusts of wind, propelling it beyond the confines of the terrifying three-masted ship. Meanwhile, Rodney's original form remained engaged in holding Moria at bay. Making his way toward the sea on the terrifying three-masted ship, several pirates lingered, but Rodney chose to ignore them. Evading Moria's heavy fist, he landed directly on the surface of the sea, channeling his chakra into the water beneath him. Water release. Explosive water surge. The seawater infused with his chakra surged violently, erupting into monstrous waves that charged toward Moria with relentless force. Is it too late for me to escape now? Moria pondered, realizing that even the Shadow Sorcerer could not reposition in time as the chakra-laden seawater crashed down upon him, overwhelming him with its might. The towering waves engulfed the entire terrifying three-masted ship. Moria wondered why he still possessed some strength in the water, though minimal, enough to maintain movement. Covering his mouth, he reasoned that as long as he refrained from ingesting the energy-infused seawater, his abilities would remain intact. If he could reach the surface, he would have a chance to. In the dark waters, he sensed a pair of crimson eyes watching him, and something seemed to be tugging at his feet. Despite his buoyancy from excess fat, he felt himself sinking, and the force pulling him down only intensified. No, the oxygen is dwindling. Fishman karate, monster strength, 2000 with straight punch, bang! A tremendous force struck him, landing directly on his wound. Mingling his black blood with the seawater, a water-formed shark emerged, biting into his shoulder, causing him excruciating pain as a chill coursed through his body. It felt as though something was siphoning his strength. Was it the poison from that woman? He was indeed poisoned, but the power of his shadow temporarily suppressed it. Could it be that the suppression was waning? Were these sensations merely illusions born from the toxin? Yet the agony was undeniably real. Suddenly, a glint of cold steel flashed before his eyes, a chilling blade carving an erratic path through the water. The blade pierced Moria's skin, embedding itself in his flesh, but failing to reach deeper into his throat. Was it the water's resistance that diminished its power? Click! Observing Moria flail with his claws, Rodney resolved to execute the simplest and most brutal plan: drown Moria. The shadow clones continued to grasp Moria's legs, attempting to drag him into the depths of the ocean. As the pressure mounted, Moria struggled to breathe, feeling as if his lungs were aflame, the sensation of suffocation growing ever stronger, and the dizziness in his brain intensifying. No, I cannot die yet. I have yet to kill Kaido. His consciousness began to blur, and ultimately he could no longer hold back, opening his mouth wide. Glug, glug, glug. The seawater surged into his mouth, the ocean's energy suppressing the powers of the shadow fruit, rendering Moria powerless. The 1,000 shadows he had infused within himself erupted from his body, dark energy pillars slipping unnoticed through the water, emerging from the sea in search of their master. Upon the surface, the seawater from the terrifying 3-masted ship receded, returning to the ocean, leaving behind floating corpses that Moria's zombie army was rendered useless, reduced to a heap of lifeless bodies that I wonder how the captain is faring. Lester voiced his concern. He's fine, Robin reassured him. That man would never place himself in danger. Rodney was the most adept survivor she had ever encountered. In other words, his skills in self-preservation were unparalleled. Indeed, just his shadow clone technique was enough to leave them bewildered, not to mention his myriad of peculiar abilities. Leggio nodded in agreement. Beautiful ladies, I seem to have heard you speaking of me. A figure emerged from the water, holding aloft moonlight Moria, submerged beneath the waves. Captain, you did it! Moria's demise was anticipated, for how many hidden trump cards this man possessed remained a mystery to them. A man who would never place himself at risk, willing to confront his adversary, signified that he held adequate confidence to eliminate his foe. This guy isn't dead yet. He tossed Moria onto the deck and leaped after him. Where's that little girl Perona? In the kitchen, Lester inquired. Should I fetch her? No need, Lester. Just keep an eye on her. Shaking his head, Rodney drew his blade, Hanajo, and plunged it into Moria's heart, extinguishing his life. Mission: eliminate Moonlight Moria mission level. B status: completed. Rewards: 1,000 birds, Chaotic Lion S main technique, 5-element seal, Shadow Snake Hands, Water Release. Water Dragon Bullet, 2nd generation simplified version. Water Release. 5-fish shark, Misconcealment. Silent Killing Technique, Permanent Chakra Fruit 2. Explosive Chakra Fruit, 3,000 mission points. Mission complete. Rewards distributed. Rodney was overjoyed, immediately consuming the 2 permanent chakra fruits. The chakra within him surged, replenishing his energy, and a light blue diamond mark appeared on his forehead, signifying the completion of the chakra storage required for the 100 healing technique. This technique was now at his disposal. Captain, what's that mark on your forehead? Oh, it's nothing, just excess energy I've concealed here. What purpose does it serve? Leggio inquired with curiosity. When my energy runs low, I can release the energy stored here to gain immense power. Yes, for now, I estimate my appearance will remain unchanged as I age. The 100 healing technique not only encompassed this ability, but also included the Een Seal and the forbidden technique of creation rebirth. This meant that as long as his chakra was not depleted, he would not die from a single blow. Captain, you're ageless now? Yes, I've just completed that technique. Ageless girls place great importance on their appearance. Robin and Reiju's eyes sparkled, akin to ravenous wolves spotting their prey, glowing with a vivid green light. This startled Rodney, prompting him to take a step back and hastily declare, for now, only I can employ this technique. You cannot utilize chakra, so, well, you understand. Disappointment washed over Robin and Reiju. Chapter 83. Poor signal. I'll hang up first. Bloop, bloop, bloop. While sailing on the sea, Granny Crane heard the chirping of the transponder snail and answered the call. This is Crane. Who is it? Vice Admiral Crane. It's Rodney to D. Oh, you have a mission at the moment. The transponder snail mimicked Rodney's signature Sharingan, merely resembling it, yet sufficient for Granny Crane to recognize him. They had exchanged contact information back in Alabasta, and the transponder snail in Rodney's possession was given by her, making her his sole point of contact. Oh, Rodney. What brings you here? Granny Crane regarded Rodney with a favorable impression, far better than that of the impolite pirates. Haha. Well, last night I inadvertently wandered into the Devil's Triangle. Upon mentioning the Devil's Triangle, Granny Crane perked up. Had he clashed with Moria? Did he now require her mediation? No. Given this brat's personality, could it be? Rodney continued on the other end of the line. It was so dark, pitch black, someone attacked me, and I fought back, accidentally taking down Moria. Just look at his bounty. Granny Crane retorted. Who do you think you're fooling? Moria, as one of the 7 warlords, could be taken down so easily. Surely, we're not trying to deceive an old woman. Just how formidable is this lad? Truly worthy of having trained with Garp for a time. His knack for stirring trouble is unparalleled. Her mind raced with thoughts of the repercussions Moria's death would have on the world government. However, if this boy was not lying, then Moria's demise was indeed true. As a bounty hunter, taking down a pirate was not inherently wrong. Although Moria and his ilk were classified as 7 warlords, Granny Crane had never regarded them as anything but pirates, merely a group that could not act but possessed combat capabilities sufficient to serve as enforcers. The pressing issue now was the implications of Rodney having killed Moria and the situation with the world government. Not just anyone could be a 7 warlord, and finding a replacement would require considerable effort. Originally, Garp's grandson could have taken on the title, but alas, he had declined. What a splendid protective charm he could have been. So similar to Garp he'd be, by the way. Did this brat have a vendetta against the 7 warlords? After taking down Crocodile, he now eliminated Moonlight Moria. Truly a source of trouble. Sengoku would likely be quite distressed. While lamenting, she was astonished as well. Moria's abilities were notoriously troublesome, yet Rodney had managed to defeat him. Had this young man grown stronger in such a short time? I see. Where are you now? Uncertain. We've just exited the Devil's Triangle. Lester, where are we? Rodney shouted, and a voice replied, Don't ask me, Captain. I'm just a cook. Wait, don't ambush me. Ah, poor Lester has been beaten, she chuckled, still quite young. Feel the force of my iron fist. Chaos erupted on the other end, prompting Granny Crane to sigh. Quickly ascertain our location. Understood. Shortly after, Rodney reported their position. And Granny Crane nodded. You should dock at the nearest island, and I will contact headquarters to send someone after you. However, do not expect any bounty. What? The transponder snail exclaimed dramatically, revealing the shock of the person on the other end. How can this be? Moria had a bounty, did he not? Why do I not receive any? Granny Crane calmly articulated a harsh reality. Before you killed him, Moria was a 7 warlord, since he held that title. His previous wanted poster and bounty have been entirely annulled. Therefore, Rodney, you will not receive a single berry. Rodney. The transponder snail fell silent, and then a woman's voice emerged. Captain, pull yourself together. It's just 300 million berries. Ah, my money. You dare say it's just 300 million? Are you even human? Please have some decency. Rodney howled. As if realizing something was amiss, he asked, Why was Crocodile able to redeem his bounty? Granny Crane explained. Crocodile was stripped of his status as a 7 warlord due to his crimes being exposed by the world government at that time. You seized the opportunity, and technically, you owe the world government. Apologies, but the signal here is poor. Hello? Vice Admiral Crane, why are you silent? Wait, the signal is poor on my end, so I'll hang up. Rodney decisively ended the call. Humph. You think I'll return the money? Not a chance. I'm like a mythical beast. Once it enters my belly, it shall not escape. This little rascal. She chuckled softly, shaking her head in amusement, exhaling deeply before sipping the red tea on her desk. My apologies. The office door swung open, revealing a stunning beauty. Her features were exquisite, exuding a mature charm, accentuated by a beauty mark just below her mouth, enhancing her allure. Clad in a purplish-red top with a slightly open collar that revealed a hint of fair skin. She wore hot pants that showcased her long, slender legs, adorned with a spider tattoo on her left thigh. Vice Admiral Guillaume of the Navy headquarters, also known as the future candidate for the title of Admiral Peach Rabbit, entered. She shared a close friendship with Granny Crane, and upon seeing her distress, inquired, Has Doflamingo caused some trouble again? Few can evoke such a reaction from you. Granny Crane shook her head. Doflamingo is not the source of my woes. It is that rascal Rodney. The magician? Guillaume recalled their last encounter with Rodney, a seemingly harmless individual, wearing an innocent smile that suggested he was an honest man, of course, ignoring his eyes that bore a hint of malevolence. Indeed, last night, that lad, accompanied by his recruited crew, ventured into the Devil's Triangle and killed Moonlight Moria. He sought me out to exchange for his bounty. The death of a 7 warlord will create significant repercussions. What? Moria from the 7 warlords is dead? Guillaume was evidently astonished. Unlike Granny Crane, who had weathered many storms, the demise of Moria, a 7 warlord, left her in shock. After all, each 7 warlord was carefully selected. Well, Rodney has been rather rash, yet they're all formidable individuals. The Logia user Crocodile, Moria, who could create an army of the undead, Jinbe the Fishman, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, the nightmare Luffy Doflamingo, the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, and the magician Rodney. Each of them could single-handedly challenge a multitude of powerful pirates. Rodney is strong, but to eliminate a 7 warlord in one night is quite a feat. Just how much power does he still conceal? Granny Crane pondered. He is a bounty hunter. In a sense, we are on the same side, that he has also trained with Garp for a period, making him a sort of half-navy. Sengoku will likely protect him. But the death of a 7 warlord necessitates finding a replacement. Gion. If Garp's grandson were willing to become a 7 warlord, that would be ideal. Too bad he refuses. Granny Crane shook her head. A dazzling new star can easily be shot down. He is still too young. The New World is not a place to be trifled with. It is truly a brutal realm, entirely different from the first half of the Grand Line. In the first half, those who possess Haki are few and far between, and those who do are typically Navy personnel. Possessing a Logia fruit is synonymous with invincibility, but once one enters the New World, it is an entirely different scenario. One could easily crush 10 men with a single brick, and a significant portion of them would wield Haki or be in the process of learning it. At that point, Logia no longer signifies invincibility. Never mind that for now. This matter should be handed over to Sengoku to handle. That I suspect his head will ache again if sensing her old friend's impending headache. Granny Crane couldn't help but chuckle. The news of Moria's death merely surprised her. The rest was inconsequential, as long as it was dealt with. With that thought, she dialed Sengoku's transponder snail. Chapter 84. Do not accompany girls on shopping spree Navy headquarters. Marineford in the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. He had rare moments of leisure, brewing tea and retrieving the senbei he had long hidden from Garp, preparing for a brief respite and a little indulgence. Life is truly splendid. With a sigh of exasperation, I tore open the packaging of the senbei, and just as I took my first bite, the din mushy rang with a series of blaring noises. Blur, blur, blur. Sengoku's expression darkened. He had just asserted that nothing was amiss, and now trouble had come knocking again during what was supposed to be a restful interlude. However, as a seasoned admiral of the Navy, Sengoku would not allow his frustrations to spill over into his work. He answered the din mushy, saying, "This is Sengoku. I am through. Tsuru, what is going on? I recall you were heading to the New World. Has something occurred?" Tsuru seldom contacted herself, and her call certainly indicated urgency. Tsuru succinctly reported the demise of Rodney at the hands of Moria, and as she anticipated, Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What? That scoundrel actually eliminated one of the 7 warlords. He himself is a warlord too. What on earth is that brat thinking?" As a member of the 7 warlords, attacking another warlord will undoubtedly raise a ruckus with the Gorosei. It wasn't merely about how to handle Rodney. Rather, the challenge lay in finding a new warlord, which posed a significant dilemma. Moria's death was just the beginning. There would be much to follow. The relationship between the 7 warlords and the world government was one of mutual exploitation, and the Navy held little regard for the warlords. Wishing for their complete demise, Sengoku's current headache was whether this reckless brat Rodney would turn his sights on the remaining warlords. Given his audacity, he might just dare to do so. While ridding the world of the warlords could be seen as a boon, the absence of enforcers would leave the Gorosei in a precarious position. Rubbing his temples, Sengoku felt a twinge of pain in his trigeminal nerve and mused, "Very well, for the time being, the Gorosei are still unaware. I shall use Rodney's reasoning to placate them, letting them seek explanations from him directly. If Moria is gone, so be it. His absence means one less troublemaker. What the Gorosei thinks is of no concern to me. We are all cunning old foxes. After all, and there is no need for elaborate pretense. Who will they consider as the new warlord?" Tsuru inquired. "Let us leave that vacant for now. The fewer warlords, the better. It's best to let it be for the time being." Sengoku had never supported the warlord system. What was the point of legitimizing pirates? Cloaking their plundering of innocent lives under the banner of the world government only tarnished its reputation. He couldn't fathom what those individuals were perpetually contemplating. Losing one was a blessing. "Should we send someone to inquire about the specifics?" Tsuru suggested. "Oh, and he still wants to exchange Moria's bounty." "Impossible. The 7 warlords do not possess bounties." "Forget it," Sengoku scoffed. To add insult to injury, he dares to seek monetary compensation? Not even a door, let alone a window. As for sending someone, Akainu is on a mission, and Kizaru must remain at headquarters in Sabaody Archipelago. As for Kazan, I believe he is on leave. Let him handle it, as Rodney isn't too far from his location. Having decided on the personnel, Sengoku swiftly dialed the Den Mushi, connecting with Kazan, who sounded lethargic, unmistakably a worn-out soul. Moshi, who is this? This is Sengoku. Kazan, I have a task for you, Admiral Sengoku. I'm on leave and do not wish to work overtime. You need to pay a visit to the newly appointed warlord Rodney. He has slain another warlord, Moria. I need you to ascertain the details of the incident and subtly gauge his strength. Sengoku showed no inclination to allow Kazan a chance to decline, promptly providing an address before hanging up. Really, I have to work overtime? That Rodney, the warlord, truly knows how to stir up trouble. I can't believe I have to cut my vacation short, Kazan muttered, rising from his beach chair and mounting a bicycle parked nearby. The brisk chill crystallized in front of the wheels, forming a slender ice path upon the sea as he rode, contemplating the lengthy journey ahead to reach Rodney's location, on Danana Island. The Black Pearl rested at the harbor. After a voyage, Rodney and his crew arrived at the island to replenish supplies and rest, waiting for the Navy personnel, thus extending their stay for several days. Aside from gathering provisions, they indulged in leisurely shopping. Danana Island was a relatively prosperous town, its service industry thriving, catering to pirates and extracting gold from their endeavors. Numerous pirates inhabited the island, yet few bore significant bounties. Rodney, seeking a respite, had no intention to engage, leaving Lester to spar with a few individuals. Ever since Rodney had dispatched Moria, Perona had been as skittish as a mouse in the presence of a cat, wishing to evade him at all costs. Consequently, Rodney entrusted her to Robin's management, which proved remarkably successful. Although the method remained a mystery, the fact that Perona no longer fled from him was a notable triumph, even if she trembled upon encountering Robin. Yet what did that matter to him? Patience was key. "Captain, hurry up a bit," Reiju urged, strolling with Robin and Perona, while the beleaguered Rodney and Lester lugged heavy bags behind them. "Hey, consider our plight. We can barely see the road," Rodney protested, "wherein we supposed to be gathering supplies. How did this devolve into a shopping spree? Girls will be girls, once they hit the streets. They can't resist buying," Robin quipped, flashing a smile. Even Robin and Reiju, who typically had modest material needs, seemed to have awakened some inexplicable shopping frenzy. Perona, on the other hand, delighted in the experience, leaving only Rodney and Lester to bear the burdens of their purchases. "Captain, your behavior lacks gentlemanly decorum," Robin remarked with a playful grin. "At this rate, you may never find a wife." "Humph. I could very well remain single for life, and it wouldn't matter to me." His blunt retort elicited eye rolls from Robin and Reiju, while Perona, emboldened, chimed in, "Ho ho ho, Lord Rodney will never lack for women." Initially aiming to tease Rodney, her newfound boldness had swollen after days of confidence. But one sharp glare from him rendered her instantly subdued. Among the three women, Perona had purchased the most, favoring a Gothic style, all at Rodney's expense. Robin and Reiju had their share of purchases too, but none compared to Perona's haul. Lester procured a significant amount of provisions, as the ship was equipped with a dedicated freezer for storing fresh ingredients, primarily vegetables and fruits. Meat was typically caught by Rodney himself, either through fishing or hunting sea kings. Nutrients were essential at sea. Otherwise, even the strongest would suffer. Not everyone had a Nami aboard, cultivating orange trees for vitamin supply. Rodney had once contemplated planting fruit trees, but ultimately opted for vegetables instead. He had located an unused room to cultivate them, aiming to supplement their vitamin intake. The plants had begun to sprout, and soon they would be ready for harvest. Had it not been for the peculiar weather of the Grand Line, he would have moved the garden to the ship's upper deck, given his unique lineage that allowed him to cultivate anywhere. Care for the vegetables. He often watered and tended to them personally. The sprouting growth was swift, yet the yield was minimal, enough to be consumed in a single meal. The only crop that could be enjoyed in a single night was the bean sprouts. "Ladies, are you nearly done? I'm about to collapse," Rodney declared, preferring to engage in a multi-day battle rather than continue this shopping ordeal. Physically unexhausted, he felt mentally drained instead. The endless browsing without purchasing was tiresome, and he and Lester were on the verge of nausea. All right, let us calculate the time. It's about time we head back. Finally, they returned. Rodney and Lester felt as though they had clawed their way back from the depths of hell. Today, they had learned a vital lesson. Never accompany women on shopping excursions. Chapter 85. Admiral Hokage. As twilight approached, the orange sun began its descent into the ocean, preparing for a soothing soak and a leisurely massage. Before rising to face another day of toil, with their bags in tow, the group returned to the ship. Just as Rodney stepped aboard, he halted, issuing a warning. "Who goes there? Sneaking around. Show yourself." No one responded. Robin inquired, "What is the matter? Is someone else here?" Raja noted, "There's a sixth heartbeat." There were only 5 living souls aboard. Moria's corpse had been incinerated by Rodney upon realizing the bounty could not be exchanged. So there couldn't possibly be a 6th heartbeat. Rodney sniffed the air and stated, "There's the scent of a living being aboard. It's a worker, but one who enjoys slacking off." Reeking of laziness. By the way, what is the structure of your nose? What does laziness smell like? Ah, come now, you're quite the joker. How could anyone possibly smell laziness? The sound carried an air of Dio's essence. And Rodney was apprehensive that this individual might suddenly utter something akin to smash Valerudo or collide at the grave that a tall figure emerged, clad in a white suit vest over a deep blue shirt, adorned with a green eye patch resting on his forehead, his fluffy curls framing a face that bore the weight of drowsiness, as if he might succumb to slumber at any moment. The highest echelon of naval power, a user of the ice fruit, the Admiral, Hokage Kazan. Robin stepped back a few paces, only held in place by Rodney's grip, narrowly escaping fright that it was Kazan who had spared her during the O'Hara incident years ago. However, following the events at O'Hara, Kazan had transformed from a passionate youth into a lethargic middle-aged man, seemingly content to coast through his duties, though he remained among the mightiest in the world. The incident had sown seeds of doubt in his perception of the Navy's justice, shifting from a fervent sense of righteousness to a more apathetic stance, believing that differing perspectives lead to varying interpretations of justice, which can change with one's position. Thus, he refrained from questioning others' sense of justice, but would not allow anyone to hinder his own. This individual exhibited a sense of decorum, as Rodney and his companions had yet to return. He chose to recline on a nearby hammock rather than intrude upon the ship's cabin. His gaze settled upon Robin as he softly inquired, "Nico, Robin, have you grown so much? Have you found a new patron?" His curiosity stemmed from a desire to understand whether his dear friend's decision to spare Robin all those years ago was indeed justified, and he had been observing her discreetly ever since. He was aware of her plight, but opted to remain a silent guardian, knowing she ultimately became a subordinate to Crocodile. With Crocodile now deceased, had it been a natural progression for her to become Rodney's subordinate? "What brings you here, Admiral Hokage?" Robin asked. "He is the esteemed Admiral Hokage," Perona gasped, hastily retreating behind Reiju, having only heard tales of that name without ever having seen the man himself. Yet she understood the weight such a name carried. It represented power, a power surpassing that of Rodney and Moria. Hokage, the Admiral? Lester felt a rush of anxiety, as it was his first encounter with such a prominent figure. In contrast, Rodney appeared notably unfazed, remarking, "Oh, so it's Admiral Hokage, my first time seeing you in the flesh." Had it been some golden-haired vampire or a laughing pharaoh, he might have felt a flicker of excitement. While speaking, he positioned himself protectively behind Robin, which deeply moved her. Those she had previously encountered would not have acted so, eager to push her forward in exchange for a hefty bounty. Her earlier life had been rife with betrayal. "Brother, do you know who she is? Will you allow her to join your crew?" Kazan asked through a Yonda course, the Devil's Child Nico Robin, with a bounty of over 70 million berries, right? Is there a problem with that? Rodney clapped his hands, and Robin understood, as several hands emerged from the room to bring a chair, placing it beneath him. The 4 crew members stood behind him, and he reclined with one leg crossed over the other, resembling a godfather, save for the black suit and a cat to complete the image. "Could you possibly lower yourself?" Speaking while looking up is quite tiresome. Kazan, being amiable, nodded and descended the stairs, fashioning a chair of ice for himself. stating, "Warlord Rodney, are you planning to shelter a criminal wanted by the world government? Although I am merely here to seek you out. Oh, how novel. Surely, no one knows better than Admiral Kazan how Robin escaped back in the day. I suspect that by tomorrow, an anonymous tip from a concerned citizen might find his way to Fleet Admiral Sengoku's desk." Kazan's expression twitched. Was this brat threatening him? He sighed, catching sight of Reiju, and unexpectedly remarked, "Miss, you are quite lovely. You seem somewhat familiar. You have time this evening?" The atmosphere abruptly shifted. "You scoundrel, I am still here. You dare to flirt with my crew in my presence." "Oh, back to the point. What is the situation with Moria?" Kazan had come specifically for this matter. Rodney recounted, "I inadvertently entered Moria's territory. He sought my shadow, and we ended up fighting. I inadvertently ended his life." Perona scoffed, finding it rather dismissive, as Rodney brushed over the events of that fateful night, especially when he had been the aggressor. Moria's master could only endure in silence. "Yes, that all. I find your report rather lacking." "Are you attempting to make things difficult for me?" "That's all." "Oh, right. We're about to eat, so I shan't keep you any longer. Admiral, please find a place to rest." Rodney expressed his disdain, wishing to dismiss Kazan. However, Kazan surveyed his surroundings and remarked, "I find this place rather agreeable. I shall camp here for the night." "Oh, and Nico Robin, congratulations on finding a new ally, but I would prefer to apprehend you instead." Robin bit her lip, stepping back, her arms crossed, ready to unleash her powers, but Rodney grasped her hand, declaring, "Robin is my crew member, and I recall that warlords enjoy certain privileges, correct? I demand amnesty for her past transgressions." "That is not possible. The world government will not let that slide, Warlord Rodney. Given that, you must also prepare to stand against the world government." Kazan rose, icy frost forming on his body, a chilling aura emanating from him. "Oh, I see." Rodney ran a hand through his hair, feeling a bit troubled as he gazed at Robin, causing her heart to sink. Would betrayal rear its head once more? If that is the case, then I too shall stand against the world government. After all, I have no regard for the title of warlord. It was forcibly thrust upon me. If I wished to flee, no one could capture me. Not even you. Admiral Hokage, a proponent of freedom, is it? Not even concerned about the world government that a layer of pristine ice formed upon the deck of the Black Pearl as Rodney suddenly declared, "Stop. Let us battle at sea." With a leap, he landed upon the water's surface. One can truly stand upon the water. I was skeptical when Mr. Garp mentioned it. Casting a glance at Robin, he jumped off the Black Pearl, and as he landed on the sea, the port's waters immediately froze. Gazing at the ice beneath his feet, Rodney smirked, realizing that the Logia-type fruit indeed granted him boundless freedom. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, a forceful punch landed upon his chest, shattering him into ice fragments. Interrupting others is quite impolite. From behind Rodney, an ice sculpture emerged, morphing into Kazan, who released an aura of freezing cold, instantly encasing Rodney in ice. Freezing moment. Instant defeat. Was he truly this weak? Hadn't he been said to possess numerous techniques? Before he could finish his thought, he heard a hissing sound. The ice encasing Rodney began to melt at an alarming rate. What is happening? Boiling release. Unmatched strength. Water vapor dissipated the ice on his surface, and with swift hand seals, he unleashed a fireball toward Kazan. Fire release. Great fireball. After releasing the massive fireball, he retreated, utilizing Moonwalk to gain altitude. Moonwalk? And that peculiar ability. Is it a devil fruit? Ice ball. 5 ice pillars surged toward their airborne target, aiming to freeze him. Boiling release. Unmatched strength. Chapter 86. Complete defeat. The boiling release evaporated the ice on his body, allowing him to nimbly evade Kazan's assault. Knowing that this seemingly lazy individual had not yet unleashed his full power, Kazan likely hadn't even utilized 1/5 or 1/10 of his strength. Ice block. 2-pronged spear. With a gentle wave of his arm in the air, numerous icy spears, imbued with the chill of frozen marrow, hurtled forth. Fire release. Great fireball. The searing fireball collided with the icy spears, which pierced through the flames, melting into smooth, rounded sticks that crashed onto the ice below, shattering into pieces. Such a fiery attack. Raising his hand, he summoned an ice wall to block the fireball. "Brother, you are not Fire Fist Ace." How could you possess the ability of flames? Freezing time capsule. A blast of cold air surged toward Rodney, freezing everything in its path. Even the air itself turned bone-chilling. Nothing to disclose, fire release. Head hardship. Boom! The rapidly compressed fire chakra erupted in the air, causing a drastic rise in temperature as ice and fire clashed violently, creating a mist that enveloped the icy surface, granting Rodney the cover he needed. Shave! Silently, he appeared behind Kazan, startling him, as even with his observation haki, he found it challenging to detect Rodney's presence. Such an uncanny ability, he mused.